In the realm of Huanling Xingyu, on the planet Lingxing, the year 2152 of the Lingxing calendar heralded the arrival of dimensions. A multitude of spirit beasts, hailing from diverse planets, factions, and races, surged forth from the dimensional rifts scattered across Lingxing. The Human Federation, after enduring a baptism of blood and fire for a grueling 25 years, ultimately succeeded in safeguarding Lingxing at the cost of losing 5 out of 7 continents to the forces of other realms. The major human federations on Lingxing made tremendous sacrifices, yet they also encountered unprecedented opportunities, gaining access to alternate dimensions to acquire resources. Decades later, Qin Ye, a transmigrator bearing the memories of his past life, successfully awakened his talent, Sunluo Wanxiang, during his awakening ceremony at the age of 18, becoming a revered spirit caller. Subsequently, he awakened formidable talents such as Ming-Tu and Xiren GZ. The spirit beasts he contracted were equally varied, including a small rock turtle that inadvertently consumed a mysterious tablet, a sailor duck aspiring to become a pirate king, and a sword-obsessed guard dog, Ming-Tu. Dahlia Elite requires no prerequisites and can upgrade normally. High Dahlia low-ranking commander requires a pirate hat and a desire to become a pirate. High Junya low-ranking commander requires a Navy hat and a desire to become a Navy officer. This is indeed accurate, closely resembling the official evolution route, he mused. Chapter 1, Spirit Caller. On May 7, 2224, in the city of Yihai, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Qin by Bee shop, filling the air with a faint fragrance of spiritual herbs. Mom, I'm off. Qin Ye, clad in a black cartoon long-sleeve shirt adorned with a duck pattern, held a white plastic bag containing 3 large buns in one hand and a black satchel slung over his shoulder. He dashed down the stairs and called out to his mother. Inside, Baya, having just taken her seat, quickly rose to chase after her son. Standing at the door, she gazed at her son's youthful and vibrant figure, a smile of pride illuminating her face. Son, dear best, aim to awaken an extraordinary talent. Absolutely. Qin Ye turned, beaming like the sun, waved to his mother, and hurried off, keenly aware of the time ticking away. At 18 years old, Qin Ye found himself in a new world. Initially, when he arrived, he had not yet awakened the memories of his past life spanning 22 years, but by the age of 3, those memories began to flood back. Initially shocked and unsettled, he gradually came to accept this new reality and began to explore this wondrous world. Upon discovering that Lingxing was home to spirit beasts, akin to the unique abilities from his former lives' games, and that individuals could awaken mysterious powers to become spirit callers, he felt an overwhelming sense of longing for the future, that he realized that this was a marvelous world dominated by spirit callers, brimming with infinite possibilities. It was worth noting that in this world, these beasts were not referred to as demon beasts, but were uniquely known as spirit beasts. At T High First High School, in class for the 3rd year, the homeroom teacher, Yi Qiu, entered the classroom, her gaze sweeping over the boisterous students as she gently clapped her hands. The chatter swiftly ceased, and the students returned to their seats, focusing their attention on her. Before you leave, I would like to reiterate a few points. Yi Qiu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone gentle yet authoritative. When the awakening ceremony commences, those whose names are called should proceed to the awakening area in turn. Regardless of success or failure, you must vacate the awakening area promptly after your awakening. Those who successfully awaken their talents may choose to register their talents at the registration office. Registration is not mandatory. You may decide whether to record your talent. Yi Qiu emphasized, her gaze sweeping the classroom before continuing. However, those who register will gain priority in selecting spirit beasts from the spirit beast room. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent students fell silent, deep in thought. If your awakened talents are exceptional, you may even receive additional rewards, such as being selected for focused training by the authorities or receiving other resources. Yi Qiu's voice resonated through the classroom. Of course, all of this hinges upon the excellence of your talents. If your talent is mediocre, your future path will require your own efforts. In summary, the benefits of registering talents are evident, but so too are the drawbacks. Yi Qiu paused before continuing. Your talents will become known to others. You must weigh the pros and cons yourself. Yi Qiu granted the students a moment to ponder before elaborating. As for those who fail to awaken, do not be disheartened. While you may not become spirit callers, you are far more fortunate than those from over a century ago. Nowadays, through diligent effort, you could become spirit beast masters. More than a century ago, there was no Master Luo Qing, nor was there the Spirit Calling Orb. But now, the Spirit Calling Orb is widespread, granting ordinary individuals the opportunity to become powerful. Yichio's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Master Luo Qing, the legendary Spirit Caller, successfully developed the epic-making Spirit Calling Orb on January 11th, 2111, altering the course of history on Lingxing. After more than a century of development, the price of the Spirit Calling Orb has become exceedingly affordable, now available for just 1,000 Ling coins. Thus, even if you cannot awaken your talents, you can still choose to become Spirit Beast Masters, capturing Spirit Beasts for combat using the Spirit Calling Orb. Yichio's gaze swept the classroom once more. Though this path is fraught with challenges, you at least have the right to choose, which is a far greater fortune than those from over a century ago. In addition to becoming Spirit Callers or Spirit Beast Masters, you may also choose to become Nurturing Masters, assisting others in cultivating Spirit Beasts. Our classmate Qin Ye, for instance, has parents who are well-known Nurturing Masters in Yihai City. Yichio's gaze landed on Qin Ye. Startled from his reverie, Qin Ye blushed under the collective gaze of his classmates and awkwardly scratched his head. Pay attention, don't daydream. Yichio chided, casting him a knowing look, her tone tinged with exasperation. Qin Ye immediately sat up straight, his expression turning serious. Seeing this, Yichio smiled in satisfaction and continued her explanation. Before long, Yichio concluded her lecture and led the students out of the classroom toward the gymnasium. Bringing up the rear of the line, Qin Ye observed the expressions of eager anticipation on his classmates' faces and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They're still so young. While Spirit Callers possess the potential to grow stronger, Spirit Beast Masters do not share the same fate. Spirit Beast Masters can only carry Spirit Beasts in a battle, lacking any assurance of safety. Although Spirit Callers also engage in combat with Spirit Beasts, they do so using their contracted Spirit Beasts, which, as they level up, can enhance the strength of the Spirit Caller, allowing them to grow alongside their beasts. A powerful Spirit Caller can strike mountains with a single blow. Conversely, Spirit Beast Masters cannot achieve such feats. Regardless of how formidable their Spirit Beasts become, the strength lies within the beasts, not within themselves, leaving their own safety unguaranteed. Instances of Spirit Beasts turning against their masters are not uncommon. Due to the numerous cases of Spirit Beasts retaliating against their masters, the path to becoming a Spirit Beast Master has become significantly more arduous. As for how difficult it is, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Inside the gymnasium, a throng of students from various classes gathered, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The principal of Yihai First High School ascended the podium, surveying the sea of students before him, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features that he cleared his throat. His voice resounding and powerful. Dear students, today marks a significant day. Your future will commence from this very moment. Regardless of the outcome, remember that this is merely a starting point in your life's journey, not the conclusion. Face challenges with courage and give it your all. The principal's address was succinct yet imbued with strength, and as his words resonated, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, the awakening ceremony officially commenced. Chapter 2: Awakening of Talent. The process of the awakening ritual is both simple and mysterious. Students called by name must ascend the stage in sequence and touch a sphere known as the awakening orb. This seemingly ordinary orb possesses the ability to emit a magical glow at crucial moments. A brightening radiance signifies a successful awakening, while a dimming light indicates failure. Due to the limited number of awakening orbs at Yihai First High School, which amounts to only 5, students are grouped in 5s for their awakenings. Although this arrangement may appear somewhat tight, it proves to be highly efficient, allowing the ceremony to progress smoothly. Before long, a voice echoed through the speakers announcing Qin Ye's name. Class 3, 4, Qin Ye, please step forward. Upon hearing his name, the drowsy Qin Ye was instantly invigorated. Du Feng, standing in front of him, turned around and exclaimed, Qin Ye, it's your turn. Yes, I heard, Qin Ye replied, taking a deep breath to calm his anxious heart as he stepped out of the class line and briskly made his way towards the awakening venue. Don't be nervous. Just place your hands on the awakening orb and close your eyes to wait, came the gentle encouragement of his homeroom teacher, Yichio. Qin Ye nodded slightly, placing his hands delicately on the orb and gradually closing his eyes. In that moment, the clutter of thoughts in his mind seemed to vanish, leaving only an endless tranquility. Moments later, an invisible force began to surge within him, flowing like a warm current through his limbs. Simultaneously, the awakening orb beneath his hands began to emit a faint glow, as if responding to the changes within him. Observing this, Yi Chio's eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured to herself, "It worked." The fifth one. Thus far, 15 students from her class had completed their awakenings, with 5 successfully manifesting their talents. This success rate far exceeds the external average of 1 in 5, reaching an astonishing 1 in 3. Yi Chio's gaze shifted to Qin Ye, who had opened his eyes and appeared slightly bewildered. She called out, "Qin Ye, come over here." Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Ye snapped back to reality and focused on Yi Chio, who was waving at him not far away. He blinked, then walked towards her. Yi Chio, observing Qin Ye's approach, asked gently, "What talent did you awaken, Qin Ye?" Qin Ye scratched his head. "I haven't checked yet." Yi Chio smiled slightly, not taking offense, and pointed to the registration desk not far away, patiently explaining, "After awakening your talent, you will see a personal panel and receive a skill called Spirit Eye that only awakeners can possess. You can view both the Spirit Eye and the effects of your talent on that panel. Once you've finished reviewing, you can go to the registration desk to register." Accessing the panel is simple. Just silently think of words like panel or interface in your mind. "All right." Qin Ye nodded lightly, mentally invoking the panel. Name: Qin Ye. Level: Apprentice Spirit Master. Talent: Sunluo Wanxiang. Skill: Spirit Eye. Sunluo Wanxiang. The more different primary attribute spirit beasts you contract, the more energy you gain from them. Contracting the same primary attribute spirit beasts will not increase the energy received. Spirit Eye: upon release towards a target, it allows you to view the target's information. Qin Ye furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, the effect of this talent seems to differ somewhat from what the teacher mentioned. What's wrong? Yi Chio noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern, "Is your awakened talent not ideal?" No. Qin Ye quickly shook his head, then calmly continued. "Teacher Yi, I awakened a growth-type talent. I'm going to register now." The advantages of registering his talent were evident, so he did not hesitate. Moreover, he had seen many similar talents before, thus felt no need to conceal it. "All right, go ahead." Yi Chio did not press further. Assuming Qin Ye was somewhat dissatisfied with his talent, she had encountered this situation many times before and felt no particular concern. Upon reaching the registration desk, before Qin Ye could speak, an invisible wave emanated from the young man at the desk, enveloping the surrounding space. The young man looked at Qin Ye and said in a calm tone, "I have silenced the surroundings. They cannot hear our conversation." Qin Ye nodded and began. "My talent is called Sunluo Wanxiang, which should be classified as a growth-type talent, enhancing my abilities. The effect is that the more spirit beasts of different attributes I contract, the greater my growth should be." The young man swiftly recorded the information and then inquired, "Is there anything else?" "No." Qin Ye shook his head and asked, "Is this indeed a growth-type talent?" "It is a growth-type talent, but it may not be very favorable for you." The young man continued, "In the early stages, it has little to no effect. In the mid to late stages, it depends on the effectiveness of your talent. If the talent is strong, it can be very useful, and becoming a king is not out of the question. If the talent is weak, then it may be rather unremarkable. Furthermore, your talent restricts you to contracting only spirit beasts of different attributes, so you must be particularly cautious in your choices. For example, if you contract a wood attribute spirit beast first, you cannot contract another wood attribute spirit beast later, as contracting the same attribute spirit beasts would be highly disadvantageous." "Why is that?" Qin Ye casually asked. He understood the reasoning, but wanted to hear the explanation from this young man. After a moment of thought, the young man explained. "To put it simply, if your first contract is with a fire attribute spirit beast, the energy return multiplier is 11 times. If your second contract is also with a fire attribute spirit beast, the multiplier remains at 11 times. However, if your third contract is with a water attribute spirit beast, the multiplier increases to 12 times. Therefore, contracting spirit beasts of the same attribute means you lose out on a multiplier." The young man sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Such talents are not uncommon in the Alliance, but those who possess them often fail to stand out among the many prodigies. Registration is complete. The young man closed the record book and said to Qin Ye, "Thank you." Qin Ye nodded slightly and turned to leave the registration desk. Returning to the class line, "Qin Ge, you're amazing. What talent did you awaken?" Du Feng asked excitedly as he approached. Qin Ye shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "A growth-type talent. Its effect is rather average, and I can't contract spirit beasts of the same attribute." "What?" Du Feng exclaimed, then patted Qin Ye on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Don't be sad. Having one is better than not having one at all." "I'm not sad." Qin Ye shot him a glance and shifted the topic. "Why haven't they called your name yet?" Du Feng shrugged. "How would I know?" However, just as he finished speaking, the teacher called out his name. "It's my turn." Du Feng immediately perked up. "Good luck," Qin Ye encouraged with a smile. "See you in a bit." Du Feng waved and strode confidently towards the awakening venue. Before long, Qin Ye saw the awakening orb beneath Du Feng's hands glow brightly. This guy really awakened. Qin Ye was not surprised by Du Feng's talent awakening, given that both of Du Feng's parents were spirit masters. The probability of him awakening a talent was exceedingly high, with very few instances of failure. Thus, it seemed entirely normal for Du Feng to awaken a talent. He would have been more surprised if Du Feng had failed. He couldn't help but wonder if Du Feng would awaken a fire-type talent like his parents. Du Feng's parents are renowned super fire element summoners in Yihai City. Given that both parents possess fire elemental talents, the likelihood of their son awakening a fire elemental talent is significantly high. The hierarchy of summoners consists of apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, super, master, and king levels. As for Qin Ye, his parents possess talents of differing attributes and types. Thus it is entirely reasonable for him to develop a growth-type talent. Not long after, Du Feng returned to the group with a beaming smile after completing his registration. Before Qin Ye could inquire, Du Feng eagerly announced, "I awakened the same talent as my parents. It's a fire element talent. A strengthening type of fire element talent that enhances the power of my contracted fire element spirit beast." Hearing this, Qin Ye patted him on the shoulder with a smile, sincerely congratulating him. Chapter 3, The Spirit Beast Room. After the awakening ceremony, Yichio led her class back to the classroom. This year, there were a total of 520 third-year students at Yihai First High School, of which 152 successfully awakened their talents, resulting in an awakening rate of 29, far exceeding the external average of 20. The higher rate is attributed to their attendance at Yihai First High School, as students who gain admission here are inherently exceptional, which naturally increases their chances of awakening. Upon returning to the classroom, Yichio first offered comfort to the students who had failed to awaken their talents. She then briefly outlined the process for obtaining spirit beasts. The procedure is straightforward. Students who have awakened their talents will accompany her to receive their spirit beasts, while those who have not must wait until the former have completed their selection. This world remains inherently pragmatic. Upon hearing this news, the students who had not awakened their talents felt a twinge of disappointment, despite having prepared themselves mentally. After all, no one desires to accept what others have chosen. Observing her silent students, Yichio couldn't help but sigh internally. She then turned her gaze to the successful awakeners and called out, "Zhang Yu, Qin Ye, Du Feng, please come with me." Qin Ye quietly stood up and followed Yi Laosher out of the classroom. On the way, Yichio remarked, "Do not be too proud. The order of selecting spirit beasts is determined by factors such as your usual academic performance, the effect of your awakened talent, and whether your talent has been registered. Therefore, you will not enter together to select. Instead, it will be similar to the order of talent awakenings. The selection process involves groups of 30. Entering one group at a time, students with registered talents will select first. Only after they have completed their selections will it be the turn of those without registered talents." Upon hearing Yi Laosher's words, the few students with poorer academic records suddenly turned pale, and lamentations ensued. Qin Ye observed the students lamenting to Yi Laosher and thought to himself, "My grades are decent. I should not fall behind the 100th position." Although his grades were not top tier, being among the middle ranks was manageable. He was uncertain how much his talent could contribute to his score. Nevertheless, even if he landed beyond the 100th rank, it would merely cause him a momentary disappointment, which was not a significant issue. After all, he was merely there to see if there were any spirit beasts he fancied. If not, he would return home to contract the duck. As he thought of the duck, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. "What are you thinking?" Du Feng inquired curiously. "Nothing much," Qin Ye replied, turning to Du Feng. "Your parents prepared a spirit beast for you, right?" Du Feng leaned closer and whispered, "My parents got me a newly born fire pattern tiger." Qin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Why would he even need to attend if he already has a fire pattern tiger? Just to take a look. "You also have a rather rare sailor duck," Du Feng chuckled. It seemed they shared the same thought. Qin Ye smiled knowingly. His plan was to contract a good spirit beast from the school first. If none were suitable, he would go home to contract the one prepared by his parents. The reason his parents' spirit beast was not contracted immediately was that it would take at least 2 months for an apprentice to advance to junior level, thereby creating an additional contract slot. By that time, he could easily contract the spirit beast prepared by his parents. Among the spirit beasts prepared by the school, there were some sent by the Federation, which had a chance of being exceptional spirit beasts. Consequently, most students would prefer to evaluate their options before making a decision. Another reason Qin Ye was not in a hurry was that the little duck was already level 10, which was somewhat high for him. Contracting a spirit beast of such a high level for his first one could be detrimental, especially since he had awakened a talent that enhances his own strength. Each level increase of the contracted spirit beast would reciprocate some energy back to the summoner, while contracting a level 10 duck would provide significantly more energy than a level 1 spirit beast. The energy gained from gradually leveling up from 1 to 10 would exceed the instantaneous energy from a level 10 beast. Hence, he decided to observe further. Before long, Yi Qiu led them to the spirit beast room. At that moment, several teachers and students from different classes were already waiting at the entrance for others to arrive. After waiting for another 10 minutes, when everyone had gathered, the person in charge of the spirit beast distribution spoke. Hello, students. I am Wang Wu, the person responsible for this spirit beast distribution. You may call me Teacher Wang. The process for obtaining spirit beasts is quite simple. After briefly explaining the procedure, Wang Wu continued. During my explanation of the spirit beasts, you may choose one. If you find one you like, just inform me. If no one else claims it, that spirit beast will be yours. Should there be a dispute, we will allow the spirit beasts to choose their own summoners. Teacher Wang, does the second group have the right to choose the spirit beast selected by the first group? A student could not help but ask. Wang Wu shook his head, stating that the selection rights were limited to students of the current group. The next group could not select beasts already chosen by the previous group, nor could they see the ones taken by them. The questioning student fell silent. Wang Wu paid no mind and continued. When your names are called, please step forward. We will enter the spirit beast room in 5 minutes. Exceptional students receive superior treatment. They are not taken in one by one to select which is the best they can manage. Yi Cc, Chen Xian, Wu Fan. As names were called one after another, the students waiting around felt their hearts race, as if they could hear their own anxious heartbeats, with an atmosphere of anticipation permeating the air. Du Feng. Wang Wu set down the list in his hand, scanning the crowd. Students whose names have been called, please follow me. The rest, please remain silent and wait. What a pity, Qin Ye whispered, already anticipating this scenario. Thus he did not feel overly disappointed. I'll go scout ahead for you, Du Feng said to Qin Ye before striding away from the group. Apart from Du Feng, 3 other students from their class were also called. Qin Ye watched their receding figures and quietly shifted his gaze towards Class 1. Leading Class 1 was a girl whose blue-black gradient hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with a mysterious luster under the sunlight, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. The girl's name was Yi Cc, and she possessed an undisclosed identity as the daughter of Yi Zhantian, the mayor of Yihai City. Do not ask how Qin Ye knew this. She often visited his home to shop, and over time, he became acquainted with her. As Yi Cc exited her class, she turned her gaze toward Class 4, noticing Qin Ye standing among the students, watching her. She frowned slightly, filled with curiosity, her eyes seemingly questioning him. What is going on? Qin Ye shrugged, responding with his eyes. Perhaps my grades are too poor. Yi Cc shot him a glare, chastising him silently. Silly, that's why you should study harder. YSS gazed at the silent Qin Ye, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, before following W into the spirit beast chamber. Chapter 4, Summoning the Soul Eye. Due to the time required for selecting spirit beasts, the first batch of students who did not enter returned to their classroom upon the teacher's instruction. Once back in the classroom, Qin Ye and his companions did little more than recount the earlier events under the curious gazes of their classmates. Upon learning that they too were categorized into ranks, their puzzlement eased slightly, and they even offered some comfort to Qin Ye and the others. Unfortunately, their brief respite was short-lived. Within an hour, confusion returned. Their homeroom teacher, Wai Chi, called Qin Ye and W Xiao Yan outside, as their names appeared on the list for the second batch entering the spirit beast chamber. Outside the chamber, Qin Ye did not wait long before witnessing the first batch of students, led by W emerge with radiant smiles, evidently pleased with their experiences. His curiosity regarding the spirit beasts within the chamber intensified. As Qin Ye observed DF approaching, he inquired, how did it go? What did you contract? I did not contract anything, DF replied, shaking his head. While there were 3 decent spirit beasts inside, none could compare to my who WNH. A hint of pride flickered across his face, for the 3 spirit beasts were not of the fire element. Very well, Qin Ye nodded, and upon hearing W call his name, he bid farewell to DF. I'm off. Go ahead, DF remarked, watching as Qin Ye departed before turning to leave with several other classmates. As W observed the second batch of students gathering, he instructed, follow me. Inside the spirit beast chamber, the students stood in awe, as if enchanted, their eyes wide in astonishment at the sights before them, which resembled a wondrous microcosm. Soon, a cacophony of gasps, excitement, and fervent exclamations erupted. Look, a cute little and IO. Quick, that's a little who alligator. Our school has one. What is a little who alligator compared to that little skeleton sitting there? That's a necromantic spirit beast. Wow, our school is truly remarkable. Listening to the surrounding chatter and witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Qin Ye felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. The little world within the spirit beast chamber unfolded like a vibrant tapestry before his eyes. There's something, Qin Ye mused, glancing down at the grass beneath his feet. He lifted his right leg and stepped firmly twice, savoring the texture of the earth below before surveying his surroundings with intent. He noticed a green monkey nearby and was struck by inspiration, just as he prepared to unleash the soul eye upon the green monkey. W's voice resonated from ahead. I believe you have all seen enough by now, W remarked, observing the students' focused gazes. Follow me. I will introduce the spirit beasts as we walk. The spirit beast chamber houses thousands of spirit beasts, making it impossible for me to introduce them all in a short time. I will only discuss those that are rare, powerful, and possess great potential. If you hear about a spirit beast that piques your interest and wish to contract it, feel free to raise your hand. If you spot a spirit beast that captures your attention while following me, you may also use your soul eye to view its information panel. The spirit beasts here range from level 1 to level 3, and your soul eye will be effective on them. After delivering a lengthy explanation, W pointed to the nearby green monkey, saying, that green monkey is a little LHU, a wind attribute spirit beast with medium extraordinary potential, capable of evolving into a LYHU or LMHU. We originally had 3, but 2 have just been contracted, leaving only this last one. At the mention of the last little LHU, 3 students immediately raised their hands. W observed this and said, don't rush. You may record the spirit beasts you wish to contract, and make your decisions after I finish my introductions. Of course, if you are eager to contract now, I can allow the little LHU to make a choice. Take your time to think it over. W continued his introduction of the little LHU. Shortly after, he turned to the 3 students who had raised their hands, noticing they did not lift them again, and proceeded to introduce the little alligator lounging in a nearby small lava pool, unable to contain himself any longer. Qin Ye unleashed his soul eye upon the distant little LHU. As he did so, an unseen force coalesced in his eyes, and in the next moment, a virtual panel appeared before him, visible only to his gaze. Species, little LHU. Level, 1, 22,100. Attribute, wind. Potential, medium extraordinary, 2,100. Skills, rapid, beginner, 10100. Wind claw, beginner, 7,100. Description, an ordinary wind attribute monkey without any innate talent. Quite unique, Qin Ye thought to himself. Although he lacked the soul eye, he was somewhat familiar with its effects, having heard the teacher discuss it in class. Comparing the two, he noted that his soul eye provided an additional description section along with level, potential, and skills, with 0-100 appended, thus revealing several new facets. Whether other changes existed remained unclear to him. The description was straightforward, easily understood. As for 0-100, he had his speculations but had yet to confirm them through testing. So he refrained from jumping to conclusions. If this 0-100 were indeed as he imagined, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. As Qin Ye pondered, a silly smile emerged on his face. However, he soon recalled something and quickly called forth his own panel to examine the effect of the soul eye. Upon reviewing the effects, he murmured to himself, indeed, it's experience points. Very well, no need for further testing. The mystery is solved. Qin Ye shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just as it began, it concluded. He suddenly found life to be rather mundane. Regarding the utility of experience points, he was well aware that accumulating enough would lead to a level up. Anyone who had played games understood that. Thus, having unraveled the mystery of his own soul eye's effect, he obediently followed W, beginning to observe the spirit beasts around him. He would activate his soul eye for those that intrigued him and disregard the rest. As he continued to observe, he suddenly froze in place. Chapter 5, The First Contracted Beast. Species, Little Yngu. Level, 1, 67,100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, Medium Extraordinary, 1100. Talent, Thorny Shell. Skills, Earth Shield, Beginner, 2,100. Rock Armor, Beginner, 8,100. Description, originally an ordinary little rock turtle. It transformed into something extraordinary after inadvertently consuming a mysterious stone tablet by the seaside 10 days ago, and is now adapting to the power bestowed by the tablet. Qin Ye looked at the virtual panel before him, then raised his gaze to the little Yngu nestled in a crevice of nearby rocks, and fell silent. The rocks were large, and the little Yngu was well concealed, so much so that even W had not noticed it. Of course, it was also possible that W had seen it, but dismissed it due to its lack of rarity in his eyes, as there were indeed 7 or 8 other little Yngu around. Medium extraordinary, with a talent, Qin Ye's expression remained impassive, yet his heart brimmed with confusion. Isn't the little Yengu classified as a low-level extraordinary beast? Confused, he unhesitatingly directed the soul-calling eye towards the small rock turtle lying on the sandy ground nearby. Observing the creature, he noted its classification as low-level extraordinary and made a decision in his heart. He silently memorized the appearance of the small rock turtle nestled in the crevice and then turned his gaze toward the other spirit beasts. A few minutes later, Wang Wu led his classmates to the end of the spirit beast chamber and inquired, "Are there any spirit beasts you wish to contract? Please think carefully. Each person has only one opportunity unless someone competes with you. In the event of competition, only then will you have a second chance." As soon as he finished speaking, his classmates swiftly raised their arms, including Qin Ye. After scanning the crowd and noting that only 5 students had not raised their hands, he began to question and register them one by one. "Are you certain you want to contract the small rock turtle?" Wang Wu asked upon hearing Qin Ye's choice of spirit beast. It was not that the small rock turtle was lacking. Rather, given the presence of numerous medium-level extraordinary options, Qin Ye's choice of one with only low-level extraordinary potential perplexed him. "Teacher Wang, I have my eye on a small rock turtle. I wish to select it," Qin Ye replied, his expression unwavering. Wang Wu paused momentarily, nodded slightly, and continued to register the remaining students. Before long, he led the students who wished to contract spirit beasts in search of their desired targets. The journey was naturally a retracing of their steps. If they spotted the creatures along the way, they would contract them on the spot. If not, they would continue forward. Thus, they walked and contracted, and soon arrived at the area where the small rock turtles resided. Wang Wu brought Qin Ye to the section housing the small rock turtles and asked, "Which one?" "The one hiding in the crevice." Qin Ye pointed to the small rock turtle still asleep in its rocky refuge. "Indeed, there is one hiding inside," Wang Wu remarked with a hint of curiosity. "Are you sure it's this one?" he inquired again. "Absolutely." Qin Ye nodded vigorously. "I just used the soul calling eye to look at it." "All right." Wang Wu activated the soul calling eye towards the small rock turtle, eager to discern what was so special about the creature that had captivated Qin Ye's attention. "Oh," Wang Wu exclaimed in surprise. "This small rock turtle's potential is actually medium-level extraordinary, and it has a talent. Teacher Wang, I noticed it by chance, and I felt it had opportunities. So I wanted to take a gamble," Qin Ye admitted, a bit sheepishly scratching his head. "It must have inadvertently consumed a rare treasure before being captured." Wang Wu mused aloud, then turned to Qin Ye and asked, "Are you sure you want to contract it? Its opportunities may not be as grand as you imagine. The potential of spirit beasts is not immutable. It can be enhanced, albeit at a cost, such as through personal effort to evolve into other spirit beasts or by consuming rare treasures." "I am certain." Qin Ye nodded firmly. He had access to more information than Wang Wu. Thus he understood that the small rock turtle had not consumed ordinary treasures. If it had consumed something mundane, the description would not have appeared as a mysterious stone tablet, but rather the name of the treasure it had consumed. A treasure that could be represented as a mysterious stone tablet was likely far superior to what he had envisioned. Otherwise, it would not display as such. "Very well. Then contract it." Wang Wu ceased his persuasion and moved the small rock turtle from its hiding place to a nearby empty space to facilitate Qin Ye's contracting process. Though referred to as a small rock turtle, it was not diminutive by any means. Qin Ye estimated its length to be nearly 70 centimeters. The small rock turtle, startled by Wang Wu's sudden embrace, opened its eyes in confusion, and by the time it was fully awake, it found itself placed on the ground by Wang Wu. Observing the bewildered small rock turtle, Qin Ye crouched down, gazing at the turtle's head, which remained tucked inside its shell. He gently stroked its yellow-brown, smooth, and rounded shell, softly stating, "I look forward to our cooperation." Qin Ye refrained from expressing overly excited sentiments, simply uttering a few words before standing up and, under Wang Wu's watchful gaze, began to activate the contracting array towards the small rock turtle. The method to contract spirit beasts had appeared in his mind the moment he awakened his talent as a soul caller. Thus, he was currently employing the method that resided in his thoughts to contract the small rock turtle. As the contracting array emerged, the small rock turtle remained in a daze, observing the array beneath it without extending its head from its shell. Instead, it curiously turned its little head within its shell. Once the contracting light dissipated and an unknown force manifested within it, the small rock turtle instantly awoke. Yet soon after, it found itself entering a peculiar state under the influence of the unknown power. Meanwhile, upon successfully contracting the small rock turtle, a subtle smile crept onto Qin Ye's calm face as he felt the power returning from the small rock turtle, his smile growing increasingly radiant. Although the power was minimal, it marked the first step towards becoming a formidable being. This step was indeed crucial. After witnessing Qin Ye's success, Wang Wu instructed, "Put the small rock turtle away. We are leaving." "All right." Qin Ye observed the small rock turtle lying motionless, seemingly in a state of transcendence, and pondered thoughtfully. He quietly crouched down and softly murmured, "Little turtle, I will first place you in the soul-calling space. You will be unaffected there." The small rock turtle, with its eyes tightly shut, vaguely heard Qin Ye's words, slightly opened its eyes to glance at him, then shut them once more, relieved by the turtle's response. Qin Ye began to attempt to place the small rock turtle into the soul-calling space. The soul-calling space is a unique realm that opens once a soul caller contracts a spirit beast, with its size expanding as the soul caller's power increases. Under Qin Ye's influence, the small rock turtle gradually began to fade, soon vanishing from its original location. In Class 4 of Senior Year 3, Qin Ye entered alone, while Wu Xiaoyan, who had departed with him, lingered behind to chat with female classmates from other classes. As soon as he entered the classroom, Qin Ye immediately felt the collective gaze of his classmates upon him. Aware of their curiosity, he chose not to divulge anything and instead scratched his head, smilingly asking, "Do I look particularly handsome today? Get lost. Stop being so narcissistic. Have you contracted a spirit beast yet? Qin Ye, what spirit beast did you contract? Brother Qin, are there still medium-level extraordinary spirit beasts inside?" In an instant, a barrage of questions erupted from his classmates. Qin Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked to his seat before shouting, "Stop!" With his command, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. Observing this, Qin Ye smirked slightly. "I had some good fortune and contracted a small rock turtle with medium-level extraordinary potential. In our batch, 25 people contracted spirit beasts, leaving only 5 who did not. So I cannot say how many medium-level potential spirit beasts remain. All right, that's all. Please refrain from asking me further. You can inquire with Wu Xiaoyan later. She knows more than I do." Qin Ye decisively shifted the spotlight onto Wu Xiaoyan. Listening to Qin Ye's response, his classmates erupted into chatter once more. "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. Then why did you contract the small rock turtle?" Du Feng, seated beside Qin Ye, looked on with confusion. Du Feng was Qin Ye's deskmate, and it was this familiarity that fostered their close relationship. "That small rock turtle is a bit different. It's not like the others." Qin Ye offered a brief explanation. "Even if it's different, the small rock turtle is not as strong as your waterfowl duck." Du Feng replied urgently in a hushed tone. "The waterfowl duck is a low-level elite spirit beast. The potential of spirit beasts ranges from low to high, classified as extraordinary, elite, leader, lord, monarch, and emperor. The apprentice summoner can only contract spirit beasts of level 10 or below. Most of these spirit beasts, being under level 10, are merely infants that have not yet undergone growth or their first evolution. Prior to experiencing growth in their initial evolution, their potential is generally not higher than that of low-tier elites. Only a select few spirit beasts under level 10 possess potential that exceeds that of low-tier elites. And these exceptional beasts are predominantly powerful creatures that are rare and difficult to encounter. Consequently, since spirit beasts with low-tier elite potential represent the best initial companions they can find, Du Feng felt urgency upon hearing that Qin Ye had contracted a medium-tier extraordinary little rock tortoise. "I understand, but its level is too high." Qin Ye replied with a shake of his head, recognizing that his innate talent was not suited for contracting beasts of such superior levels. As Du Feng listened to Qin Ye's words, he couldn't help but reflect on Qin Ye's talent. He opened his mouth, but ultimately patted Qin Ye's shoulder, saying, "I hope your instincts are correct. Otherwise, you may find yourself in vain distress. The yield from contracting a defensive spirit beast is significantly lower than that from an offensive one. There's no need to worry. Once I reach the junior level, I will contract a little duck, allowing me to be invincible with both offense and defense." Qin Ye asserted confidently. Just because he had not yet contracted the sailor duck did not imply he wouldn't in the future, given that the sailor duck is remarkably strong. An infant spirit beast is not comparable to an extraordinary one. No matter how formidable, it cannot rival his fire pattern tiger. "My little duck is of the water type, which counters the fire type. Surely you are aware of that," he added. "You are not currently contracting the sailor duck. While I haven't contracted it yet, I can carry it with me." "You are being unreasonable." "I am not being unreasonable. There is no rule stating that summoners cannot carry summoning orbs." "Haha, you are still a bit naive." Qin Ye laughed heartily at the sight of Du Feng falling into silence. Du Feng rolled his eyes, indicating he was unwilling to engage further. In the afternoon, Yi Qiu scanned the classroom filled with excited students and slowly began to speak. "I know you are all eager, but I still have a few words to share. Spirit beasts are our close companions. I do not wish to hear of any mistreatment towards them. With over 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination on June 1st, those who have awakened their talents should seize the opportunity to train their contracted beasts, striving to elevate their abilities to the junior level, and for those capable, to the intermediate level. Achieving the status of an intermediate summoner before the examination is an exceptional advantage, ensuring a place among the top 10 universities. For those who have not awakened their talents, you must also work diligently to foster a bond with your newly selected spirit beast, aiming for the approval of your instructors to truly possess it. Students without awakened talents differ from those with them. The latter are true summoners and can directly contract spirit beasts to take with them. Students without awakened talents may choose spirit beasts, but they cannot take them immediately. They must cultivate a bond with their selected spirit beasts under the guidance of their instructors, instilling a sense of dependence in the beasts towards themselves. Only with this dependence will the school consent to allowing them to bring their chosen spirit beasts home. Until that sense of dependence is established, they must remain at school, nurturing their bond under the watchful eyes of their teachers. If, by the time of the examination, their chosen spirit beasts have not developed a sense of reliance, the school will retract the rewards and reclaim the spirit beasts. Having rewards retracted by the school indicates a potential unsuitability for the path of a spirit beast master. In summary, becoming a spirit beast master is a challenging endeavor, with only a few ultimately succeeding in each school, while the majority will be advised to pursue alternative paths. After delivering a lengthy discourse, Yi Qiu concluded, "Class dismissed. See you tomorrow." Qin Ye exchanged a greeting with Du Feng before shouldering his black satchel and heading towards the exit. "Wait for me," Du Feng hurriedly called out, following closely behind. "Mom, I'm back," Qin Ye exclaimed, resembling an arrow released from a bow as he shouted into the store and swiftly ascended the stairs. Upon hearing Qin Ye's voice, Bai Ye, who was chatting with customers, murmured, "This child, is he really in such a rush?" Upstairs, Qin Ye tossed his black satchel onto the bed and eagerly began to summon his contracted beast. The little rock tortoise quickly appeared on the wooden floor before him. Observing the tortoise, who was soundly asleep and undisturbed by his presence, Qin Ye couldn't help but smirk. It truly was a tortoise. "Let me see what changes you have undergone." Species, little rock tortoise. Level 1, 82,100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, medium extraordinary, 52,100. Talent, thorny turtle shell, Qin hexagram. Skills, Earth shield, entry, 2,100. Rock armor, entry, 8,100. Description, originally a commonplace little rock tortoise, but on a night 10 days ago. Thorny turtle shell, active talent. The scales on the turtle shell curve upward, producing a thorn-like effect. Qin hexagram, passive talent. From the Qin hexagram of the 8 trigrams, it reduces the user's presence, enhances defense and recovery speed, and renders it undetectable by reconnaissance skills. The effects are amplified when in contact with the ground. Earth shield, active skill. Earth elements form a circular barrier around the user, capable of resisting damage. Rock armor, active skill. Earth elements coalesce into armor that envelopes the user, reinforcing defense. Almost at level 2, with slightly enhanced potential and an additional talent. This newly acquired talent is quite formidable. Unfortunately, it is not an offensive talent. Though Qin Ye felt a tinge of regret, he was not disappointed, as this talent was essentially a gift. Talents differ from skills. Talents do not have proficiency levels, and the strength of their release is the maximum power he can wield at his current level, while skills are dependent on proficiency, which determines the potency of the skills unleashed. As for why he could view the little rock tortoise's panel, it is because he is its summoner, naturally. A summoner would have access to the abilities of their contracted beast. After examining the little rock tortoise's panel, he increasingly sensed that the materials it consumed were extraordinary. Ordinary materials would not contribute to such a significant increase in potential, nor would they suddenly grant a talent. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he realized that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. However, he was unsure whether the talent's effects were as described. "I will have Mom test it out shortly." Chapter 7, Zhuge. "Silly son, the tortoise you contracted has something special," Bai Ye exclaimed, staring at the displayed panel information in astonishment. "Mom, what did you see?" Qin Ye asked, suddenly intrigued. "My panel shows level 1, low-tier extraordinary, with no talents, only the Earth shield skill," Bai Ye said, casting a doubtful glance at Qin Ye. "You wouldn't have deceived me, would you?" "How could I possibly deceive you?" Qin Ye replied, fearing his mother would doubt him. He turned to the little rock tortoise, saying, "Little rock tortoise, show Mom your rock armor. If she is pleased, she can prepare you many delicious treats." Having spent time with the little rock tortoise recently, they had established a preliminary connection. The tortoise understood that it had become someone's contracted beast. Of course, it had no choice but to accept this reality. The drowsy little rock tortoise perked up slightly upon hearing the mention of food. It glanced at Bai Ye, and upon seeing her smiling nod, it raised its head and let out a low growl. With that low growl, a swirling mass of earthy yellow elements suddenly enveloped the little rock tortoise. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Xiao Yin Gui transformed, akin to a caiman rider, emerging anew beneath the shattered hues of earthy elements. Enshrouded in a suit of ochre armor. After releasing its rocky armor, Xiao Yangui lifted its head towards Baiya, letting out a low growl, as if to exclaim, "Look, I have transformed. Wow, it truly possesses the skill of rocky armor." Baiya exclaimed in awe. "Indeed, my Xiao Yangui is quite formidable," Qin Ye replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Despite his nearly 40 years of psychological age from his past life, in front of his mother in this life, he remained an immature child. "Very promising," Baiya nodded vigorously, continuing, "Nurture it well. I shall prepare some food for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Ye called out, "Thank you, Mom. Don't forget to give Xiao Yangui a name." After Baiya finished speaking, she turned and exited Qin Ye's bedroom. "Understood," Qin Ye said, glancing down at Xiao Yangui, still in its rocky armor. "Xiao Yangui, my mom is a skilled spirit breeder. You are in for a treat later." Xiao Yangui excitedly nudged Qin Ye's pant leg. Qin Ye crouched down, extending his right hand to stroke the rocky armor of Xiao Yangui. "Since you consumed the mysterious stone tablet, have you been wanting to sleep? Do you find that you are awake very little during the day? Do you feel a tad bit smarter? Then I shall name you Zhuge." After instinctively nodding, Xiao Yangui suddenly felt something was amiss and immediately raised its head to look at the standing Qin Ye, exclaiming, "What do you mean?" Qin Ye smiled at Xiao Yangui, saying, "It means you shall be called Zhuge from now on. Are you pleased with this name?" Fearing Xiao Yangui did not comprehend, he took out his phone, typed out the 2 characters for Zhuge in the notes, and presented it to Xiao Yangui. "See, this is your name, Zhuge." Xiao Yangui gazed at the phone screen with a dazed expression. Its confusion began to dissipate as its eyes brightened upon seeing the characters. It joyfully raised its head and called out to Qin Ye, "This name is splendid. I adore it. I am glad you like it." Qin Ye laughed heartily, patting Zhuge's forehead. "You can now deactivate your rocky armor." All right. The rocky armor enveloping Zhuge transformed back into earthy elements and vanished into the air. After forming a contract with Zhuge, although it could not speak human language, Qin Ye understood the meanings conveyed by Zhuge. This exemplified the telepathic bond between a contracted beast and its spirit breeder. Observing the deactivated Zhuge, a smile graced Qin Ye's lips. The combination of Bagua and Zhuge was indeed a perfect match. Initially, when he read about the effects of the Qin Ye, he had not considered the Bagua formation until his mother arrived. While Lingxing lacked information about the Bagua formation, Lanxing was replete with it. Therefore, when he thought of the Bagua formation, he realized that the mysterious stone tablet Xiao Yangui had consumed must relate to the Bagua. Although not everything associated with the Bagua was beneficial, the new talent, Qin Ye, acquired by Xiao Yangui indicated it was indeed a good thing. The effect of Qin Ye was something even his mother, a master-level spirit breeder, could not discern. Thus, with the thought of the Bagua, he decisively settled on the name for Xiao Yangui. Zhuge looked at the smile on Qin Ye's face with a hint of confusion, sensing that his spirit breeder might not be very clever. "Come with me. I shall introduce you to your future companions." Qin Ye snapped back to reality, beckoning Zhuge to follow. Zhuge, observing Qin Ye take a few steps out of the room, fell silent, contemplating its own pace. Its spirit breeder truly seemed to lack intelligence. As Zhuge noticed Qin Ye's figure fading from view, it hurriedly called out, Qin Ye, who was about to take a step forward, paused upon hearing the sounds from behind. He turned to look back, asking, "What is it?" Just as he finished speaking, he witnessed Zhuge moving at a turtle's pace. And he fell silent. "Haha, my apologies, I forgot you were a turtle." Qin Ye quickly turned around, scooping up Xiao Yangui, but then fell silent again. He tightened his grip, awkwardly released it, and scratched his head, laughing nervously. "Let me take you into the spirit breeding space." Xiao Yangui could not help but roll its eyes, nodding in agreement. As Qin Ye watched Zhuge transform into a radiant glow and enter the spirit breeding space, he muttered, "It seems I need to help Zhuge acquire a skill related to mobility, otherwise it could become troublesome. Slow speed is unfavorable for both of us." Naturally, as Zhuge's strength increases, its speed will also enhance, but even then, speed will remain its weak point. Therefore, acquiring a skill pertaining to speed is crucial. At the very least, Zhuge's speed must keep pace with that of normal spirit beasts. He decided to set aside thoughts of speed for the moment and sought out the Pirate King. "Mom, where's the Pirate King?" Qin Ye called toward the kitchen. "In the backyard, with your father." Baiya's voice floated back from within the kitchen. "I will go check on the Pirate King and return shortly. No rush. Dinner is still half an hour away. Remember to bring the Pirate King back." "All right." Qin Ye reached the doorway, donned his black sports shoes, and swiftly exited. Descending the stairs. Chapter 8. The Pirate King. Jie. Gagaga. In the backyard, gazing into the distance, the night sea resembled an endless expanse of black satin. Tranquil and profound, seemingly consuming all light. Nearby, a derelict wooden ship lay forlornly upon the shore. At the bow, a pale blue duckling clad in a white sailor suit stood proudly, like a solitary warrior. Its right claw gripped a long sword, facing the briny sea breeze, singing defiantly, as if proclaiming its ambitions to the boundless ocean. "Pirate King, are you pretending to be the captain again?" Qin Ye, Gagaga, hearing the voice from behind. The sailor duck spun around excitedly, spotting Qin Ye approaching from a distance, and began to wave its sword, exuberantly calling out. As it shouted, it leapt off the wooden ship and waddled eagerly towards Qin Ye. "Now that's a normal speed," Qin Ye murmured softly, a warm smile spreading across his face as he watched the duckling approach. "Pirate King, I have successfully become a spirit breeder. Soon, I will help you realize your dream of becoming a true pirate king." Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, the duckling paused for a moment, then burst into joyous flapping, brandishing its sword and squawking excitedly. "Haha, I know you are thrilled, but do not rush. Just wait a bit longer. Once I become a junior spirit breeder, I will contract you immediately." Qin Ye crouched down, gently patting the pirate king's head, his tone gentle yet resolute. The pirate king tilted its head, questioning, "Gagaga? Can't we contract now?" Understanding the pirate king's confusion, Qin Ye smiled and explained. "I awakened a growth-type talent that requires contracting a newly born spirit beast to maximize its potential. Since your level is too high, we must wait a little longer until I become a junior spirit breeder." "Gagaga, all right." The pirate king lowered its head, a hint of dejection in its voice. "You only need to wait a few more days. Moreover, I can still take you out with me. We can grow together." Qin Ye patted his chest, assuring, "Once I become a junior spirit breeder, I will contract you without delay. At that time, we will grow stronger together and fulfill your dream of becoming the pirate king." Gagaga. Hearing Qin Ye's promise, the pirate king's spirits visibly lifted, its eyes rekindled with enthusiasm. As the mood brightened upon encountering the pirate king, Qin Ye offered a faint smile and continued, "By the way, Pirate King, allow me to introduce a new companion." With that, he summoned Zhuge, conjured into existence by his focused thought, under the curious gaze of the pirate king. Zhuge emitted a soft hum, gradually lifting his head to survey the surroundings. Soon, his eyes settled upon the pirate king, who stood nearby, regarding him with a hint of hostility. The pirate king pointed his blade at Zhuge and called out to Qin Ye, "Ga, is this it?" "This is Zhuge," Qin Ye replied, "a male. A little rock turtle of the earth attribute, and he will be your companion from now on." Observing the blade in the pirate king's hand, Qin Ye sighed and urged, "First, put down the knife." Obediently, the pirate king lowered his weapon, yet his gaze remained watchful, scrutinizing Zhuge. Qin Ye rolled his eyes and introduced the pirate king to Zhuge, saying, "This is the pirate king, also a male, an evolved water attribute sailor duck. You two will be partners, so please get along." Responded Zhuge. "Ga," replied the pirate king. The turtle and duck exchanged greetings. "Excellent." Qin Ye nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Let us go eat. After our meal, we shall train together." Affirmed Zhuge. "Ga," echoed the pirate king. Just as Qin Ye was about to retract Zhuge into the summoning space, a refined and handsome man strolled over, a gentle smile adorning his face. "Son, is this your contracted little turtle?" "Yes, father," Qin Ye replied with a smile, then introduced his father, Qin Ming, saying, "This is my contracted beast, the little rock turtle, whom I have named Zhuge." "Indeed, a fine turtle," Qin Ming remarked, dismissing the information panel before him with a slight nod. He had heard tales of Zhuge's wonders from Bayan not long ago, and witnessing it firsthand only deepened his conviction that this turtle was extraordinary. This is no ordinary turtle. Qin Ye's gaze shifted to the tall duck adorned with a pirate hat standing beside him, as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle Duck, Captain Duck. The evolved form of the sailor duck is also my father's third contracted beast, whom he named Ye." Uncle Duck lowered his gaze to Qin Ye, his eyes brimming with affection, and remarked, "Time flies. Little Ye has awakened as a summoner. Upon reaching level 30, spirit beasts could communicate with humans through their consciousness, and upon reaching level 50, they could speak fluently like humans." Qin Ye scratched his head in embarrassment. "Let us eat while we talk," Qin Ming suggested as he turned to lead the way. "All right," Qin Ye responded and quickly retracted Zhuge into the summoning space before hastening to follow the pirate king. In the living room, the three, alongside the duck and turtle, gathered around the dining table, indulging in a sumptuous dinner. After finishing his meal, Qin Ming set down his chopsticks and looked at Qin Ye with warmth, asking, "Son, what talent have you awakened?" Baya, seated nearby, cast a curious glance, evidently filled with anticipation regarding her son's abilities. Qin Ye swallowed his food and replied earnestly, "Mom and Dad, I have awakened a growth-type talent. The effect is that for every different attribute spirit beast I contract, as their strength grows, I receive greater benefits in return. Son, this talent of yours is impressive. Qin Ming and Bai Ye exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of delight. Oh, Qin Ye blinked in slight confusion. Is this talent truly so remarkable? Indeed. Qin Ming nodded vigorously, a hint of excitement in his tone. While it may not enhance your combat power in the early stages, it is immensely beneficial for you. Noting Qin Ye's lingering confusion, Qin Ming patiently elaborated, the earlier a growth-type talent is awakened, the better, especially those that can strengthen oneself. If you were to awaken this talent only upon becoming a king-level summoner, it would be far too late. While contracted beasts can indeed benefit the summoner, without a self-enhancing talent, this benefit progresses slowly. Achieving the strength to strike down mountains with a single blow would require you to reach king-level summoner status. However, possessing a self-enhancing growth-type talent could allow you to attain that power at the master level. If your talent is sufficiently remarkable, achieving this during the super summoner stage is not outside the realm of possibility. Qin Ming elaborated extensively before concluding, in short, your talent is not weak. Especially considering the high restrictions on growth-type talents like yours, which are exceedingly rare and will only grow stronger. However, you must carefully consider your spirit beasts when contracting in the future. Of course, do not hesitate for too long. A decision must be made before advancing to the next level. You must contract a spirit beast at the very moment you reach the next level to maximize your talent. Do you understand? I think I do. Qin Ye nodded slightly. Observing the mixed expression on his son's face, Qin Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, teasingly asking, do you truly understand? I understand. Qin Ye replied with a smile. That was my thought as well. Haha, truly my son. Qin Ming laughed heartily, his face radiant with pride. Bai Ye rolled her eyes at the animated exchange between father and son, exclaiming, eat first. We can discuss these matters after the meal. Mom, I'm done, Qin Ye announced, placing down his bowl and chopsticks, then turning to his parents with a hint of anticipation, asking, Mom and Dad, do you have any skills related to speed? My little rock turtle is simply too slow. Hearing the word turtle, Zhuge, who had been focused on his meal, looked up, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Ye and the others. The turtle's speed indeed posed a limitation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming turned to Qin Ye and said, I will look into it for you and provide an answer by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Dad. Qin Ye's face brightened with a smile. I can provide it now, but you cannot use it until he reaches level 5. Qin Ming added, his tone taking on a serious note. Rest assured, Dad, I understand. Qin Ye nodded earnestly. That's good to hear. Qin Ming replied with a satisfied smile. Chapter 9. The Turtle and Duck Duel. Before reaching level 5, skills cannot be learned. It is not that they cannot be learned, but rather that spirit beasts will level up rapidly before reaching level 5. Learning skills at that stage would accelerate their growth even further, allowing a level 1 spirit beast to ascend directly to level 2, and a level 2 to level 3, thereby hastening the growth rate of the spirit beast. Accelerating the growth of spirit beasts in the early stages could potentially alter their growth trajectory. Such changes could transform a spirit beast, originally defensive in nature, into one that is offensive or speed-oriented. Therefore, if one wishes to avoid altering the spirit beast, it is advisable not to learn skills before level 5, allowing for natural growth. Moreover, skills should not be learned indiscriminately. Acquiring too many skills can also change the essence of the spirit beast. Hence, it is generally recommended to refrain from learning skills unless encountering exceptional ones, particularly during their growth phase. As for the method of learning skills, it is quite straightforward. Skills are acquired through consuming rare materials, such as the mysterious stone tablet that enabled Zhuge to possess the Qin Ye talent. Without it, he would not have obtained that exceptional ability. In the backyard, on a spacious plot of land, Qin Ye stood at the center after dinner, casting his gaze over the left side where Zhuge stood and the right side where the Pirate King awaited. He commanded in a loud voice, Zhuge, unleash the Earth Shield. Pirate King, after Zhuge has completed the Earth Shield, unleash your water blade at him. Zhuge responded with calm assurance. The Pirate King, excited, waved his long blade and exclaimed, Jie. Just as Zhuge began to conjure the Earth Shield, Qin Ye activated his summoning soul eye to assess the attributes of the Pirate King, having yet to do so until now. Species, Sailor Duck. Level 10, 12,100. Attribute, Water. Potential, Low Elite, 55,100. Talent, Plunder. Skills, Water Blade. Proficiency, 27100. Water Gun. Proficiency, 18100. Battle Intent, Beginner, 72,100. Introduction, a little duck with aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. Since the Pirate King is not a Qushu of Qin Ye, he cannot perceive the talents and skills of the Pirate King, only speculating their effects based on their names. Of course, among the Pirate King's 1 talent and 3 skills, Aside from the uncertain effect of the plunder talent, he comprehends the remaining 3 skills, as his education has not been in vain. These fundamental skill effects are taught daily in school, a requisite course for every student. Bang! Just as Qin Ye was lost in thought, the Pirate King swung his blade, the sharp edge striking heavily against the Earth Elemental Light shield conjured by Zhuge. The Earth Elemental Light shield shattered like fragile glass, scattering into specks of light that dissipated into the air. A crushing defeat unfolded before Qin Ye's eyes without any suspense. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, one cannot withstand the attack of a level 10 spirit beast. However, at least he could defend for a moment. Qin Ye reassured himself. Although the Pirate King's strike effortlessly shattered the Earth shield, this was under the condition of him using the water blade. Without the water blade, Qin Ye estimated that the Pirate King would need to strike 2 or 3 times to break through the Earth shield. With this thought, Qin Ye called out to the still stunned Zhuge, "Release the Earth shield once more." Zhuge looked at Qin Ye, and seeing him nod in affirmation, began to summon the Earth shield again. Meanwhile, Qin Ye turned to the Pirate King and said, "Pirate King, this time do not use the water blade. Just strike with the blade and see how many cuts it takes to break Zhuge's Earth shield." "Gah!" the Pirate King exclaimed excitedly, waving his long knife towards Zhuge, who had just finished summoning the Earth shield, then suddenly raised his knife and struck down towards the Earth shield. Bang! The Earth shield shattered upon impact. With a single blow, the Pirate King easily destroyed Zhuge's Earth shield. "Your attack power is astonishing." Qin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. The Pirate King's ability to shatter the Earth shield left Qin Ye utterly dumbfounded. "Gaga!" The Pirate King proudly puffed out his chest. "Testing is futile. There's no point in measuring you. You are too powerful." Qin Ye shook his head helplessly. "Tomorrow we shall visit the Sunshine Beginner Paradise for testing, to engage in practical assessments." In truth, this was not without significance, at the very least. He had learned that Zhuge's Earth shield could withstand a single skill attack from a level 10 offensive spirit beast. This was indeed crucial. Simultaneously, he once again appreciated the might of the Qin trigram. Without its effect, he would not believe that Zhuge's Earth shield could endure the Pirate King's water blade. Without the effect of Qin, the Pirate King's earlier water blade would have undoubtedly struck Zhuge, instantly concluding the battle rather than requiring a second strike, which might not have even been lethal. Gah! Upon hearing the phrase practical assessment, the Pirate King immediately became animated, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhuge remained engulfed in astonishment, seemingly still reeling from the Pirate King's fierce blow. "Wake up!" Qin Ye approached Zhuge, gently shaking him, and comforted him in a soothing tone. "Do not fret. The Pirate King is so strong because he is already level 10. Being able to withstand a strike from a level 10 spirit beast is already quite remarkable." Zhuge lifted his head, his gaze filled with confusion and uncertainty. Observing this, Qin Ye reached out to pat Zhuge's shell, continuing patiently, "You are only level 1. Being able to withstand an attack from a level 10 spirit beast is exceedingly rare. Thus, you have already done wonderfully." "Huh, really?" A hint of skepticism flickered in Zhuge's eyes. "Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you?" Qin Ye chuckled, giving his shell a reassuring pat. "If you doubt it, tomorrow we will go to the Sunshine Beginner Paradise and let the Pirate King demonstrate for you. Then you will understand. Okay." At this, Zhuge's eyes finally sparkled, as if regaining his confidence. "However, although you are stronger than most level 1 defensive spirit beasts, do not become arrogant." Qin Ye's tone grew serious. "You are only level 1. With 1 comes 2. With 2 comes 3. The road ahead is still long. My journey is also quite extensive." As Qin Ye spoke, he turned to the Pirate King and said, "You too." "Gah!" The Pirate King raised his head defiantly, indicating that we are not the same. Qin Ye smiled and ruffled the Pirate King's head, then solemnly addressed both the turtle and the duck. "All right, enough talk. In any case, regardless of how long our journey may be, we shall walk it together." With that, Qin Ye stood up, gazing into the vast, endless night sea, falling into a prolonged silence, as if contemplating something. After a moment, he silently turned and softly declared, "Let us go." "Gah!" The Pirate King immediately followed suit, his steps light and buoyant. Wait for me. I cannot move quickly." Zhuge climbed up with a sense of resignation. This time, Qin Ye did not place Zhuge into the summoning space but slowed his pace, walking leisurely with Zhuge and the Pirate King towards home. The night breeze gently caressed them. Stars twinkled above, and the silhouettes of the trio elongated under the moonlight, seemingly heralding a long and hopeful journey ahead. Upon returning home, Qin Ming was leisurely seated in the living room. Seeing Qin Ye enter with Zhuge and the Pirate King, he pulled out a small blue ball from his pocket and casually tossed it over. "Ah!" Qin Ye fumbled to catch the blue ball, glancing down at it before abruptly looking up at Qin Ming, his voice quivering with excitement. Dad, this is a summoning. Water attribute summoning ball. Qin Ming calmly responded, his tone as steady as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Really? Qin Ye's eyes widened in shock and delight. Hurry and summon the Pirate King. Do not keep him waiting. Qin Ming smiled, gesturing toward the Pirate King, standing at the door. Thank you, Dad. I am going right now. Qin Ye, brimming with anticipation, swiftly turned and strode toward the Pirate King. Chapter 10, Skill Fruit. Pirate King, are you ready? Qin Ye approached the Pirate King, excitement radiating from him. Ga, ready, the Pirate King shouted exuberantly. Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as he pressed the small round at the center of the blue ball. In an instant, the blue ball, no larger than a dumpling, expanded several times its size, now slightly larger than a bowsy. Holding the blue ball, Qin Ye continued to the Pirate King. I must ask you to endure this for a moment. Once I become a novice summoner, I will contract you immediately. Ga. The Pirate King nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Qin Ye tossed the blue ball towards the Pirate King. As the Pirate King saw the approaching blue ball, he let out a ga and gently collided with it. The moment the blue ball touched the Pirate King, it instantly opened, and a blue light, akin to lightning streaking across the sky, erupted from within, surging toward the Pirate King. In an instant, the blue light enveloped the Pirate King, and he was drawn into the blue ball. Thud! The blue ball that fell to the ground began to shake beneath the gaze of onlookers, wobbling a few times before letting out a soft beep, settling down. Qin Ye observed this scene, clenched his fist, and excitedly strode forward to retrieve the fallen blue ball. He gazed at the blue ball in his hand, pressed the central dot once more, and tossed it skyward. In the next moment, the blue ball opened from the center, and blue light once again erupted like lightning from within, descending toward the ground. Soon after, the Pirate King appeared before Qin Ye and the others. Qin Ye had released the Pirate King. Ga! The resurgent Pirate King shouted, raising his head to gaze at Qin Ye. Qin Ye observed the vibrant Pirate King standing across from him, then turned his attention to the somewhat dazed Zhuge, and smiled. Wonderful. We shall visit the Yangwang newbie paradise right after school tomorrow afternoon. Jie, exclaimed the Pirate King. Zhuge responded. The following day, in the morning, Qin Ming watched as Qin Ye emerged from his room, pointing to a cylindrical fruit resembling a weight on the table. He said, this is the control fruit. Consuming it grants the skill, control. The effect of control allows one to manipulate their body weight at will. With the skill, Zhuge can achieve a lightness akin to a swallow, or conversely, a steadiness as solid as a mountain. This is a choice I painstakingly made from thousands of skill fruits, and it is undoubtedly perfect for Zhuge. Standing at the doorway, Qin Ye listened to his father's words, noticing the pride on his father's face, and excitedly stepped forward. Thank you, Dad. This is indeed very suitable for Zhuge. His father's words might have been slightly exaggerated, yet Qin Ye felt that with diligent practice, mastering this skill to perfection was entirely feasible. Take it, but remember not to use it before level 5. Qin Ming reminded once more. Thank you, Dad. You're the best. Qin Ye joyfully stored the control fruit in his summoning space. Although the summoning space was primarily for the contract beast's habitation, it could still accommodate some small items. After securing the skill fruit, Qin Ye quickly finished his breakfast, grabbed his black shoulder bag, and rushed out of his room towards the school. In class 4 of the 3rd year, during the first lesson of the morning, the homeroom teacher, Yi Qiu, entered the classroom. She observed the instant silence that enveloped the room, with students displaying expressions of excitement, and softly said, I know you are all thrilled, but please hold your horses. After I finish speaking, you will be even more exhilarated. With a smile, Yi Qiu continued, starting today, to ensure you have ample time to train your spirit beasts. We will only have half-day classes until your college entrance examinations. Upon hearing her words, the once quiet class erupted into cheers. Hooray for the teacher. Hooray for the school. Yi Jie, you look absolutely stunning today. Yi Jie is invincible in beauty. Listening to their enthusiastic words, Yi Qiu raised her right hand and gently gestured for silence. Gradually, the students quieted down. With a smirk, she continued, from now on, you will only have one class on spirit beast knowledge each day. After this class, the remaining time will be dedicated to spirit beast training, with teachers assigned to guide you in training and nurturing your spirit beasts, preventing you from straying off course and enabling you to enhance your strength and that of your spirit beasts more swiftly. Yi Qiu elaborated for a considerable time, summarizing that in the upcoming period, the monotonous subjects of mathematics, geography, and history would be replaced with courses related to spirit beasts. Naturally, the students were overjoyed by this change, and Qin Ye was no exception. Of course, they were well aware that such changes were customary each year in the 3rd year. Yet the moment they heard it firsthand, they could hardly contain their excitement, erupting into jubilant cheers. In the morning, after Yi Qiu completed the first lesson, she led her class to the playground. There, She introduced them to a burly middle-aged man, saying, Wang Yan, your former physical education teacher, is now your spirit beast training instructor. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Have you missed me? Wang Yan grinned widely at the students. Yes, they all shouted in unison, showing their enthusiasm. Study hard, and I shall take my leave, Yi Qiu said, entrusting the students to Wang Yan before departing. Wang Yan surveyed the group and instructed them to sit down. He then began a comprehensive lecture on spirit beast training and nurturing, which lasted the entire morning. Did you all understand? Wang Yan shouted. If you didn't, feel free to come ask me. If you did, you're free to go home. We will continue tomorrow. The students of Class 4, upon hearing the dismissal, collectively felt a sense of disbelief, sensing the speed at which time had passed. But soon, they stood up excitedly, with some confused students approaching Wang Yan while others turned to leave. Qin Ye brushed off the grass from his pants and turned to his companion, Du Feng, asking, What are you planning to do? I'm going to eat. I'm starving, Du Feng replied, patting his flat stomach. Qin Ye nodded. I'll join you. After lunch. What will you do? Du Feng inquired. I'll head to the Yangwang Newbie Paradise, Qin Ye replied. What? Du Feng exclaimed, looking at Qin Ye in shock. You're going to the Yangwang Newbie Paradise now. Aren't you afraid of danger? Qin Ye looked at Du Feng, bemused. It's not a place where one can die. Oh, I forgot. Du Feng chuckled. I'll practice some more first. I wouldn't dare go now. Although it's safe, it can be costly. If you get into trouble and need rescuing from the staff there, you might as well have wasted your money. If I only had Zhuge, I wouldn't dare go. But with the Pirate King by my side, it should be fine. I'm envious. Chapter 11. Yangwang Newbie Paradise. The Yangwang Newbie Paradise resembled a fantastical realm, vast and boundless. The undulating mountains appeared like a winding dragon. The lakes shimmered like pearls embedded in the earth. The meadows bloomed vibrantly, resembling a splendid carpet. And the lush woods resembled a sea of green. In addition to its diverse environments, the Yangwang Newbie Paradise is home to nearly 100 species of wild spirit beasts ranging from levels 1 to 10. With the combination of various environments and spirit beasts, a dedicated sanctuary for novice summoners has been established. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yangwang Newbie Paradise by taxi, Qin Ye gazed at the immense pure white structure before him, exclaiming, It's enormous. Entering the paradise, he surveyed the spacious hall and, after a brief search, finally located the ticket counter on the left side. Hello, which type of ticket would you like to purchase? The ticket clerk inquired warmly. We offer hourly, daily, monthly, and yearly tickets. An hourly ticket is 500, a daily ticket is 3,000, a monthly ticket is 60,000, and a yearly ticket is 600,000. The prices listed are for the low-level area, with the intermediate area costing double and the high-level area 5 times as much. The low-level area features spirit beasts of levels 1 to 5. The intermediate area has levels 5 to 8, and the high-level area includes levels 8 to 10. Listening to the ticket clerk's explanation, Qin Ye contemplated briefly and responded, I would like an hourly ticket for the low-level area. As it was his first visit to the Yangwang Newbie Paradise, he did not intend to train for long today. Certainly. Please present your identification, the clerk requested. Qin Ye silently handed over his ID. After scanning it, the clerk asked, Are you a summoner or a beast master? Summoner, Qin Ye replied. The clerk pointed to a rectangular device nearby, saying, Please place your palm here. We need to sense whether you have a contracted spirit beast. Qin Ye glanced at the device and asked, Is it possible not to? Yes, the clerk nodded, but you will need to summon your contracted beast for me to see. All right, Qin Ye said, and without further ado, he summoned Zhuge. The clerk observed the small turtle that appeared at Qin Ye's feet and said, No problem. That will be 1,000 spirit coins. Would you like to pay by scan or cash? Scan, Qin Ye replied, taking out his phone for the clerk to scan. Here you go. The clerk handed Qin Ye his ID, the ticket, and a booklet. After receiving his ID, ticket, and booklet, Qin Ye stored Zhuge away and departed from the ticket counter. The booklet contains the rules of the Yangwang Xinshu Liyuan, stating that within its confines, one may slay any spirit beast at will, provided one possesses the capability to do so. The remains of the slain beasts may be taken freely. However, the prerequisite for such actions is that summoning spirit beasts of a level exceeding the highest level of the current area is strictly prohibited. Should one summon a spirit beast that surpasses this limit and be discovered, a warning will be issued. Accumulating 3 warnings will result in a permanent ban from entering the Yangwang Xinshu Liyuan. This implies that Qin Ye may summon the One Piece to protect himself in a lower level area, yet he must refrain from allowing it to attack the spirit beasts there. Aside from this stipulation, as long as one possesses the skill, one may kill and take as one pleases. After perusing the contents of the booklet, Qin Ye arrived at the entrance, where he presented his ticket to gain access to the lower level area of the Yangwang Xinshu Liyuan. The entrances to the lower, middle, and upper levels are not located together. Upon ticket verification, The ticket inspector handed Qin Ye a rectangular device resembling a gaming console, albeit devoid of gaming functionalities. It was a pictorial device. The operation of the pictorial device is straightforward. One simply needs to activate its camera feature and capture an image of the nearby spirit beasts. Upon taking a photograph, the screen of the device will display detailed information about the spirit beast. The data available on the pictorial device is significantly more comprehensive than that which one might glean from using the summoning eye. In addition to providing information about spirit beasts, the device offers a countdown feature, an emergency call function, and a map. The countdown feature indicates the remaining time before one must exit the area. After glancing at the countdown on the pictorial device, Qin Ye tucked it into the back pocket of his trousers. He then retrieved a necklace from around his neck, from which hung a small blue sphere. This blue sphere is the water attribute summoning orb that houses the One Piece. He detached the blue sphere from the necklace, pressed the small button on it, and tossed it forward. In the next instant, the One Piece materialized before him, its excitement evident upon its face. "Let us go," Qin Ye exclaimed, picking up the blue orb, while the One Piece, clutching a long knife, followed suit. They had not ventured far when they spotted two green caterpillars resting on a nearby branch. Species: green cotton caterpillar, level 2 attribute, insect potential, low-grade extraordinary skill, silk spinning description, a slumbering little worm. One was level 2, the other level 1. Both possessing only the ability to spin silk, they were perfect for training Zhuge. After observing the two green cotton caterpillars, Qin Ye, having mastered the summoning eye through repeated practice the previous night, summoned Zhuge forth. He then instructed Zhuge to release a soil shield and gauge how many hits the caterpillars could withstand. Zhuge directed his gaze at the two green cotton caterpillars on the branch, and the surrounding earth elements began to coalesce around him. Soon, a golden-brown light shield enveloped him. Once Zhuge had completed the soil shield, Qin Ye eagerly turned to the One Piece and commanded, "Throw stones at the green cotton caterpillars." The One Piece froze momentarily, perplexed by the instruction, and looked at Qin Ye in disbelief. "I'll demonstrate," Qin Ye said, picking up a stone from the ground and swiftly throwing it at the green cotton caterpillars. With a resounding smack, the stone struck the branch. It was evident he had missed. Qin Ye's lips twitched slightly as he earnestly addressed the One Piece. "Did you see that? Now it's your turn." The One Piece shook its head defiantly, reluctant to partake in such triviality. Observing this, Qin Ye adopted a serious demeanor and explained, "Do not underestimate the act of throwing stones. It is a practice for honing your accuracy." The One Piece frowned, pondering the merit of the task. Imagine you find yourself in a battle where both sides are exhausted and unable to rise. If you were to rest momentarily and regain enough strength to throw your knife, hitting your target would lead to victory. Conversely, missing would leave you at a disadvantage. The One Piece stroked its chin contemplatively, then abruptly looked up at Qin Ye, exclaiming, "I will throw." "Excellent. Go for it." Qin Ye nodded vigorously. The One Piece picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the green cotton caterpillars. Alas, it missed. The One Piece, now visibly concerned, tried again, throwing stone after stone, yet each attempt resulted in failure. After 6 unsuccessful throws, the One Piece's eyes widened in shock, the gravity of the situation dawning upon it. Qin Ye, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a mix of astonishment and amusement. He gently patted the One Piece's head and said, "This is the consequence of never having practiced." "I will practice," the One Piece shouted, determinedly picking up another stone and launching it toward the green cotton caterpillars. As the green cotton caterpillars slept beneath the tree, they were disturbed by the barrage of stones hurled by the One Piece. Before the One Piece could land a hit, one of the caterpillars stirred, groggily opening its eyes to the incoming stones, which appeared increasingly formidable in its line of sight. With a loud thud, a stone struck it squarely on the face. "I hit," the One Piece shouted triumphantly. After countless misses, it had finally succeeded. "Well done," Qin Ye praised, ruffling the feathers on the One Piece's head. Observing its delighted expression, he continued, "Keep practicing until they retaliate against us." "Understood," the One Piece responded, determination renewed as it resumed throwing stones at the caterpillars. Soon enough, the two green cotton caterpillars, incensed by the relentless assault, turned their attention toward Qin Ye and the One Piece. In unison, they opened their tiny mouths, unleashing a white silk thread that shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at them. Standing behind Zhuge, Qin Ye felt a surge of excitement at this development. He quickly crouched down, positioning himself and the One Piece on either side of Zhuge as they raised him up. The silk thread struck against Zhuge's soil shield with a resounding thud, yet the shield remained steadfast. Neither Qin Ye nor the One Piece wavered. "This won't do. Their attacks are too feeble," Qin Ye mused, slightly furrowing his brow, realizing that the green cotton caterpillars were likely unsuitable for training Zhuge. Consequently, He promptly led Zhuge and the One Piece away, leaving the bewildered caterpillars behind. As they moved along, Qin Ye observed the sluggish pace of Zhuge and muttered to himself. I hadn't noticed before, but now I realize you lack any offensive skills. This could pose a problem. I must find you an attacking skill. Zhuge responded with a half-hearted sound, appearing somewhat drowsy. We'll address the offensive skills when you reach level 5. For now, let us focus on enhancing your resilience. Qin Ye retrieved the pictorial device from his back pocket, activating the map function to ascertain if there were any nearby spirit beasts with stronger offensive capabilities. That's it. Qin Ye's eyes lit up as he stowed the device and proceeded with the One Piece and Zhuge toward their newfound objective. After a quarter of an hour, he crouched amidst the grass, pointing toward 4 grassland wolves feasting on the remains of a small deer not far off, instructing Zhuge, release the rock armor, and then crawl over there. After waiting for a few moments, Qin Ye observed that Zhuge remained utterly still. He lowered his head to find Zhuge, rigid and displaying a hint of fear. Suddenly enlightened, he smiled encouragingly, saying, Zhuge, do not be afraid. We are here to protect you. The Pirate King let out a soft exclamation in agreement. Zhuge glanced at Qin Ye and then at the Pirate King, ultimately summoning his courage to unleash his rock armor. Before long, transformed into an armored warrior, Zhuge faced the fearsome 4 grassland wolves nearby. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with resolute determination. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The grassland wolves, indulging in their feast, turned their heads in unison toward the approaching sounds. They paused, momentarily bewildered by the small turtle's audacity. However, these clever creatures refrained from acting recklessly. It was only after Zhuge took a few more steps and let out a taunting roar that they collectively charged at him in a frenzy. What is this? Daring to mock us? Attack! The 4 grassland wolves, brimming with ferocity, lunged at Zhuge, one bearing its massive jaws to bite at his turtle head, while the other 3 raised their sharp claws to strike at his sides. Observing this, Zhuge swiftly retracted his head and limbs into his shell, leaving only the rock armor encasing it. With a series of thuds, the wolves' attacks landed on the shell just as Zhuge withdrew. The wolf that attempted to bite missed entirely, snapping at nothing but the fragrant air filled with grass. From a distance, Qin Ye silently summoned his soul-calling eye. Observing the slight increase in the numbers within the brackets behind Zhuge's rock armor, he communicated telepathically, use your strength to attempt to repair the rock armor. Telepathic communication is a fundamental skill for spirit callers, and as his abilities grow, he will be able to reach out to others. For now, he could only communicate with the contracted beast connected to him. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Zhuge remained calm, quickly calming his inner fear and beginning to mend the rock armor. Having practiced telepathy with Qin Ye the night before, he recognized at once that Qin Ye was watching over him. After enduring the frenzied onslaught of the 4 grassland wolves, the damaged rock armor began to emit a faint yellow glow under Zhuge's control. The rock armor was healing. Feeling the transformation within the armor, Zhuge's confidence grew, prompting an instinctive roar of triumph. He became acutely aware of his defense against the wolves' attacks. Previously hesitant, he had not realized he could repair the armor and feared being overwhelmed by the wolves. Now, armed with the knowledge of his ability to mend it, his confidence surged. The 4 grassland wolves, hearing Zhuge's roar, seemed to perceive his disdain, their expressions darkening as their attacks intensified. Observing the fluctuating numbers in the brackets behind the rock armor, Qin Ye licked his lips, feeling as if he had discovered a unique advantage. Excellent. Let them continue attacking. They are aiding your growth and strength. Fearing the wolves might retreat, Qin Ye urged, feel free to taunt them a bit more to hasten their strikes. Zhuge's voice echoed back, momentarily startling Qin Ye. Soon, however, he regained his composure, exclaiming, Zhuge, you're quite adept. You've learned how to communicate so swiftly. Zhuge affirmed. All right. Continue your taunts until they tire themselves out and flee. I'll do my best. Thus, as Zhuge intermittently mocked them, the wolves' attack frequency escalated. Yet, it wasn't long before the wolves grew weary, halting their assault as they stared at the unmoving shell in silence. They exchanged glances, then turned and fled without a trace of hesitation. Is that it? They're leaving? Qin Ye gaped, momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the panel, noting the skill status. Skill, rock armor, novice, 39,100. Very well, let us take a break and find the next batch of sparring partners. He shook the drowsy Pirate King beside him. Is it over? The Pirate King lifted its head, bewildered by the scene where only Zhuge remained. Indeed, it's finished, Qin Ye confirmed, rising to approach Zhuge. Hooray, finally over. The Pirate King quickly followed suit. Chapter 13, Preliminary Testing, Skill Proficiency. I've leveled up. Already at level 2? Qin Ye flexed his fingers, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, casting his gaze toward Zhuge, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, The three green monkeys attacking Zhuge also halted, retreating a few steps in apparent recognition of the newfound strength emanating from Zhuge. Zhuge growled, feeling a slight increase in his overall capabilities after reaching level 2, as well as a restoration of some energy due to this mysterious power. He extended his head, gazing defiantly at the three green monkeys. The monkeys were momentarily stunned by the display. Soon after, they rushed at Zhuge in a furious attack once more. Observing this, Zhuge swiftly withdrew into his shell again. In the short span of an hour, he had mastered the art of taunting his adversaries. Truly, the turtle he had consumed was linked to the Bagua, endowing him with swift learning capabilities. Qin Ye marveled silently, returning his focus to the panel. Skill, Rock Armor, Novice, 87,100. Almost there. Proficiency is just around the corner. Skill proficiency is categorized into Novice, Proficient, Mastery, Perfection, and Transcendence. At the Novice level, a spirit beast can harness 50 of the skill's power. At Proficient, 80. At Mastery, 100. At Perfection, 120. And at Transcendence, 150. These are the official testing parameters. Generally accurate, though some variance may occur. Half an hour later, as Qin Ye watched the rock armor's values reset to 0, the transition from novice to proficient ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Previously, he had overlooked Zhuge's level data, missing the opportunity to witness its fluctuations. Now, having observed the complete transformation of the rock armor's numbers, he finally confirmed that this was indeed his unique advantage. Moreover, he sensed that Zhuge's progress was faster than he had anticipated. Whether this was an issue with Zhuge or himself would only be discernible once he contracted the Pirate King. He silently noted the increase in numbers behind the water blade used by the Pirate King. What he needed to do now was wait to see the rise in numbers when the Pirate King unleashed the water blade after their contract was established. Zhuge, let us stop playing. Unleash the thorned turtle shell to drive them away, Qin Ye conveyed telepathically. Upon hearing the command, Zhuge growled fiercely, and as the small black dogs neared, the scales on his shell stood on end like electrified black hair, transforming into sharp spikes. In the next instant, 5 attacks came crashing down, the dog's paws colliding with the spikes. A cacophony of anguished howls filled the air, blending into a mournful melody. The 5 small black dogs instinctively clutched their bleeding paws, writhing in pain on the ground, their plight truly pitiful. Zhuge observed the scene before him, calmly extending his head and 4 limbs as he leisurely crawled in the direction of Qin Ye. As he passed a tumbling little black dog, he took a moment to jab at it with the sharp spikes on his back. Unfortunately, his speed was slightly lacking, and the astute little black dog evaded his attack with a deft roll. Zhuge cast a fierce glare at the dog before resuming his leisurely crawl towards Qin Ye. Quite something. Qin Ye nodded slightly, pleased with Zhuge's actions. Not timid, yet brave, this character is commendable. As Zhuge approached Qin Ye, the 5 little black dogs also caught sight of Qin Ye emerging from behind a tree. Just as they were eager to seek revenge, the Pirate King appeared from the side. Upon seeing the Pirate King wielding a long sword, the dogs were instantly startled and turned to flee. Smart dogs, Qin Ye chuckled, offering praise to Zhuge before leading both Zhuge and the Pirate King back the way they came. Upon returning to the entrance, Qin Ye noted that there were still 10 minutes remaining on the Pokédex. He handed the device to a staff member at Yangguang's newbie paradise. We look forward to your next visit. After disembarking from the vehicle, Qin Ye entered his own store. Spotting a girl nearby selecting products, he approached and asked, "What brings you here?" "Of course, to shop." Yi Cici rolled her eyes before curiously inquiring, "What did you contract?" "A little rock tortoise," Qin Ye replied, then countered with a question of his own. "And you? What? What did you contract?" Yi Cici gazed at Qin Ye in shock, suspecting she might have misheard. Qin Ye calmly reiterated, "A little rock tortoise." After a moment of silence, Yi Cici asked, "Where's your Pirate King?" "Right here." Qin Ye produced the water attribute summoning orb he wore around his neck. "I plan to contract him at the junior level. Why not do it now?" Yi Cici frowned in confusion. "Due to my aptitude." Qin Ye shifted the topic. "What did you contract?" "That little night eagle." "Of course." Yi Cici huffed. "I am not like you. I am very loyal to my little night eagle. Make sure to buy plenty." Qin Ye nodded, waved his hand, and departed. "Where are you going?" Yi Cici called after him. "To get some spiritual food for my little tortoise and little duck." "Aren't you here to buy that too?" Qin Ye gave her a bemused look and headed towards the area for Earth attribute spiritual food. "Wait for me." Yi Cici gritted her teeth, taking note of the earlier look he gave her. By the cash register, Yi Cici shouted as Qin Ye approached, "Qin Ye, I challenge you to a duel." "Sure." Qin Ye nodded without hesitation, "But my tortoise won't use attacking skills." "Huh." Yi Cici's brows furrowed again. "How did you contract a spirit beast that can't attack?" "My tortoise has strong defense." Qin Ye smiled. "If your little sea eagle can break through my tortoise's defense, you win. How about that?" "Deal." Yi Cici agreed with a nod. Follow me. We will fight in the back. Qin Ye placed the spiritual food he had selected on the counter. Turning to the girl behind the register. Sister Tang, could you please watch over this for me? Of course. Tang Qin gestured with a thumbs up. Let's go. Qin Ye said to Yi Cici. All right. Yi Cici hurriedly followed. Tang Qin cheered. Go for it, Cici. Little sister Tang, wait for my good news. Yi Cici smiled at Tang Qin before turning back to follow Qin Ye. Chapter 14. The first duel with Yi Cici. In the backyard, Baya, who was training the Qin Ye, heard the commotion outside and turned to look. Upon seeing her son and the girl behind him enter, her puzzled expression transformed into a warm smile. Cici is here. Good afternoon, Annie. Yi Cici promptly greeted. Meanwhile, Qin Ye turned to his mother, saying, Mom, I'm going to battle with Yi Cici. Do you need a referee? Baya asked casually. No need. Qin Ye shook his head, pointing to an open space ahead. Let's go over there. Okay, Yi Cici nodded. Baya watched the two approach the open area, setting aside her work with curiosity to observe. She was also quite interested in the strength of the little tortoise. Upon reaching the open space, Qin Ye summoned Zhuge. Yi Cici gazed at the little rock tortoise appearing beneath Qin Ye's feet, murmuring, it looks no different from other little rock tortoises. Indeed, there was no visible difference. Qin Ye glanced at Zhuge and said to Yi Cici, summon your little night eagle. Let us make this quick. Humph, don't underestimate my little night eagle. Yi Cici waved her hand. In an instant, a summoning array appeared in the sky, and a little eagle, with black feathers interspersed with blue, soared forth from the array. Chirp chirp. The little night eagle, like a nimble predator, circled once in the air before gracefully landing on Yi Cici's shoulder. Species, Night Sea Eagle. Level 7. Attribute, Dark Water. Potential, Medium Elite. Talent, King of the Night. Skills, Eagle Horn Charge, Dark Water Ball, Eagle Peck. Introduction, the King of Eagles, the Night Sea Eagle. Capable of entering water. Level 7. Qin Ye exclaimed in surprise. He remembered it being only level 3 when he saw it last time. Level 7 is quite normal. Your little duck is level 8, isn't it? Yi Cici continued. I'm not like you. My talent is not a growth-type talent. Indeed, Qin Ye nodded slightly. Just take it easy. Yi Cici fell silent for a moment, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Your mood changes so quickly. My tortoise is only level 2. How could it possibly compete with a level 7, especially when your eagle is of medium potential? After saying this, Qin Ye looked down at Zhuge and commanded, Zhuge, release Earth Shield and Rock Armor. Zhuge growled, as the surrounding Earth elements surged towards him. Before long, the masked Knight Zhuge, enveloped in the Earth Shield, appeared before everyone. Qin Ye turned to Yi Cici and said, Come on, let me see if my tortoise can withstand your eagle's attacks. Little Night Eagle, go. Release Dark Water Ball. Yi Cici commanded. The little Night Eagle soared into the air, a dark blue orb of energy swiftly forming at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, the Dark Water Ball was hurled at the prone Zhuge. Seeing this, Zhuge immediately retreated into his shell. Boom. The Dark Water Ball struck the Earth Shield like a heavy hammer, causing the shield to hold for a few moments before shattering like glass with a resounding crack. What a pity. Qin Ye shook his head. It was so close. Is it really that thick? Yi Cici exclaimed in shock. Your tortoise is quite impressive. Usually, my little night eagle can take down level 2 or level 3 spirit beasts with a single strike, yet your tortoise managed to block it. Not bad. Qin Ye replied with a smile. Keep going. All right. Yi Cici became curious. Let me see the limits of your tortoise. Little Night Eagle. Release Eagle Horn Charge and follow up with Eagle Peck. Chirp chirp. The little Night Eagle dove down, transforming into a dazzling beam of light as she charged towards the ground-bound Zhuge. Release Earth Shield. Qin Ye shouted hurriedly. The surrounding Earth elements rushed towards Zhuge, successfully encasing him just as the little Night Eagle was about to collide with him. Boom. A deafening roar echoed, and the ground trembled slightly. Zhuge's low growl followed. In the next moment, another thunderous sound erupted, signaling the little Night Eagle's consecutive attack, Eagle Peck. Chirp chirp. The little Night Eagle flapped her wings and flew into the air, displaying some displeasure on her face as her beak felt a bit sore. As she lowered her gaze, she beheld the scales on Zhuge's body transformed into sharp spines, with several scales slightly bending downwards from her recent attack. Thorny skill. Yi Cici was taken aback. This turtle possesses quite an array of skills. Qin Ye immediately turned to Zhuge, asking, Are you all right? Zhuge extended his head, turning to Qin Ye with a low growl. I'm fine, just a bit sore. As long as you're okay, you did well. After praising Zhuge's performance, Qin Ye looked up at Yi Cici and inquired, Shall we continue? Yi Cici snapped back to reality, retorting, Are you still fighting? I don't mind. Despite the turtle's many skills, it was currently no match for Xiao Yiying. Then we won't continue. He was merely curious about how much damage Zhuge's current defense could withstand. With Yi Cici's assistance, he had a rough idea now. Then we won't fight. Yi Cece called Xiao Ying back, gently stroking its forehead. Thank you, Qin Ye expressed. Humph. Yi Cece huffed lightly. We will battle again in the future. No problem, Qin Ye nodded with a smile. After Yi Cece stored Xiao Ying in her summoning space, she said to Qin Ye, I'm leaving now. Just as Qin Ye was about to respond, Baya, who had been watching from the side, interjected, Cece, Auntie is going to cook now. You can leave after dinner. While speaking, Baya cast a knowing glance at her son. Observing this, Qin Ye took a deep breath, awkwardly scratching his head as he turned to Yi Cece. How about you stay for a meal before leaving? Watching Qin Ye's actions, Yi Cece smiled and shook her head at Baya. Auntie, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you today. All right. If you have things to do, I won't keep you. Baya nodded with a smile, her eyes revealing a hint of warmth. But you must come over for dinner next time. Okay, Auntie, Yi Cece replied with a sweet smile, waving goodbye to Qin Ye. Bye, I'm leaving. Qin Ye nodded, remaining silent. Baya looked at her son, who stood motionless, and said, Aren't you going to see her off? Qin Ye's mouth twitched slightly as he walked to Yi Cece's side, saying, Let's go. Hee. Yi Cece chuckled as she headed towards the door. What a match made in heaven. Baya smiled at the pair as they walked further away. She then returned her focus to training the Qin Ye before her. After all, it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. Who eats at 5? Outside the store. I'm leaving, Yi Cece said, holding the spirit food she had purchased earlier. Looking at Qin Ye hesitated, finally speaking, about what just happened. Before he could finish, Yi Cece interrupted, Don't say anything, I understand. Qin Ye fell silent. I'm off now, Yi Cece said with a radiant smile, stepping forward. Take care, Qin Ye called out. Goodbye, Yi Cece waved. Chapter 15, Zhuge's Flourishing Growth. 3 days later. Sunshine Newbie Paradise. In the sandy area, Qin Ye felt the sudden surge of new life force within him, excitedly whispering. Finally level 5. Under Qin Ye's training over the past 3 days, Zhuge had successfully reached level 5 amidst the onslaught of 3 sandy bears. After his excitement, Qin Ye immediately summoned the soul eye upon Zhuge. Race, Little Rock Turtle. Level 5, 1100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, Medium Extraordinary, 79,100. Talent, Thorny Turtle Shell, Qin Ye. Skill, Earth Shield, Proficiency, 27100. Rock Armor, Proficiency, 88,100. Description, the little rock turtle, nourished by mysterious stone tablets, is flourishing. In these 3 days of training, not only did the little rock turtle reach level 5, but its potential was on the verge of advancing to high extraordinary due to the mysterious stone tablets. The proficiency of Earth Shield had reached proficiency, while Rock Armor was only a breath away from mastery. Although 3 days is a brief period, for Zhuge, it represented a significant leap. Keep pushing. Today Rock Armor should reach mastery. Qin Ye pondered for a moment, then decided to focus on mastering control first. If he could master control today, leveling up tomorrow would be much simpler. Yes, that's settled. After making this decision, Qin Ye did not have Zhuge release Thorny Turtle Shell to drive away the 3 sandy bears. Instead, he waited patiently for them to disperse before allowing Zhuge to release the skill. Qin Ye approached Zhuge with the Pirate King, retrieving a control fruit from the summoning space, and said, Have a fruit and take a break. We'll continue shortly. Zhuge nodded excitedly. Recently leveled up, he was thrilled. Qin Ye placed the control fruit before Zhuge, who leaned forward and eagerly took a big bite. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Zhuge devoured the control fruit in just 3 bites. How do you feel? Qin Ye asked. Not much, Zhuge shook his head, but just as he did, a warm current suddenly appeared within him. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Qin Ye. I feel something. That's good, Qin Ye nodded. He observed Zhuge, who had closed his eyes to meditate, while standing silently beside the Pirate King. Moments later, Zhuge opened his eyes and let out a low roar. Qin Ye looked over and quickly summoned the soul eye again. Race, Little Rock Turtle. Level 5, 52,100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, Medium Extraordinary, 92,100. Talent, Thorny Turtle Shell, Qin Ye. Skill, Earth Shield, Proficiency, 27100. Rock Armor, Proficiency, 88100. Control, Beginner, 0100. Description, the little rock turtle, nourished by mysterious stone tablets, is flourishing. Control, utilize one's energy to manage body weight. Not bad, Qin Ye remarked, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Zhuge, try to control yourself and see if you can walk a bit faster. Zhuge's expression grew serious as the power of control began to spread within him. Moments later, Zhuge took a step forward, then 2, then 3. After walking several dozen steps, Zhuge turned back to Qin Ye, ecstatic. I'm walking so fast. Excellent. Watching Zhuge's noticeably enhanced speed, Qin Ye encouraged him, keep it up. Let's aim to master your control today. Once you do, your walking speed will improve even more. Zhuge nodded vigorously, continuing to walk with determination. At 9 p.m., Sunshine Newbie Paradise. Intermediate Zone. In the final 2 hours, Qin Ye paid a hefty price to elevate Zhuge's level to 6, raising its potential to high extraordinary. The proficiency of the rock armor skill successfully advanced from proficiency to mastery amidst the assaults from numerous level 5 to 8 spirit beasts. The proficiency of the control skill also successfully entered proficiency, reaching 11,100. As for Earth Shield, due to limited energy, he did not have Zhuge release it during the subsequent training, so its proficiency remained unchanged. I've had enough. I won't come back here again. This intermediate zone is just too costly. Qin Ye decisively led Zhuge and the Pirate King out of the intermediate zone. In those last 2 hours, he had spent a whopping 2,000 coins. Over these past few days of training, he had already spent over 10,000 coins. Therefore, he resolved not to return tomorrow. It was not a matter of finances. Rather, Zhuge had already reached level 6. After level 5, the cost-effectiveness of training in Sunshine Newbie Paradise diminished significantly. Initially, he trained in Sunshine Newbie Paradise because wild spirit beasts below level 5 were scarce in both the inner and outer areas of Yihai City, particularly those at levels 1 to 3. Hence, to train newly birthed spirit beasts safely, Qin Ye deemed the Newbie Paradise the best choice. However, after level 5, the scenario had changed. After reaching level 5, one may venture into the nearby wilderness areas for training. Although these wild regions also harbor high-level wild spiritual beasts, the official authorities of Yihai City periodically conduct sweeps, thus the likelihood of encountering spiritual beasts above level 10 in these areas remains quite low. Most of the wild spiritual beasts in the vicinity range from level 5 to level 10. However, if one possesses sufficient funds, it is advisable to train in the intermediate zone of Yangwang Beginner Paradise. The variety of spiritual beasts in the intermediate zone of Yangwang Beginner Paradise far exceeds that of the surrounding wilderness areas of Yihai City. If one wishes for their spiritual beast to experience a broader array of skills, the intermediate zone of Yangwang Beginner Paradise is undoubtedly the premier choice. Conversely, if one is not inclined, there is no necessity to squander money on the intermediate zone of Yangwang Beginner Paradise, especially since the admission fees for both the intermediate and advanced zones are quite steep. In the backyard, just before sleeping last night, I conceived an aggressive maneuver and wondered if it could be attempted. Qin Ye glanced at Zhuge, who was resting nearby. Zhuge tilted his head slightly and uttered a soft sound. It involved retracting one's head and 4 limbs into the shell and then rotating the body to attack the target like a fiery wheel. Qin Ye approached Zhuge and extracted his phone, opening a saved video to show him. Take a look, it's something like this. Zhuge watched the video with growing bewilderment. Is this truly something I can accomplish? In the video, a crimson hedgehog curled into a ball, resembling a wheel rolling after the ignition of a vehicle, hurtling toward its foe at an astonishing speed. As it charged, flames enveloped the hedgehog, creating a terrifying sight akin to a blazing fireball. The spiritual beast depicted in the video was one of the evolutions of Huahuaci, the flame hedgehog, utilizing the skill known as Wheel of Fire. Qin Ye turned to Zhuge and asked, "Shall we give it a try?" Zhuge fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. Ga. Luoyu observed the silent Zhuge and hopped in front of him, dancing animatedly. Ga. Zhuge shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Ga. Luoyu, in frustration, brandished his sword and struck the grass beside him. Bang! Zhuge watched as dirt and grass flew, swallowing hard. He cautiously lifted his gaze to the irate Luoyu. Shall I try? Ga. Luoyu nodded in satisfaction, standing proudly before Qin Ye. Ga. Impressive, Pirate King. Qin Ye, taken aback, silently gave Luoyu a thumbs up. Last night, as Qin Ye pondered how Zhuge could attack a target, he simultaneously devised a practical name for the Pirate King. If, by chance, the Pirate King were to truly become the Pirate King in the future, he couldn't simply be called the Pirate King. Hence, a name was conceived. Should he indeed become the Pirate King, people might refer to him as Pirate King Luoyu. When Qin Ye shared this name with Luoyu upon waking, he was elated. Of course, regardless of the name Qin Ye chose, he would still be called Luoyu and not the Pirate King. Habits are hard to change, and he had no desire to alter it. Chapter 16, Thorny Spin. After the proficiency of control power reached the adept level, Zhuge found it increasingly effortless to manage his own weight. At this moment, under Qin Ye's guidance, he curled up inside his shell and vigorously swung his body, causing himself to spin in place. Observing Zhuge's laborious rotations, Qin Ye stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before directing his gaze toward Luoyu, who was wielding his sword nearby, and then back at Zhuge. "Stop! Everyone halt!" Qin Ye called. "Pirate King, Come over here. Luo Ye dashed over. Jie? What is it? Wait. Qin Ye turned to Zhuge. You haven't T-spun before. So you don't quite know how to do it, right? Zhuge lowered his head, a hint of grievance on his face. That's just it. Qin Ye smiled as he continued. Since you haven't T-spun yet, don't try to do it now. Experience it first. Find your rhythm during the experience. And then you can spin. Zhuge looked puzzled. First, curl up inside your shell. Qin Ye did not state it outright. Once Zhuge was nestled inside his shell, Qin Ye addressed Luo Ye. Pirate King, you can spin, right? Jie, I can. That's all that matters. Qin Ye pointed at Zhuge and instructed Luo Ye. Go ahead. Spin him. Jie? Luo Ye appeared slightly taken aback. Spin him. Let him experience the sensation of rotation. Qin Ye's voice rang out again. This time, Luo Ye understood. Jie. Luo Ye excitedly approached, placing his right hand on the right side of Zhuge's shell. With a swift motion, Luo Ye sent the shell spinning in place. Zhuge's terrified voice followed immediately. Clearly unprepared for his inaugural experience of high-speed rotation, he was taken aback. Stay calm, maintain your composure, and truly experience it. As Zhuge screamed, Qin Ye's voice echoed in his mind. For reasons unknown, hearing Qin Ye's voice gradually quelled Zhuge's panic. Soon, he ceased his cries and began to focus on comprehending the speed of his own rotation. However, this process was not without its challenges, due to the spinning. He felt a bit dizzy. After what seemed an appropriate duration, Qin Ye called out, "Stop!" Jie. Luo Ye quickly halted, stepping aside. As Luo Ye ceased his movements, the spinning shell gradually came to a halt. Jie. Luo Ye bent down, peering into the shell. The dizzy Zhuge responded softly. Qin Ye observed Zhuge, who had emerged from his shell and lay motionless on the grass. Rest for 5 minutes. We will resume afterward. Zhuge shivered slightly, feeling a tad fearful. Yet he still let out a low growl. Jie. Excellent. I possess quite the demeanor. Luo Ye enthusiastically patted Zhuge's shell. Zhuge lay lazily on the ground like a lifeless pig, unwilling to move. Come, drink some energy drink. Qin Ye retrieved 2 bottles of blue beverages, handing one to Luo Ye while keeping the other for himself. He raised it to Zhuge, who, upon seeing the drink in Qin Ye's hand, expertly raised his head and opened his mouth. Qin Ye opened the cap and poured it into Zhuge's mouth. Gulp, gulp. Zhuge promptly consumed the blue beverage. 5 minutes later, training resumed. On the 3rd day of practicing rotation, Zhuge's tolerance for dizziness had significantly increased due to 3 days of diligent effort, allowing him to spin rapidly for a full minute without succumbing to dizziness. On the evening of the 4th day of rotation practice, a new skill appeared in Zhuge's information panel, named Rotation. Is the ability to stabilize and perform rapid rotations without dizziness for 1 minute the criteria for comprehending rotation? Qin Ye murmured, then said to Zhuge, well done. Tonight we shall treat you to a feast. Tomorrow's goal is to elevate your proficiency in rotation to an adept level. Zhuge roared toward the heavens. Standing nearby, Luo Ye could not help but display a hint of satisfaction, witnessing the growth of his companion. On the 5th day of rotation practice, as Qin Ye observed Zhuge's proficiency reaching the adept level, he spoke. Zhuge, after releasing the thorny turtle shell, also unleash rotation and show me the results. Zhuge complied with Qin Ye's words without hesitation. Jie. Luo Ye watched in awe as Zhuge activated the thorny turtle shell. The scales of the shell stood erect, and the changes produced by the spin left him utterly astonished. At this moment, Zhuge was evidently different from before. Previously, he had only sensed speed, but now he could envision the range and power accompanying that speed. Qin Ye, observing Zhuge's rapid spinning, silently plucked a handful of grass from the ground and hurled it at Zhuge. The very instant the grass made contact with Zhuge, it disintegrated into dust. Jie. Luo Ye gasped in astonishment, turning his gaze toward Qin Ye. Was not standing. Instead, he bent down to pick up a stone. Without hesitation, he hurled the stone towards Zhuge. With a sharp sound, as the stone made contact with Zhuge, a corner shattered while the stone itself flew away. Qin Ye nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with the recent test, though a sense of something missing lingered in his mind. As he pondered, he sensed a gaze upon him and turned to see Luo Ye's astonished expression. He suddenly smiled and said, Pirate King, take your knife and strike. Let us see the result. Luo Ye snapped back to reality, gripping his long knife with eagerness as he approached Zhuge. Soon, he stood beside Zhuge and without hesitation, he slashed diagonally with his knife. With a loud bang, Luo Ye leaned back slightly, while Zhuge was sent flying from the force of the attack. Pirate King, your strength is quite formidable, Qin Ye exclaimed, surprised by Luo Ye's unexpected power. Luo Ye puffed out his chest proudly. Meanwhile, Zhuge, having been thrown to the ground, bounced slightly before coming to a stop. Once still, he ceased his spinning and looked at Qin Ye with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Although the strike left a mark on his scales, it had not skewed them significantly. Upon closer inspection, several scales bore a distinct cut. Zhuge, well done. Your defense is impressive, Qin Ye remarked, smiling as he continued. Had it been in the past, the Pirate King's blow would have reduced you to shreds, scattering your scales everywhere. Despite Qin Ye's relentless focus on teaching Zhuge to spin, it did not mean that Zhuge's strength had stagnated. Under the nourishment of various spiritual foods and training, his level had risen from 6 to 8, and with the aid of the mysterious stone tablet, his potential had ascended to the realm of high-level extraordinary. Naturally, Pirate King Luo Ye's level had also progressed from 10 to 11. Therefore, the recent encounter had pitted the level 8 Zhuge against the level 11 Luo Ye, with a 3-level disparity and without activating any defense skills. Zhuge's scales had only been marked, showcasing the strength of his defense. Zhuge, with an eager gleam in his eyes, suddenly lifted his head to look at Qin Ye, exclaiming. Qin Ye chuckled, "You are not weak now. In fact, you are quite strong. Few spirit beasts possess such defense at your level." Zhuge, upon hearing this, lowered his head shyly without uttering a word. Luo Ye cawed affirmatively, supporting Qin Ye's words. "All right, let us take a break. We will continue shortly," Qin Ye instructed. "The next training will be the same as before. Pirate King will strike, while Zhuge employs the thorn tortoiseshell and spinning skills for defense. We must train until you can respond immediately upon taking flight. Ideally, you should release your spin the moment you land, denying the enemy any chance to pursue." Chapter 17, Methods to Enhance Strength. Race, Little Rock Turtle. Level, 8, 82,100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, High-Level Extraordinary, 15,100. Talent, Thorn Tortoiseshell, Qin Ye. Skills, Earth Shield, Proficient, 77100. Rock Armor, Mastery, 32100. Control Power, Mastery, 18100. Thorn Spin, Beginner, 87100. Spin, Mastery, 11,100. Description: the little rock turtle, nourished by the mysterious stone tablet, is flourishing. Under the rigorous training from Qin Ye and Luo Ye, Zhuge's mastery of the spinning skill successfully advanced to proficiency. Simultaneously, Zhuge learned a new skill, Thorn Spin. Upon accidentally noticing the new skill on Zhuge's panel, Qin Ye was momentarily stunned, but after a moment's reflection, he found it quite reasonable. Thus, he continued training Zhuge. And after elevating Zhuge's proficiency in Thorn Spin to an adept level, he decisively took Zhuge and Luo Ye outside. After several days of intensive training, Qin Ye brought the transformed Zhuge to the nearest wild area to his home, the Yihai Forest. The Yihai Forest is a small woodland that connects to the Yihai, spanning approximately 50 square kilometers, where the spirit beasts are overseen by the authorities of Yihai City. Within the forest, there are level 20 spirit beasts, but these high-level creatures reside deep within. And Qin Ye had no intention of venturing that far. He merely intended to explore the outskirts. Upon entering the Yihai Forest, Qin Ye promptly summoned Zhuge and Luo Ye. He then led the turtle and duck slowly into the depths of the forest. Not long into their exploration, Qin Ye spotted a large gray wolf accompanied by 2 smaller ones rushing towards them. Race, Big Gray Wolf. Level, 12. Attribute, Normal. Potential, High-Level Extraordinary. Race, Gray Wolf. Level, 8. Attribute, Normal. Potential, Low-Level Extraordinary. Pirate King, protect me. Zhuge, you go up against the level 12 Big Gray Wolf and the level 8 and 7 Gray Wolves. The Big Gray Wolf is the evolved form of the Gray Wolf, and both share the normal attribute. Zhuge growled lowly, his gaze sharp as he stepped forward. Since his trainer had commanded him, he felt confident and unafraid. In the past, he would have felt fear, but after several days of training with Qin Ye, his confidence had transformed. As Zhuge faced the charging wolves, he nimbly advanced, and at the moment of impending collision, he withdrew his limbs and head into his shell, remaining motionless on the ground. The rapidly approaching Big Gray Wolf came to an abrupt halt, scrutinizing the turtle shell before him, furrowing its brow. It then glanced at Qin Ye, who was watching from a distance, and howled. The Big Gray Wolf turned to its 2 smaller companions, and, ignoring the turtle shell beneath, charged towards Qin Ye. What the heck? So clever? Qin Ye was astonished, but he quickly directed Luo Ye, who stood beside him. Pirate King, unleash your water blade. Eliminate them swiftly. Luo Ye stepped forward, wrapping his long knife in water elements. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 slashes, sending 3 water blades towards the trio of wolves. The water blades were capable of being projected. With 3 precise strikes, the blades hit the 3 wolves directly, sending them flying and howling in pain as they landed on the ground. Luo Ye, with a flourish, brandished his knife once more. The Big Gray Wolf swiftly regained its footing and charged ferociously at Luo Ye. While the recent blow was bearable for it, the 2 smaller wolves found it much harder to accept. As the big gray wolf lunged forward, the two smaller wolves struggled to rise. The level 8 wolf, ready to assist the big gray wolf, suddenly noticed a shadow descending upon it. A spiked turtle shell plummeted from above, crashing down. The little wolf's eyes bulged in terror and agony as it was struck. With a triumphant call, Zhuge poked his head out from his shell, feeling a sense of pride as the little wolf beneath him succumbed to its fate. The originally feeble Xiao Lang succumbed to Zhuge's strike, perishing instantly. Race, Xiaoyan Gui. Level, 8, 87,100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, High Extraordinary, 15,100. Qin Ye, hearing Zhuge's exclamation, cast a soul-calling eye towards him. Observing the evident increase in data within the parentheses behind level on Zhuge's panel, a subtle smile graced his lips. The methods by which spirit beasts enhance their strength, aside from training and consuming various rare materials, include the slaying of numerous living beings. In gaming terms, as long as a spirit beast successfully defeats another of comparable strength, it can gain a substantial amount of experience points, which have no upper limit. Unlike the diminishing returns from consuming excessive amounts of the same rare materials, which leads to resistance and reduced efficacy, the experience gained from defeating other spirit beasts remains boundless. However, this boundless experience is contingent on the level of the spirit beast. Upon reaching level 15, while still targeting level 5 or 6 beasts, one would naturally cease to gain experience. To continue acquiring experience, it becomes necessary to defeat beasts of level 10, 11, or above. In summary, defeating spirit beasts of a higher level yields considerable experience, while defeating those of a lower level varies based on the slain beast's strength. Stronger beasts grant more experience, while weaker ones yield less. Certainly, slaying spirit beasts is a swift path to gaining experience and enhancing strength, but this avenue is only favorable for weaker spirit beasts. For the more formidable ones, the challenge is significantly greater. As the level of spirit beasts rises, the quantity of equally leveled adversaries diminishes, resulting in a slower progression. Thus, leveling up eventually relies on self-training and the consumption of various rare materials. The reason Qin Ye had previously refrained from allowing Zhuge to slay spirit beasts for strength enhancement was due to the sheer abundance of low-level wild spirit beasts, creating plentiful targets for experience acquisition. Most importantly, Zhuge lacked offensive capabilities at that time. Without such means, sending Zhuge to hunt spirit beasts would have been excessively challenging. Hence, he opted for patience until Zhuge developed true offensive awareness. Chapter 18, Zhuge Evolve. Zhuge, pursue it and strike with thorns. Hearing the call, Zhuge sprinted towards the fleeing clumsy bear. With a resounding thud, the battered bear met its end under Zhuge's charge. Excellent, Qin Ye shouted. After his exclamation, he turned his gaze to the panel before him. Race, Xiaoyan Gui. Level, 10, 1100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, High Extraordinary, 30,100. Talent, Thorn Shell, Qin Trigram. Skills, Earth Shield, Mastery, 11100. Rock Armor, Mastery, 62100. Control Power, Mastery, 57100. Thorn Spin, Mastery, 44,100. After 2 days of fierce outdoor battles, Zhuge had successfully leveled up to 10 with that last strike. His numerous skills had also seen significant enhancement during these intense battles, with both Earth Shield and Thorn Spin reaching mastery level. At level 10, Qin Ye looked up at Zhuge, who lay motionless not far away, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. What was he anticipating? Naturally, he wondered whether Xiaoyan Gui could gain the power of evolution during this enhancement, thus experiencing its first evolution. It is widely acknowledged that spirit beasts can evolve. But when do they evolve? After several years of observation, it is clear that most spirit beasts evolve at whole number levels, with only a few deviating from this norm. Those that do evolve outside this pattern have generally consumed top-tier rare materials. In the absence of such consumption, the vast majority of spirit beasts will only evolve at whole number levels. It is important to note, however, that reaching a whole number level does not guarantee evolution. It merely presents a possibility. The likelihood of evolution is influenced by factors such as the spirit beast's level, potential, and its intrinsic desire to evolve. Upon a successful evolution, a spirit beast's strength and potential will significantly increase. The extent of this enhancement depends on the nature of the evolution itself. Soon, a mysterious radiance enveloped Zhuge, captivating the attention of Qin Ye and Luoya. The ethereal glow cocooned Zhuge entirely, resembling a colossal egg. The evolution had commenced. Qin Ye, feeling elated, approached Zhuge alongside Luoya to safeguard him. Although Zhuge had consumed materials related to the 8 trigrams, his initial potential remained somewhat lacking. Given this low initial potential, it is not surprising that evolution was triggered upon reaching level 10, so Qin Ye was not taken aback by the emergence of the evolution glow. Of course, this ease pertains only to the first evolution, The second evolution is far more arduous. The evolution glow emerged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Within minutes, the newly transformed Zhuge appeared before Qin Ye as the glow faded. Qin Ye, observing Zhuge, whose size had increased 15-fold, promptly activated the soul-calling eye without hesitation. Race, Earth Spirit Turtle. Level, 10, 1100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, Medium Elite, 50,100. Talent, Thorn Shell, Qin Trigram, Li Trigram, Rock Spirit Power. Skills, Flame Spout, Novice, 0-100. Description: the Shaoyan Gui, having mistakenly consumed a mysterious tablet, successfully evolved into the Earth Spirit Turtle under your careful nurturing, and is currently adapting to the powers bestowed by the mysterious tablet. Staring at the newly acquired talents and skills on the interface, Qin Ye fell silent. Moments later, he looked up at Zhuge, noticing the subtle rosy sheen emanating from him, and suddenly felt reassured. Thus, he began to examine the effects of the talents and skills. Li Trigram. Active talent. The Li Trigram of the 8 Trigrams summons roaring flames, creating a devastating inferno that inflicts continuous fire damage on enemies simultaneously. The flames possess a purifying effect. Rock Spirit Power. Passive talent. The Spirit Turtle's Earth attribute energy metamorphoses into Rock Spirit Power. Rock Spirit Power possesses greater strength and defense than ordinary Earth attribute energy. Flame Spout. Active skill. Concentrates flames in the mouth and directs them towards a target, inflicting fire attribute damage. How terrifying, how astonishing. After reviewing the effects, Qin Ye could not help but exclaim softly. Jie? Beside him. Luo Ye looked at Qin Ye with curiosity. Hearing the sound, Qin Ye smiled at Luo Ye. Pirate King, you may no longer be Zhuge's match. Jie? How is that possible? Luo Ye immediately leaped up, staring at Zhuge with disbelief. Although he had spent the past few days serving as a bodyguard, preventing his level from rising, he could not believe that the freshly evolved and newly leveled Zhuge could defeat him. You will find out soon enough, Qin Ye said, a slight smile playing on his lips as he addressed Zhuge. Let us seek our next target. Zhuge nodded eagerly, excited to test his newly acquired abilities. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ye pointed to a distant gray wolf. Zhuge, unleash flame spout upon it, and let the Pirate King witness your newfound power. Zhuge nodded vigorously. Flames began to gather in his mouth, and in the next moment, he unleashed the flames with incredible speed, resembling a fierce dragon as they surged towards the distant gray wolf. The rumbling sound erupted, and before the big bad wolf could react, it was struck fiercely by the oncoming flames, hurtling towards an open area not far away. Howl! The big bad wolf rolled on the ground in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the flames on its body while emitting mournful cries. Quack! Is this all? Luo Ye glanced at Qin Ye, quacking excitedly. This power is mediocre. 1 slash from me is sufficient. Don't rush, Qin Ye chuckled, directing Zhuge, release the Ligua. Zhuge nodded, raising his head and letting out a long chant. The surrounding fire elements seemed to heed the call, gathering from all directions. In the next moment, enveloped by the fire elements, a massive fireball erupted into the sky, creating a spectacular scene as flames connected the fireball to Zhuge. Subsequently, the fireball acted like an enormous cannon, spewing forth flames directly towards the big bad wolf. Still rolling on the ground, the wolf heard the commotion nearby, looked up, and upon seeing the fiery projectiles hurtling towards it like cannonballs, was instantly frightened into standing up and fleeing. Boom, boom, boom. The big bad wolf dodged left and right, but ultimately could not escape the oncoming flames. With a tremendous crash, the wolf was struck hard by the flames, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Qin Ye observed the experience points bouncing on Zhuge's panel and turned to the astonished Luo Ye, saying, well, how about that power? Luo Ye's mouth gaped slightly, incredulously staring at Zhuge, quacking. Little turtle, how have you become so powerful? Zhuge, appearing confused, shook his head slightly, clearly startled by the unleashed skill. Qin Ye gazed at the small craters created by the flames, unable to refrain from commenting. This talent is quite remarkable. With such power at level 10. Just imagine how terrifying it will be when Zhuge reaches level 50 or 60. After a moment of reflection, a foolish smile crept across his face. Chapter 19, Second Talent, Destiny. In a certain grove of the Yihai forest, as Zhuge unleashed a fiery breath, he instantly dispatched a clumsy bear of level 13. And a peculiar energy surged into Qin Ye's body. Sensing this sudden influx of special energy, Qin Ye abruptly exclaimed to Luo Ye beside him, protect me. I think I'm about to level up. He then sat cross-legged on the ground. Luo Ye, upon witnessing this, immediately grasped his long knife, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, after dispatching the clumsy bear, Zhuge's level swiftly rose to 12, following his evolution 2 days prior. Zhuge acquired 2 additional attack skills, drastically enhancing his speed in defeating spirit beasts. This astonishing transformation allowed him to ascend from level 10 to level 12 in merely 2 days. Upon reaching level 12, Zhuge did not ponder the newfound power he possessed, but instead hurried to Qin Ye's side, joining Luo Ye in guarding him. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ye opened his eyes, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. At that moment, he had successfully progressed from an apprentice to a junior summoner. Rising to his feet, he turned to Luo Ye, who was looking over, asking, "Pirate King, are you ready?" Quack. Luo Ye, hearing this, exhibited a puzzled expression. Before Qin Ye could respond, he suddenly recalled something, and with excitement, shouted, "Quack! Quack! Quack!" Observing Luo Ye's exuberance, Qin Ye's smile widened, and he responded with an action of his hand. In the next moment, a contract light appeared beneath Luo Ye's feet. As Luo Ye beheld the contract formation materializing below him, he felt the power of the contract surging into him. He quickly dispelled his instinctive resistance and wholeheartedly accepted the contract power swirling within him. The contract power, meeting no opposition from Luo Ye, swiftly concluded its process. Simultaneously, the contract between Qin Ye and Luo Ye was established at that very moment. Qin Ye, feeling a sudden surge of energy within him, sat cross-legged once more to acclimatize to his newfound strength. At this moment, Luo Ye entered a special state as well. Zhuge, observing the pair with closed eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Why are they both closing their eyes? After a brief pause, he realized and swiftly began to scrutinize the surroundings. 2 minutes later, Qin Ye was the first to open his eyes. He met Zhuge's gaze and smiled appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhuge gently shook his head, indicating it was no trouble at all. Qin Ye then turned his attention to the still unconscious Luo Ye, silently calling upon his panel. Name: Qin Ye. Level: Junior Summoner. Talent: Sun Luo Once Yang. Ming Tuesday Skills: Summon Solai. Ming Tuesday. Qin Ye murmured, curiously examining its effects. As a summoner levels up, in addition to being able to contract spirit beasts again, he also gains an additional talent. Ming 2, the Path of Destiny, upon release towards spirit beasts, allows one to view the various evolution paths available to the spirit beast, analyzing the evolution requirements and the minimum potential post-evolution. Qin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively leaning forward, confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he couldn't help but shout, "Oh my!" His mouth slightly agape, he found himself engulfed in shock. Nearby Zhuge, hearing Qin Ye's exclamation, emitted a curious growl. Gulping, Qin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and looked towards the puzzled Zhuge. Without hesitation, he unleashed Ming 2 towards Zhuge. Ming 2, Earth Tortoise, low-level leader, no requirements needed, normal leveling suffices. Climbing Rock Tortoise, medium-level leader, increased the proportion of Earth attributes. Enhance body weight to exceed 1 ton. Fire Rock Tortoise, low-level lord, requires more fire attribute skills or consumption of more fire attribute treasures, achieving a balance between fire and earth attributes. For Symbols Tortoise, medium-level lord, requires consumption of items related to the 4 symbols power, triggering a reaction with the mysterious stone tablet within. For Symbols, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. Qin Ye gazed at the 4 evolution paths displayed on the panel and took a deep breath once more. He examined them thoroughly before finally fixing his gaze on the 4 Symbols Tortoise. Yes, this one, Qin Ye nodded, dismissing the interface before turning to release Ming 2 to the already awakened Luo Ye. As for the 4 symbols, it was indicated that it pertained to them rather than strictly requiring Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, or Xuanwu, which meant the ordinary Longhu Niao Tortoise could suffice. He might not find the 4 symbols, but he could certainly find the more common Longhu Niao Tortoise. Ming 2, Mighty Duck, high-level elite, no requirements needed, normal leveling suffices. Navy Duck, low-level leader, requires a navy hat and a heartfelt desire to become a navy. Pirate Duck, low-level leader, requires a pirate hat and a heartfelt desire to become a pirate. This aligns well with the official evolution route. The officially released evolution path had even more options than what he saw, including Scout Duck and Drifter Duck. The requirements for Scout Duck are slightly more complex than those for Pirate Duck and Navy Duck, as it requires not only a scout hat and a heart yearning to be a scout, but also the acquisition of stealth skills. As for Drifter Duck, their cultivated Sailor Duck cannot evolve because Drifter Duck necessitates a heart that longs for a wandering life. Since the Sailor Duck has already been contracted by him, it signifies confinement of action, making it impossible to foster a heart of a wanderer. Therefore, to contract a Drifter Duck, one must seek an existing contract in the world. Due to the elevated requirements for the evolution of the Lankiya, it stands as the most potent evolutionary form of the known Shui Shoya, with a minimum potential classified as medium elite. It appears that the fate cannot reveal all possible evolutionary paths. Qin Ye felt a tinge of disappointment within. Upon witnessing the results, he had expected to see every potential outcome. But now, learning that only partial paths were visible, he could not help but feel a fleeting sense of disillusionment. However, this fleeting moment was just that, fleeting. Soon, a radiant smile adorned his face. This extraordinary talent is truly remarkable. The ability to discern the most suitable evolutionary path for one's contracted beast is nothing short of miraculous. After calming his excited heart, Qin Ye turned to Luo Ye and smiled, saying, "Pirate King, I look forward to your guidance." Ga. Luo Ye proudly tilted his head, displaying a joyful expression. Chapter 20, The Pirate Hat of the Black Sheep. Race, Shueishoya. Level 11, 37,100. Attribute, Water. Potential, Low Elite, 60,100. Talent, Plunder. Skills, Water Blade. Proficiency, 76100. Water Gun. Proficiency, 42100. Fighting Spirit. Proficiency, 2,100. Description, a little duck with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Plunder, a passive talent that allows every strike against an enemy to siphon their energy for oneself. Is this talent truly effective? Qin Ye murmured, turning his gaze to Luo Ye and remarking, "Pirate King, your talent is quite impressive." Ga. Indeed. Luo Ye responded, hands on hips, chest puffed out. Very well. Qin Ye chuckled. Now, let us see if your growth rate accelerates after our contract. Ga. Upon hearing this, Luo Ye felt an overwhelming surge of determination. Before long, Qin Ye observed a level 12 gray wolf fall to Luo Ye's blade, prompting him to silently assess the panel before him. He noticed the numbers dancing in parentheses behind the water blade and could not help but exclaim, "My auxiliary skills are rather formidable. But where did they come from?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ye muttered, "Could it be that returning to this life has endowed my soul with a greater weight and my mental fortitude with exceptional strength? Forget it," he decided, shaking his head. He had what he had, so he would simply enjoy it. Recognizing his uniqueness, Qin Ye unhesitatingly continued training with Zhuge and Luo Ye. Today was the 21st, and with only a few days until the examination, he aimed to strive toward becoming an intermediate summoner. Nightfall. At the dinner table, Bai Ye, upon hearing that Qin Ye had become a junior summoner and contracted Luo Ye, asked uncertainly, "Son, have you truly become a junior summoner?" "Yes, mother." Qin Ye replied once more. "What level is Zhuge?" Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Level 12. Qin Ye looked at Qin Ming and inquired, "Father, is something wrong? Am I leveling up too quickly?" "Son, your talent is quite extraordinary." Bai Ye exclaimed in shock after hearing her son's reply. "Your father and I only became junior summoners once our contracted beasts reached level 15, and you, at level 12, have already reached this stage. That is a full 3 levels ahead of us." Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. When he first became a junior summoner, he had been so focused on contracting the Pirate King that he had not considered this aspect. Reflecting now, it indeed seemed somewhat terrifying. Qin Ming, observing the stunned Qin Ye, inhaled deeply and stated, "Typically, summoners with your type of talent become junior summoners when their contracted beasts reach level 14. Those with slightly stronger talents achieve this at level 13. But a case like yours, reaching junior summoner status at level 12, is unheard of." Qin Ming shook his head, his complex expression tinged with joy. He then continued with conviction, "I can confidently assert that your talent, Sun Luo Wanxiang, is of the highest caliber." Qin Ye regained his composure and questioned, "Father, is it truly that formidable? Could this be an exaggeration?" Although he could not see the rating of his talent on the panel, he was aware that the official classification ranged from low to high, tier E, D, C, B, A, and the most powerful S. "It is not an exaggeration in the slightest," Qin Ming responded earnestly. "At lower levels, those with your type of talent do not differ significantly from those without it, as the energy gained from leveling up is minimal at that stage. For instance, gaining 1 level might yield 10 energy points, whereas those with your talent would acquire 11 or 12. A mere 1 or 2 points does not make a notable difference early on. The disparity becomes significant when the energy gained escalates to 100 or 1,000 points, at which point you would receive 110 or 1,100. The additional 10 or 100 points of energy is markedly noticeable." After a brief pause, he looked at Qin Ye and added, "Your talent far exceeds those additional points. Gaining 3 levels is far more terrifying than gaining 1 or 2. With this reasoning, Qin Ye felt a sudden clarity wash over him. In that moment, he gained a lucid understanding of the power of his talent. "Son, does anyone know that you have become a junior summoner?" Bai Ye inquired. "No." Qin Ye shook his head. Bai Ye cautioned, "It would be wise not to summon the Pirate King in front of others until Zhuge reaches level 14. "I understand, mother." Qin Ye nodded vigorously. Her intent was clear, to keep his extraordinary talent concealed for as long as possible. Following his father's analysis, he shared this sentiment. "That is good to hear." Ye smiled gently, refraining from further inquiries. Seeing his mother had no more questions, Qin Ye turned to his father and playfully asked, "Father, do you have a pirate hat? I have prepared one for you." Qin Ming waved his right hand, and a striking black pirate hat appeared instantly. Qin Ye's eyes lit up as he beheld the hat materializing before him. He eagerly took it from his father's hand and exclaimed, "Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Haha. Go for it, son." Qin Ming laughed heartily, filled with joy. Although he harbored some concerns regarding his son's extraordinary talent, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After all, no parent wishes for anything less than their child awakening a formidable talent. Previously, he had been anxious, fearing his son's talent might be subpar, but now, knowing it had reached tier A, his spirits lifted considerably. As Qin Ming watched Qin Ye take the pirate hat into his room, he turned to Bai Ye, who met his gaze. They exchanged a knowing smile. In the room, Qin Ye regarded the black pirate hat in his hands and unhesitatingly activated a summoning soul eye. Black Sheep's pirate hat. Quality, yellow. Description, a pirate hat forged from various rare materials by the master-level summoner, Black Sheep. This hat possesses formidable defensive and self-recovery capabilities. Chapter 21, Luo Ye's Evolution. Father has truly invested significantly. Qin Ye marveled at the panel of the pirate hat in his hands. A yellow-quality pirate hat is no ordinary item. The quality of items ranges from low to high: white, green, blue, yellow, purple, and orange. As for what lies above orange, he was uncertain. Holding the precious pirate hat, Qin Ye rose without hesitation and made his way toward the door. He opened the door and exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." Before he could close the door, Qin Ming's voice echoed back, "If you thank me, then make sure to get into a good university." "Don't worry, Dad. I'll get into the Hu in Ling Di Su. Haha, I'll be waiting." Inside the room, Qin Ye smiled as he looked at the recently summoned Lu Wai. He handed over a pirate hat, saying, "Pirate King, your pirate hat has arrived." Lu Wai, who had been summoned alongside ZHG, looked up at Qin Ye's words. He stared blankly at the hat in Qin Ye's hand, his mind momentarily blank. Suddenly, he burst into excitement, flapping his wings and exclaiming, "Ga-ga, ga-ga-ga." Observing Lu Wai's uncontainable joy, Qin Ye chose not to interrupt him. Once Lu Wai calmed down, Qin Ye spoke again. "Hold it well and wear it properly." "Ga." Lu Wai nodded vigorously. He took the pirate hat from Qin Ye's hand, treating it like a precious treasure, and placed it on his head. "Not bad, you look quite dashing," Qin Ye remarked, nodding at the now more handsome Lu Wai. ZHG, who had been watching from the side, also nodded in agreement. Lu Wai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the praise. Seeing Lu Wai's bashful demeanor, Qin Ye glanced at ZHG and said, "Starting tomorrow, our training will enter the next phase." ZHG replied. "Ga." Lu Wai chimed in. "From tomorrow, our focus will shift to the Pirate King." ZHG. "Since you just evolved, your chances of triggering a second evolution at level 20 are virtually non-existent, while the Pirate King has yet to evolve. Therefore, we must raise the Pirate King to level 20 within the remaining time to maximize the potential for evolution. Under normal circumstances, if evolution is not triggered at level 10, the chances at level 20 will significantly increase. If it still does not trigger at level 20, the probability at level 30 becomes even higher, essentially guaranteeing an evolution. The aforementioned probabilities apply to each successive evolution attempt. This means that for ZHG, who has already evolved once, the next evolution is likely to occur at level 30. With only a slim chance at level 20. Qin Ye observed the two creatures nodding in understanding and continued, "Thus, our primary goal in the coming days is to elevate the Pirate King to level 20. The secondary objective is to achieve mastery in ZHG's Firejet skill." After outlining several objectives, he concluded this brief meeting. On May 31st, the day before the college entrance examination, the students of Class 4 sat quietly at their desks, their eyes fixed on their homeroom teacher, Yi Qi, who was discussing the upcoming test. The examination is divided into two formats, the first for Hu in Ling SH, and the second for students not pursuing this path. Naturally, if you are a Hu in Ling SH but do not wish to participate in the first format, you may opt for the second. The first examination consists of practical and written tests, with practical skills accounting for 80 of the total score and written tests for 20. The practical component involves surviving on an island teeming with spirit beasts for 3 days while eliminating them to earn points. The written portion consists of simpler test papers compared to the second format. The second examination is purely written, devoid of any unconventional elements. Yi Qi had discussed the examination details weeks prior, allowing students to make their choices. Reiterating this now served merely to remind them of the exam tomorrow, helping them refocus. "Remember to gather in the classroom at 7 a.m. tomorrow," Yi Qi said, casting a complex glance at the students. Class dismissed. In an instant, the once quiet classroom erupted into noise. Qin Ye, what are you doing this afternoon? Du Feng asked, noticing Qin Ye standing up first. Qin Ye looked down at Du Feng and replied, training. Still training? Aren't you going to rest? Du Feng exclaimed. Indeed, I should rest a bit. I'll train until 3 p.m., Qin Ye said as he sat down, discreetly checking the time on his phone. Care to join me? No. Du Feng quickly shook his head. I want to rest well today. The next 3 days won't offer much time to relax. Surviving on the island for 3 days certainly wouldn't be as comfortable as sleeping at home. That makes sense, Qin Ye nodded lightly. Then take a good rest. I'll head out first. With that, he picked up his bag and walked towards the door. Watching Qin Ye's departing figure, Du Feng pondered for a moment before muttering. Should I push myself too? After some contemplation, he decided to train until 2 p.m. before taking a break. At 3:37 p.m., in a wooded area of the YHISNLN, flashes of light flickered. Qin Ye smiled as he watched Lu Wai enveloped in brilliance. After days of hard work, Lu Wai had finally reached level 20 just before the examination, and as expected, was graced with the powers of evolution. Embarking on his evolutionary journey, ZHG stared in awe at the scene. Is this evolution? This transformation seemed rather impressive. So radiant. So beautiful. This is evolution. Qin Ye said to ZHG beside him. Your evolution was quite similar. ZHG nodded, his gaze shifting from the dazzling light to survey their surroundings. As the strongest combat force currently present, he must protect his master and the evolving duck brother. Qin Ye, seeing ZHG vigilantly scanning the area, smiled appreciatively. He then turned his attention back to the evolving Lu Wai and softly mused. I wonder if the energy returned from the Pirate King's evolution will enable me to ascend to an intermediate who in LNSH. After saying this, he felt a surge of anticipation. With ZHG at level 17 and Lu Wai at level 20, he believed that the energy from Lu Wai's evolution could potentially elevate him to an intermediate who in LNSH. After all, he possessed the talent of SN Lu W in Xiying. Chapter 22, YHI Port. Unfortunately, while the thought was noble, reality proved harsh. As Lu Wai's evolutionary glow dissipated, Qin Ye felt a surge of energy within him, yet it did not elevate him to an intermediate who in LNSH. He shook his head in disappointment as he sensed the energy within. Looking up at Lu Wai, who now appeared significantly larger. Donned in a black pirate hat and wielding a long sword, he smiled and asked, How do you feel? GA. Very good, Lu Wai replied, striking what he believed to be a dashing pose. After finishing his pose, he turned to ZHG, who was watching, and shouted, GA? What do you think? ZHG responded, giving him the affirmation he sought. While they conversed, Qin Ye quietly examined Lu Wai's status panel. Species, Pirate Duck. Level, 20, 1100. Attribute, Water. Potential, Medium Leader, 21,100. Talent, Plunder, Absolute Crisis. Skills, Water Blade, Perfect, 4100. Water Gun, Mastery, 76100. Battle Intent, Mastery, 88100. Water Wave Slash, Beginner, 0100. Water Shield, Beginner, 0100. Description: a duck aspiring to become the Pirate King. Absolute Crisis, passive talent that allows for an extraordinary burst of power when faced with dire situations. Water Wave Slash, active skill that transforms blade light into waves, capable of attacking all targets within its sweep. Shu ZHHDN, an active skill that condenses water elements into a shield, safeguarding oneself and capable of withstanding a certain degree of enemy attacks. Shu BZHN, an upgraded version of the water blade, is quite satisfactory. Shu ZHHDN is commendable, providing a solid defensive skill. Qin Ye's gaze shifted to the introduction of Zhu Jiaying. The enhancement effect of this talent remains uncertain in terms of its potential to elevate strength. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ye smiled and remarked that, overall, the enhancement was indeed substantial. Not to mention the additional talents and skills. The potential of a medium-tier leader far surpasses that of a low-tier leader like the Pirate Duck. As for why Luoyo evolved into a medium-tier leader rather than a low-tier one, it is undoubtedly due to the yellow-quality pirate hat. The influence of the pirate hat on the evolution of the sailor duck into the pirate duck is significant. Not only does the pirate duck benefit from the pirate hat, but the navy duck, scout duck, and wanderer duck equally experience its effects. The higher the quality of the hat, the greater the potential of their evolution. A vital insight gleaned from numerous summoners possessing sailor ducks. After examining Luo Yu's panel, Qin Ye proceeded to invoke MNGT. MNGT. Captain Duck, medium leader requires possession of a pirate ship. Is that all? Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. He blinked, confirming his observations before quietly closing the panel. It was better not to look at this panel. Although the official evolution route is limited to this, possessing MNGT, he could not believe there was truly only this single path. It seems there is still room for growth. Qin Ye shook his head, feeling no urgency. After all, Luo Ye had only just reached level 20, and it was still early for the next evolution. Given Luo Ye's current potential, Qin Ye estimated that the next evolution might occur around level 40 or 50. Glancing at the time, he turned to the turtle and duck still engaged in conversation and said, "Let us return home." Luo Ye, Ga, Zhugum. The turtle and duck promptly followed Qin Ye, heading in the direction he indicated. Although they were heading home, when encountering spirit beasts along the way, Qin Ye allowed Luo Ye to test the newly acquired skill, thereby enhancing its proficiency. He soon discovered that the proficiency of Luo Ye's new skill, Shu Bizichin, increased remarkably, advancing from novice to proficient with only a few releases. Qin Ye turned to Luo Ye, who was sheathing the blade, and inquired, "Is it quite proficient?" Luo Ye turned to respond, Ga. Yes, the distinction from the external water blade is minimal." Hearing this, Qin Ye nodded slightly and said, "Good. Let us continue." Luo Ye, Ga. Qin Ye contemplated, forming some insights. It seemed that after learning one skill, acquiring a similar type of skill became considerably easier. Of course, this ease was contingent on familiarity with the similar skill type. Unfamiliarity would not render the task significantly simpler. On June 1st, a convoy of school buses arrived at the parking lot of Yihai Port. Qin Ye, following his classmates, disembarked and joined the assembly point for Class 4. After taking attendance, Yichio instructed, "Stay close and do not wander off." "Teacher Yi, your class has a commendable number of summoners this year." A man approached from the left with his small group. "Wang Yan, long time no see." Yichio smiled in response, scanning the students behind him. "You have done well. 2 more students than last year." "Haha, indeed, we have recruited some excellent students this year." Wang Yan gestured towards a youth beside him, introducing, "This is Yu Wu, our school's only intermediate summoner this year." Upon hearing this, Yichio immediately turned her gaze to the boy standing to Wang Yan's left. Simultaneously, Qin Ye, positioned at the rear of Class 4, curiously observed Yu Wu. "Wow, he has something." Du Feng's astonished voice echoed in Qin Ye's ears. Qin Ye scrutinized the somewhat slender boy with a serene expression, furrowing his brows and asking, "Does he not sleep?" Having spent several days in the dark night forest hunting spirit beasts, he was acutely aware of the challenges in elevating to an intermediate summoner within a month. While he could not be classified as excessively diligent, he averaged 7 hours daily in spirit beast hunts. After nearly half a month, averaging 7 hours a day in the Yihai forest, he had not attained intermediate summoner status, illustrating the arduous journey for those who had. Perhaps, Du Feng shrugged. Truly diligent. Qin Ye could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Yichio smiled and remarked, "Not bad. Our class has produced one as well." As she spoke, she turned to Du Feng, eliciting puzzled glances from the classmates of Class 4. Qin Ye, noticing the look from Teacher Yi, was momentarily taken aback. He then abruptly turned his attention to Du Feng, who stood nearby. "Haha, I inadvertently became an intermediate summoner yesterday afternoon," Du Feng awkwardly replied. He had not anticipated that a brief session of practice would result in his little tiger reaching level 25, leading to his own ascension. Qin Ye's lips twitched slightly, impressed. "Haha." Du Feng scratched his head, murmuring, "Teacher Yi is calling me. I must take my leave." Subsequently, he walked toward Yichio under Qin Ye's watchful gaze. Yichio, observing Du Feng's approach, smiled as she introduced him to Wang Yan. Although Wang Yan wore a smile, his heart was already shrouded in silence. Their relationship was not as amicable as others presumed. Rather, it was one of rivalry and competition. Noticing the subtle shift in their conversation, Qin Ye shook his head and directed his gaze elsewhere, having seen through it all. Chapter 23. The practical examination commences. At Yihai Port, a medium-sized vessel capable of accommodating thousands resembled a leaf, swaying gently upon the shimmering waves. In front of the colossal ship, several small teams were scattered, patiently awaiting the arrival of a certain moment. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the ship, and a massive black eagle soared high, akin to a bolt of lightning in the darkness, quickly ascending above the vessel. A man stood atop the eagle, surveying the suddenly hushed crowd below, his lips curling into a slight smile. "Good morning, everyone. I am the mayor of Yihai City, Yizhan Tian." The crowd, initially quieted by the earlier commotion, erupted in excitement at his greeting. "Wow, it's Mayor Yi and his eagle. So impressive. What spirit beast is that? So majestic." "The Dark Night Water King, the evolved form of the Yihai eagle. I long to possess a Yihai eagle. If you can secure first place in Yihai City, you can select the Yihai eagle. You might as well let me die then." "Haha, then there's nothing more to be done." In Class 4, Qin Ye gazed at the man in the sky, then turned to the left front of the team, where Yi Cc stood. Yi Cc seemed to sense something. Glancing back until she caught Qin Ye's eye, she frowned slightly, silently mouthing, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just noticed your father," Qin Ye silently replied. Yi Cc rolled her eyes and gestured dismissively at Qin Ye, choosing to ignore him. "What are you looking at?" Du Feng inquired, following Qin Ye's gaze. "Nothing in particular." Qin Ye retracted his gaze and asked Du Feng, "By the way, when did you become an intermediate summoner yesterday?" This was a question he had wanted to ask earlier, but had forgotten while walking. "Around 1:30 p.m. yesterday," Du Feng responded with a smile. "I owe my ability to reach intermediate summoner status before the exam largely to you." "What?" Qin Ye expressed confusion. "Had I not heard you mention training? I would not have gone for practice yesterday afternoon," Du Feng continued. "I originally planned to train until 2 p.m., but while practicing, my tiger brother leveled up to 25. Then, I became an intermediate summoner." As he spoke, Du Feng's smile grew ever brighter. Qin Ye observed the current demeanor of Du Feng, a slight twitch escaping the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he inquired, "What level is your second contract beast?" "Level 22, Du Feng replied. "After evolving my little monkey into a fire fist monkey, I trained alongside Hugo, and it eventually reached level 22. "Very well." Qin Ye nodded, contemplating silently. "Du Zi, a level 25, and a level 22 intermediate summoner. It seems I must wait for Zhuge to reach level 20 before I can attain the status of an intermediate summoner. What are you thinking about?" Du Feng waved his hand in front of Qin Ye's face. "Nothing much, just considering when I will become an intermediate summoner," Qin Ye responded. "When will that be?" Du Feng queried. "Soon, at the latest by the day after tomorrow," Qin Ye stated, lifting his gaze to the towering figure of Yi Shizhong in the sky. No more talk. Yi Shizhong is about to explain the examination rules. During their conversation, Yi Zhantian concluded his preliminary remarks and proceeded to the main topic. The location of this practical examination is at Yishao Island, not far from Yihai Port. Yishao Island is a special island crafted specifically for our annual college entrance examination. On Yishao Island, nearly 1 million spirit beasts below level 30 reside. For this examination, you are required to survive on Yishao Island for 3 days. Yi Zhantian raised 3 fingers, emphasizing 3 days. During these 3 days, in addition to survival, you must exert your utmost effort to slay spirit beasts and earn points. The spirit beasts on Yishao Island are categorized as ordinary, elite, and special. Each type of spirit beast corresponds to specific points. As for how many points each spirit beast yields, you may consult the scoring device in your possession. Killing ordinary and elite spirit beasts will only net you points, while slaying special spirit beasts will not only grant you substantial points, but also special rewards. As for the nature of these rewards, you can check the map function on your scoring device. Of course, acquiring points and rewards is contingent upon ensuring your own safety. Although there are proctors on Yishao Island, they cannot constantly monitor or protect you. After 3 days, precisely by 10 a.m. on June 4th, you must register at the seaside of Yishao Island. Do not worry about where to register. Simply arrive at the seaside, and you will see our personnel who will guide you. After delivering a lengthy discourse, Yi Zhantian concluded with a smile. "All right, without further ado, please board in an orderly fashion." As his words faded, the staff aboard the colossal vessel began directing the teachers from various schools to lead their students orderly onto the ship. Half an hour later, the hatch of the ship closed, and it slowly began to set sail. At that moment, within the grand hall accommodating thousands, an announcement echoed. 20 minutes remain until the first landing point on Yishao Island. Candidates wishing to disembark should gather at the entrance. Landing time is 10 minutes. Listening to the broadcast, Qin Ye turned to Du Feng and asked, "Are you disembarking?" "No," Du Feng replied without hesitation. "The first landing point is where the most people disembark. Historically, this has always been the case. Disembarking early does not guarantee earlier access to Yishao Island for points. Only at 10 a.m. will the proctors allow entry." "That is indeed true." Qin Ye nodded in agreement and further queried, "Which landing point will you choose?" "The 5th, Du Feng said, glancing curiously at Qin Ye. "What about you?" "The 7th. I have a fondness for 7, Qin Ye chuckled. "There are 10 landing points on Yishao Island. The 7th is quite appealing. It has fewer disembarking candidates. Fewer people is indeed better. It means no one will compete with me for spirit beasts." Du Feng mused for a moment. "Then I shall choose the 3rd. 5 seems a bit crowded." 3 is certainly fewer than 5, Qin Ye remarked. "Best of luck." Typically, the points with a higher disembarkation count are 1, 5, and 10. Indeed, Du Feng chuckled. As time passed, upon hearing the announcement, Du Feng turned to Qin Ye. "I'm off." With a smile, Qin Ye nodded. "Good luck." "Good luck." Du Feng waved as he departed from the group. Not far from Class 4's group, Yi Cc approached Qin Ye after Du Feng's departure. "Aren't you going with him?" "I plan to disembark at the 7th point," Qin Ye replied. Glancing at Yi Cc, "What about you?" The sixth, she responded. Our chances of encountering each other are quite high, Qin Ye remarked with a smile. Yi playfully clenched her fist and twirled in front of Qin Ye. You better be ready to run if you meet me. Don't let me eliminate you. Qin Ye's lips curled slightly, his tone casual. Would you truly do that? Humph, what do I have to lose? Yi tilted her head, gazing upwards at the ship's deck. Qin Ye smirked. I shall observe how you intend to eliminate me. Yi shot him a glare, twirling her fist once more. Just you wait. I shall wait, Qin Ye affirmed with a nod. On Yishao Island, at the 7th landing point, Qin Ye followed the flow of people as he disembarked from the gigantic vessel. A quick scan revealed that approximately 300 individuals had disembarked alongside him. According to Teacher Yi, nearly 5,000 participants were involved in this practical examination. If we consider 5,000 participants, that means an average of 500 must disembark at each point. With only 300 at this point, one can only imagine the crowd at points 1, 5, and 10. Qin Ye gazed at the radiant sun above, wiping the sweat trickling down his forehead. It's quite hot today, he murmured and continued onward. Feeling the ocean breeze and observing the temporary tents and countless staff around him, he discreetly retrieved a device resembling a mobile phone from his left pocket. This device was the scoring apparatus mentioned by Yi Shizhong. Moreover, it was the sole item in their possession for the practical examination. Carrying any other items was strictly prohibited. Should any candidates be found with additional items during the examination, they would face penalties, with severe cases leading to disqualification from the practical exam. To prevent such occurrences, Teacher Yi had conducted thorough physical checks prior to their arrival. Of course, those who were not checked could still store their belongings at the designated area by the seaside. Observing candidates making their way to the storage area, Qin Ye began to familiarize himself with the scoring device. Upon opening the device, the first thing he noticed was the current time, 9:35, leaving 25 minutes until the practical examination commenced. Quite early, Qin Ye murmured, scrolling through the options that appeared before him. Help, points, ranking, map. Help allows the user to send a distress signal to the surrounding proctors requesting assistance. Selecting this option signifies the formal end of one's practical examination journey. Points provides information on the current points earned. As for how points are calculated or how they track spirit beast kills, that was beyond his comprehension. He only knew that this scoring device possessed remarkable technology. Ranking allows candidates to view their current points and their rank among all participants in Yihai City, enabling them to maintain a sense of motivation. Map serves as a navigational tool, displaying not only their current location but also the positions of elite and special spirit beasts on Yishao Island. Certainly, the display will only show what is immediately around oneself. Anything far away will not appear on the map. In simple terms, this map possesses radar functionality. When elite spirit beasts and special spirit beasts enter the radar's range, it will emit alerts, prompting one to contemplate whether to flee or confront the challenge. Qin Ye activated the map and observed the flashing icons, momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued. He clicked on the icon in the upper right corner, adorned with a small treasure chest. Race, Swift Wind Wolf, Special Spirit Beast. Level, 21. Attribute, Wind. Potential, Low-Level Commander. Reward, the Slayer may obtain a wind grass or double points for defeating this spirit beast. Description, Leader of a wolf pack. Surrounded by at least 2 elite spirit beasts and 10 ordinary spirit beasts. Those wishing to attempt a kill should consider their decision carefully before proceeding. Is this a special spirit beast? Qin Ye was momentarily astonished, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Special spirit beasts are indeed those that are under a bounty. Defeating such beasts yields corresponding rewards. While points can be exchanged instead of rewards, the points are far less valuable. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one would opt for points. Unless it were individuals on the cusp of entering the top 100 or top 10, who might exchange rewards for points. Aside from such individuals, Qin Ye could not fathom anyone opting for points. The icon was located at the edge of the radar, approximately 5 kilometers away. After silently noting the icon's position, Qin Ye deactivated the map feature, stowed the score counter in his pocket, and began to wander about his surroundings. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated from landing point number 7. With 5 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock, I shall now share some important reminders regarding acquiring points. In practical combat, defeating spirit beasts below level 10 will not yield any points, so I urge you to exercise restraint and refrain from killing too many below level 10. As the announcement echoed, the surrounding candidates erupted into laughter. They understood the rule, yet could not suppress their amusement upon hearing the words of the robust man. Defeating spirit beasts at level 10 and above will grant points equivalent to their level. Those marked as elite on the map will yield 5 times the points. Special spirit beasts will offer 10 times the points, along with additional rewards. While the extra rewards are enticing, they are not easily obtained. So I urge you to think carefully before taking action. The man standing at the gate pointed to his left, and continued, to my left. Approximately 4 to 5 kilometers away, a pack led by low-level Commander Swiftwind Wolves at level 21 is currently hunting. Therefore, once the examination commences, please consider your approach to the left side carefully. Do not act rashly, believing yourself invincible, nor should you entertain the notion of luck allowing you to seize an opportunity. With 1 minute remaining until the exam begins, after the bell tolls, you may charge forward. After delivering these words, the man fell silent and stepped aside to clear the path. Seated on a stone pedestal, Qin Ye immediately rose, stretching his limbs. At that moment, the drowsy candidates were jolted awake, each brimming with energy as they advanced forward. Ding 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 ding. In the year 2224, the practical examination at Yi High City officially commenced. All candidates, please ensure your safety. Boom. With the ringing of the bell, hundreds of candidates surged towards Yishao Island. The astute summoned their contracted beasts before proceeding. The reckless, disregarding all caution, dashed out of the coastal perimeter into the woods upon hearing the bell. The clever had already summoned their contracted beasts moments prior. The unhurried, like Qin Ye, remained by the shore, observing the unfolding spectacle. Once the crowd had thinned, Qin Ye leisurely made his way forward. Chapter 24. The Three Top Spirit Beast Universities. Entering the woods, Qin Ye raised his right hand, and a summoning array swiftly materialized before him. In the next moment, Luo Ye, donning a black pirate hat and wielding a long sword, appeared before him. Upon emerging, Luo Ye immediately assessed his surroundings, prepared for combat. After a brief moment of vigilance, he lowered his sword, casting a glance at Qin Ye. Qin Ye, looking at Luo Ye, smiled and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Luo Ye inquired. Qin Ye pointed in the direction indicated by the earlier speaker, responding, "We head that way. There is a wolf pack." Luo Ye nodded vigorously, gripping his long sword, and accompanied Qin Ye onward. Qin Ye retrieved the score counter from his pocket, activated the map, and began to survey the area. He observed the flashing red dots on the map and guided Luo Ye towards them. The multitude of red dots represented spirit beasts inhabiting the vicinity. The map featured displays ordinary spirit beasts within 500 meters, elite spirit beasts within 2,000 meters, and special spirit beasts within 5,000 meters. Before long, Qin Ye and Luo Ye arrived at the location of the red dots on the map. Observing a few plump piglets in the distance, Qin Ye remarked, grass pigs, and their evolved form, prairie pigs. It seems we shall not go hungry for lunch." He turned to Luo Ye, Pirate King, "Swiftly deal with them." Luo Ye brandished his long sword and charged forward. In an instant, the blade sliced through the air, the sword energy coalescing into razor-sharp waves, sweeping towards the 3 plump pigs nearby. The proficient water wave slash was unleashed in a heartbeat. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, and the 3 chubby piglets were sent flying, lifeless in an instant. Qin Ye regarded the unfortunate pigs without a hint of remorse, calmly advancing to assist Luo Ye in collecting their bountiful carcasses. After storing some choice cuts in the summoning space, Qin Ye and Luo Ye continued on their journey. In this battle, Qin Ye earned 15 points. Aside from the level 15 prairie pig, the other 2 grass pigs were below level 10. As the practical examination commenced, aboard the colossal vessel docked at night, Shao Island Point Number 1, a group of individuals convened in the conference room, closely monitoring various surveillance feeds from the island. These feeds showcase scenes from across Yishao Island, equipped with thousands of cameras. Although the displayed footage did not yet reach the count of thousands, each image depicted ongoing battles. Among these visuals, a particularly large screen at the center captured attention, displaying exceptionally vivid combat scenarios. The content on this massive screen showcased Luo Ye effortlessly dispatching elite spirit beasts, the great gray wolf. "What is this kid's name? His little duck possesses some talent." A young man with his feet propped up on the table inquired, just having evolved into a pirate duck. "And he can already master the water wave slash to a proficient level. Truly impressive," remarked an elder nearby. "His water wave slash is not what is terrifying. What is frightening is his water blade, which is at least at a perfect proficiency." A woman interjected, frowning. "Is this his first contracted beast?" New summoners can train their contracted beast skills to perfection within a month, which is quite rare. "No, this is his second contracted beast," a voice chimed in from nearby. Upon hearing this, the group collectively looked towards the source of the voice. "Night City Chief, do you know this kid?" the woman asked in surprise. "Night High First High School, Class 3, Year 3, Qin Ye." Yizhan Tian replied with a smile. "His father is Qin Ming." Qin Ming. The man speaking at the beginning suddenly realized why he possessed a pirate duck. It was none other than Qin Ming's son. Such rare spirit beasts like the pirate duck are not commonly encountered. Upon hearing Qin Ming's name, the elder let out a sigh, his expression revealing a hint of regret. Qin Ming was undoubtedly a genius capable of becoming a king-level summoner. Alas, due to an injury sustained in battle. He was confined to the rank of a master-level summoner. Sensing the sudden silence enveloping the surroundings, the woman inquired, what was his first contracted beast? A little rock turtle. YZHNTN replied lazily, stifling a yawn. What? The woman was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. A little rock turtle. YZHNTN continued, do not underestimate his little rock turtle. Even my daughter has praised it. He was also quite astonished when he learned from his daughter that Qin Ye had contracted a little rock turtle. Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent. Meanwhile, the man burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, well, I shall watch closely. The three conversing with YZHNTN were admission officers from the three premier spirit beast universities of the Summoner Federation. These top 3 universities surpassed the 10 renowned higher educational institutions previously mentioned by Qi. The 3 elite universities of the Summoner Federation are Qin Ye University, Yling University, and XK University. The elder is an admission officer from Qin Ye University, named ZHNIN. The young man represents Yling University, known as YNXing. The woman is an admission officer from XK University, named LNIN. At noon, after a long journey, Qin Ye halted by the riverbank. This is the spot. He surveyed the surrounding scenery, placing the freshly gathered meat and vegetables upon the ground. He then called out to Lu Yi, Pirate King, wash the meat while I summon ZHG. Lu Yi swiftly approached Qin Ye, seizing a large piece of meat and heading towards the riverbank. Upon being summoned, ZHG surveyed the area before calling out to Qin Ye and Lu Yi. ZHG, go chop some wood, Qin Ye instructed. Make sure to eat well. You will need your strength for the work this afternoon. ZHG nodded vigorously. After finishing his meal, Qin Ye planned to focus on training ZHG primarily, with Lu Yi as a secondary focus. He refrained from training in the morning due to his unfamiliarity with the environment upon arriving at YSHO Island. Now that he had a basic understanding, he intended to prioritize ZHG, aiming to elevate it to level 20. Focusing on ZHG was essential because its lower level indicated a faster potential for advancement, which in turn would yield greater energy. Although Lu Yi could also provide substantial energy upon leveling up, its higher rank meant a slower progression. Therefore, Qin Ye aimed to elevate ZHG's level swiftly to become an intermediate summoner, which was his primary task at present. In Chapter 25, titled The Gale Wolf Pack, Qin Ye pondered, are the Gale Wolves still alive? As he gazed at the Gale Wolf icon on the scoreboard, casting a glance at the 2 wolf heads nearby. Observing a level 20 elite Gale Wolf and a level 19 elite Gale Wolf, Qin Ye exclaimed, they are all Gale Wolves. He had initially thought only the leader was a Gale Wolf, not realizing there were 2 more in the pack. Shaking his head, he contemplated the situation for a moment before stating, one at level 21, another at level 20, and one at level 19. This should pose no significant challenge. With that, he resolutely turned to his companions. Let us go hunt the wolves. ZHG, Lu YG. The reason he did not rush directly towards the Gale Wolves earlier was due to the considerable distance, 5 kilometers, which would take over half an hour to traverse on foot. During that time, he could have already dispatched numerous spirit beasts. Thus, when the practical examination commenced, he did not immediately head for the special spirit beast, the Gale Wolf, but instead opted to hunt while on the move, taking a meal in the process. After finishing his meal, he checked the scoreboard and noted that the Gale Wolves were still alive. Since the Gale Wolves had yet to perish, he felt no hesitation in proceeding. However, he continued to hunt while on the way, not feeling any urgency regarding the Gale Wolves. If they were there to be hunted, he would take them down. If not, that was simply how it would be. In a spacious grassy area, the pack of Gale Wolves, led by their alpha, had recently triumphed over a herd of forest deer. They were currently relishing a delightful lunch, feasting on the spoils of their victory. Meanwhile, several candidates were positioned behind various trees, observing the scene unfold. A newcomer, having just arrived, glanced at the distant wolf pack and then at the others hiding behind the trees, asking, aren't you going in? You go ahead. We will join you shortly, one slightly plump boy replied with a peculiar look. The distant pack was not merely a level 21 low-ranking Gale Wolf. It was a pack led by a level 21 low-ranking Gale Wolf, comprising 2 elite Gale Wolves, 5 medium elite Gale Wolves, and 10 extraordinary potential Gale Wolves. A pack of 18 wolves was not something any novice summoner could take down alone. Indeed, if you are so capable, you should proceed. We shall not contest with you, remarked a thin boy hidden behind another tree, casting a dismissive glance at the green monkey accompanying the newcomer. The green wild monkey was the evolved form of the little green monkey, and without the aid of special items, it could only reach the potential of an elite spirit beast. Do not be too harsh on him, Su Wying advised, glancing at the increasingly anxious newcomer. Find a tree to hide behind and wait until there are more people, We can attack together. Thank you. The boy expressed his gratitude to Su Weiying before silently leading his companion away. Shortly after their departure, a trio consisting of a person, a turtle, and a duck ambled out from the depths of the forest. The onlookers, taken aback by this peculiar combination, fell into an uneasy silence, no one daring to inquire. As Qin Ye continued his journey, he noticed the eyes of those around him upon him, causing him to furrow his brow as he looked ahead. Eventually, he spotted the pack of wolves, which had nearly finished their meal. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment, Qin Ye thought, his face lighting up with a joyful smile. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, perfectly timed. The only drawback was the number of onlookers surrounding him. Are you preparing to engage? Wang Ji, the thin boy, scrutinized the duck wielding a long knife beside Qin Ye, his expression turning increasingly serious. The pirate duck, the evolved form of the sailor duck, was a premium spirit beast with a minimum potential of a low-ranking commander. This individual is formidable. Wang Ji realized within himself that he was facing a terrifying opponent possessing a premium spirit beast. Curiously, Qin Ye turned to Wang Ji and asked, "Aren't you going to join?" "If I were to go, I would have done so already," Wang Ji retorted, rolling his eyes. "Fair enough," Qin Ye nodded lightly. Glancing at the others, "Are you not going?" "If you do not, they will leave." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent once more. "If you are not going, then I shall," Qin Ye said with a slight smile, leading his turtle and duck forward. As he approached Su Weiying, Qin Ye turned to ask, "Aren't you joining?" Su Weiying hesitated for a moment before responding. "If you go, I shall follow." "All right, then you must keep up," Qin Ye grinned, continuing onward with his turtle and duck. After walking a few meters, Qin Ye halted, directing his gaze towards the approaching pack of wolves not far away. He turned to the turtle and duck beside him, saying, "Let us go. Let us seize what we can." Zhuge nodded solemnly with determination. Quack, quack. Luoya excitedly brandished the long knife in his hand. In the next moment, the turtle and duck charged headlong into the wolf pack without hesitation. Behind them, upon witnessing Qin Ye truly unleash his contracted beasts, the others could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward with their own beasts. As their contracted beasts surged ahead, a cannon-like formation had already been established above Zhuge, unleashing fiery projectiles like a dragon of flames, bombarding the tumultuous wolf pack. Luo Ye led the charge, wielding his long knife, summoning waves akin to the sea god, sweeping towards the pack of wolves. In an instant, the rushing wolves found themselves engulfed in a cataclysm of water and fire. Simultaneously, the onlookers around Qin Ye were left in stunned silence. Wang Gu gazed at the fireballs above Zhuge, astonishment nearly causing his eyes to bulge. He glanced between the flames connecting to Zhuge and then at Zhuge himself, and upon realizing he was not mistaken, he exclaimed in shock, "That's a Tu-Ling Gui." Indeed, the moment he first saw Qin Ye, he had noticed Zhuge beside him. However, he had not paid much attention to Zhuge at that time, viewing him merely as a spirit beast inferior to the green wild monkey. The current scene shattered his previous perceptions, enlightening him for the first time that potential does not equate to everything. While they were astonished, the numerous admissions teachers observing the scene from the giant vessel fell into collective silence. "What skill is this? Does anyone know what this skill is? I've never seen it before, but it doesn't feel like a skill. It must be a talent. A Tu-Ling Gui wouldn't use it so adeptly otherwise. No wonder this turtle possesses the flame-spitting skill, Yunqing Duyi." Previously, when witnessing Zhuge unleash fiery blasts to slay spirit beasts, he had pondered this. Now seeing this skill, he instantly comprehended that the flame-spitting ability was a skill adapted by the Tu-Ling Gui through this unknown fire talent. Chapter 26, Ji Feng Chao. As discussions erupted in the monitoring room, several candidates' contracted beasts had already engaged in battle with the Ji Feng wolves. Among them, a fire-patterned butterfly and a pawpaw bear exhibited exceptional ferocity, their displayed prowess rivaling that of Zhuge, who was unleashing Ligua, and even appearing somewhat superior upon closer inspection. Before long, the Ji Feng wolf pack was on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of numerous contracted beasts. "The leader is trying to flee. Don't let it escape," Xu Yong shouted urgently upon noticing the wolf leader's inclination to retreat. Naturally, Qin Ye, who was keenly observing the wolf leader, witnessed this moment as well. Calmly, he instructed, "Zhuge, unleash the flame spouts. Luoya, deploy the water cannon." Quack. In the next instant, Zhuge opened his mouth, unleashing a ferocious torrent of flames that surged towards the wolf leader like a descending dragon. Luoya, too, puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a continuous jet of water, swiftly striking toward the wolf leader like a dragon emerging from the sea. The conflux of fire and water clashed violently, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left all witnesses in awe. Meanwhile, the wolf leader, not far from the chaos, beheld the overwhelming torrent of fire and water with profound despair in its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the wolf leader was struck by these two formidable forces, plunging into an inferno of torment. It scarcely had time to emit a mournful cry before losing consciousness. Feeling the surge of energy within him and observing the change in Zhuge's level, Qin Ye couldn't help but smile faintly. Level 18. Just a step away from level 20. Don't pursue it, it's dead. Qin Ye reminded the contracted beasts charging toward the wolf leader, prompting Zhuge and Luoya to clean up the surrounding aftermath. Upon hearing of the wolf leader's demise, the crowd fell into collective silence for several seconds. Subsequently, they began to vie for the remaining Ji-Feng wolves and Feng-Feng wolves that were yet to perish. Zhuge and Luoya's initial assault was formidable, yet not so powerful as to achieve instant kills on these Ji-Feng wolves. After all, Ji-Feng wolves were wind attribute spirit beasts, possessing strong evasion capabilities. Except for a few smaller wolves caught off guard, the remaining wolves evaded the first round of attacks from Zhuge and Luoya. The candidates then surged forward with their contracted beasts, igniting a fierce battle. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Qin Ye observed them for a few seconds, and upon the arrival of Zhuge and Luoya, he retrieved the scorekeeper, activated the map function, and began to survey the nearby elite spirit beasts and unique spirit beasts. This is the one. Qin Ye noted a B-patterned icon not far from him, setting down the scorekeeper and proceeding towards the destination with Zhuge and Luoya. Wang Gu, who had been closely monitoring Qin Ye, instinctively inquired, "Are you leaving?" Qin Ye turned to him, smiled, and continued on his path. Wang Gu looked at the departing Qin Ye and asked those around, "Does anyone know him?" The crowd exchanged glances, and just as Wang Gu thought no one recognized him, the previously scorned youth spoke up. "His name is Qin Ye. He is the only one in our school who possesses a pirate duck. In a context where the pirate duck is extremely rare, to see the duck is akin to seeing the man." "Qin Ye, huh?" Wang Gu muttered, turning to the youth. "Thanks, and I apologize for what just transpired." The youth shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this, Wang Gu refrained from saying more and instead led his Papa Bear in the opposite direction of Qin Ye. Accompanying Qin Ye would yield no benefits, so he decisively opted for another path. Qin Ye distanced himself from the crowd, finding a tranquil spot for Zhuge to practice leveling up while he checked the score he had just acquired. In that recent battle, he had successfully slain the level 21 Wolf King, along with a level 19 Elite Wolf, 2 medium Elite Wolves, and 4 average level 15 Feng-Feng Wolves. Not all Feng-Feng Wolves can evolve into Ji-Feng Wolves at level 10. Reaching level 10 merely grants a chance for evolution, not a certainty. Thus, among the Ji-Feng Wolf pack, there remained several Feng-Feng Wolves that had reached level 10 but had not undergone evolution. Qin Ye swiftly calculated that from this battle, he had accrued a total of 380 points. Including the spirit beasts he had defeated on the way, his points had soared to a staggering total of 1211. His score had successfully breached the 4-digit mark. Observing the points displayed on the scorekeeper, a slight smile crept across Qin Ye's face. He then exited the scores interface and turned his attention to the newly available backpack option in the center of the screen. The backpack option appeared as a small circle, embedded among the other 4 main options. Upon opening the backpack option, he discovered the items stored within, one of which was a slender, greenish-blue blade of grass. Ji-Feng Chao. Quality, green. Effect, slightly increases 1's speed, more effective for wind attribute spirit beasts. Special effect, when consumed by a Feng-Feng wolf, significantly increases the probability of evolving into a Ji-Feng wolf. If a Feng-Feng wolf consumes Ji-Feng Chao, the potential of the resulting Ji-Feng wolf will be higher. Upon examining Ji-Feng Chao, Qin Ye noted not only its effects but also an option to exchange points. What a valuable item. Qin Ye's eyes brightened. The special effects detailed on the interface were derived from official summaries after numerous experiments, rather than from the insights gained through the soul-calling eye. Therefore, Qin Ye would not discern the special effects of Ji-Feng Chao through the soul-calling eye, only its ordinary effects. After observing the results, Qin Ye contentedly closed the interface and continued his journey with Zhuge and Luoya. In the monitoring room, the proctors from various schools fervently discussed the conclusion of the battle involving Qin Ye. "This lad is impressive. We, at Binghua Dashue, will take him. Do you have any objections?" "Who are you referring to?" "Qin Ye. You fool. Who are you calling a fool?" A burly man stood up in indignation. "Do not converse with imbeciles," Yun Xing remarked blandly. "Are you from Yulong Dashue?" The burly man frowned, noting, "Does your institution still accept junior summoners?" From Qin Ye's displayed prowess, he surmised that Qin Ye was not a mid-level summoner. If Qin Ye were indeed a mid-level summoner, those small wolf pups would be insufficient for him to eliminate. It was precisely because he recognized that Qin Ye was not a mid-level summoner that he felt emboldened. After all, The 3 top-tier universities do not accept low-level summoners, and apart from them, Binghua Dashue and the other 9 prestigious schools stand as the strongest. Yunxing looked at him and said, "Just because it is not the case now does not mean it will remain so." Humph. The burly man snorted lightly and sat down, choosing not to say more. In Chapter 27, the college entrance examination differs from previous years. Zhang Meng, a recruitment officer from Binghua Dashue, one of the top 10 prestigious schools, was not foolish. His recent actions were merely to gauge the stance of the 3 top-tier universities. After learning about Yulong Dashue's position, he felt somewhat reassured. They could indeed recruit Qin Ye. At the very least, Yunxing from Yulong Dashue still adhered to the policy of not accepting non-mid-level summoners. Once seated, Zhang Ming wrote down Qin Ye's name in his notebook. After a moment of contemplation, he began to write again, this time adding Wang Gu's name as well. Meanwhile, others were engaged in similar activities. The following day, at 7 a.m., after a night of rest in a cave, Qin Ye emerged, stretching languidly and yawning. He glanced at Zhuge, who was dozing at the cave entrance. Crouched down and gently stroked Zhuge's shell, murmuring, "You've worked hard." Zhuge, groggily opening his eyes, looked at Qin Ye and rubbed against his pant leg, affirming, "Not hard at all." Quack. Luoya, who had been listening, sought attention. Last night, he had rotated watch with Zhuge, and now it was Zhuge's turn. Haha. You've worked hard too. Qin Ye laughed as he ruffled Luoya's feathers. Quack. Luoya beamed with satisfaction. Zhuge observed this exchange in silence, nudging Qin Ye's pants once more. After a brief wash, Qin Ye sat down with Zhuge and Luoya for breakfast. The meal was simple, consisting of vegetables picked the previous day and some leftover meat. After a light meal, Qin Ye began organizing his thoughts for the day. Today's plan was similar to yesterday's, to gain points while allowing Zhuge to level up quickly. After a day of combat, Zhuge had reached level 18, 75,100. Only a hair's breadth away from level 19. Simultaneously, his points had accumulated to 1977, just 23 points shy of 2,000. After defeating a level 21 special spirit beast, the Gale Wolf, the previous afternoon, he had not encountered any special spirit beasts since. Possibly due to other candidates becoming accustomed to the strength of the spirit beasts on Night Sentinel Island. Each time he neared his target, the special spirit beasts he had marked were eliminated. Thus, he had only managed to defeat 1 special spirit beast yesterday. Despite this outcome, he felt no anger over his misfortune, merely a sense of regret for missed points and rewards. Hence, he had set a modest goal for today, to defeat 2 special spirit beasts without rushing. Qin Ye retrieved his scoring device, and, instead of immediately opening the map, accessed the rankings for the first time. Rankings: first, Yi Cece, 3,015 points. Second, Yu Yong, 2,715 points. Third, Wu Tianming, 2,636 points. Fourth, Zhao Qinlei, 2,300 points. Fifth, Fanya, 2,137 points. Sixth, Lu Ying, 2026 points. Seventh, Qin Ye, 1977 points. I'm actually ranked 7th. Qin Ye exclaimed, astonished. Before checking, he had estimated himself to be around the 20th position, but this revelation left him in disbelief. How could I be 7th? Qin Ye shook his head, feeling a sense of incredulity wash over him. In that moment, he gained a clearer understanding of his abilities relative to his peers. Previously, he had thought of himself as fairly competent among his contemporaries. Now, he felt he was among the stronger competitors. The only reason he did not consider himself invincible was his current status as a junior summoner, not yet a mid-level summoner. He was quite aware of his limitations. While he might rank in the top 10 in Yuhai City, he felt that being among the top 500 in the entire Summoner Federation would be commendable. Let us go. Qin Ye stood up, taking his scoring device and activating the map function. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a special spirit beast approximately 4 kilometers away and turned to Zhuge and Luoya, who had finished their breakfast, asking, "Are you ready to go?" "Yes." Quack. Both Zhuge and Luoya nodded in unison. "Since you're ready, let us set off. Today as targets, Zhuge to level 20 and to defeat 2 special spirit beasts." "Yes." Quack. Zhuge and Luoya followed Qin Ye towards their goal. By 10 a.m., after several hours of combat, Zhuge successfully ascended to level 19. At 2 p.m., in the monitoring room, a bored Yunxing turned to the seated Yi Zhantian and inquired, "Mayor Yi, when does the newly added ambush segment of the exam commence?" "You should ask Brother L." Yi Zhantian adjusted his position and glanced at the burly man sitting centrally, who also appeared somewhat bored. The burly man, named El Gong, was the overall supervisor of this year's college entrance examination in Yuhai City. "Mayor Yi is jesting. If you wish to begin, we could start now," El Gong said, casting a flattering smile at Yi Zhantian. Despite being the head of the examination, he felt somewhat overshadowed in Yi Zhantian's presence. Yi Zhantian quickly replied, No, no, no. I'm merely observing. Pretend I'm not here. Typically, mayors of each city need not be present in the monitoring room, as even the college entrance exam pales in comparison to the safety of the city. However, for Yi Zhantian, this was no ordinary situation. Haha, Mayor Yi is joking. El Gong laughed heartily and addressed the others. The ambush segment will commence uniformly at 3 p.m. this afternoon and will last for 3 hours. Just 1 hour left. Yunxing pouted and turned to Zhong Yan, asking, How many from your Summoner University attended? 1, Zhong Yan replied with a smile. Only 1. Yunxing was taken aback. And how many did you bring? Zhong Yan countered. 2. Yunxing signaled with his fingers. Then that S settled, Zhong Yan continued. The Summoner Federation has a total of 1,500 cities, and we can barely recruit 1,500 students in a year. Having one is already quite good. A month before the college entrance exam, the Summoner Federation suddenly announced this project, prompting them to hastily issue tasks. The task essentially required them to train a spirit beast of over level 20 and to bring their trained spirit beasts to each city to serve as proctors for the college entrance exam. That makes sense, Yunxing mused, stroking his chin. After a moment, he turned to Leng Yan, asking, How many did you bring? 1, Leng Yan replied coolly. All right then. Yunxing nodded slightly, remaining silent. Half an hour later, in the core area of Yishao Island, Sun Yu, leaning against a tree and observing the duel of the twin monkeys not far away, received a message. HM. His brows furrowed slightly as he opened the specially provided mobile phone for the college entrance examination. As he read the message on the screen, his initially placid eyes gradually brightened. No wonder they required us to have a spirit beast of over level 20 while serving as invigilators. So that was it. Sun Yu came to a sudden realization. Let me see who the unfortunate soul nearby is. Sun Yu said, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Sun Yu, a first-year student at Hu In University, is a direct disciple of Zhong Yan. Chapter 28, The Ambusher Strikes. At 3 p.m., a voice resonated through the heavens and earth, echoing across Yishao Island. The ambusher activity has now commenced. For detailed information regarding the ambusher activity, please refer to the score tracker in your hand. Qin Ye listened to the repeated announcement in the sky, his brows knitting together as curiosity crossed his face. He promptly took out his score tracker to begin reviewing the details. Upon opening the device, an email icon appeared on his interface. Clicking on it revealed an announcement written in over 100 words. As he read the information contained within, a smile crept onto his lips. In summary, the ambusher activity is a new component of the college entrance examination, and they are among the first candidates to partake in this event. The rules are straightforward. Defeating an ambusher will earn you 500 points. Conversely, if defeated, 20 of your points will be deducted, and you will be eliminated from the activity, thus becoming a non-target for other ambushers. This activity is quite intriguing. I wonder if they will band together. Surely, they wouldn't have the audacity to do so. Qin Ye chuckled, setting aside the score tracker, and turned to the turtle and duck beside him. Let us shift our focus. Let's level up the pirate duck to level 21 first. At this moment, Luo Yi needed just 18 experience points to reach level 21. Although Qin Ye primarily trained Zhuge during the leveling process, they would occasionally encounter a few spirit beasts of over level 20, which naturally contributed to Luo Yi's experience. Without actively seeking out these higher-level spirit beasts, Luo Yi was on the verge of leveling up to 21. Upon learning about the activity, Qin Ye immediately altered his objective, prioritizing Luo Yi's advancement to level 21. Despite the minimal difference of just one level, this increment was crucial for Luo Yi. After all, an additional level would enhance his damage output to some extent. In high-stakes battles, such nuances could determine life or death. Alright, perhaps that's a bit of an exaggeration. But reaching level 21 is certainly preferable to being at level 20, especially considering it's only a matter of 18 experience points, which Qin Ye deemed quite manageable. As Qin Ye began searching for various spirit beasts above level 20, the top students from various universities who had come to serve as invigilators unleashed their pre-prepared spirit beasts to hunt for nearby targets. Some released their contracted beasts, while others summoned spirit beasts using summoning orbs. Naturally, those who unleashed their contracted beasts had an advantage over those relying on summoning orbs, given that contracted beasts benefited from the innate talents of their masters, whereas summoned spirit beasts did not. Consequently, candidates encountering ambushers who released contracted beasts would be at a significant disadvantage. The reason some released contracted beasts while others relied on spirit beasts was that most of those summoning contracted beasts were first-year students who, after a year of growth post-high school, had generally become advanced summoners. Some prodigies even stood on the cusp of becoming super summoners. Thus, the majority of those summoning contracted beasts were first-year students who had just contracted their 4th spirit beast, while others might have just contracted their 5th spirit beast. typically super summoners, predominantly third-year students. When faced with contracted beasts nurtured by super summoners, the candidates could only hope for the best. Those summoning spirit beasts were often already advanced or super summoners, with their 4th or 5th contracted beasts surpassing level 30. In the absence of level 20+ contracted beasts, they could only capture or nurture a spirit beast of that level to fulfill their school's assignment. At 4:23 p.m., after more than an hour, Luo Ye successfully leveled up to 21. Fueled by Luo Ye's energy, Qin Ye felt increasingly close to becoming a mid-level summoner. It seems that once Zhuge reaches level 20, I will be able to become a mid-level summoner, Qin Ye mused softly. Tomorrow morning should see me achieving that goal. All right, let us adjust our target, Pirate King. You rest and conserve your energy, preparing for any potential ambushers that may appear. Qin Ye addressed Luo Ye. Ga. All right. Leave it to me. Luo Ye nodded vigorously, a glint of seriousness in his eyes. Don't be so serious. They haven't arrived yet. Qin Ye chuckled. If they come, we'll fight. If they don't, we'll continue leveling up. Ga. Luo Ye nodded again. No need to train anymore. I'm ready. In an instant, Qin Ye and Luo Ye turned to look behind them. A man emerged from behind a tree, the ambusher, Sun Yu. Sun Yu grinned at Qin Ye, saying, I have been watching you for quite some time. Qin Ye fixed his gaze on Sun Yu's beaming smile, remaining silent for a few seconds before responding. Qin Ye, how long have you been following me? Qin Ye inquired. About half an hour, Sun Yu replied with a smile. I sensed your pirate duck was about to level up, so I followed you for a bit. You've done well in nurturing your pirate duck. Sun Yu remarked sincerely, reflecting on his own inability to achieve such a level at Qin Ye's strength. Thank you, Qin Ye nodded, observing Qin Ye's silence once more. Sun Yu grinned again. Let us battle. In the next moment, a summoning array materialized before him. Qin Ye watched as a fiery unicorn emerged from the array. And without hesitation, he activated his summoning skill. Species, Fire Unicorn. Level, 22. Attribute, Fire. Potential, Low-rank Commander. Talent, Fire Unicorn Tooth, Fire Whirlwind. Skills, Flame Charge, Fire Tornado. Description, an evolved form of the flame horse that consumes Qilin blood, with decent potential. A horse with Qilin blood? Qin Ye gazed at the fire unicorn and turned to Luo Ye. Are you confident? Ga. Luo Ye stepped forward, brimming with determination. Isn't your turtle going to join? Sun Yu looked at Zhuge, who was resting beside Qin Ye, and inquired with curiosity. Qin Ye's lips curled into a confident smile. Don't worry. If it becomes necessary, I will let him join. Then let me see whether your pirate duck is mightier or my fire unicorn reigns supreme. Sun Yu declared. Waving his hand, Fire Spirit, show them what you can do and let them witness your prowess. Flame Charge. With a thunderous neigh, the fire unicorn charged towards Luo Ye like a blazing inferno, surrounded by countless fire elements dancing jubilantly in its wake. In an instant, the fire unicorn seemed enveloped in roaring flames, transforming into a formidable fire war deity. Release water gun. Qin Ye commanded calmly. Ga. Following the order, Luo Ye swiftly puffed up its cheeks, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed fiercely at the approaching fire unicorn. Chapter 29, The Bite Mark of the Blade. Charge straight ahead, Sun Yu shouted, observing the fire unicorn instinctively attempting to evade the water column. He sought to confront directly, wanting Qin Ye, who was about to enter university, to understand the prowess of a senior. The Huolin Ma, undeterred, charged forward. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as fire and water collided fiercely like two meteors. Observing the Huolin Ma rushing towards them, wielding a powerful water gun, Qin Ye calmly instructed. Increase the power and send it flying. The Huolin Ma did not disperse Luo Ye's water gun with a direct collision, indicating that its skill proficiency was not particularly high, at least not at a perfect level. With a sudden expulsion, Luo Ye unleashed a forceful water gun, causing the flow to accelerate and its might to intensify. With a resounding boom, the flames enveloping the Huolin Ma were abruptly extinguished as if struck by a heavy blow, causing it to stagger backward. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before he could regain his composure, Luo Ye had already lunged forward, sword in hand, towards the Huolin Ma. Midway through his charge, Sun Yu hastily shouted, Huoling, unleash fire whirlwind. The Huolin Ma let out a shrill cry, summoning a dense aura of fire elements that formed a massive fire ring. Is the fire whirlwind the fire ring? Qin Ye muttered, then shouted, Pirate King. Release water wave slash to extinguish its flames. With a swift motion, Luo Ye swung his blade, the air slicing through and crystallizing into a sharp water wave that swept towards the flames. With a thunderous crash, the water wave collided with the fire ring, instantly dousing the flames and striking the Huolin Ma. The Huolin Ma furrowed its brow slightly, the incoming water wave slash, having diminished in power due to the consumption of the fire whirlwind, barely affected it, akin to a gentle breeze. It shook off the water droplets and let out a roar at Luoya. What remarkable skill proficiency! Sun Yu's astonishment deepened. He was aware of the high proficiency of the pirate duck's skills, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this extraordinary. As a top student of the Huanling University, he had discerned the skill proficiency of the pirate duck through their exchanges. These skills were at least at a perfect level. Was he trading levels for proficiency? Sun Yu pondered. In just a month, having only reached level 21, two of its skills had attained perfect proficiency, essentially swapping leveling time for skill training time. This approach was concerning. Certainly, skill proficiency holds significance. Yet it pales in comparison to the importance of levels. If the enemy's level far exceeds yours, even the highest skill proficiency may not wield the power one might envision. The current ability to engage in combat, even achieving a slight advantage, was due to the Hualing being only level 22, just one level above the pirate duck. Were it 5 levels higher, one could only imagine the outcome. Observing the Hualing engaged with the pirate duck, Sun Yu shouted, "Hualing, unleash Hualinya." Waterblade, Qin Ye stated expressionlessly. Luoya tightened his grip on the long knife, and in an instant, a rich water element enveloped the blade like a delicate veil. Swinging fiercely at the Hualinma. Refusing to back down, the Hualinma opened its wide maw, revealing sharp, resilient fangs, which instantly coalesced with fire elements, resembling burning meteors, and lunged at Luoya's descending blade. With a deafening crash, the Hualinma clamped down on Luoya's long knife. While Luoya exerted force to swing it, release the water gun and finish it, Qin Ye urged, witnessing the scene unfold. Without hesitation, Luoya puffed up his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of water at the Hualinma. The anguished cries of the Hualinma echoed. Hualing. Sun Yu's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward in desperation. This should be a victory, Qin Ye thought, watching Sun Yu charge towards the Hualinma. Pirate King. Return. Ga. You did well. Luoya called out twice to the fallen Hualinma before turning back towards Qin Ye. Though victorious, the battle had not come easily. His long knife bore a deep tooth mark. Time for a new blade. As Luoya approached, Qin Ye praised, "Well done, Ga." Luoya pointed at the tooth mark on his knife, exclaiming, "Ga? Oh no, oh no." Qin Ye glanced at the long knife's mark, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "No worries. After the college entrance examination, I'll help you buy a better one." Ga. Luoya nodded vigorously, joy illuminating its face. Shortly thereafter, after calming the Hualing, Sun Yu stood, casting a complex gaze at Qin Ye. "You won. I concede." Qin Ye continued, "How are points awarded? Check the score counter. The points should be credited to you." Sun Yu replied, somewhat uncertain. "Let me see," Qin Ye said, pulling out the score counter to examine it. Upon noticing the added points on the interface, a faint smile graced his lips. He then looked up at Sun Yu and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Sun Yu shook his head. "You earned it." With that, the two fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Qin Ye spoke, "I'll be on my way now." "Good luck." Sun Yu nodded, watching Qin Ye's retreating figure. Ultimately, he couldn't help but call out, What?" Qin Ye turned around. "You can reach me at Huanling University." Sun Yu retrieved paper and pen, scribbling down his contact information before approaching Qin Ye. "This is my contact." "All right." Qin Ye accepted the paper, glancing at the information before placing it into his Huanling space. Noticing Qin Ye accept the paper, Sun Yu couldn't resist adding, "The most important aspect of spirit beasts is still their level. A higher level is the fundamental truth." Taken aback, Qin Ye responded with a smile, "I understand." "Well then, good luck." Sun Yu nodded. "I'll be waiting for you at Huanling University." After saying this, he waved goodbye to Qin Ye and turned towards the Hualing standing nearby. Watching Sun Yu's retreating figure, Qin Ye opened his mouth, wanting to ask if he was so certain he could get into Huanling University, but ultimately, he refrained from voicing it and turned away with the turtle and duck. A few minutes earlier, in the monitoring room, the battle between Qin Ye and Sun Yu was projected onto the large screen. Observing the clash between the pirate duck and the Hualinma, onlookers displayed a hint of curiosity. "Is that the Hualinma?" Yunxing suddenly turned to Zhong Nian. "Zhong Lao, is that your disciple?" If he recalled correctly, Zhong Lao should possess a Qi-Lin-Ma, which was the evolved form of the Hualinma. "A disciple I took in last year," Zhong Nian confirmed with a smile. "At level 22, possessing 2 attack talents. The Hualinma should be able to gauge the strength of this pirate duck." Having seen the current display, he too was eager to ascertain the strength of the pirate duck. Although water counters fire, with 2 attack talents, the perfectly skilled pirate duck would not be overly restrained by the Hualinma. The potency of attack talents is not to be underestimated, rivaling that of skills mastered to perfection. Thus, in a skill confrontation, the attribute advantage of the pirate duck would not be so overtly apparent. Chapter 30, Pursuit. Moments later, the monitoring room fell into a brief silence. This kid's pirate duck truly possesses some merit. Yunxing exclaimed in surprise, water gun, water blade, water wave slash. All 3 skills are at a perfect level. To cultivate a pirate duck with 3 perfect level skills in just a month, Qin Ye is no ordinary talent. Could his aptitude allow spirit beasts to grasp skills more adeptly? Yunxing glanced at Yizhan Tian. What are you looking at me for? I have no idea. Yizhan Tian rolled his eyes. Even if he knew, he wouldn't disclose it, as this was a secret for every spirit master. The previously registered talents were mandated by the authorities. Once the records were obtained, they would be securely archived. As long as you do not betray the Hu In El Ing Li En Being, do not engage in actions that would harm the Hu In El Ing Li En Being, and do not violate its laws. The Hu In El Ing Li En Being will not indiscriminately disclose your talents to others. Regarding the classification of talents, while it is indeed the Hu In El Ing Li En Being that has established this system, they have not revealed to whom these talents belong, only announcing the names without even detailing their effects. As for how others are aware of certain effects, it is naturally the owners who disclose this information themselves, which has no connection to the official stance. It should not be the case. If it were, he would not be among the second batch of individuals to select spirit beasts, Zhang Ming suddenly interjected. Not long ago, he had learned through his connections about Qin Ye. Discovering that Qin Ye was not among the first batch of spirit beast selectors from Yihai First High School, Yunxing turned to Zhang Ming, suggesting that it might be a second talent. Generally, the authorities only document the initial awakening talents of each Hu In El Ing Sh. Subsequent talents, such as the second and third, are recorded in a more laissez-faire manner. If one wishes to inform the authorities, they can directly register at the Hu In El Ing Bureau. Registration certainly comes with rewards, though these rewards will not be as bountiful as those during the initial registration, when one could choose from a multitude of spirit beasts, but rather will be based on the awakened talents. If the talent is exceptional, or if it has not been previously registered, one would receive substantial rewards. Conversely, if the talent is deemed mediocre or already exists in their database, the rewards would be less generous. Perhaps, Zhang Ming remarked nonchalantly, it could also be a matter of levels. His TL and Gu and HIDOY are too low in rank. A woman sitting not far from Zhang Ming spoke up. Such a formidable HIDOY indeed should not be at this level. Several nodded in agreement. Could it be an issue with the TL and Gu? What of the TL and Gu? Before its evolution, it was merely a Shi-Oyn Gu. Do you think a newly born Shi-Oyn Gu possesses the capability to defeat spirit beasts for experience? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. Looking solely at the fire skill of the TL and Gu, I had almost forgotten it was a Shi-Oyn Gu prior to its evolution. If the first contracted beast is a Shi-Oyn Gu, then it is not surprising for it to have such a level at this time. The crowd began to speculate, ultimately concluding that some believed Qin Ye possessed a talent that enabled spirit beasts to swiftly learn skills, while others disagreed. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Qin Ye is about to encounter YSS. Lung Yin interjected, rubbing his forehead, which had become sore from the noise, as he gazed at the scene displayed on the screen nearby. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent once more. At that moment, the staff controlling the surveillance footage changed the large screen to display YSS. Currently, YSS was riding a sleek black steed, galloping desperately, while 5 individuals clad in examiner uniforms pursued her closely. This route indeed seems likely to result in an encounter. As long as Qin Ye does not stray, an encounter is inevitable. Haha, it will be intriguing if they meet. What do you think Qin Ye will do upon encountering her? What else could he do but fight? Not necessarily. Qin Ye's HIDOY has just expended a significant amount of energy, so it may not have much left. Qin Ye will certainly have to engage. He cannot escape. Indeed, YSS can flee, but Qin Ye has no spirit beast to aid him in escape. Quite right. Look, they are about to meet. As the voice rang out, the recruitment teachers monitoring the other screens instantly turned their attention to the central display. The large screen now showed the surveillance footage near Qin Ye. At this moment, Qin Ye was resting on a stone with his TL and Gu and HIDOY. Hearing a noise, Qin Ye stood up from the stone. They are coming this way, he said, perking up his ears as the sounds grew nearer. Follow me. He instructed his vigilant TL and Gu and HIDOY. Zhuga, yes. Luoya, quack. The TL and Gu and HIDOY followed Qin Ye to a more concealed location. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ye furrowed his brow as he stared at a familiar silhouette approaching. Quack, quack. It's a bird, the bird's mistress, exclaimed Luoya. Upon hearing Luoya's call, Qin Ye gasped, YSS. Goodness, why does she look a bit disheveled? Qin Ye remarked, his expression one of surprise as the silhouette became clearer. However, he soon noticed the 5 figures trailing behind YSS, accompanied by 5 spirit beasts. What a stroke of bad luck. To encounter 5 at once? Qin Ye paused briefly, then sighed, uncertain whether to lament her misfortune or commend her luck. Qin Ye muttered, lowering his gaze to his TL Ingu and Hidoy, instructing them to aim for the bird in the sky and unleash water gun and flame jet. Zhuge, understood. Luoya, quack. Do not run, surrender to us early, and you will still have time to score points. If you flee now, it is merely a waste of time, Wang Lang stated. He was correct. If you yield to us now, you will have an additional hour to earn points. Although this hour will not compensate for the 20 we deducted from you, it is sufficient for you to achieve over 100 points. Get lost. YSS, riding the YMing, looked grim, urging her steed to accelerate. Do you think we cannot do anything about you? A foul-tempered man shouted. Feng, unleash a double wind blade attack at her feet. Beside him, a dual-leaf mantis named Feng swiftly advanced, brandishing its blade-like arms towards YSS. In the next moment, 2 sharp green blades shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at YSS. Boom, boom. YSS managed to evade the incoming attacks with some difficulty, urging her YMing, release Night Step. The YMing let out a low whinny, and in an instant, shadows coiled around its feet like venomous serpents, enhancing its speed. Wang Lang shouted urgently as he watched YSS recede into the distance. Linger, charge forward. Do not let her escape. The dual-winged bird named Linger flapped its wings and darted forward like a bolt of lightning, just as YSS dashed past a tall tree. Linger caught up beside it, when suddenly, a blazing crimson flame and a cerulean water column erupted, striking at the dual-winged bird. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed. Chapter 31, The Astonished Five. The 2 sudden attacks struck Linger, catching Wang Lang and his companions completely off guard. Wang Lang stood in shock, listening to the anguished cries of his beloved bird, his mind momentarily blank, causing him to halt in his tracks. Not only him, but the 4 others surrounding Wang Lang and the fleeing YSS also came to a stop. YSS turned around, gazing at Qin Ye and his contracted beasts emerging from behind the tree, momentarily taken aback. Good afternoon. Qin Ye greeted YSS with a grin. You seem to be in a bit of trouble. Do you need assistance? YSS snapped back to reality, instinctively casting him an annoyed glance. Immediately after, she turned her YMing around, waving her hand, a contract formation appearing beside her. After completing this, she directed her gaze toward Qin Ye, inquiring, What brings you here? Just passing through. Qin Ye shrugged. YSS nodded slightly. Shall we fight? Of course. Qin Ye pointed at the YMing beneath YSS. If we do not fight, you can flee, but I cannot escape. Although these 5 had not noticed him earlier, if they were to defeat YSS, there was a significant chance they would discover him. That is true, YSS replied, nodding once more. She then broke into a radiant smile. Then you may fight. I will take my leave. Qin Ye looked at her in disbelief, then raised his gaze to the now transformed Ying, asking, has it undergone a mutated evolution? If he remembered correctly, the Ying should evolve into the Ying, yet this clearly did not resemble the Ying. This is the appearance after shedding most of its water attributes and evolving. YCC gazed at her little black creature and continued, Little Black. The Dark Night Eagle is no less formidable than the Yilon Eagle. No wonder, Qin Ye muttered. Did you name it? Indeed, YCC replied with a smile. After it evolved into the Dark Night Eagle, I bestowed this name upon it. As Qin Ye looked at the Yiming steed beside YCC, he was about to ask another question when a voice interrupted them. Wang Lang, after inspecting the injuries of the twin-winged bird, glanced at the 2 engrossed in conversation and furrowed his brow. Have you finished your chatter? Qin Ye turned to see 5 individuals standing not far away, then looked back at YCC. YCC observed the contract beasts beside the 5 and introduced them one by one. Level 27 twin-winged bird, level 25 twin-leaf mantis, level 25 water-jumping frog, level 24 fire candle snake, level 22 one-eyed blade. Qin Ye marveled at the long knife floating in the air, which possessed a single eye, exclaiming, a tool spirit beast, rather rare. Tool spirit beasts, which include those resembling weapons and armor, are collectively referred to as such. The powers possessed by these spirit beasts are akin to those of their respective tools. For instance, knife-like spirit beasts predominantly exhibit offensive capabilities, while armor-like beasts primarily showcase defensive abilities. As for the origin of such spirit beasts, Qin Ye was uncertain. He could only assert that the world is full of wonders. Rare, yet their strength is merely average, YCC remarked. A rare spirit beast is not necessarily powerful, and a powerful spirit beast is not always rare. However, most rare spirit beasts are indeed quite strong, such as the water sailor duck and the night sea eagle. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ye asked, I will handle the twin-leaf mantis, one-eyed blade, and fire candle snake. You take care of the other two. Is that acceptable? Can you really handle 3? Ye's eyes widened. Filled with doubt, her expression soon morphed into something more peculiar. If I am not mistaken, you should still be a novice summoner, right? That should not relate to my contract beast, Qin Ye replied. Of course it does, Ye asserted seriously. If you have not become an intermediate summoner, it means you cannot possess a contract beast of a level higher than 24. Even if you have a growth-type talent, it should not exceed level 23. How can you fight them without a contract beast above level 23? I never claimed I could win, Qin Ye said with a smirk. You can eliminate their speed and come to my aid. I can hold out for a while. Ah, Ye paused, her face lighting up with joy. Then I shall leave those 3 to you. I will hurry to protect you. You must be quick. My pirate king recently defeated an ambusher, and energy is running low. Qin Ye chuckled. What? Ye exclaimed in shock. Just as she was about to ask who it was, Wang Lang, with a dark expression, interjected. Are you two done yet? He could hardly endure the feeling of being overlooked again. Were it not for the rules, he would have liked to demonstrate the power of an advanced summoner to them. Let us continue this later, Qin Ye said to Ye before turning toward Wang Lang. Smiling as he approached. Are you all planning to gang up on us? Taking a deep breath, Wang Lang replied, we can do 11. Before the second candidate arrived, he could manage a 5 on 1, but now, with a second candidate present, he lacked the face to state that the game rules allowed for a group attack. No need for that. Qin Ye quickly shook his head. An 11 would be too much for you. It wouldn't be very friendly. How about this? Qin Ye suggested. Pointing at Ye. I will choose the target. I am level 23, she is level 22. The side that wins first can support the other. How does that sound? Wang Lang was about to consult his companions when Qin Ye added, by the way, my turtle is level 19, and my duck is level 21. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang and his companions fell silent. They realized that if they refused to accept such low levels, they would face significant consequences upon returning. They were not foolish. They understood that they were currently under the watchful eyes of numerous admissions teachers, especially since they were pursuing the top scorer, Ye. By the way, I forgot to mention, my name is Qin Ye, and my score should be quite high as well. If you defeat me, the rewards you gain will not be insignificant. Qin Ye's voice echoed once more. Wang Lang and his companions exchanged astonished glances. It seemed Qin Ye had not miscalculated. After a brief silence, Wang Lang directly asked, who do you wish to target? The twin-leaf mantis, one-eyed blade, and fire candle snake, Qin Ye replied. Very well. Wang Lang agreed without inquiring about the owners of the 3 contract beasts. Shall we fight? Qin Ye inquired. Let us fight. Wang Lang nodded vigorously, his expression turning serious. Although his opponent was not Qin Ye, that was precisely why he revealed a grave demeanor. Ye's birds and steed were not easy adversaries. If they were, he wouldn't have gathered so many to confront her. Chapter 32, Unforeseen Possibilities. They were finally about to fight. It was quite a challenge to reach this point. Which school were these 5 from? They exhibited some courage to accept such a proposal. If they had refused, would they have faced a 5-on-4 situation? To be honest, I feel they might have had a slight chance in a 5-on-4 scenario. However, when they encountered Qin Ye, those odds diminished. Not necessarily. Qin Ye's pirate duck had recently been worn down by Elder Zhong's disciple, so it likely had little energy left. That said, his turtle was no mere decoration. They had witnessed its combat prowess. Even if that turtle is strong, it is only level 19, not yet 20. Do you think a turtle below level 20 can hold its own against a nearly depleted pirate duck in a 2-on-3 situation? Moreover, their opponents are all spirit beasts above level 20. I still believe they can win. How about a bet? What nonsense. They will undoubtedly win. Not to mention Qin Ye's turtle and pirate duck. The Dark Night Eagle and Yiming steed are extremely rare and powerful spirit beasts. They cannot be compared to the 5 spirit beasts on the opposing side. As Qin Ye stated, he can hold them off until Ye finishes her battle and comes to support him. They are still too young. Teachers of these 5 students. You must guide them well upon returning, ensuring they do not easily change their minds, that they should gang up when possible, and not disperse into separate battles. If they were to gang up, 5 spirit beasts could swiftly eliminate either the pirate duck, Dark Night Eagle, or Yiming steed. Unfortunately, I see no glimmer of hope for their victory. While the admissions teachers in the monitoring room fervently discussed, Qin Ye and his companions split into 2 battlefields. Yao Qingqing, the previously irritable young man, turned to Qin Ye and said, I will show you the cost of underestimating us. Please show mercy. Qin Ye chuckled, unfazed by his tone. Wind, let your duck witness our might. Yao Qingqing pointed forward with his right hand, initiating the battle. Upon receiving the command from their summoner, the twin-leaf mantis charged toward the Luo duck without hesitation. Simultaneously, a male and female beside Yao Qingqing began directing their contract beasts as well. Go, fire candle snake. Unleash a flame jet at that duck. One-eyed blade, slice that duck to pieces. The three individuals share a singular objective, to first eliminate the pirate duck, and then together vanquish the seemingly meaty TL and Go. As Qin Ye listened to their dialogue, his gaze shifted towards HG and Lu Y, decisively issuing commands. ZHG, conjure the earth shield, then deploy the artillery to bombard them. Lu Y, after summoning the water shield, charge at that mantid. As they were about to engage, he instructed, unleash the water blade and strike that mantid with all your might. Understood. ZHG responded, while Lu Y croaked affirmatively. The turtle and duck promptly complied. Dense elements of earth and water rapidly coalesced around ZHG and Lu Y, forming protective shields. Having completed the earth shield, ZHG emitted a low hiss. In the next moment, a crimson glow, akin to molten lava, gathered upon the turtle's shell. With a resounding boom, flames erupted from its shell in a volcanic explosion, surging toward the sky and coalescing into an enormous fireball. The fireball, connected to the turtle's shell, resembled a mobile flame cannon, launching a barrage of smaller fireballs toward the trio of spirit beasts nearby. Before the trio could engage with Lu Y, they were already subjected to ZHG's artillery fire. Dodge! YOQNGQing shouted as she witnessed the fireballs soaring through the air. Her face was filled with astonishment, and her companions, along with YSS, who were engaged in battle elsewhere, were momentarily taken aback. The terrifying spectacle of ZHG unleashing his El Gua was enough to unsettle anyone. Not only them, but those observing from the monitoring room were equally astonished upon witnessing ZHG's display of power, including YHISH's mayor, YZHTIN. The attention Qin Ye garnered from numerous admissions tutors was not solely due to the pirate duck. ZHG's uniqueness contributed significantly to it. YOQNGQing, observing the relentless onslaught of fireballs raining down upon them, urgently exclaimed, focus your attacks on that turtle and interrupt its skills. While her words seemed straightforward, the Shuangyi Tianjialing was not easily subdued. At that moment, the Shuangyi Tianjialing had already clashed with Lu Y, with the water-enshrouded long knife in hand. Lu Y lunged at the Shuangyi Tianjialing. The agile mantid effortlessly dodged, its left blade slicing toward Lu Y's waist like a flash of lightning. Remaining composed, Lu Y puffed up like an inflated balloon and leapt backward, simultaneously unleashing a perfect water gun that struck the mantid's blade with precision. With a thunderous crash, the Shuangyi Tianjialing was sent flying as if severed from its strings. Is that all? Lu Y scoffed, gazing at the fallen Shuangyi Tianjialing. He swung his knife, the water element enveloping it condensing into a vibrant azure blade, which darted toward the mantid. With a resounding impact, the rushing azure blade was met by a sudden white blade, scattering into fragments. This battle was far from trivial. The DYNDO and whose ZHSH provided flanking support. However, before they could linger, 3 fireballs hurtled toward them like cannonballs. The DYNDO and whose ZHSH hastily evaded. Meanwhile, the Shuangyi Tianjialing, now standing, shrouded its hands in wind attributes, slicing through the incoming fireballs with a swift strike. While the Shuangyi Tianjialing relieved itself from danger, Lu Y did not remain idle. He was now poised before the mantid, but this time, the Shuangyi Tianjialing was much more cautious, continuously swinging its scythe-like arms, engaging Lu Y in a fierce exchange of blows. YOQNGQing observed this scene and called out to her companions, I'll handle that duck. You two go eliminate the turtle. Her companions, recognizing the turtle's persistent annoyance, nodded without further ado, sending their contracted beasts towards HG. Qin Ye watched as the snake and the blade charged towards HG, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His intent in having ZHG unleash the El Gua was precisely this effect, to have Lu Y engage the Shuangyi Tianjialing in a duel, thereby hastening Lu Y's victory and enabling them to jointly subdue the ZHSH and DYNDO. The possibility of Lu Y being defeated by the Shuangyi Tianjialing had never crossed his mind. In Chapter 33, the complete form of Lu Y, ZHG's expression grew solemn as the snake and blade approached. He immediately commanded the massive fireball in the sky to unleash a relentless barrage of smaller fireballs upon them. The snake and blade attempted to evade but ultimately found it difficult to withstand the deluge of fireballs. After successfully dodging a few, they were struck by the ensuing onslaught from above. Do the fireballs not consume energy? The woman questioned, her face marked with confusion as she heard her beloved snake's cries. This is a sustained skill. As long as its energy is not depleted, it can maintain this state and hurl fireballs at us, the man beside her remarked. His brow furrowed. It cannot escape now. With determination, the woman urged her snake, whose ZHSH, unleashed the fire snake bomb. One blade slash. The man shouted in unison. The snake and blade promptly unleashed their skills. The serpentine flames and colossal blade energy surged from either side, targeting the grounded ZHG, expressionless. ZHG emitted a low growl, sending forth fireballs like cannonballs to meet the incoming assaults. In the next moment, a cacophony of explosions ensued as the skills of the snake and blade collided violently with the fireballs, bursting like fireworks in the sky before vanishing without a trace. This won't do. Ranged attacks are ineffective. The woman shook her head in frustration. No, it is viable. The man, fixated on the immense fireball, continued. It neutralized our attack using 5 fireballs, while each of us only employed 1 skill. The energy it expends far exceeds ours. We can outlast it. Upon hearing this, the woman became invigorated, directing her gaze towards ZHG, who ZHSH, continue unleashing fire snake bombs. 1 blade slash. The man echoed. As Qin Ye observed the renewed assault, he calmly instructed, release a flame jet against that blade. Understood. ZHG, while countering the incoming skills with fireballs, turned his gaze toward the DYNDO and suddenly opened his jaws wide. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted forth like a fire dragon, hurtling toward the DYNDO. With a mighty crash, the unprepared DYNDO was sent flying. The man paused, glancing anxiously toward the direction of the fallen blade. Dio, are you all right? Meanwhile, the woman observed the man's worried demeanor and urged her snake. Direct your flame jet at that turtle. The best defense is a potent offense. Qin Ye cast a glance at the ZHSH and commanded ZHG to disregard its flame jet. Focus all your attacks on the DYNDO. Instantaneously, ZHG turned toward the DYNDO, sending forth a relentless stream of fireballs from the colossal fireball above, cascading toward the blade like a shower of meteors. Hearing the call of its summoner, the DYNDO shook its body, preparing to respond when it noticed the multitude of fireballs hurtling toward it. It froze momentarily, then heard its summoner's urgent voice. Quick, unleash a series of slashes. In an instant, the DYNDO moved like a shadow, executing a flurry of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous sounds of the sky subsided, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the ground. At that moment, the flames of the ZHSH collided with ZHG's earth shield. Protected by the shield, ZHG gazed at the flames raging outside, his mouth widening as a perfect flame jet erupted forth. With another resounding roar, the tumult echoed once more. As ZHG unleashed his fiery breath, the massive fireball above him began to gradually diminish. The man gazed at Zhuge, who was confronting the fire snake, and was elated to see the fireball above Zhuge's head diminishing. Tell your snake to attack him. I will dispatch him with my blade. Hurry, his flame breath is formidable. The woman, watching the gradually shrinking flame breath of her beloved snake, could not help but feel a wave of distress. Its reduction indicated that the turtle's flame breath was superior to that of her cherished snake. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was still somewhat unbearable for her. After all, her fire snake was a genuine fire element spirit beast, a level 24-1 at that. If the turtle were also a fire element spirit beast, she might have accepted its superiority. But it was not. The turtle was merely a counterfeit fire element spirit beast, as it was fundamentally of the earth attribute. The flame breath released by an earth attribute spirit beast was slightly stronger than that of her fire snake, which she found impossible to accept. Naturally, her countenance reflected her discontent. Amid their intense confrontation, a voice of astonishment emerged from the side. How is this possible? Yao Qingqing stared, dumbfounded, at the Shuangya mantis, which had just been repelled by the pirate duck with a single strike. A few moments prior, while Zhuge battled fiercely against the snake and the blade, Luo Ye's assault on the Shuangya mantis had not ceased. Qin Ye's instruction was straightforward. Engage the Shuangya mantis in combat without utilizing skills, thereby siphoning its energy. Thus, Luo Ye commenced a strategy of exchanging injury for energy. No matter how many times he was repelled by the Shuangya mantis, he would rise promptly and continue. Gradually, his energy amassed while that of the Shuangya mantis dwindled unbeknownst to it, as it intermittently unleashed its skills. It was only when Luo Ye struck the Shuangya mantis with a blade that it realized its energy had been surreptitiously drained. At that moment, Luo Ye observed the Shuangya mantis's incredulous expression. A red light flashed in his eyes, and an unknown aura surged from within him. Perfect level battle intent was instantaneously unleashed. Charge! Luo Ye bellowed, rushing forth with his blade. The Shuangya mantis glared fiercely, swinging its blade in response, feeling provoked. Amidst the clashing of blades, the Shuangya mantis was once again forced back. This time, however, Luo Ye did not grant it a moment's respite. He surged forward, his long knife enveloped in water elements, striking down decisively. With a resounding thud, the Shuangya mantis hastily defended itself, managing to withstand the strike. Observing the Qin Ye mantis gritting its teeth in defiance beneath his blade, Luo Ye summoned all his strength and swung downward with ferocity. A thunderous boom resonated, accompanied by the Qin Ye mantis's anguished cries as blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The wind. Yao Qingqing gasped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. After dispatching the kneeling Qin Ye mantis with a kick, Luo Ye ignored its current state and turned resolutely towards the one-eyed blade nearby. Chapter 34. Quite good, albeit a bit slow. The man fell silent as he watched the Qin Ye mantis being sent flying. With the mantis defeated, what was there left to fight about? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at his beloved blade, still uncertain on how to attack the turtle's shell, succumbing once more to silence. Just as the one-eyed blade was about to strike Zhuge retreated into its shell and unleashed its thorny carapace. Consequently, the one-eyed blade struck through the earth shield, colliding with the suddenly emerged thorny carapace. In an instant, the sting of the thorns coursed through its body, eliciting a cry of pain. Shortly thereafter, the Qin Ye mantis was eliminated. Before the one-eyed blade could devise a method to breach the spiked turtle shell, a new adversary appeared. As for the fireball in the sky, it was soon collected by Zhuge after Yao Qingqing's exclamation of disbelief. The man, observing the pirate duck charging towards his beloved blade, felt a headache coming on, even entertaining a fleeting thought of retreat. However, this inclination was swiftly extinguished. After all, there were hundreds of eyes fixed upon this scene. He could not afford to flee. Besides, this was not a life-or-death battle. It was merely a segment of a high-stakes examination. Losing was inconsequential. It would only result in a slight loss of face. With clarity of thought, the man decisively commanded, "One-eyed blade, attack the pirate duck and show him our might." The turtle's shell was exceedingly tough, and the spikes made it particularly challenging for his beloved blade. Thus, he entrusted the turtle to the woman beside him and prepared to confront the pirate duck alone. Naturally, he was not foolish. At this critical juncture, he ordered his beloved blade to attack the pirate duck, primarily because he sensed that the pirate duck was nearing its limits. Believing it was merely posturing. After all, despite the Qin Ye mantis's weaknesses, it was still a level 25 spirit beast in his eyes. A level 21 pirate duck defeating a level 25 Qin Ye mantis would not come easily, so he was wagering that the pirate duck's energy was nearly depleted. As he pondered this, he witnessed his beloved blade being soundly thrashed by the pirate duck. Observing the scene where his beloved blade was dispatched with ease, he fell into silence. The disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly apparent. At that moment, although Luo Ye had little energy remaining, he possessed the dual passive talents of plunder and desperation, growing stronger with each engagement. This was no trivial matter. "What are you doing?" The woman, witnessing the one-eyed blade being mercilessly crushed by the pirate duck, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. This candidate named Qin Ye was truly formidable. Were these creatures truly level 19 and 21 spirit beasts? After a moment of reflection, she observed her beloved snake gaining the upper hand against the turtle. Turning to the man with a glare, "If we had attacked the turtle together earlier, we would have won. Now that you are gone, how am I to fight?" The man opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking, letting out a sigh instead. He wished to convey that even if they had fought together, they would not have been able to defeat the turtle in such a short time. After all, the approaching pirate duck would not simply stand by and watch. Noticing the man's silence, the woman looked at the pirate duck, which was preparing to assault her beloved snake, and quickly turned to Qin Ye, saying, "I concede. You win. Thank you for your graciousness." Qin Ye replied with a slight smile, signaling Luo Ye and Zhuge to cease their assaults. Luo Ye greeted the curled-up fire snake, then hoisted his long blade and made his way towards Qin Ye. Zhuge, on the brink of exhaustion, displayed signs of fatigue, lying still and reluctant to move. His endurance was primarily due to possessing the Qin hexagram, whose energy recovery effects were no trifling matter, particularly when in contact with the ground, where the effects were remarkably potent. Initially, Qin Ye believed that the speed increase in self-recovery referred only to healing injuries, but after several days of testing, he discovered that it also encompassed energy and stamina recovery. In summary, this effect exceeded his expectations, leaving him astonished. Approaching the turtle and duck, Qin Ye praised, "Well done. Once the examination concludes, I will have my mother prepare a grand feast." "Yes, yes." Zhuge nodded vigorously, overjoyed, feeling a slight alleviation of his fatigue. Quack. Luo Ye could not help but salivate. Observing this, Qin Ye laughed heartily. "Two little gluttons, you should head into the summoning space to rest for a while." After an intense battle, both the turtle and duck were indeed weary, prompting Qin Ye to decisively place them into the summoning space for a respite. Resting outdoors cannot compare to the comfort found within the Huanling space, save for a few exceptional locations. After safely storing an ancient turtle and a duck within this mystical realm, Qin Ye turned to gaze at Yi Sisi, who stood a short distance away, observing him. "How was it?" "Not too bad, I suppose. Just a tad slow," she replied with a smile. She had never trusted Qin Ye's words about needing her support. The outcome proved her instincts correct. He did not require her assistance to triumph in battle. Their last encounter was shortly after he had contracted the small yin turtle. And since then, she had come to appreciate the formidable resilience of this creature. With its unparalleled defense and the powerful combat prowess of the pirate duck, especially since this duck was personally brought back by Qin Shu, she could not fathom a scenario in which Qin Ye would be defeated. The most telling sign was the relaxed tone in which he spoke, unmistakably indicating that he was not in need of aid. Therefore, after concluding her own battle, she chose to observe Qin Ye's confrontation rather than intervene. Her victory, albeit slightly quicker than Luo Ye's defeat of the Xuanya mantis, marked an impressive accomplishment. Qin Ye shot her a glance. "If my turtle and duck were at levels 23 or 24, I would have finished long ago." Although he did not see Yi Cici's eagle and horse, he knew they too were at least level 23 spirit beasts. "That makes sense," Yi Cici replied with a slight smile, before turning her attention to the 5 individuals nearby, grinning. "Thank you all for the points." Indeed, the top contenders in each city were not to be underestimated. Wang Lang shook his head with a smile, his heart filled with myriad reflections. Through that recent skirmish, he had gained a complete understanding of Yi Cici's strength. Simultaneously, he felt increasingly justified in his decision to call for backup. Without it, he would have achieved little. Their loss was merely a stroke of luck for her, as had she not encountered Qin Ye, victory would have likely belonged to them. They were simply a tad unfortunate. Chapter 35, Third Talent, Child of Nature. In the monitoring room, Yunxing observed the surveillance footage on the large screen, a knowing smile crossing his face as he witnessed a battle devoid of suspense. Upon hearing that they would split into 2 groups for the contest, he had already anticipated that Qin Ye's team would emerge victorious without question. Setting aside whether Qin Ye was concealing his true strength, Yi Cici's prowess alone led him to doubt Wang Lang's group's chances of winning. With Wang Lang's group certain to fail, the victor of this confrontation had already been determined. "This duck possesses a continuous passive talent," Cold Nian noted, her brow furrowing. A continuous passive talent combined with attack-enhancing skills. This duck was not to be trifled with. Qin Ming's choice of duck for his son could not be simple. Listening to Cold Nian's observations, Zhong Nian shook his head internally. He remained silent, merely documenting the prowess demonstrated by Qin Ye. As they engaged in their discussions, Qin Ye and Yi Cici parted ways with Wang Lang's group and made their way to a small stream to rest. Despite their victory, they had expended considerable energy in the recent battle, particularly Qin Ye's turtle and duck. The energy of these creatures, already limited, had dwindled significantly after the confrontation. Thus, Qin Ye decided to team up with Yi Cici for the time being, intending to part ways after the event concluded. "How long do you plan to stay with me?" Yi Cici inquired, seated upon the grass. "Until the event ends," Qin Ye replied lazily, stifling a yawn as he turned to observe the night shadow horse drinking water. "Where did you get this horse?" he asked. "My mother gave it to me," Yi Cici said, brushing aside a lock of dark blue-black hair. At their age and level of strength, it was not feasible for them to venture out and seek rare spirit beasts independently. Consequently, most of the rare spirit beasts they had contracted were either purchased or gifted by family members. "How enviable," Qin Ye remarked, his expression one of admiration as he gazed at the night shadow horse. Yi Cici rolled her eyes at him, her curiosity piqued. "Your turtle is quite powerful. No wonder you chose to contract it." "I am not foolish," Qin Ye replied, chuckling as he turned back to Yi Cici. "However, I genuinely did not know that Zhuge would breathe fire when I contracted him." "A mutation, perhaps?" Yi Cici queried. "That seems likely," Qin Ye responded nonchalantly, shifting the conversation. "What levels are your eagle and horse?" 25 and 24, she answered, noticing Qin Ye's lower spirit beast levels. "Why is your spirit beast level so low?" "When I upgraded Zhuge, I didn't let the pirate king level up, hence the lower levels," Qin Ye continued. "Moreover, I cannot simply contract high-level spirit beasts like you can." "Oh right, you possess a growth-type talent," Yi Cici recalled, contemplating Qin Ye's abilities. His talent invariably made contracting high-level spirit beasts impractical. Had she been in his position, she too would seek out lower-level spirit beasts to contract. Nevertheless, one should not mindlessly opt for lower-level spirit beasts. If one were a super Huanling master, they could contract level 20 or 30 spirit beasts without needing to specifically select level 1 or 10 ones. This is because the energy returned from contracting a level 20 spirit beast is not significantly different from that of a level 10 spirit beast, making it equally beneficial for a super Huanling master. In cases where the differences are minimal, contracting a level 20 spirit beast can save nearly a month's worth of leveling time compared to a level 1 spirit beast. A month can yield countless opportunities. Ultimately, It boils down to personal preference. When encountering a favored and powerful spirit beast, regardless of its level, one should still pursue the contract. After a while, Qin Ye rose to his feet, brushing off the grass from his pants, and announced to Yi Cece, "Let's go. Take care, no need to see me off." She replied with a hint of a smile. In those last moments, they did not engage in hunting spirit beasts, but rather sat by the stream, chatting and sharing a meal. After parting from Yi Cece, Qin Ye resumed his leveling journey, as his Zhuge had yet to reach level 20. After resting for a few minutes, Zhuge was now invigorated. Although its energy had not fully recovered, it was more than sufficient to handle the wild spirit beasts they were about to confront, as they set out to defeat these creatures and earn points. The university students who had played the role of ambushers resumed their positions as invigilators, protecting the examinees engaged in their crucial assessments. At around 1 a.m., Qin Ye watched as Zhuge successfully reached level 20, letting out a puzzled sigh. He still had not become an intermediate Huanling master. It seemed he would need to wait until the Pirate King reached level 22. Shaking his head, he addressed the turtle and duck, "No more fighting for now. Let us find a place to rest and continue tomorrow." Zhuge replied. Quack. Luo Ye had accumulated considerable experience during Zhuge's leveling process. So when it came to deciding whether to train Zhuge or Luo Ye the following day, he decisively chose to focus on Luo Ye. June 3rd, 2 p.m. After several hours of battle, Luo Ye finally reached level 22. Simultaneously, a mysterious force surged within Qin Ye. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, he exclaimed with joy, "I've become an intermediate Huanling master. What a journey." With Zhuge at level 20 and Luo Ye at level 22, he had ultimately achieved this status. Let me see what new talent I have acquired. After taking a moment to collect himself, Qin Ye began to examine his new abilities. Name: Qin Ye. Level: Intermediate Huanling Master. Talents: Forest of All Things, Destiny, Child of Nature. Skills: Soul Summoning Eye. Child of Nature, in tune with nature, fostering a close bond with it. Enhancing elemental affinity while reducing one's presence in the eyes of others. The contracted beast can enjoy partial benefits. Qin Ye gazed at the effects displayed on the panel, blinking his eyes as a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, this talent was impressive. He closed the interface and turned to the turtle and duck, inquiring, "What do you feel?" Zhuge tilted his head, puzzled. Quack. Luo Ye shook his head. Observing their reactions, Qin Ye encouraged, "Please take a moment to sense the earth and water elements around you." Upon hearing this, the turtle and duck simultaneously shut their eyes, concentrating intently. In the next instant, Luo Ye suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at Qin Ye in shock. Quack. Quack, quack. Qin Ye, amused by Luo Ye's astonishment, explained with a smile, "This is my new talent. Under its influence, your affinity for your respective elements will increase. With enhanced affinity, your mastery of skills will accelerate, and your abilities will become more potent." Quack. Let me try. Luo Ye swung his sword, unleashing a formidable water blade. With a resounding crash, a tree toppled to the side. Quack. Quack, quack. This is amazing. Even stronger. Luo Ye exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Qin Ye observed the fluctuating proficiency on Luo Ye's panel, his smile growing ever brighter. This talent is quite remarkable. He was not merely watching whole numbers jump, but also the fractions that trailed behind. Indeed, he could see the decimal points behind the integers on the panel. He just chose not to look normally, as it caused him a slight headache. Chapter 36. The practical examination concludes. Ranking. First, Yi Cece, 8,576 points. Second, Qin Ye, 8,326 points. Third, Yu Yong, 7,736 points. Fourth, Wu Tianming, 7,312 points. Fifth, Zhao Qinglei, 7,080 points. Just a fraction short. Qin Ye sighed softly as he continued walking toward the seaside of Yishao Island. At this moment, only half an hour remained until the conclusion of the examination. Despite his efforts over this period, he still fell just a tad short. This half hour would not suffice. Given the carnage over the past few days, the high-level wild spirit beasts in the vicinity had dwindled significantly, making it impossible for him to catch up to first place by hunting on the return journey. The only way to surpass Yi Cece now would be to exchange the rewards he had obtained for points. Second place would have to suffice. Qin Ye shook his head, feeling a hint of regret. Simultaneously, he yearned more than ever for a mountable spirit beast. If only he possessed a Yiming Ju like Yi Cece, his points would likely exceed hers. Walking was far too slow without a means of transportation. He had considered taming the local wild spirit beasts to serve as mounts, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Wild spirit beasts could be perilous, and without formidable strength, it was best to refrain. He was quite wary of death. On the other hand, Yi Cece stared at the score rankings on the scoreboard, murmuring, "I hope it won't be stolen." Last night, upon seeing Qin Ye poised to surpass her, She was taken aback. Then, in her typically laid-back manner, she suddenly became diligent, focusing on accumulating points until now, when she finally eased her pace. After all, if she did not slow down, her contracted beast would run out of energy. While they were fervently racking up points, the third-place Yuyong had already arrived at the beach. After pursuing for a while, he had simply given up. As for the points, whoever wanted them could chase after them. He certainly would not. At the second landing point, Qin Ye arrived alone as the final quarter hour approached. Observing the varied expressions of the candidates around him, he quietly made his way toward a nearby makeshift grill. Among the crowd, some wiped away tears. Some engaged in lively banter with companions. Some remained silent. Some gazed up at the sky in a daze. And others, like Qin Ye, purchased food within the service area to satiate their empty stomachs. While waiting for the proprietor to grill sausages, Ye approached from behind. "Oh, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed in surprise. Qin Ye paused for a moment before turning around. "I was already here. Did you advance to the next level?" Ye inquired. "Of course," Qin Ye replied with a smile. "Something seems off about you," Ye remarked, scrutinizing him, increasingly sensing he was different from before. Qin Ye, noticing her slightly furrowed brow, muttered to himself, "Is the effect this potent?" Ye overhearing, suddenly realized, "Talent. You just awakened a good talent." Qin Ye chuckled, but chose not to elaborate further. A very strong talent. Ye regarded him deeply. Were it not for her desire for grilled sausages, she might not have noticed Qin Ye at all. "Here." Qin Ye accepted 2 sausages from the proprietor and handed one to Ye. "Thank you." Ye accepted it without hesitation, taking a bite. As she ate, she signaled the proprietor for 2 more. "Do you think anyone would sell their spoils for points?" Qin Ye suddenly asked. Ye looked at him, her expression somewhat peculiar. "You wouldn't want to exchange, would you?" "I do have a bit of interest," Qin Ye nodded seriously. He genuinely contemplated this issue, as the point gap between them was not substantial. "You really want to exchange?" Ye was taken aback. Then, with a nonchalant attitude, she added, "Go ahead. I don't mind being second. First place draws too much attention. Don't you want the rewards?" Qin Ye inquired, puzzled. The rewards for first place are quite appealing. Although he was unaware of this year's rewards for first place, he had heard of the rewards in previous years. They were indeed quite appealing. "No, my family is wealthy," Ye replied confidently. This meager reward held little allure for her. "Then I shall exchange." Seeing Ye attitude, Qin Ye was not one to be polite. "Wait." Ye hastily interrupted Qin Ye's actions. "What is it?" Qin Ye looked at her. Ye said, "What rewards did you obtain?" "Don't exchange for something I need." Qin Ye paused slightly, then asked, "What do you need?" "Anything related to dark attributes." "Anything else?" "Do you need a treasure to enhance the sharpness of your claws?" "No. That's not necessary." "Then I shall take it." "Fine." Qin Ye nodded. "Anything else?" "Let me think." Ye pondered for a moment. Looking at Qin Ye with a playful smile, "How about you tell me everything you obtained?" "All right." Qin Ye replied indifferently. "You should show me what you got as well." "No problem." Ye gestured with her hand. After waiting for Ye sausages to finish grilling, Qin Ye led her to an unoccupied area, where they began to share their respective gains. Soon after, Qin Ye exchanged 2 useless rewards for points, ascending to the top of the leaderboard with 8,866 points. "Thanks." Qin Ye glanced at Ye. "No need to mention it. After the exam, I'll come to your house," Ye replied. "If I'm not around, just look for Sister Tang," Qin Ye said. "All right." Ye nodded slightly. Then, the 2 fell into silence once more. Fortunately, this silence did not last long, as a voice accompanied by a series of ringing bells echoed around them. Ding 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 ding. In the year 2224, the practical examination in Yihai City officially concludes. All candidates, please remain in place. It's over. Listening to the announcement, Qin Ye couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. "It's over." Ye turned to Qin Ye, asking, "Which university are you planning to attend?" "Whichever offers the best conditions," Qin Ye replied with a smile. "If they are all similar, I will choose Huanling University." And you?" "Huanling University. Not considering other schools." "Not really." "All right." Minutes later, the 2, engaged in awkward small talk, were organized by the staff to board the massive ship arriving from the first landing point. On board the ship, Du Feng, glancing around, spotted Qin Ye approaching from a distance and excitedly ran forward. "Goodness, you've done it without a word and come in first. Are you all right?" Qin Ye glanced at Ye standing beside him and continued, "I owe her a lot. She made way for me." After Qin Ye spoke, Ye chimed in. "I'll take my leave now." "All right." Qin Ye nodded. Du Feng gave a thumbs up to the departing Ye and exclaimed, "Impressive. Keep it low-key." Qin Ye replied with a slight smile, walking forward with Du Feng, engaged in light-hearted banter. Chapter 37. A comparative analysis of contracts from 2 universities. Qin Baiyu Beast Shop. A yellow taxi came to a halt at the store's entrance. Huang Hao stepped out from the back seat. adjusted his attire while surveying the shop before heading directly towards the entrance. Upon entering Qin Ye's shop, he looked around but failed to locate his desired target. So he approached the cashier. Taming, seated at the counter, glanced at him and, seeing his silence, returned to her phone. Feeling ignored, Huang Hao cleared his throat awkwardly and inquired, "Hello, is Qin Ye's parent at home? What's the matter?" Taming put her phone down and looked at Huang Hao. "I am Huang Hao, an admissions officer from Huanling University." He presented his identification to Taming. Taming, upon hearing Huang Hao's words and observing his credentials, was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, she sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "Huanling University?" "Yes." Huang Hao nodded with a smile, retracting his credentials. Taming scrutinized Huang Hao, noting his earnest demeanor, and quickly said, "Please hold on." She then pulled out her phone and dialed the landlady's number. A few minutes later, Baya entered through the back door. "You're here regarding my son?" Baya regarded Huang Hao, an intangible aura gradually emanating from her. Huang Hao felt the sudden surge of energy, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was no mere master. This was a heavenly king. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed as Baya approached him. Baya suppressed her aura and asked, "What rank did my son achieve?" The intent behind her aura was to ascertain the truth. It appeared Huang Hao might indeed be an admissions officer from Huanling University. Regaining his composure, Huang Hao replied, "Congratulations. Your son Qin Ye has secured the top position in the practical exams this year in Yihai City." "First?" Baya exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes." Huang Hao nodded vigorously. "You're not jesting?" Baya furrowed her brow, skepticism evident. Huang Hao quickly assured her, "I wouldn't joke about this. Follow me." Baya turned and headed towards a nearby office, with Huang Hao promptly trailing behind. While walking, Baya took out her phone and dialed Qin Ming's number. Moments later, Qin Ming entered the office and sat beside Baya. "Here is the contract we have prepared for Qin Ye." Baya placed the documents Huang Hao had earlier presented in front of Qin Ming. After a cursory glance, Qin Ming did not pick it up and instead looked up at Huang Hao, stating, "Isn't this rank a bit low?" Huang Hao coughed lightly and clarified, "The rank is not low. You know that each year, fewer than 10 candidates receive a contract of this caliber from Huanling University." Observing Qin Ming's silence, Huang Hao continued, "In fact, the contract can be elevated, but what?" Baya inquired. "We need to assess Qin Ye's current aptitude," Huang Hao said cautiously. "If his talent is strong, we can offer him even a higher-ranking contract. If not, we want to lower the current contract level." Qin Ming shook his head. "Let us wait for Ye Heir to return. This is beyond our decision." "Haha, of course, I merely came to make a preliminary visit." Huang Hao chuckled awkwardly, rising from his seat. "I'll take my leave now." "Take care." Qin Ming and Baya both stood to see him off. After bidding Huang Hao farewell, they re-entered the office. "Wow, my son actually placed first," Baya exclaimed in shock, turning to Qin Ming. After learning that their son had achieved first place, she had tried to contain her astonishment until Huang Hao departed, at which point her emotions erupted. To be honest, she had never imagined her son could excel to such a degree in the practical exam. "That little rascal," Qin Ming teased, sinking into the sofa. "It seems that little turtle is exceptional," Baya remarked softly, sitting beside Qin Ming. They could somewhat gauge the strength of Luoya, having chosen it themselves. However, it would take more than just Luoya for their son to clinch first place, indicating that Zhuge must have played a significant role. They had witnessed Zhuge's strength prior to its evolution but had not seen it since, leaving them uncertain about Zhuge's current capabilities. Exceptional or not, this contract. Qin Ming picked up the contract from the coffee table, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was quite pleased with this rank of contract. However, satisfaction aside, he would not reveal his feelings in front of Huang Hao. Baiyu observed Qin Ming studying the contract and remarked, without revealing his talent, "This contract will suffice. It's acceptable. It's better than what I had in my time." Qin Ming noted after briefly reviewing the document. "My contract back then was for a spirit beast with a base potential of low-tier elite." "Nonsense. I had a high-tier contract," Baiyu replied, a hint of pride in her expression. Her contract had been for a spirit beast with a base potential of mid-tier elite, and the current contract was similarly for a mid-tier elite spirit beast. Clearly, the resources available at Huanling University now far surpassed those of the past. Naturally, aside from selecting a spirit beast, the contract also offered various resources, but they deemed the spirit beast far more significant, as it was the foundation of a spirit master. As they reminisced, an admissions officer from Yulong University approached them. Qin Ming and Baiyu exchanged glances and discreetly stepped outside to usher in the Yulong University admissions officer. After a discussion, they received the contract Yulong University proposed for Qin Ye, which was of a certain rank. Qin Ming frowned slightly. "This is already the highest offer we can provide," the man replied with a smile. "I can confidently say that the contracts from Huanling University and Shukong University are certainly not as generous as ours." Qin Ming set down the contract in his hands, glanced at Bai Ye, and said to the man, "Thank you, but this decision awaits Qin Ye's return." "No problem. Here is my contact information. You can call me when you've made a decision." The man smiled, writing down his contact details before engaging in a few final exchanges with Qin Ye's parents and then departing from Qin Bai's shop. Upon returning to the office, Qin Ming cast a quizzical glance at Bai Ye, who could not suppress her laughter. It seems Huanling University just offered quite a generous proposal. In comparison, it truly is substantial, Qin Ming remarked, picking up the Yulong University contract and continuing. "This is the first time I've seen such a contract. Excluding the spirit beast aspect, the overall resources offered are merely a fifth less than the rank contract. Regarding the spirit beast, the rank contract grants the right to choose an initial potential low-tier elite spirit beast or select from the remaining options an initial potential mid-tier elite spirit beast from common attributes. This contract is quite acceptable. Indeed, it is unfortunate," Bai Ye lamented. "Regrettably, the contract from Huanling University is superior." Chapter 38, The Arrival of Zhong Yan. "Mom, I'm back." Before even stepping into the Qin Bai's shop, Qin Ye's voice had already reached Bai Ye, who was seated in her office. Hearing the familiar sound, Bai Ye beamed with delight and made her way toward the entrance. Upon entering the store, Qin Ye spotted his mother emerging from the office and exclaimed, "Mom, your son has done something remarkable this time." Bai Ye, already aware of everything, smiled and inquired, "Oh, just how remarkable?" "This." Qin Ye raised a finger. "First." Bai Ye gasped. "Hee." Qin Ye chuckled, then awkwardly scratched his head, admitting, "Actually, it should have been second." Bai Ye, not catching his last comment, pressed on, "Really first?" "First is first, but this first was given by ECC." Qin Ye explained as Bai Ye's expression shifted to one of increasing confusion. He then recounted the events involving ECC. "I see," Bai Ye nodded slightly. Looking at her son, "I understand now." "Understand what?" Qin Ye asked, puzzled. "If she has declared you first, then naturally, your mother must show her appreciation." Bai Ye replied with a smile. "In a few days, we shall invite ECC's family for a meal." "All right, it's settled then," Bai Ye concluded, feeling increasingly satisfied with the idea. A meal would allow both families to meet and foster a connection. It was a splendid plan. Qin Ye fell silent at this. "Huh." Bai Ye laughed at her son's quietness, saying, "All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Follow me." "Huh." Qin Ye's expression turned quizzical, sensing something amiss. "Since your exam, over 10 university admissions officers have visited," Bai Ye explained as they walked. "Ah," Qin Ye exclaimed, clearly taken aback by their unexpected arrival. "You scored first." "It's only natural they would come," Bai Ye said calmly. "That does make sense." Qin Ye scratched his head. Suddenly, he became excited and asked, "Mom, what offers did they present? Are there contracts from the 3 top universities?" "Indeed, they all came," Bai Ye replied as they entered the office, pointing to a stack of white papers on the coffee table. "They are all over there. Take a look yourself." Upon seeing this, Qin Ye rushed over, plopping down on the sofa and picking up a contract to examine. "Wow, a top-tier contract." Qin Ye shouted in astonishment. He had some understanding of university contracts, and this knowledge only amplified his shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that as the top performer in practical combat in Yihai City, receiving a top-tier contract was quite reasonable. Just as Bai Ye was about to respond, she noticed her son's swift return to calmness and quietly took a seat across from him. While Qin Ye reviewed the various contracts, she pulled out her phone and called Qin Ming. Shortly after, Qin Ye finished examining all the contracts and said to Bai Ye, "Mom, these contracts all seem quite similar." Bai Ye explained, "While the contents may appear alike, there are indeed distinctions. The differences lie in the resources each school offers. For instance, Minghai University's top-tier contract can provide you with a spiritual beast of medium elite potential, but most of the beasts they offer are of the water attribute. They do have other attributes, but they are rare. Their strength lies in water attribute beasts, so if you wish to contract a water attribute beast, you may choose them. They have a robust selection of water attribute beasts, far surpassing what the 3 top universities can offer. They likely have around 30 different water attribute beasts for you to choose from, while the 3 top universities may only have 15. "Understood," Qin Ye nodded. "I already have a pirate king. I want to choose Minghai University." With his talent of Sun Luo Wanxiang, he was not inclined to contract a second water attribute beast, unless it were a legendary phantom beast. The power of a phantom beast is incomparable to that of an ordinary spiritual beast. Of course, if a water attribute phantom beast were offered to him for a contract, he would likely find ways to change the attributes of his existing beast. Altering attributes is challenging, but still easier than contracting a phantom beast. Stop thinking about it. Your talent is best suited for the 3 top universities, which alone possess a plethora of different attribute spiritual beasts for you to select from. The 3 top universities develop evenly, offering beasts of all attributes, while the 10 higher-level universities predominantly focus on 1 or 2 attribute types. For example, Minghai University specializes in water attributes, Binghui University studies ice and fire attributes, and Enling University concentrates on dark attributes. Mom, I'm not foolish. I am aware, Qin Ye replied, looking exasperated at his mother's explanation. Just then, Qin Ming entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Bai Ye instantly rose in surprise upon seeing the elder beside Qin Ming. Elder Zhong. King Yu. Elder Zhong nodded with a smile. No need for such formalities. Just call me Xiaoya, Bai Ye replied, then turned to Qin Ye, who was standing nearby, and said, address him as Elder Zhong. Hello, Elder Zhong. Qin Ye obediently greeted, his curiosity piqued as he observed the elder. After Qin Ming invited Elder Zhong to sit down, he explained to Qin Ye, Elder Zhong is an admissions officer from Huanling University, here in Yihai City to meet you. But Huanling University already. Qin Ye pointed to the papers on the coffee table. I was concerned you might be poached, so I had him come over first, Elder Zhong clarified. Oh. Qin Ye nodded in understanding. After a brief discussion between Qin Ming, Bai Ye, and Elder Zhong, they got to the main topic. Elder Zhong looked at Qin Ye and said, given the talent you've demonstrated in practical combat, we can offer you a top-tier contract. However, to elevate that contract to a higher level, we need to know more about you. Is it about my talents? Qin Ye inquired. Yes, Elder Zhong replied with a smile. Do I need to disclose all my talents? No, Elder Zhong shook his head. You may share as many as you wish, but the talents you reveal will determine the level of contract we can offer you. What contracts exist above the top tier? Qin Ye asked curiously. There are still top-tier and mid-tier contracts above that. To receive a mid-tier contract, we must know all your talents, Elder Zhong explained. Observing the serious expression on Qin Ye's face, the top-tier contract does not have such a requirement. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's serious demeanor vanished in an instant. Could you elaborate on the differences? I want to delve into everything, but let us talk about spiritual beasts, Elder Zhong said. Students signing a top-tier contract will have the opportunity to choose a spiritual beast with medium elite potential ahead of time, while those with a mid-tier contract can select a high elite spiritual beast. High elite. Qin Ye instinctively licked his lips, recognizing the value of such an offer. Unfortunately, while valuable, he knew he could not accept it. However, he could still consider the top-tier contract. He was unsure if they would value his talents. We at Huanling University do have a few spiritual beasts with high elite potential, Elder Zhong remarked, taking a sip of the freshly brewed tea on the coffee table. As he finished, Qin Ye spoke up. I can tell you 2 of my talents. Elder Zhong's eyes brightened slightly, a warm smile spreading across his face. Sun Luo Wan Xiang, effect, child of nature. Qin Ye quickly shared his talents and their effects. Indeed, they pertain to intimacy levels, Elder Zhong thought to himself, feeling a surge of excitement. However, he was soon stunned as he looked at Qin Ye. All elemental intimacy. It should encompass all elements, Qin Ye confirmed. Excellent. Elder Zhong exclaimed, his voice startling Qin Ye's family across the table. Haha, my apologies, I got a bit too excited, Elder Zhong explained. Your son's talent is extraordinary. Generally, talents that include all elemental intimacy are quite common and lack significant enhancements. But Qin Ye's talent is exceptional and cannot be described as weak, due to its remarkable efficacy. He had already discerned the capabilities of the Tling Gu and Hidoy cultivated by Qin Ye. The ability to nurture these creatures to possess several skills at a perfect level within a short span of time is undeniably impressive. Chapter 39, Selection. Have you advanced to the intermediate level? Zhing and suddenly realized that the young lad before him had already become an intermediate summoner. However, the level of the young man's contracted beast troubled Zhing as an expression of astonishment gradually appeared on his face. My growth-type talent is indeed effective. Qin Ye also recognized that, unknowingly, he had revealed the extraordinary effects of his talent. In Lu W and Xiying. Simultaneously, Qin interjected. Elder Zhing, please refrain from disclosing the effects of Xiao Wai's talent. Upon hearing this, the astonishment on Zhing's face evaporated instantly. Observing the serious expressions of Qin and Biy, he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Yet, the astonishment within him remained unabated. The effects of this talent were indeed somewhat extraordinary. After calming himself, he continued, your talent's effects are worthy of a Tier 1 contract. And even a Tier 2 contract would not be out of reach. Qin Ye nodded slightly, but chose not to respond. A Tier 1 contract was not what he desired. While a Tier 1 contract posed no issues, it typically required approval from a superior. Upon hearing this, QNY's family collectively turned their gaze towards Qin, as it was evident that such a statement implied the need for an unconventional route. I have the authority to directly allow someone to sign a Tier 1 contract, Qin stated, retrieving a sheet of paper from the summoning space that was several times more formal than regular paper. He placed it on the tea table and pushed it towards QNY, saying, "This is our Summoning University's Tier 1 contract. Signing here means you are officially a student of our institution." QNY glanced at the contract, then looked up at Qin, who wore a kindly smile, before lowering his gaze back to the document. After several minutes of reviewing the contract, QNY inquired, "Do you have a pen?" "Indeed." Qin retrieved a pen and a small box, placing them before QNY. "You need to provide a thumbprint." "All right." QNY decisively signed his name and pressed his thumbprint beside it. Observing QNY imprinting the contract, Qin felt a sense of relief. He turned to QNY and said, "The school term at Summoning University begins on July 1st. You simply need to report to the school before that date." "Understood." QNY pushed the signed contract back towards Qin. As Qin collected the contract, QNY eagerly asked, "Elder Qin, when can I select my spirit beasts?" "You can select right now." "Now." QNY was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he could choose immediately. He had assumed he would need to wait a few days. "Yes," Qin affirmed. While selecting after signing a Tier 1 contract typically requires waiting until the school year begins, you need not do so. You only need to wait for me to upload your information, and you can select right away. Tier 1 contracts operate on a first-come, first-served basis. Whoever signs first can choose immediately. Taming and BIY exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke. "We appreciate your assistance, Elder Qin. Just a trivial matter. Please wait a moment." Qin retrieved the contract he had just put away along with a white tablet and began to operate it. Shortly after, a phone rang, and Qin answered. Listening to Qin speak about matters of confirmation and assurance, QNY understood fully. As he had surmised, Qin had granted him his sole authority, thereby binding them together. Essentially, they would rise or fall together. After completing the call and performing another series of actions on the tablet, Qin finally handed it over to QNY, saying, "All right. You may choose now." "Elder Qin, thank you." QNY expressed his gratitude sincerely. Qin smiled and shook his head. "You may select 3 spirit beasts from the tablet. In a few days, I will bring these 3 spirit beasts for you to choose from." "Understood." QNY lowered his gaze to the tablet. He examined the 6 ordinary attribute spirit beasts displayed on the interface and glanced to the left. There, he saw various attribute options: ordinary, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Seeing this, he felt reassured and began to contemplate the spirit beasts displayed. The CHWIT, SHUXING, and JLSHUWI caught his attention. Observing QNY scrolling through the screen, Qin suggested, "You might want to check the rare attribute spirit beasts first, such as those with light or dark attributes, before looking at the ordinary ones." "Very well." QNY was not in a hurry. He finished examining all the ordinary attribute spirit beasts before opting to explore the wind attribute. The ordinary attribute section comprised 3 pages, totaling 15 spirit beasts. For wind attributes, QNY noted that there were 2 pages. Upon finishing the first page and flipping to the second, he discovered only 2 spirit beasts. This indicated that Summoning University had only 8 initial wind attribute spirit beasts with moderate elite potential available for selection. Of course, he suspected there were more. But these were all he could choose from. Having reviewed the wind attribute spirit beasts, he proceeded to explore others. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," BIY instructed. Yin opened the door and addressed BIY and the others. "Boss, another recruitment officer from Being who University has arrived." "Oh dear." QNMing rose and walked towards the door. Before long, QNMing returned with a man in tow. The man, upon noticing Qin, who was seated and looking at him, instinctively exclaimed, What are you doing here?" "Haha, I apologize, you arrived a moment too late." Qin beamed at Qin, feeling quite pleased. "Ah," Qin sighed softly, casting a reluctant glance at QNY, then shook his head. He exchanged a few words with QNMing and the others before departing the office. After this brief interlude, QNY resumed his examination of the various attribute spirit beasts displayed on the tablet. Spotting a familiar duck, he turned to QNMing and asked, "Dad, is there a SHUY with moderate elite potential?" "Indeed," QNMing chuckled. "Rest assured, I will ensure that the pirate duck I select for you is undoubtedly the strongest and finest among that batch." I am fully aware of that. Qin Ye naturally recognized this fact. The prowess of his family Lu Y was no jest. Potential does not equate to everything. Zhang Nin added. In my view, while potential is undoubtedly important, talent holds equal significance. When faced with a choice between a spirit beast with high potential but poor talent and one with low potential but superior talent, I would decisively choose the latter. Indeed, Qin Ye understood this principle well. His own Zhuge possessed an incredible talent despite being a low-potential spirit beast. Am I permitted to select low-tier elite spirit beasts? Qin Ye casually inquired, having reached this point. Of course, Zhang replied with a smile. After you review the moderate potential spirit beasts, I will assist you in adjusting to low-tier potential ones. Thank you. Qin Ye expressed his gratitude once more. After several dozen minutes, having selected 3 spirit beasts, Qin Ye handed the tablet to Zhang, stating, Elder Zhang, I have made my selections. Are you not going to take another look? Zhang did not immediately accept the tablet. No need. I am certain of my choices. Qin Ye shook his head. Only then did Zhang accept the tablet from Qin Ye. Chapter 40. The written examination concludes. Zhang examined the 3 spirit beasts chosen by Qin Ye and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Ordinary attribute spirit beast, guardian dog. Light attribute spirit beast, radiant steed. Undead attribute spirit beast, skeleton horse. Both the radiant steed and the skeleton horse posed no issues. It was the guardian dog that raised his concern. If his memory served him correctly, this guardian dog was indeed the one he thought it was. Contemplating this, he tapped on the guardian dog's profile. Soon enough, he discovered the guardian dog's unique talent, Sword Heart. Indeed, it was this particular guardian dog. Zhang mused inwardly. Noticing Zhang's furrowed brow, Qin Ye inquired with curiosity, Elder Zhang, is there a problem? Did I select a spirit beast that is not permitted? Zhang shook his head and pointed at the guardian dog, saying, this guardian dog is quite powerful. Yet we have yet to uncover any evolutionary forms related to its talent. What talent? Biy asked with interest. As they had consciously refrained from observing while Qin Ye selected his spirit beasts, she remains oblivious to which 3 spirit beasts her son has chosen. The guard dog is quite unique. Its talent is linked to the sword. Zhongyan remarked, currently, we only have evolutionary paths for the gunner dog, archer dog, and axe wielder dog, with none associated with swords. I see, Biy murmured, turning to Qin Ye. Shall we consider another option? After a moment of silence, Qin Ye replied, no, I shall not change. With his fateful talent, he fears not this choice. As for why he selected the guard dog, it is undoubtedly due to its striking appearance. Handsomeness can surmount all obstacles. Although he is perplexed as to why this talent is associated with a guard dog wielding a long blade, it does not deter him from making his choice. Observing Qin Ye's reluctance to switch, Zhongyan refrained from further discussion. After stowing his tablet, he inquired, you possess the right to exchange for a yellow quality item. Will you exchange now? A level contract allows one to select a spirit beast and additionally receive a yellow quality item for free. Thus, when compared, the 2 contracts are not significantly different. I shall not exchange. Qin Ye quickly shook his head in refusal. Noticing this, Zhongyan chatted with Qin Ye and the others for a while, then departed in a blue taxi, under their watchful eyes, from the Qin Ye beast shop. Son, well done. You have prospects. Biy exclaimed, giving Qin Ye a hearty pat on the shoulder. Ouch. Qin Ye gasped, stepping aside. Mom, that hurts. Haha. Biy laughed heartily. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you tonight. Mom, make plenty. I told Zhuge and the Pirate King to have you prepare a feast. No problem. On June 6th, at night First High School, Qin Ye stared at the various multiple-choice questions on the exam paper, feeling a headache coming on. Which of the following is not an evolution of the Hui wolf? Great wolf, Gale wolf, Flame wolf, Mighty wolf. Fortunately, he had seen this a few days prior. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. He silently wrote down an answer and turned to the next question. Which of the following is an evolution of the Hui wolf? Storm wolf, Ice flame wolf, Phantom wolf, Light shadow wolf. After reading the question, silence enveloped him like a thunderous roar. What on earth? Qin Ye internally lamented, swiftly jotting down another answer. After completing the first subject, he turned to Du Feng and asked, what is the evolution of the Hui wolf? Du Feng replied, Phantom wolf. Qin Ye was left speechless. What relation does the Phantom wolf have with the Hui wolf? The Phantom wolf evolves from the Hui wolf after consuming phantom grass, Du Feng elaborated. Currently, this is the only option available, but I believe any wolf with a ghostly attribute can evolve into a phantom wolf. Sighing softly, Qin Ye chose not to press further. At 3 p.m., after several hours of torment, Qin Ye finally felt liberated. He exited the classroom, inhaling the fresh air outside, and could not help but exclaim, "It's finally over." He then slung his black messenger bag over his shoulder and headed home. Today, in addition to their own exam, there were candidates from other schools taking the high school entrance examination, thus they could only return home after finishing. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Baya glanced at her son emerging from the kitchen and asked, "How did the exam go?" "It was just okay," Qin Ye responded somewhat sheepishly. "I understand." Baya shot him a knowing look, but chose not to elaborate. She was well aware of her son's capabilities. Hee, Qin Ye smiled bashfully. "I may not reach the top tier, but middle tier should be manageable. As long as you land in the middle tier, ECC won't catch up with you." Baya emerged from the kitchen, adding, "If you can keep up with me, that would be great." Qin Ye's aspirations lie in practical excellence, not merely securing the top rank in Night Sea City. Then why not aim lower? Baya inquired. "Oh wait," Qin Ye exclaimed, "I could aim for a lower score. Why didn't I think of that sooner?" He shouted, filled with regret. Baya rolled her eyes, choosing silence. "Put down your bag, then call your father for dinner." "All right." The following day, at Night Sea First High School, Class 4 of the third year, Yichio gazed at the students before her, feeling a wave of nostalgia. She proceeded to discuss topics concerning the future, graduation, and college life before addressing the matter of the practical examination. "Our class performed admirably in the practical examination for the entrance exam." Yichio glanced toward Qin Ye, her lips curling into a slight smile. "This time, our classmate Qin Ye has secured first place in the practical examination. Let us congratulate him." As applause resonated around him, Qin Ye felt his face flush with embarrassment. He felt bashful. After commending Qin Ye, Yichio praised several other high-achieving students before getting to the point. "Regarding your practical examination scores, you will be able to exchange them tonight at 8 p.m. on the official website. I will share the link in our class group, and you may redeem your rewards at home." Yichio picked up her phone from the podium and sent the link to the class group. You can exchange via the website or the mobile app, which can be downloaded from the link I will provide. Ultimately, do what is most convenient for you. The items redeemed will generally arrive within a week. After explaining how to use the points for exchanges, she shared some personal suggestions. After a lengthy silence, she called out, "Qin Ye, Du Feng, those whose names I have called should remain. The others may leave." Soon after, Qin Ye realized, aside from Du Feng, 3 others remained. Yi Lao had retained the top 100 students from the practical examination. Chapter 41, Exchange Rewards. 10 minutes later, after Yi Qiu explained the school's rewards and the method for claiming them, she departed. Du Feng, noticing Qin Ye standing up, asked, "Where are you headed?" "Home." Qin Ye replied, puzzled at Du Feng's inquiry. "Aren't you going home?" "Yes." Du Feng stood up as well. "I thought you were off to train your contract beasts." Training at home, Qin Ye yawned lazily. Having just completed the exam, he had no plans to venture outdoors to train Zhuge and the Pirate King. "By the way, has anyone visited your home? An admissions officer?" "Yes," Qin Ye queried. "Which Spirit Beast University are you considering?" "Huanling, but they did not approach me in advance." Du Feng shrugged. The admissions officers from the 3 top Spirit Beast universities typically only seek out the top 10 candidates from each city. Those ranked beyond the 10th are seldom approached. Do not worry, being 17th is commendable. Trust in your abilities. Generally, the top 30 candidates from each city have opportunities. But beyond that, chances are slim. "I believe in my capabilities." Du Feng paused, "but the Burning Sky University has offered me a level contract." "A level contract?" Qin Ye was taken aback. "Indeed." Du Feng nodded, contemplating. "So I am pondering whether to attend Burning Sky University." Observing Du Feng's inner turmoil, Qin Ye reflected for a moment before responding. "You should go." Du Feng looked at Qin Ye intently. Qin Ye continued. "Burning Sky University primarily researches all matters related to fire attribute spirit beasts, and their studies in this area surpass those of Huanling University. At such a college, your gains will not be inferior to those at Huanling University. Furthermore, attending Burning Sky University allows you to benefit from the resources provided by the level contract. Not to mention, a level contract grants the right to select lower-tier elite spirit beasts in advance. In contrast, at Huanling University, you will not have access to the resources provided by the level contract. You must rely solely on your own efforts. The disparity between having a Spirit Beast University contract and not having one is considerable. My parents share the same sentiment." Du Feng sighed softly, pondering his thoughts. "Take your time. I will leave first." Qin Ye waved his hand. "Wait for me." Du Feng grabbed his backpack and hurried after him. At 8 p.m., within Qin Ye's room, he sat before his computer, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Luo Ye stood to his left, equally absorbed in the digital display. Meanwhile, Zhuge was sprawled beside the bed, soundly asleep. Upon noticing the time in the lower right corner shift to 8 p.m., Qin Ye promptly refreshed the web page before him. In an instant, the previously sparse text transformed into a vibrant shopping website. Gazing at the array of dazzling items, Qin Ye quickly scanned the interface and navigated to the option sorting redemption points from high to low. Flame Feather, purple, 8,000. Heart of the Ice Sea, purple, 8,000. Fruit of Sound, purple, 8,000. Trample Heavy Rock, purple, 8,000. Qin Ye stared in astonishment at the screen filled with items valued at 8,000 points, swallowing hard. Goodness, what are these? Regaining his composure, he maneuvered the mouse to examine each item closely. Flame Feather, purple, a purple-grade treasure, grants the Flame Wing talent, suitable for fire attributes and flying spirit beasts. Flame Wings, wings formed from concentrated flames on the back, allowing flight in the sky. Heart of the Ice Sea, purple, a purple-grade treasure, grants the Ice Sea Heart talent, suitable for water attributes or spirit beasts desiring freedom underwater. Ice Sea Heart, with a powerful heart, you can breathe freely in the ocean. Fruit of Sound, purple, a purple-grade treasure, can add sound attributes to your spirit beast. Purple quality, utterly formidable. Qin Ye's eyes sparkled with envy as he surveyed the plethora of items on the interface. How wonderful it would be if all these treasures were his. Alas, he could only select one. The officials truly knew what they were doing. This points card was perfectly calibrated. 8,000 points, neither too few nor too many. Just enough that only 2 or 3 individuals in the market could redeem it, and in less formidable markets, no one could exchange at all. As he continued to browse, he noticed one item had turned black, causing him to freeze momentarily. What the heck? Qin Ye exclaimed in shock. In that moment, he realized that most of these treasures had only one available. Aware of this, he hastily accelerated his viewing. Soon, he observed item after item being redeemed, and his heart raced as he quickened his pace. It was not that he was reluctant to choose. He simply had not yet found what he desired. His gaze halted at an item shrouded in shadow. Phantom Body and Mind, purple, 8,000. Phantom Body and Mind, purple, a purple-grade treasure, grants the Phantom Body and Mind talent, suitable for ghost attribute spirit beasts. Phantom Body and Mind. Specific effects unknown, based on the effects of Flame Body and Mind. Its approximate effect is to summon a phantom with ghost attributes, with strength around 80 of the user's strength. This effect should be referenced cautiously. As Qin Ye contemplated the effects of this treasure, he could not help but envision Luoyou enveloped in a ghostly aura under the night sky. The more he thought about it, the more appealing it seemed. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sensation arose within him, as if to say, choose it. You won't regret it. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he turned to Luoyou. What do you think of this? Jie? Luoyou responded, puzzled. He could not fully comprehend the abundance of text. Let us discuss later, Qin Ye said, seeing Luoyou's confusion, and continued to flip through the options. Minutes later, reaching the end, Qin Ye opened the collection interface. He paid no heed to items priced below 8,000 points, having no intention of considering them. After all, treasures below 8,000 points were not of purple quality. In a situation where purple quality items were available, it would be folly to choose yellow quality items. Such an action could only be attributed to ignorance of the value of purple quality treasures. Clearly, he understood their worth. Not to mention, treasures that could grant talents upon consumption were all of at least purple quality. Even if treasures below purple quality could potentially teach talent skills, it would be at a chance, not a guarantee. This highlighted the incomparable value of purple quality items. The items displayed on the screen were all collectible. As he browsed, he clicked to collect any that caught his fancy. Now, having surveyed all purple items in the redemption shop, he noticed that over half of his collection was already claimed. His lips twitching slightly at how swiftly others acted. In fact, he had only collected 8, with only 3 remaining unredeemed: Wood Dragon Stone, Vermilion Feather Flower, and Phantom Body and Mind. Both Wood Dragon Stone and Vermilion Feather Flower were treasures that enhanced attributes. His interest lay solely in the bloodline they contained. He felt that Wood Dragon Stone must be somewhat related to the Qinglong, while Vermilion Feather Flower likely connected to the Zhuge. If he were to exchange one of them, it would diminish the evolutionary materials needed by Zhuge. However, securing a purple quality item was not an easy feat. If he exchanged for either Wood Dragon Stone or Vermilion Feather Flower, the other 3 items would inevitably need to be of purple quality as well. Only if all were purple could balance be achieved. If one were purple and 3 yellow, it would surely create an imbalance. Although he was unsure of the consequences of such an imbalance, he dared not take the risk. Thus, as he wrestled with his decision, he watched as Wood Dragon Stone and Vermilion Feather Flower were swiftly redeemed one after the other. Then, he turned to the only remaining item in his collection, Phantom Body and Mind, and smiled brightly. Chapter 42, Red Feather Grass, Tears of the Snake Turtle. His audacious choice to redeem Phantom Body and Mind was primarily due to his possession of the talent, Destiny, which empowered his whimsy. Without the Destiny talent, he would not have dared to redeem phantom body and mind. After all, the unknown is often the most troublesome and distressing aspect. In the realm of Lingxing, countless summoners spend their entire lives searching for the next evolutionary path for their contracted beasts. Yet, endowed with the destiny, talent, he bore no such burden. Even if he were to evolve Luo Ye into an unknown spirit beast, he could utilize destiny to find the next evolutionary method for Luo Ye. The only uncertainty that lingered was how potent the newly revealed evolutionary path would be after Luo Ye consumed phantom body and mind. Should its potential fall short of Captain Duck's, it would merely indicate he had chosen the wrong direction. Why dwell on such thoughts? He could always proceed to consume it first. If someone could evolve the most ordinary gray wolf into a divine sword dog, then, with destiny, surely he could evolve Luo Ye into Captain Jack. Failing to evolve would mean he was even less capable than those without the destiny talent. Moreover, this world possessed numerous terrifying treasures. If the evolution went awry, he could always find a treasure of similar caliber to the mysterious stone tablet for Luo Ye to consume. Yes, that is a splendid notion. Ha ha ha. Luo Ye stared at the suddenly laughing Qin Ye in bewilderment, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. He turned and walked away. Though he did not fully grasp what his elder brother was saying, he understood the gist. His brother had redeemed an item that was not particularly suitable for him and was now engaging in self-justification. In regard to this matter, he was not particularly concerned. His sole focus was on whether he could become the Pirate King in the future. As long as he could achieve that, he would consume whatever his elder brother provided. Of course, the primary reason was his unwavering trust in his elder brother, believing that he would not offer him anything detrimental to his growth. After all, they were part of a community. If his strength diminished, it would not bode well for his elder brother either. On June 10th, am I first? Baiyu inquired as she observed Qin Ye checking his results. First. Qin Ye sighed softly. He indeed remained in the top position. The cumulative score for the 7 written examinations was 700, and he had scored 470. It was astonishing that he secured first place with a score of 470. Mom, this written examination is hardly worth taking. Even if I had scored 720 would only amount to 140. What good does that 140 do? Qin Ye couldn't help but voice his frustration. It may not hold much value for you, but for others, it is quite significant, Baiyu responded, patting Qin Ye's shoulder. Your practical scores are exceptionally high, while those with lower practical scores are indeed in need of this additional score. For instance, if you had submitted a blank paper, CC would have been first. Your practical score is 8,866, and with 80 points, it becomes 7092. CC's practical score is 8,712, and with 80 points, it totals 6969. The difference between you two is merely 123 points. CC can easily obtain 123 points, even without aiming for the full 140. Adding that 123 points would place her above you. Baiyu gave Qin Ye's shoulder another reassuring pat. Thus, this written examination does hold some value, contrary to your belief that it is completely useless. I understand. I was merely venting, Qin Ye replied, shutting down the interface in front of him and rubbing his aching shoulder. He was well aware of this fact. He simply hadn't anticipated that his casual complaints would lead his mother to engage him in such a lengthy discussion, even citing CC as an example. I know you know, but I just wanted to reiterate, Baiyu smiled gently. As for what you desired, your father and I managed to procure only 2 items. Really? Qin Ye exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to his mother. Baiyu smiled. These were acquired at a considerable cost, and from now on, you must rely on yourself. You cannot remain dependent on us forever. Heh, I'll manage from here on, Qin Ye said, feeling a bit bashful. Naturally, he understood that he would have to rely on himself in the future, as the items he would need later on were unlikely to be acquired by his parents. The items required now were of yellow quality, and those needed later would undoubtedly not fall below that standard. His parents still had channels to obtain yellow quality items, but procuring purple quality items was far more challenging and fraught with risk, even for his mother, a formidable figure. Moreover, his parents had long since retired and were no longer the influential figures they once were. He was quite content with their current situation, as he did not wish for them to venture out on dangerous quests. Engaging in minor business, tending to plants, and training spirit beasts to earn a little extra were lives he found quite comfortable, though he felt it was still too early for him to embrace such a lifestyle. Chi Yu Chao, Shi Gui Ji Lei, Baiyu retrieved 2 transparent glass containers from the summoning space and placed them on Qin Ye's desk. Qin Ye gazed at the crimson grass and tear-like stone within, his excitement intensifying. Put these away. I have matters to attend to, Baiyu said, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. Thank you, Mom. Qin Ye shouted appreciatively. Baiyu smiled and exited his bedroom. Chi Yu Chao. Quality, yellow. Description, a small grass variant nourished by the blood of the emperor-level Chi Yu bird, rich in fire attribute energy. Shi Gui Ji Lei. Quality, yellow. Description, a peculiar item formed from the tears of numerous snakes and turtles, containing abundant water attribute energy. There should be no issues, Qin Ye murmured. Turning to the side where Zhuge lay, I'll put these in the summoning space for now, so don't consume them. We'll eat together once we have everything. Understood. Zhuge nodded vigorously. After safely storing the two items, Qin Ye received a phone call. What does the homeroom teacher want? Qin Ye wondered as he answered the call. Teacher Yi, is there something you need? Qin Ye, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the Gaokao for Yihai City. Yi Qiu exclaimed with excitement in her voice. Hearing the delighted words from Teacher Yi, Qin Ye couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Haha. Yi Qiu laughed heartily, explaining the reason for her call. Each year, the top scorer in Yihai City receives an official reward, which this year consisted of a yellow quality item and 1 million spirit coins. Great. When can I collect the reward? Qin Ye inquired. Although he was already aware of this reward, hearing it confirmed brought him genuine joy. It was precisely because he knew of this reward that he had asked CC if she could give him the first place in practicals. He would naturally remember CC's kindness. On the morning of the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m., be sure to come to the classroom. Understood. Chapter 43, The Golden Tiger Pearl, The Arrival of the Mid-Year. On June 12th, in the morning, Qin Ye stood under the spotlight, receiving the award certificate from the smiling Mayor Yi Zhantian of Yihai City. You little rascal, you performed well, Yi Zhantian said, giving Qin Ye a friendly pat on the shoulder. Heh, Qin Ye chuckled shyly at the mayor's words, a bit apprehensive that Yi Zhantian might reprimand him for taking his daughter's first place. After handing the award certificate to Qin Ye, Yi Zhantian walked over to CC. Not long after, as the award ceremony concluded, CC turned to Qin Ye and asked, how does it feel to be the top scorer? Sis, please don't tease me, Qin Ye replied with a wry smile. I couldn't have achieved first without you. I'm glad you know, CC said with a slight smile. I wouldn't dare forget, Qin Ye retorted, though he was not afraid of her. Rather, he feared her father, who was said to be a legendary summoner, a being even more powerful than his mother. Are you coming with me to exchange items later? Although the reward for second place was not as impressive, it still included some items, merely transforming from 1 yellow quality item to 3 blue quality items. Sure. Subsequently, Qin Ye exchanged for a precious item known as the Golden Tiger Pearl, imbued with the bloodline of the Golden Attribute Tiger Clan. Golden Tiger Pearl. Quality, yellow. Description, a celestial treasure crafted from the king-level Golden Attribute Tiger Clan by a terrifying powerhouse, rich in gold attribute energy. Why did you choose this? CC asked curiously, wondering how this item could possibly relate to his contracted beast. Was he planning to enhance the Pirate King's claws? I have my reasons, Qin Ye replied without elaborating. Thank you. When selecting this item, he had not specified a need for something related to the White Tiger. Instead, he sought items associated with the Golden Attribute Tiger Clan and those related to the Wood Attribute Dragon Clan. He had also asked his parents about 2 additional items, those linked to the Fire Attribute Bird Clan and those pertaining to the Water Attribute combined from snakes and turtles. From his understanding, this world did not possess the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, or Black Tortoise. Therefore, he needed to phrase his requests accordingly. CC waved her hand dismissively and casually asked, when do you plan to go to school? I'll decide once my chosen spirit beast arrives and the items are in hand. You have a level contract? Are you not? I am of course not. I possess a level contract. Yi CC remarked, I am not like you. My talents hold significant value. I have only mentioned 2 of them. Qin Ye, unconvinced, retorted. There are only 3 talents in total, and you have already disclosed 2. Yi CC rolled her eyes in response. The one you did not mention is particularly valuable. Qin Ye chuckled. One can outweigh countless others. Humph, I don't believe that. Yi CC scoffed, clearly skeptical of his boast. Believe it or not. Qin Ye waved his hand and turned to leave. As Qin Ye was about to depart, Yi CC urgently called out, wait, what is it? Qin Ye turned back to inquire. Yi CC approached him and whispered, tell me about the dark attribute spirit beasts. You call me sister, and you take it seriously? Qin Ye replied, speechless. Will you tell me or not? Yi CC glared at him. I will share, just let me think a moment. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ye began recounting the information he had gathered on spirit beasts. Not long after, he finished detailing the dark attribute spirit beasts available at the Spirit Summoning University and bid farewell to Yi CC. Upon returning home, Qin Ye headed straight to the backyard. On his way, he received a message from his mother. Elder Zhong had arrived with the spirit beasts he had chosen. He pushed open the door and entered the backyard, spotting 3 individuals engaged in conversation not far away. Dad, Mom, Elder Zhong, Qin Ye called out. How does it feel to be the center of attention? Baya teased. Aside from feeling a bit uneasy, everything is fine, Qin Ye replied as he approached them. Baya refrained from asking more. and after a few casual exchanges, they got to the main topic. "Thank you for your patience," Zhong Yin stated. "It's no trouble at all," Qin Ye quickly reassured him. With a smile, Zhong Yin retrieved 3 spirit summoning orbs of varying colors from his briefcase. He then tossed them into the air with his left hand. In the next moment, 3 streaks of lightning-like light surged from the orbs, crashing down to the ground. A sleek, mirror-like horse with a strikingly handsome demeanor appeared. A skeletal horse with an astonishing frame, its grayish-white skeleton illuminated by 2 flickering azure flames in its eye sockets, and a dog wielding a long blade. Firmly planted on the ground, its serious gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly, the trio of beasts stood before them. Qin Ye's face illuminated with excitement and joy at the sight of the spirit beasts he had longed for. "Take your time to observe, and let me know which one you desire," Zhong Yin suggested, lifting a cup of tea beside him. "Understood," Qin Ye nodded, immediately activating the spirit summoning eyes on each of the 3 beasts in succession. Spirit Light Steed, level 12-72100, attribute, Light Potential, Medium Elite, 57100, talent, Spirit Light Flash Skeletal Horse, level 15-12100, attribute, Undead Potential, Medium Elite, 43100, talent, Undead Flame, Guardian Dog, level 8-65100, attribute, Ordinary Potential, Medium Elite, 88100, talent, Sword Heart Skills, Double Slash, Blade Draw, Battle Intent, Sword Intent, Introduction, an exceptional Guardian Dog with the Sword Heart talent, having mastered the Sword Intent skill in just 7 days. The king of Guardian Dogs, yet its evolution pathway remains unknown, leading others to doubt its prospects. The Spirit Summoning University truly deserves its reputation as the premier institution for spirit beasts in the Spirit Federation, as the potential of these creatures is remarkable. Although all 3 possess medium elite potential, the numerical values in parentheses indicate that they are indeed elite within that tier, rather than merely entering it. Particularly, the Guardian Dog exhibits potential that can be considered a half-step towards high elite. Enhancing a spirit beast's potential is no simple feat, while Zhuge's potential seems to improve occasionally. It is largely due to the influence of a mysterious stone tablet, which is yet to be fully consumed. Once that tablet is depleted, his potential will not rise as swiftly. Similarly, Luo Ye's potential has only increased from 21100 to 40100 over several days, a mere 19-point leap. Still 60 points shy of high elite status. This progress occurred under the condition that he leveled up. Without such advancements, the increase would be even slower. Thus, it is evident how challenging it is to enhance potential without consuming rare materials, evolving, or encountering fortuitous opportunities. This dog is truly the one I have my eye on. It is indeed exceptional. I wonder what it can evolve into. Qin Ye mused internally, quietly releasing its fate. Chapter 44. Go. Contract your spirit beast. Fate. Swordsman Dog. Low-level commander abandon the sword to practice the spear, cultivating spear intent. Archer Dog. Low-level commander abandon the sword to practice the bow, cultivating bow intent. Axe Dog. Low-level commander abandon the sword to practice the axe, cultivating axe intent. Dual Sword Dog. Medium-level commander train with an additional sword to master dual-wielding techniques. Swordsman Dog. High-level commander cultivates sword intent and defeat 10 swordsmen of equal or greater strength in 11 battles, utilizing sword or blade. Meeting these conditions allows for evolution. Greater than level 20 results in immediate evolution. Greater than or equal to level 10, but less than 20 has a chance to evolve. Why are you so unique among the same breed? Qin Ye's lips curled in disbelief. The strange evolution conditions left him pondering how long it would take to evolve this guardian dog without knowing its fate. Could the potential after evolution be related to compatibility? There must be some correlation, otherwise, the swordsman dog's potential would not be so high. This requires testing, otherwise, he would never know if there is a connection. Pushing aside these thoughts, he proceeded to examine the next spirit beast, releasing its fate upon the spirit light steed. Fate, Radiant Horse, medium-level commander, no requirements needed. Normal leveling suffices. Flash Spirit Horse, medium-level commander, possesses the Spirit Light Flash talent and has 2 or more speed skills at perfect proficiency. Ordinary. Yet it seems the evolution conditions for Flash Spirit Horse remain undiscovered. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. This special evolution requiring specific talents was known to him, but witnessing it firsthand still elicited surprise. The Flash Spirit Horse being listed beneath the Radiant Horse suggests it may be better suited for this Spirit Light steed. Reflecting on Zhuge and Luo Ye's fates, he suddenly discerned a hint of logic. The stronger the potential, the more it signifies suitability. If it were unsuitable, why would the potential after evolution be so robust? Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the final skeletal horse. He planned to visit the Yihai forest tomorrow to study similar spirit beasts. During this period, he had focused solely on leveling up Zhuge and Luoya, neglecting the testing of the Fate talent. Including this spirit light steed, he had only released Fate 4 times thus far. Truly too busy. Sighing inwardly, Qin Ye turned his attention to the skeletal horse. Fate, skeletal war horse, low-level commander, no requirements needed, normal leveling suffices. Skeletal knight, medium-level commander, enhanced bone hardness, for example. At level 20, if the bones can withstand a strike from a normal level 25 spirit beast without breaking, there is a chance to evolve. If they can withstand a strike from a normal level 30 spirit beast, there is a greater chance to evolve. Zhong Dang Tong Ling enhances its own spectral attribute ratio further. Where there is a third attribute, the spectral attribute must be the second attribute, and it must significantly surpass the third attribute. Has my fate effect improved? Qin Ye gazed at the plethora of written information on the interface, suddenly feeling that his Ming Tu talent had subtly advanced since he became an intermediate summoner. It must have improved. After muttering this to himself, Qin Ye observed the skeletal horse slightly shake its head. Not far away, Baya, watching her son alternate between shaking his head, nodding, expressing surprise, and exclaiming, could not help but smile and say, "What are you doing? Your expressions are so rich." Qin Ye turned to his mother, scratched his head, and then addressed Elder Zhong. "Elder Zhong, I wish to choose this guardian dog." Although he desired a mountable spirit beast, he unhesitatingly selected the guardian dog in the presence of such a unique and impressive creature. Of course, the primary reason was that the guardian dog possessed greater potential. Not to mention what the fate effect revealed. Even the insights from the soul summoning eye indicated that the potential of this guardian dog far exceeded that of the nearby Lingguang Ju and the skeletal horse. "Have you thought it over?" Elder Zhong reminded him. "This guardian dog is quite special and powerful, but we have yet to discover a suitable evolution path for it. It would be a pity to let it evolve down another route." "No, I choose it." Qin Ye shook his head, affirmatively stating, "Rest assured. I will not allow it to evolve down any other path." "Very well." Elder Zhong, observing the determination in Qin Ye's eyes, sighed inwardly and could not help but add, "When the guardian dog reaches level 40, if you have not found its evolution path, let it evolve into a twin sword dog. It would suit it well." "Twin sword dog?" Qin Ye inquired, puzzled. "It is a rare evolution form of the guardian dog, and our summoning federation has only one such creature, owned by Sword King." Elder Zhong turned to the guardian dog and smiled. "In fact, this guardian dog was brought back from Wuying Star by Sword King." Continuing, Elder Zhong explained, "The evolution requirements for Twin Sword Dog are similar to those of Gunner Dog and Archer Dog. It requires the mastery of intent, that is, sword intent and gun intent. This guardian dog already possesses sword intent. You simply need to provide it with a sword and allow it to become proficient in dual sword combat." This evolution condition was shared with them by Sword King, who requested them to inform future summoners who choose to contract this guardian dog. Qin Ye nodded slightly and then asked a question he had long wished to know. "This guardian dog uses a blade, right?" "In Wuying Star, a blade is akin to a sword. Both are essentially the same to them," Elder Zhong explained. "Whether you train it with a sword or a blade is irrelevant. As long as it becomes adept at wielding 2 weapons in battle, it suffices." "Thank you, Elder Zhong." Qin Ye expressed his gratitude. Elder Zhong shook his head and asked once more, "Are you certain you want to select this guardian dog?" "Absolutely," Qin Ye exclaimed. In truth, this guardian dog was impressive. If it evolved into a twin sword dog, it would not be weaker than the nearby Lingguang Ju and skeletal horse. Elder Zhong chuckled and added, "If you truly cannot find a suitable evolution form for it, then let it evolve into a twin sword dog." His earlier sigh was not due to the weakness of the guardian dog, but rather the considerable time Qin Ye would need to discover an appropriate evolution path for it. Investing that time in enhancing the contracted beast's strength would undoubtedly make Qin Ye more formidable. With greater strength, Qin Ye would reap even more benefits. Indeed. Qin Ye nodded vigorously. "I shall put away the other 2. Elder Zhong stood up, using a summoning orb to store the Lingguang Ju and the skeletal horse, then pointed towards the guardian dog in the distance, saying to Qin Ye, "Go ahead, contract your spirit beast." Upon hearing this, Qin Ye looked at the vigilant guardian dog standing nearby, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. Chapter 45, The Third Contracted Beast. Qin Ye observed the fierce gaze of the guardian dog, which revealed a hint of confusion, and waved his hand to summon Luoya. He pointed at Luoya and addressed the guardian dog. "I won't bully you. As long as you can inflict harm on my pirate king, I will not contract you. The pirate king is merely 16 levels higher than you, not even reaching level 20. The difference of less than 20 levels means that as long as you can hurt him, it shouldn't be too much to ask." Nearby, Qin Ming and the others were momentarily stunned by Qin Ye's words. Qin Ming covered his forehead and glanced aside, as if to say, "This is not my son." Baya could not help but chuckle softly. Elder Zhong shook his head with a smile. They were in awe of Qin Ye's audacity, unable to find fault with it. An 8-level creature against a 24-level one. How could that possibly play out? Moreover, Qin Ye's Luo Ye was a top-tier existence among those of the same level. Thus, Qin Ye's words were clearly a form of intimidation, preying upon the young and inexperienced guardian dog. On the other hand, the guardian dog, upon hearing Qin Ye's remarks, was momentarily taken aback. However, it quickly regained its composure. It observed Luo Ye taking a step forward, then looked up at Qin Ye and barked excitedly, "Woof, woof, woof." It barked while shaking its head. Seeing this, Qin Ye turned to Luo Ye and inquired, "What is it saying?" "Gaga gaga, it says it wants you to contract it. That you need not do this." Luo Ye looked up at Qin Ye and responded. Qin Ye fell silent at once. This was not the expected response. Why was it not adhering to the usual protocol? After a prolonged silence, Qin Ye reluctantly asked, "Are you really not going to fight?" "Woof." The guardian dog shook its head once more. "Gaga, it says it won't fight," Luo Ye promptly translated. "All right then." Qin Ye sighed and addressed the guardian dog. "Are you ready?" "Woof." The guardian dog barked loudly, its serious expression tinged with a hint of yearning. Yearning? Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback, feeling puzzled. However, he did not dwell on it and initiated the contract formation with the guardian dog. Elder Zhong observed Qin Ye commencing the contract with the guardian dog, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Initially, he had been hesitant about Qin Ye contracting this guardian dog, but upon considering Qin Ye's talent for level growth, he felt indifferent. The level growth talent was sufficient to compensate for the time Qin Ye would invest in seeking an appropriate evolution path for this guardian dog. With this thought in mind, he felt reassured. The more he watched the guardian dog, the more he found it appealing. After all, among this batch of spirit beasts with moderate elite potential, this guardian dog was one of the finest. Naturally, this assessment held true when levels were comparable. If there were a significant disparity in levels, the guardian dog would not stand a chance. Before long, after successfully contracting the guardian dog, Qin Ye smiled and said, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Woof." The guardian dog barked in response, then closed its eyes, absorbing the sudden surge of power within. Qin Ye watched this scene without interruption, then turned to Elder Zhong and said, "Thank you." Elder Zhong smiled and shook his head. "Take good care of him. He is a good lad." "I will." Qin Ye nodded earnestly. "If there is nothing else, you can come to the Summoning University earlier," Elder Zhong advised. "The Summoning University has various facilities for training spirit beasts. You can come to train this guardian dog." "All right." Qin Ye nodded once more. Subsequently, Elder Zhong suggested a few places to Qin Ye before concluding, "Since you have already contracted it, I won't linger any longer." With that, Elder Zhong turned to exchange a few words with Qin Ming and Baya before departing from the Qin by Beast store. "Son, good luck. We will get back to work now." After Elder Zhong left, Baya joined Qin Ming in their tasks. In an instant, only Qin Ye and his contracted beast remained. Qin Ye turned to the excited guardian dog and decisively summoned a soul summoning eye. Species, guardian dog. Level 8, 65,100. Attributes, average. Potential, high elite, 7,100. Talent, sword heart. Skills, Air Lian Zhan, proficient, 31100. Ba Dao Zhan, proficient, 27100. Zhan E, skilled, 17100. Jian E, skilled, 11,100. Introduction, a unique entity among the guard dogs. A remarkable canine monarch endowed with the talent of Jian Xian has encountered your esteemed presence, heralding the subtle transformation of its destiny. Qin Ye, possessing extraordinary wisdom and insight in the cultivation of swords or blades, it swiftly comprehends various sword or blade techniques and adeptly employs them. Air Lian Zhan, a rapid blade strike, attacking the target twice. Jian Yi, enhances one's own attack power, imbuing each sword or blade strike with profound artistic intent, potentially unsettling the opponent's mind, leading them to confusion or fear. Is this the elevation to a high elite under the enhancement of my natural child? Qin Ye pondered, his lips curving into a suppressed smile. Being a high elite is splendid. A high elite possesses far greater prospects than a mid-tier elite. This talent effect is quite formidable. Qin Ye gazed at the guard dog's two proficient skills, unable to restrain his soft exclamation. Luo Ye, at this level, had yet to acquire a single proficient skill. Of course, this also reflects Qin Ye's lack of specific training for Luo Ye. Had he dedicated time to train Luo Ye prior to forming a contract, it is likely that although Luo Ye would still not attain a proficient skill, he would have surpassed the threshold of skill proficiency. Excellent. Truly excellent. Qin Ye felt immense satisfaction with the guard dog's skills and talents. Such skill effects and talent effects leave no room for dissatisfaction. Allow me to bestow a name upon you. Qin Ye mused, observing the guard dog, entirely cloaked in black, and remarked, with the physique of a small human boy, black skin, and a fondness for swords, I shall call you Jian Quan. Luo Ye, guard dog. Very well, from henceforth, you shall be Jian Quan. Qin Ye was exceptionally pleased with the name he had conjured. Woof. Jian Quan responded weakly. Haha, splendid indeed. Qin Ye chuckled heartily and summoned Zhuge. He then formally introduced Zhuge and Luo Ye to Jian Quan. Subsequently, they engaged in a test of strength to assess Jian Quan's current prowess. Qin Ye held high expectations for Jian Quan's abilities, yet the ultimate display of strength left him profoundly astonished. The fact that Jian Quan managed to tear through Luo Ye's clothing was astonishing. Although it merely nicked a small patch of fur, it was still a breach. In a state of complete concentration, Luo Ye had been unable to evade that singular opportunity for a strike. The ability to seize such moments in battle genuinely startled him. Very good, very good. Qin Ye exclaimed thrice in delight, then continued, enough, let us cease. As they paused, Qin Ye turned to the astonished Luo Ye and inquired, did you perceive it? Luo Ye swiftly calmed his astonishment and nodded, Jie, as long as you felt it. That suffices. Qin Ye smiled and turned to Jian Quan, remarking, your strength is formidable, and your ability to seize opportunities is equally impressive. However, Qin Ye gently admonished Jian Quan, who appeared startled by his tone. You are too extreme. Chapter 46. Testing Fate, Seizing Mounting Spirit Beasts. You differ from the Pirate King. The Pirate King exchanges injury for injury, fighting with reckless abandon. Qin Ye chuckled, observing Luo Ye who stood proudly, as if his previous words were praise, and continued to look at Jian Quan. You employ exquisite techniques to accomplish extreme feats. Your recent attacks and evasions were indeed extreme. Yet, it is precisely this extremity that enabled you to successfully strike the Pirate King. Qin Ye addressed the perplexed Jian Quan with a smile. I mention this not to criticize you, but to encourage you to refrain from such reckless actions. Sometimes, a mere evasion does not cost you a piece of flesh. Jian Quan listened to Qin Ye's words, lost in contemplation. Naturally, your actions stemmed from the fact that the Pirate King is vastly stronger than you. Had the Pirate King been of a comparable level, you would not have resorted to such extreme maneuvers. Thus, Qin Ye paused, gazing at Jian Quan who looked up at him, grinning broadly. Therefore, let us strive together, employing strength far surpassing that of our foes, to directly crush our enemies. Jie, well said. Luo Ye exclaimed eagerly. Woof. Indeed. Jian Quan snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously. Zhuge, lounging nearby, lazily joined in with the call. Enough of this, let us resume training. Qin Ye beckoned for Luo Ye and the others to continue their practice. In truth, during their previous bout, Luo Ye had deliberately held back, refraining from utilizing his reckless fighting style, and instead engaged Jian Quan in a more conventional manner. Had he fought with abandon, Jian Quan would have long since been defeated. Qin Ye understood all of this, yet he chose not to voice it. There was little need to do so, for he merely wished to assess Jian Quan's strength, not to reveal their own prowess. June 13th. Qin Ye arrived early at Yihai Forest today, commencing training for Jian Quan, while simultaneously testing the specific effects of the Ming Tu talent. After unleashing Ming Tu upon several identical spirit beasts, he realized that his hypothesis was indeed correct. In the interface displayed by Ming Tu, the last evolution path observed was precisely the most suitable for it. He confirmed this information upon noticing the differing evolution path orders of 4 gray wolves. The Ming Tu interface he observed was as follows. Ming Tu, Da Hui Lang, low tier elite no requirements needed, can upgrade normally. Da Li Lang, low tier elite enhance one's own strength, must reach at least 12 times the current strength before level 10. Ming Tu, Da Li Lang, low tier elite enhance one's own strength, must reach at least 21 times the current strength before level 10. Da Hui Lang, low tier elite no requirements needed, can upgrade normally. Sun Liao Lang, mid-tier elite enhance one's own speed, must reach at least 15 times the current speed before level 10. The gray wolf with the Sun Liao Lang evolution path was significantly leaner than a typical gray wolf, yet remarkably swift. Upon observing this wolf's Ming Tu interface and comparing it to others, he was convinced he had not erred. With this conclusion, he felt a profound sense of relief. Furthermore, he deduced that in the Ming Tu interface, if all evolution paths had the same potential, one could select any of them rather than being confined to the last option. Since the potentials were identical, it indicated that the differences post-evolution would not be substantial, thus any choice would suffice in his view. Naturally, if he were to choose, unless his spirit beast opposed a specific evolution path, he would still select the last one. After all, even if they were similar, the last option would generally be slightly stronger. Having reached this conclusion, Qin Ye did not cease his endeavor of unleashing Ming Tu on wild spirit beasts. Instead, he continued his work. His focus, however, shifted from releasing it on each encountered beast to only those suitable for riding. For instance, he sought to engage with spirit beasts like gray wolves, dilly wolves, and feng wolves that could serve as mounts. He aimed to find a beast among them with promising potential, to capture it using a summoning orb for transportation purposes. Given that he had no contracted riding spirit beasts, he could only resort to capturing one with the summoning orb. Ming 2. Jiying Lang, low-tier leader, no requirements needed, can upgrade normally. Bao Feng Lang, mid-tier leader, must achieve a speed 3 times that of a normal Ji Feng Lang before reaching integer levels. This one will do. Let us capture it for now. Qin Ye directed his gaze toward a nearby one-eyed wolf, which clearly exhibited a speed superior to the other Ji Feng Lang, and instructed Luoya, capture that one-eyed wolf. As he spoke, he began unleashing Ming 2 on the remaining Ji Feng Lang. Qin Ye gazed at the array of options before him, all of which led to the evolution pathway of the swift shadow wolf. He shook his head, contemplating that if he could kill, he would, but if not, he would let them go without pursuit. After issuing commands to Luoya and the others, he made his way towards the lone-eyed wolf that lay on the ground, having been struck down by Luoya, and was now being guarded by Zhuge. Observing the nearly lifeless creature, Qin Ye remained silent and instead retrieved a spirit summoning sphere from his summoning space, hurling it towards the lone-eyed wolf. With a resounding clap, the sphere collided with the wolf, releasing a brilliant bolt of light that enveloped the creature entirely. Watching the lone-eyed wolf disappear, Qin Ye could not help but marvel at the brilliance of the individual who had created the spirit summoning sphere. As the sphere swayed momentarily before emitting a soft beep and coming to a halt, a slight smile crept onto Qin Ye's lips. He approached and picked up the sphere that had fallen beside Zhuge, reducing its size before placing it into his pocket. Since spheres containing spirit beasts could not be stored in the summoning space, he opted for the pocket instead. Once he returned home, he planned to craft a pendant, akin to Luoya's spirit summoning sphere, to wear on his chest. This lone-eyed wolf was a level 14 elite with moderate potential, the leader of the pack he had just encountered. Although a level 14 creature was somewhat beneath him, he could not find wolves of around level 20 in the vicinity. To seek such creatures, he would have to venture deep into the Yihai forest. However, as he was currently focused on leveling up his sword dog, he chose to refrain from that pursuit. The low level was inconsequential. He believed in gradual training and felt no urgency. His previous rush had stemmed from the pressure of the college entrance examination, but now that it was over, he felt relaxed. His current goal was merely to catch creatures as a precaution, and since this was not a contracted beast, he could always exchange it for a better one should the opportunity arise. Chapter 47, Registration. June 20th, Spirit Summoning International Airport. A young man donned in a black printed short-sleeve shirt and brown casual shorts stepped off the plane. Standing at the aircraft's entrance, he squinted against the glaring sunlight, a smile slowly forming on his lips. What is going on? Leaving? Arrived. Spotting Yi Cece gazing at him from ahead, Qin Ye hurried towards her. What brings you here so early? Just came to take a look. Yi Cece observed the suddenly silent Qin Ye and chuckled, stating, the training facilities here are significantly superior to those at my home. So I wanted to come early to train and aim for a good ranking in the freshman competition to successfully bring my He Bingwei home. Are you planning to choose He Bingwei? I need a front row fighter, and He Bingwei fits perfectly. Yi Cece nodded at Qin Ye's agreement. Her curiosity piqued. What did you select? Didn't I tell you? Qin Ye replied, puzzled. No. Yi Cece affirmed. Oh. Qin Ye chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Get lost. Yi Cece shot him a glare before adding, somewhat aggrieved. I told you what I chose. How could you keep yours a secret? Seeing her reaction, Qin Ye quickly replied, the guard dog. Guard dog. Yi Cece exclaimed. MHM. Qin Ye nodded. Yi Cece, regaining her composure, replied incredulously, the guard dog is of similar caliber to my He Bingwei. What is there to hide? After pondering for a moment, Qin Ye smiled and responded, because I enjoy seeing you look aggrieved. Yi Cece rolled her eyes, turning to walk ahead. Haha, just kidding. Qin Ye laughed heartily and caught up with her, continuing, my guard dog is a bit different. What is different about it? Yi Cece instinctively inquired. You'll find out soon enough. Qin Ye maintained an air of mystery. Realizing Qin Ye was genuinely unwilling to divulge any more, Yi Cece shifted the conversation to other topics. Thus, they strolled and chatted until they arrived at the lobby of the Spirit Summoning International Airport. Over there. Yi Cece pointed to the left. Qin Ye followed her gaze and soon spotted the various school signs standing there. Aren't these signs a bit shabby? They're just for picking up students. Why make them elaborate? That is true. Qin Ye walked alongside Yi Cece towards the reception area of Spirit Summoning University. At the Spirit Summoning University reception, Fang Yuanyuan watched as a boy and girl approached and remarked to the sign-holding Wu De, the quality of this year's freshman is truly impressive. I wonder which school these two are from. Wu De turned his gaze towards the approaching duo, instantly perking up. Sis, they're from our school. Fang Yuanyuan was taken aback, quickly straightening up as she addressed Qin Ye, who had reached them. Are you new students at Spirit Summoning University this year? Yes, senior. Qin Ye replied, producing his admission notice from the summoning space to present to Fong Yuanyuan. His admission notice had been delivered by Elder Zhong during his previous visit to bring spirit beasts. Fong Yuanyuan glanced at the admission notices from both Qin Ye and Yi Cece before returning them. Follow me, I'll take you there. Fong Yuanyuan instructed Wu De. This is your responsibility, I'll head off first. Goodbye. Wu De waved dismissively. As he watched the trio depart, he murmured, Qin Ye. Yi Cece, Qin Ye, Qin Ye. Suddenly, he turned to stare at their retreating figures and exclaimed, no way. They're the top two from Yihai City. Did we really recruit the top two from Yihai City? The admission staff this year is impressive, managing to attract them all at once. Though Yihai City is not a first-tier city, it stands out as one of the best among second-tier cities, verging on first-tier status. Moreover, two prodigies scoring 8,000 points in practical exams have drawn significant attention among second-tier cities. Achieving 8,000 points in a practical examination is no small feat. As per Wu De's understanding, fewer than 20 individuals achieved such scores this time. Among these, two hailed from Yihai City. It was hard not to take notice. Wu De gazed at their departing silhouettes, clicking his tongue, realizing that this year's freshman ranking competition would be thrilling. At the entrance of Spirit Summoning University, Fong Yuanyuan thanked the driver before turning to Qin Ye and the others. Follow me, I'll take you to register. Though the signs they held at the airport were simplistic, the reception facilities were quite advanced. While others took buses, they were provided with dedicated transport. It's right there. Fong Yuanyuan pointed to a nearby two-story building. Qin Ye glanced over and remarked, there are so few people. In a few days, there will be many. Fong Yuanyuan laughed. The peak days are on the 25th and 26th. If you have nothing to do then, you can come by and see. I guarantee it will be a sea of people. All right. Qin Ye nodded. Upon entering the registration area, Fong Yuanyuan called out to several individuals seated nearby. Stop playing around. We have newcomers. Sis Fong, keep it down. The leading male could not help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. Sis Fong is still full of energy. A female glanced at Qin Ye and Yi Cece before turning back to Fong Yuanyuan. Sis Fong, where did you find these younger students? Fong Yuanyuan laughed. I picked them up from Spirit Summoning International Airport. Hearing her words, Qin Ye and Yi Cece exchanged glances and fell into silence. Before long, Fong Yuanyuan led Qin Ye and Yi Cece to the man who had spoken first, saying, Qian Zhong, just register them. Qin Ye looked at the curious man and greeted. Hello, senior. Yi Cece followed suit. Hello, senior. Qian Zhong smiled and nodded. Please hand me your admission notices and identification for registration. Qin Ye retrieved his admission notice and identification card, presenting them to Qian Zhong. Qian Zhong picked up the ID card and swiped it on a nearby machine, then turned to glance at the adjacent screen. He was momentarily taken aback by the information displayed. Qin Ye, from Yihai City? Qian Zhong looked at Qin Ye. Before Qin Ye could respond, Fong Yuanyuan, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, how about that? Am I not impressive? Indeed. Qian Zhong couldn't help but give Fong Yuanyuan a thumbs up. To have the opportunity to forge connections with Qin Ye and Yi Cece using a legitimate reason was indeed fortuitous. Upon seeing Qin Ye's information, he recalled details about Yi Cece. These two were the dual heroes of Yihai City. After giving a thumbs up, Qian Zhong turned to Qin Ye and said, wait a moment, you are exempt from tuition fees. There is no need for payment. Qin Ye responded, all right. Chapter 48, Mulong General that's all. Qian Zhong handed the admission notice and identification card back to Qin Ye and Yi Cece, then pointed to a nearby sheet of paper with a QR code, instructing them to scan it, download the app, and register. This is our school's official application, Huanling University. Upon hearing the name, Qin Ye mused inwardly about its straightforwardness. Qian Zhong then briefly explained the functionalities of the Huanling University application, which included checking one's points, redeeming various items with those points, and making reservations for various services, among others. After summarizing the app's features, Qian Zhong retrieved an exquisite key from his drawer and handed it to Qin Ye, saying, this is your dormitory key. You will have a private dormitory. Your dormitory is located at East District 1007. Thank you. Qin Ye accepted the key and stored it in his Huanling space. After passing the key to Qin Ye, Qian Zhong took out another key from the drawer, saying, you also have a private dormitory. Yours is at West District 1004. Thank you. Yi Cece received the key. Fong Yuanyuan looked at Yi Cece and said, come on, I'll take you to your dormitory. Thank you for your trouble, Yi Cece replied, feeling somewhat shy. No trouble at all. Fong Yuanyuan smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Qin Ye, noticing that Yi Cece glanced his way, smiled and held up his phone, indicating that he had a map. Okay, Yi Cece nodded slightly. Shortly thereafter, she left with Fong Yuan, departing from the registration area. Qianzhong, observing Qin Ye, who was engrossed in his phone, inquired, "Do you need me to show you around?" "No, thank you. I'll just wander about on my own." Qin Ye politely declined Qianzhong's offer. "All right." Qianzhong shrugged and instead proceeded to introduce Qin Ye to a few practical spots at Huanling University. "Thank you once more." Qin Ye expressed his gratitude before leaving the registration area. "Zhong Lao, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "Hey, Zhong Lao. I just hadn't had the chance." Qin Ye replied sheepishly while scratching his head, holding up his phone. "Let us grab a meal tonight." "Sure, Zhong Lao." Qin Ye hung up the call and looked up at the building adorned with the words Treasure Pavilion, walking straight inside. Upon entering, he observed the bustling crowd around him and silently made his way to a spot with a tablet, sitting down. After exploring the basic functionalities, he began searching for items related to the wood attribute Dragon Clan. Mulong Jin, yellow, a root nourished by an unknown wood attribute spirit beast, rich in wood attribute energy. This is the one, Qin Ye decided after some contemplation. Mulong Jin and Mulong Shi, could there be a connection? He pondered as he regarded the Mulong Jin before him, recalling the previous mention of Mulong Shi. Perhaps there is some correlation. Qin Ye murmured as he pressed the confirm button on the bottom right corner. In the next moment, a QR code appeared before him. He took out his phone and followed the instructions next to the QR code to scan it. A moment later, two options appeared on his phone screen. Point redemption requires 5,000 points. Your current points are insufficient. Permission redemption, you have one free exchange for a yellow quality item. Noticing the fine print beneath the first option, which was not feasible for him, Qin Ye silently opted for the second choice. Redemption successful. Seeing those 4 words, a smile crept onto Qin Ye's face. Soon, 2 more options appeared before him, asking whether he preferred to pick up the item on-site or have it mailed. After selecting on-site pickup, he stood up and walked towards the front desk. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the attendant at the front desk inquired. "I'm here to pick up an item," Qin Ye replied, presenting the serial number displayed on his phone. The attendant examined the screen and nodded. "All right, please wait a moment." He began processing the request. They could only see the serial number and not the actual item Qin Ye had redeemed. Before long, a formidable-looking middle-aged man emerged from the nearby elevator and approached Qin Ye. 78. The middle-aged man scanned Qin Ye from head to toe. "Yes," Qin Ye responded, also observing the imposing figure before him. "Follow me," the man instructed, turning towards a nearby room. Qin Ye followed him inside. In the room, the middle-aged man sat down and retrieved a black wooden box from his Huanling space, placing it on the tea table before Qin Ye. "Your item," the man said, sliding the black box toward Qin Ye. Opening the box, Qin Ye looked at the unremarkable green root inside, casting a glance with his Huanling soul eye. Upon confirming that its effects were similar to what he had seen earlier on the tablet, he closed the black box and said to the middle-aged man, "Thank you." The man shook his head, curiously regarding Qin Ye, and inquired, "Qin Ye?" Startled, Qin Ye nodded slightly. "How is your father doing lately?" the middle-aged man asked. Then added apologetically, "I'm Qin Ye Tian, a former classmate of your father. You bear some resemblance to Qin Ming, so I took a guess." Oh. Qin Ye suddenly understood and responded with a smile. "My father is living quite comfortably." "That's good to hear." Qin Ye Tian smiled and continued. "Let us exchange contact information. You can reach out to me if needed." "Thank you, Uncle Qin." After receiving Qin Ye Tian's contact details, Qin Ye suddenly remembered something and asked, "Uncle Qin, is there a connection between Mulong Jin and Mulong Shi?" "You've asked the right person." Qin Ye Tian replied with a smile. "These 2 items were sent by the same individual, and I was the one who received them at the time." "Why? Are you curious about their origin?" Qin Ye quickly shook his head. No. I saw Mulong Shi while redeeming the item, and I was just curious if they were related." "They are indeed connected," Qin Ye Tian chuckled. "Do you have any other questions?" "None." Qin Ye shook his head. Qin Ye Tian pointed at the green box on the tea table and said to Qin Ye, "You should take that item with you." Right away, Qin Ye promptly placed the green box into his Huanling space. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Ye Tian, he exited the treasure pavilion. Living area, East District. In front of the dormitory at 1007, Qin Ye gazed at the 2-story villa before him, then glanced at the number imprinted on the key in his hand. Inhaling sharply in awe, truly, Huanling University was generous with its accommodations. After expressing his admiration, he stepped forward and used the key to unlock the door. Upon entering the room, he surveyed the spacious interior and waved his hand, summoning Zhuge and the others. "I'll play, and I need to record a fingerprint." Ga. Woof. Chapter 49, Gravity Training Room. The following day, in the morning, just as Qin Ye closed the door behind him, he heard the sound of another door opening nearby. Upon recognizing the face of the youth emerging from the villa, he turned to continue on his way when the youth's voice called out from beside him. "Good morning." "Morning." Qin Ye turned to respond. "Jianling City, El Junyan." "Yi hi." Qin Ye. Wow. The dual heroes of Yihai. Jun, Yin exclaimed in surprise. Fell into a deep silence, pondering the bizarre moniker bestowed upon him by some eccentric mind. Haha, my apologies, Junyan continued. Are you preparing to have breakfast? Training. Qin Ye replied. After a few moments of silence, Junyan silently gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the prowess of the Night Sea's twin heroes. I'm leaving, Qin Ye declared. Turning to walk ahead. Wait for me. Junyan hurried after him. Are you training too? No, just passing by. The gravity training room, one of the fundamental training grounds at Huinel Ing University, came into view as Qin Ye approached its entrance. After a brief inquiry, he acquired a gravity training room. Welcome to the gravity training room. I am the intelligent spirit of the gravity training room, gravity number 17. Should you require assistance, feel free to call for me. As the voice resonated around him, Qin Ye waved his hand, and 3 beams of light materialized around him. With a smile, he addressed the figures of Zhuge and the others. This is the gravity training room. Please prepare yourselves, as you will soon experience 12 times the gravity. Qin Ye intended to start at 12 times the gravity, gradually increasing it until one of them could no longer withstand it. Come on, Luoya shouted first, with Zhuge closely following, while Jian Quan remained silent. Since the college entrance examination, their abilities had transformed dramatically. Currently, Luoya had reached level 26, while Zhuge had ascended to level 23. As for Jian Quan, he had attained level 16, only 4 levels shy of 20. In aiding Jian Quan's progression, Qin Ye had discreetly orchestrated 10 swordsmanship duels for him, utilizing spirit coins for the process. He visited a spirit beast paradise catering to novice and intermediate summoners. There, he had Jian Quan slay 10 spirit beasts wielding swords and knives each, specifically the Mad Sword Pig and the Blade Wolf. The Mad Sword Pig, a pig brandishing a sword, appeared to be a rare spirit beast but was, in fact, quite common. These creatures roamed the vicinity of Sword Spirit City, which happened to be Junyan's hometown. The Blade Wolf, reminiscent of a bodyguard dog wielding a knife, differed significantly in potential. While the Blade Wolf's potential was predominantly of medium extraordinary caliber, the bodyguard dog was classified as medium elite. Indeed, the initial potential of bodyguard dogs was largely medium elite, rather than low elite. The reason for targeting only these 2 types of spirit beasts was that Night Sea City hosted the only spirit beast paradise for novice and intermediate summoners, and this establishment offered solely these 2 types of knife and sword-wielding beasts. Thus, he had methodically sought out 20 spirit beasts of a higher level than Jian Quan, allowing him to mercilessly slay them for experience. After completing the task, he opted not to continue hunting, deciding instead to wait until Jian Quan reached level 20 before reassessing his options. If Jian Quan had not evolved by then, he would search for further opportunities in Huinel City, finding it more convenient than in Night Sea City. Gravity number 17. Increase the gravity to 12 times. Qin Ye instructed. Understood, the gravity is now set to 12 times, gravity number 17 announced. Instantly, Qin Ye felt a slight pull downward. Is this what 12 times feels like? He mused, finding the sensation rather underwhelming. After a brief moment, he said, 13 times. Understood, gravity is now set to 13 times. Upon feeling the change, Qin Ye could not help but exclaim, I am truly formidable now. He believed he could easily defeat a level 20 spirit beast. Without glancing at Zhuge and the others, he declared, 15 times. If he could endure it, then surely Zhuge and the others could as well. Gravity is now set to 15 times. This gravity feels just right. Qin Ye assessed the situation, turning to Jian Quan, whose brow was slightly furrowed. Satisfied, he then glanced at Zhuge and Luoya. Noticing Zhuge's impassive expression, he realized that this level of gravity was merely average for him. How does it feel? Qin Ye inquired of Luoya. Not bad. Luoya clenched his fist. Then it shall be so. Qin Ye instructed Zhuge and the others for the next 2 hours. Zhuge will train his control, aiming to match his speed outside. Luoya and Jian Quan, you 2 may train together. Got it. Luoya shouted eagerly, while the other 2 nodded in silence. I will join you in practice. After observing them commence their training, Qin Ye retrieved a wooden sword and began to practice alongside them. The gravity training room operated on a point system, costing 1 point per hour, and he was determined not to waste it. Currently, he had only 100 points available. Of course, not every newcomer possessed such a quantity. His points were due to being on a level contract, which granted him 100 points each month for 12 months. After this period, if his strength and potential did not meet the requirements, his contract would be downgraded. Thus, for the sake of survival and strength, he had no choice but to strive diligently. As for other contracts, he was unaware of their monthly point allocations, but he knew that newcomers without contracts received only 30 points per month, falling short by 70 points. In a situation where he had 70 points more than others yet still lagged behind, he would prefer to face a swift demise. As night fell, Qin Ye, a mere 100 meters from his dormitory, paused upon spotting El Junyan waving at him from the entrance. "Good evening. Is there something you need?" Qin Ye inquired as he approached. With a grin, El Junyan replied, "There's a newcomer gathering later. Are you going? A gathering?" Qin Ye paused, then asked, "How many people have arrived?" "Not many, just over 50, El Junyan replied, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Did you not join the group?" "A group?" Qin Ye was puzzled, having not heard about it. Of course there's a group. Realizing Qin Ye's unfamiliarity with the HUNL in University Forum, El Junyan pulled out his phone, adeptly navigating to the forum and pointing to the screen. "Someone posted about it here. HUNL in University Newcomer Exchange Station." Qin Ye glanced at the small text on El Junyan's phone from a distance, nodding slightly in understanding. "Are you going?" El Junyan asked again. "Not really." Qin Ye shook his head. "I prefer places with fewer people, and I've already had dinner." He hadn't even attended his final high school gathering, let alone dine with a group of strangers. "All right then, I'll be off." El Junyan waved goodbye. Watching him leave, Qin Ye entered his room. He had experienced a fulfilling day. After 2 hours in the gravity training room that morning, he had later visited the training grounds for earth, water, and general attributes, allowing Zhuge and the others to experience training in environments rich with their respective attributes. In truth, the results were quite satisfactory, with the speed of experience gained not significantly slower than when defeating spirit beasts outside. However, the cost in points was somewhat excessive. While the attribute training grounds at their level charged a similar rate to the gravity training room, the diverse elemental affinities of his spirit beasts meant he had to spend more points than others, determined to earn points. Qin Ye returned to the dormitory and trained with Zhuge and the others in the underground training room for a while before concluding the day's regimen. After showering, he retrieved a bottle of peach-flavored sparkling water from the refrigerator and settled into a chair in his room. He picked up the phone resting on the nearby table and skillfully opened HUNL Su. Subsequently, he fumbled around until he located the task icon, and without hesitation, he tapped on it. Indeed, he was eager to see if there were any tasks he could undertake at this moment. As he scanned the multitude of tasks presented before him, he diligently searched and, to his delight, found a task that was quite suitable for his current level. Find a sparring partner, level 20 and below. Task description: bring a powerful spirit beast to test the strength of my companion, who is a level 15 fire attribute Fire Fist Monkey. Task requirements: spirit beast under level 20. If you believe your strength is comparable to a spirit beast of level 20 or below, you are welcome to join. Task time: 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Come at your convenience, I will notify you. The Fire Fist Monkey is the evolved form of the Little Fist Monkey. Qin Ye murmured to himself and decisively accepted this task. However, as he did so, a prompt appeared on the screen. Upon reading the information displayed, Qin Ye realized why this task had not yet been claimed. The prompt required him to input the information of his spirit beast that met the task requirements. Swiftly, Qin Ye filled in the basic details of his sword dog and then sought out other tasks. He simply noted down the spirit beast's name, level, and attribute. Soon after, with a beep from his phone, Qin Ye glanced at the screen and saw that he had successfully accepted the task, momentarily taken aback. But quickly, he straightened up and opened the chat interface to contact the task issuer. "Fire Fist, are you there?" "Tortoise Duck Dog, yes." "Fire Fist, do you really have a guard dog?" Qin Ye casually snapped a photo of his sword dog and sent it over. At that moment, the sword dog was sitting cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in a comic titled Sword God. Although he could not recognize the words, he certainly understood the illustrations. Each exquisite image on the tablet captivated the sword dog's attention. "Fire Fist, indeed. Fire Fist, do you have time tomorrow?" "Tortoise Duck Dog, yes." "Fire Fist, then let's meet at 1 p.m. tomorrow." "Tortoise Duck Dog, sounds good." "Fire Fist, come here then." "Tortoise Duck Dog, no problem." After a brief exchange, Qin Ye headed off to take a shower and sleep. He had only accepted this single task. It was not that he was incapable of completing others, but among the many tasks he had found, this one offered the best value. Although it was a sparring task, sparring itself was a form of training. When the levels were relatively close, it still had the potential for improvement. Moreover, the points awarded for this task were quite substantial. The following afternoon, after training in the gravity training room for 2 hours in the morning and having lunch, Qin Ye arrived at the agreed-upon location. This location was situated in another dormitory area. Qin Ye approached and rang the doorbell a few times. Before long, a young man with red hair opened the door. The red-haired youth scrutinized Qin Ye standing at the threshold, his brow slightly furrowing, and then, as if struck by a realization, his dazed expression transformed into one of recognition. "Tortoise Duck Dog?" "Yes," Qin Ye nodded. "Come in quickly." Fire Fist led Qin Ye into the villa. Approaching the refrigerator, Fire Fist retrieved a bottle of soda and handed it to Qin Ye, saying, "You arrived right on time." Thank you. Qin Ye accepted the soda and continued. I came right after finishing my meal. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fire Fist guided Qin Ye to the underground training room. The underground training room was a standard feature in every villa, regardless of whether it housed 1, 2, or 3 residents. The dormitories assigned to students at Hu In Ling Di Su were designed to accommodate no fewer than 3 individuals in a single villa. Come forth, Fist. After summoning the Fire Fist monkey, Fire Fist introduced, This is my Fire Fist monkey, Fist. Qin Ye observed the small monkey, which was predominantly red and radiated boundless fighting spirit, and nodded slightly. Very impressive. Naturally, Fire Fist replied with a smile. Release your guard dog. Qin Ye concentrated, and the summoning light of the sword dog materialized beside him. Soon, Fire Fist beheld the guard dog standing next to Qin Ye. Wow! Fire Fist exclaimed. This guard dog looks incredibly strong. Its gaze and aura clearly indicate it is not a weakling. It's decent, Qin Ye replied with a slight smile. Is it truly level 16? Fire Fist looked at the guard dog, then glanced at his own fist, instantly feeling that his fist was lacking in terms of presence. You can use the Spirit Eye, Qin Ye suggested. Without needing to be told twice, Fire Fist activated the Spirit Eye. As he observed the information that appeared, he realized something was amiss with the guard dog. Why does your guard dog wield a long blade? Fire Fist asked, having seen the guard dog's innate ability, yet instinctively inquiring. It's due to its innate talent, Qin Ye chuckled. No wonder, Fire Fist murmured, pointing at the sword dog in the distance. He asked his fist, Do you have confidence in defeating it? Squeak. Fist responded, raising its hands and enthusiastically clashing them together. Very good. Fire Fist beamed, turning to Qin Ye. Shall we begin? Chapter 51, Sword Dog, Evolution. What should I do? Simply have your guard dog block Fist's attacks. Understood. Qin Ye turned to the sword dog, instructing, just block its attacks. The sword dog, with a piercing gaze, nodded slightly. Such an aloof guard dog, Fire Fist murmured before addressing Fist. Go ahead and show him your strength. Squeak. Fist charged forward like a car, suddenly accelerating from a stop, launching its punches. The sword dog's eyes transformed from fierce determination to an expressionless calm as it calmly wielded its blade in defense. With a resounding thud, Fist's attack collided with the sword dog's blade. Thud, 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 thud. Fist unleashed a flurry of punches like a raging storm. Yet these attacks were effortlessly repelled one by the sword dog. Wow! Fire Fist gasped. This dog's reaction speed is exceptional. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye couldn't help but smile. The sword dog's swordsmanship was no trifling matter. As both parties exchanged blows, the Fire Fist monkey might have found opportunities to strike the sword dog, but at that moment, Qin Ye silently shook his head. When the sword dog was in full defensive mode, unless one possessed overwhelming strength, it would not grant any opportunities for an attack. This conclusion was drawn from Qin Ye's observations of numerous battles between Luoya and the sword dog. Fire Fist, witnessing Fist's inability to land a hit, expressed his delight. Not bad, this opponent is impressive. Though he felt a hint of confusion, his joy outweighed it. Fist had yet to strike the sword dog anywhere other than its blade. However, once Fist managed to land a blow outside of the blade, it would signify a noticeable improvement in strength, one that was visibly evident. Contemplating this, Fire Fist inquired, Do you have time in the coming days? Qin Ye pondered for a moment and replied, I should have some. Let's exchange contact information. If you're busy, just let me know. If you have time, we can train for a couple of hours each day, Fire Fist suggested with a smile. Sparring with his other contracted beasts would indeed enhance Fist's strength, but without comparison, he would have no way of knowing how Fist measured up against other spirit beasts of the same level. Now that he had a suitable opponent capable of effortlessly withstanding Fist's attacks, he was keen to seize the opportunity. Qin Ye paused, then nodded, sure. After acquiring Qin Ye's contact details, Fire Fist remarked, If you're bored, feel free to train with other contracted beasts. My space is quite ample. Thank you. Qin Ye replied graciously, glancing at the sword dog before summoning Luoya. As for Zhuge, he was asleep. His newfound strength did not diminish his sleep duration. In fact, Qin Ye felt that it might have even increased slightly. Naturally, Zhuge did not sleep in a deep slumber, if Qin Ye called him. He would awaken and engage in training. If left undisturbed, he would continue to rest, as sleep was an integral part of his strength enhancement. This is a pirate duck, exclaimed Huaquan, astonished once again by the young lad before him. Indeed, Qin Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Luoya, curious, glanced at Huaquan. Huaquan looked back at Luoya, feeling a tinge of envy. First, there was the guard dog, and now the pirate duck. This young man's contracted beasts were rather formidable. After a moment of envy, Huaquan turned to Qin Ye and inquired, You are a new student, aren't you? The aura emanating from the pirate duck clearly surpassed that of a mere level 30 entity. I just arrived a few days ago, Qin Ye replied. No wonder. Huaquan nodded, refraining from probing further. He silently noted Qin Ye and his contracted beast. 2 hours later, Huoquan stood at the door, smiling at Qin Ye as he said, "Zhang Quan, the power of rights." "Qin Ye," he responded. "Your strength is quite impressive," Zhang Quan remarked again. Qin Ye smiled and exchanged a few words with Zhang Quan before taking his leave. "This year's new students are exceptionally strong," Zhang Quan mused, watching Qin Ye's retreating figure. After closing the door, he pulled out his phone to search for information about Qin Ye. Moments later, he murmured, "No wonder he is so strong. It turns out he is one of this year's 8,000-point candidates." But wait, shouldn't 8,000-point candidates at least have a level contract? With 80 points for a level contract. Isn't he short? Zhang Quan shook his head in confusion. After leaving Zhang Quan's dormitory, Qin Ye made his way to the Earth Attribute Training Ground, initiating an hour of training for Zhuge. The accompanying training task assigned to Zhang Quan was relatively simple, with the sword dog intermittently sparring with his fists 5 times over the course of 2 hours. Of these 5 encounters, 4 were merely for practice, while only the last was a genuine confrontation. Consequently, Zhang Quan witnessed his own fist being thoroughly outmatched. As time passed, June 30th, the day before the school year commenced, Qin Ye rushed back to his dormitory upon noticing that the percentage next to the sword dog's level had reached 99. He hurried to the underground training room to commence training. Shortly thereafter, a radiant light of evolution descended upon the sword dog, prompting Qin Ye to clench his fists in excitement and exclaim, "Haha, I knew it couldn't be that difficult." After saying this, Qin Ye promptly seated himself in a meditative position, bracing for the immense energy that was about to arrive. Each time a contracted beast evolved, it would bestow a copious amount of energy upon its summoner. Observing the sword dog's elevation amidst the evolution's glow, Qin Ye mused, just like the Pirate King. It has suddenly grown from the height of a small child to that of a 12-year-old boy. After another evolution, it should be about my height. In truth, he was quite fond of the current appearances of Luo Ye and the sword dog. They were incredibly adorable and handsome. After one more evolution, they would be left with only grace. Race, sword dog. Level 20, 1100. Attribute, general. Potential, high commander, 66,100. Talent, sword heart, Tian Yu 8 styles. Skills, double slash, perfect. Blade draw slash, perfect. Battle intent, perfect. Sword intent, perfect. Dark moon slash, skilled. Shadow step, beginner. Description, a guard dog endowed with the sword heart talent unexpectedly activated a hidden dark attribute within due to immense evolutionary power, thus awakening the talent known as Tian Yu 8 styles. Gazing at the interface panel before him, Qin Ye blinked, then looked up at the sword dog, and back down at the panel. After several back and forth glances, he muttered to himself, "This dog's origins must be extraordinary. It can't possibly be the long-lost child of some prominent figure." The sword dog, noticing Qin Ye's repeated glances, tilted its head in confusion and barked, "Woof? It's nothing." Qin Ye shook his head with a smile. "How do you feel?" "Woof woof, very good." The sword dog's expressionless face revealed a hint of joy. "That's great." Qin Ye sighed with relief. After allowing the sword dog to play with Luo Ye and the others, he resumed his examination of the sword dog's panel. Chapter 52, Tian Yu 8 Styles, Luo Ye's Transformation. Tian Yu 8 Styles, merging the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon. Each style contains profound dark attribute energy and power. First style, Crescent Moon. The concentrated essence of heaven and earth merges with the spirit of the moon to form a crescent moon, unleashing a formidable dark attribute attack on surrounding targets. Second style, Half Moon. The concentrated essence merges into a half moon. Third style, Full Moon. The concentrated essence merges into a full moon. Fourth style, Not Awakened Insufficient Dark Attribute Percentage. Fifth style, Not Awakened Insufficient Dark Attribute Percentage. What a simplistic and brainless introduction. Qin Ye reflected on the descriptions of the first 3 skills, then turned to the latter 5, noting their identical requirements for awakening. He couldn't help but smirk. He had not anticipated that he had contracted a beast that appeared to be of a general attribute, but was, in fact, of a dark attribute. The awakening requirements were clearly indicating that he needed to enhance its dark attribute percentage. It seemed that contracting a dark attribute beast was out of the question. Qin Ye shook his head and shifted his focus to the other 2 skill effects. The names of the 2 skills indicated their effects. Upon review, he found that their actual effects were as he had imagined. One was an offensive skill infused with dark attributes, while the other enhanced speed, providing both attack and support. Overall, the sword dog had acquired 4 offensive skills and 1 support skill through this evolution. After reviewing everything without discovering any omissions, he turned to observe Luo Ye and the others, who were engaged in training. Lost in thought, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no, I completely forgot about the ghostly body." Luo Ye and the others turned to look, while Zhuge raised his head to regard Qin Ye. pondering for a moment before silently turning to Luoya. Luoya, after a few seconds of confusion, suddenly realized. As for the sword dog, seeing the change in Zhuge and Luoya's expressions, it understood that this matter was unrelated to it. It had transpired before its arrival. Consequently, it ceased training and displayed a curious demeanor. Haha, I accidentally forgot. Qin Ye smiled at Luoya and asked, why didn't you remind me? Luoya was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ye rummaged through the summoning space and retrieved a transparent container, within which a swirling ghostly blue shadow danced. Come on, quickly eat this. Qin Ye placed the container containing ghostly body on the ground and beckoned to Luoya. Regaining his composure, Luoya hurried over, while Zhuge and the sword dog also stepped forward, intrigued. Wait a moment, let me see if your fate has undergone any new changes, Qin Ye said, releasing the fate before Luoya. Fate. Captain Duck, Medium Lord requires possession of a pirate ship. What a complete lack of change. Qin Ye pouted, looking at Luoya, and said, go ahead and eat. Jie. Luoya nodded vigorously. Subsequently, under Qin Ye's watchful gaze, Luoya opened the transparent container. In the next moment, the ghostly essence within the container soared into the air, and just as it was about to escape, Luoya's massive beak snapped it up. Qin Ye silently gave Luoya a thumbs up, exclaiming, awesome. Jie. Luoya triumphantly called out. However, just as he finished his proud proclamation, his expression began to contort. Ye gazed at the unfolding scene and encouraged, keep going. You are destined to become the pirate king. You must not falter at this moment. Endurance is also a part of training. Jie. Luoya took a deep breath, and his contorted face gradually settled into calmness at that moment. Impressive. Qin Ye opened his mouth in surprise, never expecting that such words could imbue Luoya with such immense strength. Soon, as Qin Ye observed Luoya enveloped by numerous azure shadows, he turned to the sword dog and unleashed a fate. Luoya had endured the most agonizing period, and naturally, he could not afford to wait idly. Fate. Sword Master Dog. High Lord defeat 1,000 swordsmen of equal or greater strength, beings wielding swords or knives, to evolve, above level 50, immediate evolution. Between level 30 and 50, chance of evolution. Dark Moon Dog. Quasi-King comprehend dark attribute sword intent and defeat 1,000 swordsmen of equal or greater strength to evolve, above level 50, immediate evolution. Between level 30 and 50, chance of evolution. Now it's 1,000. Surely, the next requirement 1T be 10,000. Qin Ye felt a twinge of concern. Finding 1,000 swordsmen between levels 20 and 50 is manageable, but locating 10,000 swordsmen above level 50 is no trivial task. Of course, if he could evolve at level 40, that would be acceptable, at least better than evolving at level 50. Patience is key. Let us focus on conquering this 1,000 first. Qin Ye took out his phone and began searching for the Spirit Beast Paradise in Huanling City. As time passed, with the azure shadows surrounding Luoya gradually dissipating, Qin Ye set his phone aside. He looked at Luoya, who remained unchanged in stance, and without hesitation, cast a soul-summoning eye. Species, Pirate Duck. Level, 29, 77. 100. Attribute, Water. Potential, High Commander, 42, 100. Talents, Plunder, Desperation, Ghost Form. Skills, Water Wave Slash, Transcendent. Battle Intent, Transcendent. Water Shield, Perfect. Shadow Slash, Proficient. Ghost Clone, Beginner. Introduction. A duck aspiring to become the Pirate King. Level 29, High Commander. Qin Ye observed the elevation of Pirate Duck's level from 28 to 29, and its potential rising from Intermediate Commander to High Commander, and couldn't he help but exclaim, the effects of purple quality treasures are indeed remarkable. Soon after, as Qin Ye noted the newly acquired talents and skills, he was momentarily taken aback. These talents and skills appeared somewhat different from the descriptions he had seen on the exchange interface. Returning to his senses, Qin Ye began examining their effects. Ghost Form. One can enter Ghost Form at will. In this state, one will not feel pain, and physical damage received will be reduced. Shadow Slash. Blade energy follows the shadows, swift as lightning, capable of inflicting immense damage on surrounding targets. Ghost Clone. Summon a clone with 30 of 1's strength. Indeed, there are notable differences. As Qin Ye contemplated the effects of Ghost Form, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. This talent is rather formidable, far surpassing the effects described. The effect in the introduction aligns with that of Ghost Clone, albeit as an advanced version. Qin Ye felt that once Luoya mastered Ghost Clone to a transcendent level, its effectiveness should rival that of Flame Body and Mind. Chapter 53. Luoya's New Fate. The Might of the 8 Styles of Tianhua. Let me see if your fate has undergone any new transformations. Qin Ye looked at Luoya, who was still absorbing the energy from the ghost body and mind, and directly cast a fate. Fate. Captain Duck, High Lord requires possession of a pirate ship. Ghost Duck, Quasi-King enhance 1's Ghost attribute, ensuring it comprises at least 30 of 1's total, currently 15. The greater the proportion of Ghost attribute, the higher the chance of evolution when it reaches an integer. If the Ghost attribute surpasses the Water attribute, immediate evolution occurs. This change is quite significant. Qin Ye was astonished, not to mention the newly appeared Ghost Duck. The evolution potential of Captain Duck had shifted from Intermediate Lord to High Lord, leaving him momentarily stunned. Excellent. Excellent. Qin Ye once again felt the might of fate. Simultaneously, he sensed that he could act with greater freedom in the future. It is indeed the proportion of Ghost attributes. Observing the final prompt for Ghost Duck, Qin Ye summoned Luo Ye with a soul summoning I once more. Attribute, Water, 80, Ghost, 15, Gold, 3. As Qin Ye scrutinized the proportion information following Luo Ye's attributes, he fell silent. Let us aim for 31st. This 80 in Water truly instilled a sense of dread in him. Attempting to elevate Luo Ye's Ghost attribute above the Water attribute in a short time evidently seemed impossible. Of course, if a few more purple quality treasures with Ghost attributes were available, it wouldn't be out of the question. Unfortunately, he did not possess any. He was currently quite impoverished. Not long after, while leisurely browsing the forum, Qin Ye heard Luo Ye's quacking and looked up at him, inquiring how he felt. Ga. Luo Ye danced with excitement. Haha, that's good to hear. After Luo Ye ceased his movements, Qin Ye smiled at Zhuge and said, he is awake. Let us help them test the new skills he just acquired. Having gained new abilities, it was essential to put them to the test. And the best test subject, of course, was Zhuge. Zhuge nodded, already accustomed to it. Once Qin Ye saw that Zhuge was ready, he turned to Luo Ye and the sword dog and asked, who would like to go first? Ga, I will. Luo Ye shouted eagerly. The sword dog opened its mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Observing this, Qin Ye said to Luo Ye, let the sword dog go first. Luo Ye appeared puzzled but, upon seeing the sword dog's expression, immediately shouted without hesitation, Ga, all right. Well done, you've grown up. Qin Ye chuckled, ruffling Luo Ye's head, and addressed the sword dog, go ahead. Woof woof. The sword dog barked twice at Luo Ye before stepping forward. Shortly after, Qin Ye watched as the sword dog positioned itself appropriately and instructed, release the 8 styles of Tianyue, then follow with Dark Moon Slash and Shadow Step. Woof. The sword dog nodded vigorously and looked at Zhuge, saying, woof woof, I'm coming. Zhuge silently unleashed a transcendent level earth shield and rock armor. Observing this, the sword dog no longer hesitated and decisively unleashed its newly comprehended talent, 8 styles of Tianyue. In an instant, energy surged around, gathering immensely behind the sword dog. Forming a waning moon, the sword dog swung its blade, and the crescent-like blade energy, imbued with formidable might, struck the earth shield of Zhuge with a thunderous force. Before Qin Ye could fully comprehend the talent effect released by the sword dog, a booming sound resonated. He abruptly turned to Zhuge's side, seeing Zhuge's earth shield intact, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems this power is far from as overwhelming as its effect suggests. No. Qin Ye's eyes widened as he noticed the brightness of the earth shield had noticeably diminished, causing him to gasp in astonishment. This power is a bit fierce. Regaining his composure, he looked at both Zhuge and the sword dog, who were equally stunned by the might, and shouted, continue. Unleash the second style. Woof. The sword dog called out to Zhuge. Initially, he hadn't anticipated this move would be so powerful. After all, since following Qin Ye, he had never managed to affect Zhuge's shield. However, upon noticing something amiss with Zhuge's shield, he was left in a daze. Hearing the sword dog's call, Zhuge hastily infused energy into the earth shield, optimizing its state. As the sword dog unleashed the second style, Qin Ye, standing there gazing at the waning moon in the sky, witnessed a breathtaking scene unfold. The originally quarter-sized crescent moon rapidly transformed into a half-moon under the energy of the sword hound. The blade's radiance shifted from the brightness of the crescent to that of the half-moon, with a slight increase in speed. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, and Zhuge's earthen shield shattered under this assault. The shield was utterly broken. Such power, Qin Ye marveled. Zhuge was currently at level 25, and to breach his earthen shield in a single strike while being 5 levels lower was indeed terrifying. It should be noted that Zhuge's earthen shield was of extraordinary caliber, a level of skill not easily attained by every spirit beast at this stage. In fact, Qin Ye could assert that among the new students of his cohort, fewer than 50 could master spirit beast skills to such an extraordinary level at this stage. Of course, the total number of extraordinary skills possessed by all these spirit beasts combined might only amount to 1 or 2, whereas he himself had 3 or 4. This conclusion was drawn from the news he had absorbed over the past few years. It could only be said that while there were spirit beasts among the new students that possessed extraordinary skills, they were quite rare. None had matched his capabilities as reported in the news. Qin Ye observed the motionless Zhuge and the sword hound and called out, "Continue, continue." Woof. The sword hound, eager to release its third move after Zhuge replenished the energy of the earthen shield, unleashed it without hesitation. In the next moment, the half-moon in the sky swiftly coalesced into a full moon under the hound's energy, transforming into a complete lunar orb. The sword hound swung its blade, and predictably, the brightness of the blade's radiance turned into that of the full moon, with a speed that was slightly quicker than before. As a resounding roar echoed, the subsequent sound of collision followed almost immediately. The earthen shield barely held for a second before it was shattered. Qin Ye stared at the gash that appeared on Zhuge's rocky armor, instinctively gasping in awe. The power of this third move was likely twofold that of the second. How formidable! A slight smile crept across Qin Ye's lips as he turned to Zhuge and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhuge shook his head, a hint of surprise on his face. He could withstand this level of force. However, he found it hard to believe such power could be unleashed by the sword hound. "As long as you're fine," Qin Ye replied, then turned to the sword hound and inquired, "How much energy did that third move consume?" Having witnessed the power, the focus now shifted to energy consumption. The sword hound assessed its remaining energy and barked back, "Woof woof, 28. 28. That's manageable," Qin Ye murmured, continuing. "How much did the third move cost?" The sword hound furrowed its brow slightly before shaking its head. "Woof, unknown." After a brief moment of silence, Qin Ye chuckled. "Then let us wait and try again later. Why don't you test the other two skills first?" "Woof." The sword hound replied affirmatively. Chapter 54, Opening Ceremony. July 1st, 9:00 a.m. Sky Sports Stadium. Did everyone arrive this early? Qin Ye mused as he entered the Sky Sports Stadium with his identification, scanning the crowded scene before quietly taking a seat in the back. The opening ceremony was set to commence at 9:30 a.m., and he had arrived 30 minutes early. Initially, he believed this was sufficiently early. However, upon witnessing the throngs of attendees, he felt as if he had slightly missed the mark. Of course, this was inconsequential. The important matter was that he was not late. Not long after Qin Ye settled into his seat, a familiar figure approached him. "It's really you." El Junyan plopped down beside him and continued, "They really came early. I almost thought I was late." "Same here," Qin Ye echoed, sharing the sentiment. As they engaged in casual conversation, time gradually passed. Before long, a middle-aged man walked up to the podium before them. The clamor within the Sky Sports Stadium fell silent at that moment. The middle-aged man's name was He Wu, the vice president of Huanling University and the principal speaker of the opening ceremony. Listening to Principal He's adept speech, Qin Ye learned that this year Huanling University had admitted 820 students, falling short of 1,000. After that, there were no further revelations, amidst a barrage of words. He gleaned only a bit of useful information, while the rest consisted of the university's history and some inspirational rhetoric. These words, while stirring, indeed invigorated the audience, as evidenced by the thunderous applause and the multitude of radiant faces present. After Principal He concluded his speech, several others took the stage to speak. Among them, the last to address the audience was Zhou Zhe, a representative from the third year, a powerful individual slightly weaker than the strongest third-year student. Just as Qin Ye felt drowsy, the most crucial figure finally made an appearance. After Zhou Zhe departed the stage, a languid youth appeared at the podium. This languid youth slowly retrieved a pre-prepared sheet of paper from the Huanling space and placed it on the podium before him. He then glanced at the 820 new students seated before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Good morning, everyone." At the sudden shift in tone, Qin Ye instantly lifted his gaze to the youth, his drowsiness dissipating slightly. The young man continued, "My surname is Zhao. My given name is Xian from Xinyuan. I will be your homeroom teacher." Upon hearing the words homeroom teacher, Qin Ye's drowsiness vanished completely, and he looked at Zhao Xian with curiosity. This individual seemed rather extraordinary. "You are my first class, the true first class, not a false first class," Zhao Xian stated with a smile. "So, if there is anything amiss, please bear with me." Well, indeed, he was not ordinary. Observing Zhao Xian's cheerful demeanor made Qin Ye unable to suppress a smile of his own. After discussing some trivial matters, Zhao Xian continued, "Our training mechanism at Huanling University differs from that of other universities. Other universities follow a class system, while we adhere to a sect system. Essentially, you 820 are one class. There is no second class. As for how you will learn," Zhao Xian pointed to a group of people standing nearby and smiled. "Do you see those individuals? They are your teachers, your accompanying instructors. You can select your courses using the official Huanling University software, which provides detailed course information. If one day you have something to attend to and cannot make it, that's all right. The official software has recordings of the day's classes, which you can watch anytime and anywhere. Furthermore, due to our sect system, you have the opportunity to apprentice with them. Zhao Xian pointed again at the group. Of course, there are also some absent luminaries, such as our legendary Huanling master, Zhao Lao Zhao Yongda. Master Zhao also accepts apprentices, provided you possess the requisite abilities. Upon hearing the name Zhao Lao, Qin Ye suddenly had a thought, carefully observing Zhao Xian and then glancing at the other teachers around. He felt he might have stumbled upon something significant. Hopefully, he was mistaken. Qin Ye shook his head and continued to listen. After Zhao Xian shared some insights about learning, he finally addressed the new student ranking competition. The competition would officially commence tomorrow and span 3 days. Zhao Xian held up 3 fingers and elaborated. The specific rules of the new student ranking competition are as follows. On the first day, you will brave the Demon Tower. The Demon Tower is our school's iconic structure, housing numerous treasures. For every level you conquer, you will receive a treasure. As for how many levels the Demon Tower contains, that remains a mystery. On the second day, we will divide you into several groups based on the number of levels you have cleared for mutual combat. The dueling will take place in the nearby Sky Sports Arena. Zhao Xian indicated toward the arena not far away. That's the one. Qin Ye followed the direction indicated, firmly committing the location of the Sky Sports Arena to memory. The third day unfolded similarly to the second. Each day's competition commenced promptly at 9 in the morning and concluded at 9 in the evening. During the freshman ranking tournament, it is imperative that you all take this seriously as it pertains to your futures, Zhao Xian remarked, gesturing towards the teacher's section. Have you noticed the esteemed figures over there? They will be closely monitoring the freshman ranking matches. Therefore, if you aspire to have a mentor, you must perform admirably during this tournament. Now, without further ado, we shall meet tomorrow at the entrance of the Qin Ye Tower. Just as Zhao Xian finished speaking, he added, I almost forgot to mention that the opening time for the Qin Ye Tower is 8 in the morning and it closes at 11 in the evening, accommodating up to 100 challengers simultaneously. So, do not rush, there is ample time. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Xian felt it was not the right time to depart, so he inquired, do you have any questions? Teacher, will we need to spend points to challenge the Qin Ye Tower? Zhao Laoshi, how do we usually contact you? Zhao Laoshi, where do we treat our injured spirit beasts? As Zhao Xian listened to the barrage of questions coming from all directions, he quickly exclaimed, stop. Raise your hands. One at a time. Once the chaos subsided, he pointed to a young boy in red who had raised his hand. You may speak. Zhao Laoshi, as I understand, challenging the Qin Ye Tower requires 100 points. Will we need to spend points for this challenge? No, this time it is free of charge. Thank you, Zhao Laoshi. Next, Chapter 55, Qin Ye Tower. After addressing a plethora of inquiries for nearly half an hour, Zhao Xian officially declared the opening ceremony concluded. Qin Ye quietly departed the Sky Sports Arena along with the crowd. Lu Junyan walked beside Qin Ye and asked, what are your plans for today? I plan to have a meal, Qin Ye replied, glancing at the time on his phone. Care to join? Sure. July 2nd, 1 p.m., Qin Ye Tower. Qin Ye gazed at the towering edifice in the distance, marveling at its grandeur. How splendid it would be if this belonged to me. After taking in the sight, he continued onward. It was best to refrain from dwelling on the unrealistic. Upon entering the Qin Ye Tower area, Qin Ye began to hear discussions around him. Has anyone cleared the 30th floor? Some managed it this morning, but unfortunately, they did not ascend to the 31st floor. Who were they? Who else but those with 8,000 points? Did they all clear it? Not quite. Is the 31st floor that challenging? It's not difficult. The problem is that after clearing the 30th floor, they were out of energy. Listening to the ongoing conversations, Qin Ye arrived at the entrance of the Qin Ye Tower. He looked up at the display board and was taken aback. The 45th ranking of Qin Ye Tower at Huinl University. First place, Fei Hong, 30th floor. Time taken 1 hour 45 minutes 39 seconds. Second place, YCC, 30th floor. Time taken 1 hour 57 minutes 42 seconds. Third place, Lu Junyan, 30th floor. Time taken 2 hours 1 minute 33 seconds. Fourth place, Shui Qingwei, 30th floor. Time taken 2 hours 11 minutes 12 seconds. Fifth place, Wu Jun, 29th floor. Time taken 1 hour 51 minutes 10 seconds. Puzzled by the rankings, Qin Ye turned to the source of the earlier conversation. Observing a boy and a girl still engaged in casual chatter, he began to piece together the situation. Slightly embarrassed, Qin Ye silently approached Zhao Xian, who was seated nearby. When did you arrive? Zhao Xian asked, momentarily startled by Qin Ye's presence. Just now, Qin Ye replied. Wow, your talent is quite remarkable. Zhao Xian, regaining his composure, immediately deduced the reason behind it. Of course, this was also a result of his gaming experience. Without it, he might not have perceived Qin Ye's potential. Are you planning to enter? Zhao Xian inquired, fully aware of the identity of the first student he was guiding. Is it still possible to enter now? Yes. Do I just walk in? You need to carry this with you, Zhao Xian said, handing Qin Ye a wooden token. Thank you. Qin Ye accepted the token and proceeded towards the entrance of the Qin Tower. Zhao Xian watched Qin Ye's retreating figure, decisively turning off his phone to focus on the dynamics of the Qin Tower. At that moment, the surrounding noise ceased, and they collectively turned their attention towards Qin Ye. That seems to be Qin Ye. It is certainly Qin Ye. Another powerhouse with 8,000 points? I wonder if he can clear the 31st floor. The odds do not seem favorable. Why is that? He is not as formidable as Yi Cc. Do you think he can surpass the 31st floor? Isn't he the top of Yihai City? I heard his position was conceded to Yi Cc. Is that true? Shoo. That's just what I heard. Regardless, he is still a powerhouse with 8,000 points, an indisputable fact. That is indeed a valid point. While they engaged in animated discussions, Qin Ye entered the Qin Tower, arriving at a battlefield imbued with an eerie atmosphere. He gazed at the overcast sky, the shattered buildings isolated from the outside world, and the corpses strewn across the ground. Momentarily stunned, an indescribable feeling of suffocation surged within him at that moment. What kind of place is this? After regaining his composure, Qin Ye surveyed the surroundings again, realizing that the scene was not an illusion. It was all too real. However, this scenery was separated from the outside world by the arena. Taking a deep breath, just as he was about to voice a question, a voice resonated from the sky. Welcome to the Qin Tower. I am the spirit of the Qin Tower. As this is your first time entering, I will take some time to explain the rules of the Qin Tower to you. Please pay close attention. Subsequently, the spirit of the Qin Tower began to elaborate point by point. After listening, Qin Ye summarized the rules into 3 main points. First, the spirit beasts that appear on each floor of the Qin Tower are created from energy. Upon defeating a spirit beast, it will transform into energy and be granted to the one who vanquished it. Second, after clearing each floor, there is a 1-minute rest period, during which a reward is granted. After clearing 5 floors, a 3-minute rest period is provided, along with a grand reward. Third, upon re-entering the Qin Tower, one will not start from the first floor, but rather from the floor where they previously failed. With his thoughts racing, 3 summoning lights materialized around him. Once Zhuge and the others were summoned, he declared, "Let us begin. The first floor will commence in 10 seconds. As the spirit's words faded, the Qin space began to tremble slightly. Before Qin Ye, energy surged from the ground, coalescing into a blue slime. Observing the blue slime that had materialized nearby, Qin Ye fell silent. This first floor spirit beast is rather weak. Turning to the sword hound, he urged, "Dispatch it swiftly." The sword hound stared at the blue slime for 2 seconds before swiftly striking with its blade. With a resounding crash, the blue slime was cleaved into fragments, transforming into a stream of energy that surged towards the sword hound. Curious, Qin Ye cast a summoning soul eye at the sword hound. Level 21, 15,100. After silently noting the data in parentheses regarding the sword hound's level, Qin Ye commanded, "Continue." Despite the 1-minute rest period, he was unwilling to wait. He was uncertain if he could clear the 31st floor. If he could, it would be inconsequential. However, if he could not, that 1 minute would be crucial. With Qin Ye's words, the summoning of spirit beasts began anew in the distance. This time, it was not the slime that appeared, but rather 3 gray wolves. This seems more appropriate. Although these 3 gray wolves are merely level 2 spirit beasts, their sheer number is far more comforting than before. As the 3 gray wolves were swiftly vanquished by the sword hound with a single strike, Qin Ye hastily turned his gaze to the panel before him. Level 21, 17100. Rubbing his eyes and confirming he was not mistaken, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This energy is rather remarkable." The 3 gray wolves granted the sword hound 2 points of experience, leaving him utterly astounded. It is important to note that these gray wolves are indeed level 2 spirit beasts, not level 20. Given the current level of the sword hound, defeating level 2 spirit beasts outside would yield no experience. Yet here he could. No wonder there is a fee for entry. The ability to gain experience from defeating level 2 spirit beasts makes the 100 points fee seem quite reasonable. Chapter 56, Xiao Yi Gua, Yu Chao. After the sword hound effortlessly dispatched 5 level 5 spirit beasts on the 5th floor, the voice of the tower's spirit echoed once more. "Congratulations on successfully passing the 5th level. Please choose one of the 3 rewards presented before you." Qin Ye examined the rewards that appeared before him and clicked through them in succession. Revolving fruit. Consuming it grants the skill revolving slash. Xiao Yi Gua, green increases personal energy, best suited for dark attributes. Superior long knife, green a brand new long knife with dark attributes. Skills, attributes, weapons. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ye decisively chose the Xiao Yi Gua. The revolving fruit could provide the sword hound with an additional attack skill, but at present, the sword hound's attacking capabilities were more than sufficient. Thus, he did not require this extra skill. On the other hand, the Xiao Yigua, despite being of green quality, would be beneficial for the sword hound. Consuming it would surely enhance his experience points. Moreover, aside from experience points, the Xiao Yigua would also increase the dark attribute ratio of the sword hound, and Qin Ye felt confident that an increase of 2 or 3 was certainly achievable. While 2 or may 3 seem minor, little by little it accumulates, and with several such enhancements, the sword hound would become a true dark attribute spirit beast. As for the knife, Qin Ye dismissed it after reviewing its effects. In addition to the rewards from the 5th level, there were also rewards from the previous 4 levels, albeit those were of white quality. Qin Ye planned to review them all after completing the Demon Tower. A minute later, the 6th level opened. Observing the 6 spirit beasts nearby, Qin Ye furrowed his brow as he threw a soul summoning eye toward them. Species, jumping frog, fake. Level, 8. Attribute, normal. The soul summoning eye can even discern truth from falsehood. Qin Ye was taken aback. Had he not utilized the soul summoning eye on that frog, he would have remained oblivious to this capability. How terrifying. Coming back to his senses, a radiant smile spread across his face. Being able to perceive truth and deception only amplifies the usefulness of this skill. Qin Ye licked his lips and addressed the prepared sword hound. They are only level 8. Let us finish this swiftly. While the spirit beasts on this level were 3 levels higher than those on the previous level, they were still manageable for the level 21 sword hound. After the sword hound effortlessly eliminated the 6 jumping frogs, Qin Ye opened his backpack to check the newly acquired white-bordered items, shaking his head in disappointment. The backpack is a function of the Demon Tower. All rewards obtained within the Demon Tower appear in the backpack. Level 7, 7 level 9 spirit beasts. Level 8, 10 level 9 spirit beasts. Level 9, 5 level 10 spirit beasts. Level 10, 10 level 10 spirit beasts. Level 11, 3 level 12 spirit beasts. Level 19, 10 level 19 spirit beasts. Level 20, 10 level 20 spirit beasts. Is the difficulty scaling a bit excessive? Qin Ye stared at the 10 level 20 spirit beasts that appeared nearby, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated encountering 5, but it seems he underestimated the challenge. However, this all translates to experience. The corners of Qin Ye's mouth lifted slightly. Let us proceed swiftly. Hearing this, Zhuge and the others charged into battle once again. By the 15th level, Qin Ye had already enlisted Zhuge and Luoye to join the fray. Prior to the 15th level, the Swordhound had single-handedly defeated the spirit beast from levels 1 to 14, successfully raising its level to 22 upon completing the 14th level. Initially, Qin Ye believed that defeating a level 1 spirit beast would yield 1 experience point, defeating a level 2 would yield 2, and so forth. However, after multiple battles, he discovered that his assumptions were somewhat misguided. The experience they gained was not directly proportional to the level of the spirit beasts defeated. Rather, it depended on what the Demon Tower allocated. If the Demon Tower grants 1 point, then it is 1. If it grants 2, then it is 2. Should the Demon Tower choose not to give, then defeating a level 10 spirit beast might yield experience comparable to defeating a level 1 spirit beast. Thus, this explains why the Swordhound, despite defeating spirit beasts from levels 1 to 14 alone, only leveled up once. Of course, the Demon Tower is not that stingy. It simply did not provide the energy he had anticipated. As for why the Swordhound was not allowed to continue its rampage at the 15th level, it was due to the emergence of 10 level 15 spirit beasts. As the number and levels of the spirit beasts increased, the Swordhound's speed of elimination began to slow. Given the pressing time constraints, Qin Ye could not afford to let the Swordhound take its time, so he promptly included Zhuge and Luoye in the battle. Most importantly, as the levels of the spirit beasts increased, Zhuge and Luoye also visibly gained experience from defeating them. Indeed, Luoye even reached level 30 while tackling the 17th level. Zhuge's level also rose to 27 during the 19th level. At this moment, Zhuge stood at level 27, Luoye at level 30, and the Swordhound at level 22. Congratulations on successfully passing the 20th level. Please choose one of the 3 rewards presented before you. Fireball Fruit. Consuming it grants the Fireball skill. Yu Chao, blue increases personal energy, best suited for ghost attributes. Soul Cutting Knife. Blue, a long knife imbued with ghost attributes. Is this truly of blue quality? Qin Ye muttered, his hand unhesitatingly selecting the Yu Chao. When presented with a rare herb that enhances ghost attributes, everything else pales in comparison. Moreover, what on earth is this Fireball Fruit? Such a trivial skill fruit should not be present here. Qin Ye glanced at the turret atop Zhuge's head and understood. Zhuge, you only need to shield them. Zhuge nodded slightly. Having mastered the Earth Shield to perfection, he was now able to cast it on others. After a brief 3-minute rest, the 21st level opened. Observing the spirit beasts that appeared in the distance, Qin Ye furrowed his brows. Something has changed. Previously, each level featured the same spirit beasts, but now there is a variation. Qin Ye scrutinized the 3 differently shaped spirit beasts and counted. There were a total of 6. The numbers have decreased. Subsequently, he sequentially activated the soul summoning eye on the 3 types of spirit beasts. To his surprise, he discovered that the lone spirit beast was actually level 22. A combination of 1 level 22 and 5 level 21 spirit beasts instantly informed him that the subsequent levels would likely not be as simple as before. However, as long as there are no numerous level 28 spirit beasts, Qin Ye felt confident that they would manage just fine. Level 22, 1 level 23 for level 22, and 5 level 21 spirit beasts, bringing the total number back to 10. Level 23, 2 level 24 for level 23, and 4 level 22 spirit beasts. Level 24, 2 level 25, 5 level 24, and 5 level 23 spirit beasts, increasing the total number to 12. Concurrently, the Swordhound's level also ascended to 23. With the increased number of spirit beasts, the energy they gained also multiplied. Level 25, 2 level 27, and 3 level 26 spirit beasts. The number of spirit beasts has decreased, but their levels have risen. Qin Ye calmly addressed the 2 distinct spirit beasts in the distance. Let us engage. Though the level has risen, for Qin Ye, it is merely a matter of course. Chapter 57, the 30th level, Elemental Spirits. Congratulations on successfully passing the 25th level. Please select one reward from the 3 options before you. Dark Guardian Fruit. Consuming it grants the skill Dark Guardian Shield. Water Heart Flower. Blue increases personal energy. Optimal for water attributes. Shadow Blade. Blue, a long sword possessing dark and ghostly attributes. Damn. Qin Ye shook his head, opting for the first reward. The first option was indeed quite good, yet he longed for treasures related to ghostly attributes. Alas, none were presented to him this time. Level 26, 1 level 28, 3 level 27, and 2 level 26 creatures. 6 in total? That is manageable. Qin Ye observed and felt a sigh of relief. Previously, facing 10 creatures per level was not particularly concerning, but if they were to encounter 10 again at this level, while victory was possible, their energy would not withstand such a strain. In this level, the highest ranked spirit beast has a level surpassing Zhuge, with only Luo Ye being 2 levels higher. The level 23 Swordhound, without employing the Tianyue 8 forms, found it increasingly challenging to contend with the level 26 spirit beasts. Unlike the ease with which it handled those below level 25, the instant kill scenario was no longer applicable. Fortunately, he had Luo Ye, whose level 30 prowess far exceeded that of these foes. Level 27, 2 level 28, 5 level 27 creatures. Observing the Swordhound gasping for breath, Qin Ye promptly instructed it to stand aside and let Zhuge and Luo Ye swiftly conclude the battle. Level 28, 1 level 29, 3 level 28, and 2 level 27 creatures. After a moment's rest, the Swordhound yearned to join the fray. This time, Qin Ye did not hinder it and allowed it to unleash its Tianyue 8 forms freely. Following previous tests, they had gauged its energy consumption. From the first to the third form, a sequential release required 28 energy. From the first to the second form, only 14 energy was needed. Thus, releasing the third form alone required 14 energy. However, should one believe that directly unleashing the third form also consumed merely 14 energy, they would be gravely mistaken. Bypassing the first and second forms to directly release the third form consumed 20 energy, not 14. Upon discovering this, Qin Ye felt little surprise. 4 such skills had been discussed by his teacher, merely prompting him to muse why his Swordhound was not exempt from this rule. Of course, now that the Swordhound had reached level 23, it did not require as much energy to unleash the Tianyue 8 forms, having grown somewhat stronger. With increased strength came increased energy. As for how much energy was required now, Qin Ye had yet to calculate. Watching the Swordhound unleash the third form of Tianyue 8 forms with seemingly no regard for energy, Qin Ye felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed it no longer wished to partake in subsequent battles, as the Swordhound furiously executed the full moon slash. The 6 spirit beasts of level 28 were swiftly overwhelmed by the blade's radiance, transforming into energy that surged into the Swordhound's body. In this level, Luo Ye and Zhuge took the opportunity to rest. Level 29, 2 level 29, 5 level 28, and 3 level 27 creatures. After the previous battle, the Swordhound was nearly depleted of energy, so this time, the primary assault fell upon Luo Ye. Armed with a long sword, Luo Ye summoned clones. Zhuge set up a cannon at the ready, assisting Luo Ye in vanquishing the approaching spirit beasts. The 10 spirit beasts were swiftly dispatched through the flawless synergy of the tortoise and the duck. Qin Ye admired this delightful scene, exclaiming that skills of transcendent mastery truly exhibited their strength. Their ability to conclude the battle with such ease was largely attributed to the prowess of their extraordinary skills. The disparity between a skill power of 150 and one of 120 is not to be underestimated. To be candid, while stating a difference of 30 might be an exaggeration. As proficiency increases, even if one does not reach transcendent mastery, skill power is unlikely to remain unchanged. However, claiming a difference of 20 is by no means an exaggeration. A minute later, 10 mist-like spirit beasts appeared not far from Qin Ye and his companions. Concurrently, outside the Divine Demon Tower, Qin Ye's name appeared in 5th place. 5th place, Qin Ye, level 29, time taken 1 hour 35 minutes 15 seconds. What the hell? What happened? Everyone, look at the leaderboard. Goodness. How is his time so short? 95 minutes. Did he fly through it? Flying shouldn't take that long. Zhao Xian, ever fixated on the leaderboard, could not help but reveal a hint of curiosity on his usually calm visage. Achieving the 30th level in 100 minutes had been accomplished by others, notably. The current first place holder, Fei Hong, reached it in 99 minutes. Thus, entering the 30th level in 100 minutes cannot be deemed extraordinary, but one certainly possesses commendable strength. Truly a remarkable young man, Zhao Xian mused, his lips curling upward, pondering whether he could challenge the 31st level. Divine Demon Space. Race, Thundercloud Spirit, Illusion. Level, 30. Attribute, Thunder. Race, Electric Cloud Spirit, Illusion. Level, 29. Attribute, Thunder. Elemental Races. Qin Ye gasped. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Cixi and her companions, after completing the 30th level, lacked the energy to tackle the 31st. Elemental races are not ordinary spirit beasts. Each possesses an inherent talent, elementalization. The effect of elementalization is akin to Luo Ye's new talent, ghostly form, providing a reduction in physical damage and the ability to alter form at will, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to land a hit. Of course, the effect of elementalization does not rival the sheer power of Luo Ye's ghostly form, but it is nonetheless troublesome, especially when facing 10 thunder attribute elemental spirit beasts. No energy to spare, swift resolution is paramount. Qin Ye sighed. Initially, he had intended to conserve a bit of energy, but upon witnessing the 10 thunder attribute elemental spirit beasts, he decisively abandoned that thought. He feared that any hesitation might lead Luo Ye to falter. The consequences of Luo Ye hesitating could result in being struck by the wrath of these thunder attribute elemental spirit beasts. Jie, Wolf, The trio of tortoise, duck, and dog exclaimed in unison. Qin Ye continued, Pirate King, do as you please. Zhuge, after you cast Earth Shield, unleash Li Gua directly and bombard them. Swordhound, do not charge too far. Simply release Tianyue 8 forms from a distance and be mindful of your release. Avoid recklessness. Jie, Wolf, The trio responded again in unison. Chapter 58, Roaring Fruit. Shadow Slash. Luo Ye swung its sword, the blade's radiance moving like a shadow and swiftly darting towards a nearby electric cloud spirit. In the next moment, a thunderous boom resounded, and the unprepared electric cloud spirit was instantly transformed into a surge of energy that flew towards Luo Ye. In an instant, Luo Ye had eliminated an electric cloud spirit. Qin Ye observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head, realizing he had overthought. The reason the electric cloud spirit was defeated so swiftly was not only due to the speed of Luo Ye's Shadow Slash, but primarily because Shadow Slash is an energy attack rather than a physical one. The electric cloud spirit can alter its form to evade Shadow Slash, but the issue lies in the fact that such alterations require time. Therefore, if the incoming attack surpasses its transformation speed, the electric cloud spirit is rendered powerless. As Liao unleashed its attack, Zhuge swiftly activated Li Gua, launching a barrage of fireballs at the approaching targets and the oncoming assault from Liao. Beside Qin Ye, the sword dog utilized its dwindling energy to cast Tianyu Ba Shi against an electric cloud spirit. Though its energy reserves were low, it could still manage one more round of Tianyu Ba Shi. The thunder cloud spirit and electric cloud spirit, witnessing the incoming attacks from Liao, retaliated fiercely with various lightning-based skills to block and counterattack. In an instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, leaving Qin Ye dazzled, his vision blurred by the flashes. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Before long, the elemental spirit beasts were systematically defeated by Lia's Shadow Slash, aided by Zhuge and the sword dog's interference. Concurrently, Luo successfully leveled up to level 31 during this skirmish. Originally low on energy due to repeated use of Shadow Slash, it regained some vitality with this upgrade. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 30th floor. Please select one reward from the 3 options before you. Roar Fruit. Consuming this grants the ability to learn roar-type skills. Nightshade Grass. Yellow, a plant that thrives in the darkness. Its deep purple flowers dispel cold and fear, optimal for ghostly attributes. Ghost water, yellow, a long sword possessing both ghostly and water attributes. At last, a yellow reward. After examining the three options, Qin Ye's gaze returned to the first choice. As the name suggests, the roar fruit bestows a roar skill upon consumption, with the potential to acquire more advanced roar techniques, such as ghost roar and dark roar. This fruit is certainly superior to the mediocre fireball fruit. Although Qin Ye was inclined to select the roar fruit, he hesitated upon seeing the second option. While the nightshade grass did not explicitly state it would increase energy, consuming it would undoubtedly enhance Luoya's ghostly attributes. Since any fruit could potentially boost a spirit beast's power, skill fruits are no exception. The effect may be modest, but it would still contribute to its strength. The third option, the long sword, was also appealing, yet the first two options were simply too enticing. After careful consideration, Qin Ye ultimately chose the first option, the roar fruit. Even if he missed this ghostly treasure, others could be sought. However, he knew not when he might encounter another roar fruit. Upon selecting the roar fruit, he promptly took it out and tossed it to Luoya, urging it to eat quickly. There was enough time within 5 minutes. Luoya seized the fruit and bit into it without hesitation. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. And soon the roar fruit vanished into its belly. 3 minutes later, Luoya opened its eyes and let out a triumphant roar. The sound was deafening, and waves of ghostly blue light radiated from it. Future Pirate King, well done, Qin Ye exclaimed excitedly. Luoya stood proudly. As the future Pirate King, it must learn special roar techniques from the roar fruit to claim its title. Observing Luoya's slightly smug expression, Qin Ye could not resist casting a soul eye. Species, Pirate Duck. Level, 31, 21,100. Attributes, Water. Potential, High Commander, 67,100. Talent, Plunder, Desperation, Ghostly Form. Skills, Water Wave Slash, Mastery. Battle Intent, Mastery. Nether Roar, Entry Level. Nether Roar. Upon seeing Luoya's final skill, Qin Ye murmured, suddenly widening his eyes. Nether, Ghostly. Though only a single character apart, the concepts are entirely distinct. As for the specifics, Qin Ye was uncertain, yet he sensed that Nether was a more formidable force than Ghostly. Of course, Nether could also signify a blend of ghostly and water attributes. After all, the names of the rivers of the Nether allude to a watery essence, which seems quite reasonable. Nether Roar harnesses boundless Nether energy, creating a resonating roar that may instill a chilling fear in the target. Why does it feel similar to the usual roar skills? Qin Ye couldn't help but scoff. Although they seemed comparable, the differences were significant. For instance, 2 distinct blades might share similar descriptions, yet their qualities could vary greatly. One might be yellow while the other green. Could one claim their powers were identical? Clearly not. Thus, despite similar descriptions, the actual effects would differ substantially. While Qin Ye pondered the effects, outside the Divine Demon Tower, a wave of excitement surged. Qin Ye had ascended. First place, Qin Ye, 30th floor, time 1 hour 42 minutes 2 seconds. His time was slightly slower than Fei Hong's. Zhao Xian remarked, attributing it to the level disparity. Qin Ye had advanced to intermediate during the exams. Thus his contracted beast level was likely lower than Fei Hong's. By how much, Zhao Xian could not ascertain, but when facing 530 level Thundercloud Spirits and 529 level Electric Cloud Spirits, a lower level would naturally mean reduced damage. It was manageable, yet he wondered if Qin Ye could conquer the 31st floor. The 31st floor was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the exhaustion from battling through the first 30 floors. Though there were brief rest periods, they were insufficient for the contracted beasts to recover much energy. Therefore, after completing the 30th floor, their energy reserves were nearly depleted. While Zhao Xian felt the 31st floor would be manageable within the Divine Demon space, Qin Ye had fallen silent. Species, Mechanical Giant Ape, Fake. Level, 33. Attributes, Mechanical. Species, Mechanical Monkey, Fake. Level, 32. Attributes, Mechanical. Species, Mechanical Monkey, Fake. Level, 31. Attributes, Mechanical. A 33-level Mechanical Giant Ape, 2 32-level Mechanical Monkeys, and 4 31-level Mechanical Monkeys stood before Qin Ye, their imposing presence leaving him bewildered. Chapter 59. The 31st Floor, Mechanical Monkey Hordes. What manner of creatures are these monkeys? Qin Ye furrowed his brow. Mechanical attributes were one thing. But why were such brutish mechanical monkeys present? Mechanical monkeys are the initial form of the Mechanical Giant Ape, with the lowest potential classified as low-tier elite. The Mechanical Monkey evolves into the Mechanical Ape, which subsequently evolves into the Mechanical Giant Ape. No wonder they struggled, having just faced a wave of troublesome lightning elemental spirits. They now faced an even more formidable challenge in the Mechanical Monkeys. It was unrealistic to expect them to have the energy to continue. Qin Ye shook his head. feeling overwhelmed by this combination. If his spirit beasts were in pristine condition, victory would be assured. If the opposing side lacked the mechanical giant ape, the challenge would be less daunting. Alas, there are no ifs in battle. Gazing at the 7 poised mechanical monkeys, Qin Ye addressed Zhuge and the others, stating, "This battle will be arduous, but regardless of the odds, we shall fight to the very end. Within the divine demon tower, they cannot kill us. So fear not, just fight with everything you have." One of the rules of the divine demon tower is that the challenger's spirit beasts cannot be slain by the tower's beasts. When a challenger's spirit beast is on the brink of being defeated, the tower's beasts will immediately cease their actions. At the same time, the challenger's spirit beasts will be sealed by the tower's power until the challenger exits the tower. Jie, woof, The turtle, duck, and dog responded in unison. Jianquan, your mission is to distract the mechanical giant ape and buy some time for the pirate king, even if it is just a few seconds. Qin Ye pointed towards the towering figure of the giant ape, standing at an imposing 4 meters. Wang, Jianquan nodded vigorously, following Qin Ye's gesture. However, he soon found himself in a state of disbelief. Could he truly contend with an ape of such stature? In that moment, Jianquan felt a pang of insecurity. Do not panic. It cannot kill you, Qin Ye reassured, though he too felt a twinge of apprehension. If Jianquan did not engage the giant ape for a while, their chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. The reason they believed they could prevail without the mechanical giant ape was precisely due to its immense size. A single punch from the 4-meter-tall mechanical giant ape could not be easily withstood. You need not confront it head-on. Simply evade it for a minute or two. And then the pirate king and Zhuge will have the opportunity to turn the tide, Qin Ye continued. Moreover, Zhuge will assist you, so remain calm. Wang, Jianquan's confidence surged as he absorbed Qin Ye's words, filling him with renewed vigor. Qin Ye smiled with satisfaction. He appreciated Jianquan's newfound assurance. Zhuge, your task is straightforward. Charge into the horde of monkeys, unleash your turrets, and draw their attention. Attract as many as you can, Qin Ye instructed, looking at Zhuge. In previous battles, Zhuge had primarily supported from the rear, so aside from his energy, he possessed few other issues. Allowing him to endure some blows would be manageable. Zhuge nodded slightly, the clever strategist already grasping the plan. Pirate King, once Zhuge charges in, follow closely behind, and target the mechanical ape first. Before dealing with the mechanical monkeys, Qin Ye concluded, directing his gaze towards the Pirate King. Although the mechanical ape and the mechanical monkeys differed by merely 1 level, the former was an evolved form, far superior in strength and speed. Gaga, watch me obliterate them, Luoya exclaimed excitedly, relishing the prospect of close combat. After discussing further battle strategies, the conflict on the 31st floor officially commenced amidst the roars of 7 monkeys. Qin Ye grimaced, rubbing his ears that throbbed from the sound waves, and called out to Luoya, go, Jie. Luoya shouted, swiftly identifying his next target before dashing toward Zhuge. Just as Zhuge, who had already exhausted 3 earth shields before the fight began, heard Qin Ye's command. He unhesitatingly unleashed his thorny vortex and charged towards the nearby horde of monkeys. However, just as onlookers expected him to plunge into the fray, he suddenly halted midway. Without delay, he decisively activated his Li Gua. Seeing this, Luoya, who had joined Zhuge, also came to a stop, unperturbed. Jianquan, on the other hand, fixated on the raging mechanical giant ape charging towards them, gripped his longsword tightly, and swung. An Injan, the black blade flashed and struck the towering mechanical giant ape. With a thunderous roar, the mechanical giant ape bellowed in fury, emerging from the black mist, completely unscathed, and locked its sights on Jianquan. Without hesitation, Jianquan turned to flee, deftly drawing the oblivious mechanical giant ape away from the monkeys. Simultaneously, Zhuge's turrets fired several small fireballs into the surrounding monkey horde. The resounding booms echoed as Luoya, who had already distanced himself from Zhuge, surged forth with battle intent. Approaching a mechanical ape that had just extinguished a fireball with a powerful punch, Luoya swung his blade, enveloped in the transcendent level of water blade. As he prepared to confront the foe, he needed to conserve energy for the mechanical giant ape, so he could only rely on his own strength to vanquish it. The mechanical ape screeched in agony, swinging its fists wildly. Unbeknownst to it, Luoya had already positioned himself behind. Another thunderous crash echoed as he unleashed a transcendent level water wave slash. Though he needed to reserve energy for the mechanical giant ape, he still employed his skills when necessary. Calmly and methodically, Luoya executed 2 more strikes, barely glancing back as he departed. The mechanical ape dissolved into a radiant light and merged within Luoya. Qin Ye observed Luoya's graceful maneuvers, a smile creeping upon his lips. The training sessions between Luoya and Jianquan had yielded remarkable results. Despite Jian Quan not being as strong as Luoya, he far surpassed him in swordsmanship. Thus, Qin Ye had arranged for them to spar daily, enabling Luoya to acquire some sword techniques while enhancing Jian Quan's resilience. Luoya's skills had improved notably, and Jian Quan's ability to withstand pressure had also flourished. Qin Ye turned his gaze towards Jian Quan, watching as the mechanical giant ape appeared to be toyed with. He suddenly felt a surge of hope for this floor. Jian Quan's earlier moment of uncertainty stemmed not from the might of the mechanical giant ape, but rather from its towering height. Having never encountered such a lofty spirit beast before, he had briefly exhibited a flicker of doubt. Chapter 60. Having conquered the 31st floor. The confused crowd. Be careful, Qin Ye shouted, witnessing the mechanical giant ape seizing the opportunity to unleash a furious punch at Jian Quan. The confident Jian Quan, after evading the mechanical giant ape for nearly 3 minutes, ultimately reached his limit. Yet, as the attack approached, Jian Quan remained unflustered, expressionless as he swiftly positioned his sword at his waist, preparing for a draw. At the instant the mechanical giant ape's strike was about to land, Jian Quan unleashed a swift draw. Ba Dao Zhan. The resounding clash echoed as the soaring blade struck the mechanical giant ape, but in the next moment, Jian Quan was sent flying by the incoming furious fist. Pooh! Jian Quan coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the ground. Ignoring his pain, Jian Quan quickly regained his footing and dashed towards Luoya, who, with the assistance of Jian Quan and Zhuge, had already dispatched 1 mechanical ape and 2 mechanical monkeys. Jie die, Luoya shouted, witnessing Jian Quan being struck down. Ignoring the mechanical ape's impending attack, he swung his long sword with determination. The impact resonated as the mechanical ape's assault collided with Luoya, yet his long sword successfully pierced through the mechanical ape's body. Jie. Luoya grunted in pain as he withdrew his long sword, unleashing a transcendent-level water gun. The ferocious water blast struck the mechanical ape, sending it reeling. Luoya sheathed the water gun and turned to pursue the mechanical giant ape, declaring, Gaga, gaga gaga. They're yours, this one belongs to me. As Luoya swept past Jian Quan, he struck at the giant ape. Water wave slash. The mechanical giant ape retaliated fiercely, swinging its fist with such force that the air trembled, clashing against the water wave blade. The sound of the collision echoed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the giant ape. Gaga, foolish monkey. He was not merely a level 23 Jian Quan. He had not yet unleashed his transcendent skills. Luoya disdainfully regarded the mechanical giant ape, aiming his long sword at its left leg. Due to the giant ape's towering height, he could only target its lower half unless he activated a skill, which he could no longer afford to do. Thus, he resorted to relying on his physical strength to gradually wear it down. Of course, relying on strength did not imply purely brute force. He still had enough energy for simple water blades. Wrapping his long sword in the water blade, Luoya swung with precision. With a thud, his long sword became lodged in the center of the mechanical giant ape's left foot, abruptly halting. Jie. Luoya was momentarily taken aback, hastily withdrawing his long sword and retreating. Roar. The mechanical giant ape fixated on Luoya, its enormous mouth agape in fury, unleashing a beam of energy reminiscent of a laser cannon that rocketed towards Luoya with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Luoya swiftly brandished his long knife, transforming the water blade into a glimmering arc that erupted from the blade's edge. A thunderous boom echoed once more as Luoya, gazing at the mechanical giant ape, executed a rapid swing of his long knife, the blade's glow manifesting as a shadowy slash. The shadowy slash struck the ape's left foot, which had already been severed halfway. A howl of agony erupted as the mechanical giant ape tilted to the left, its foot cleaved away entirely. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Luoya dashed towards the mechanical giant ape. He refrained from unleashing his skills on the spot, not out of reluctance, but due to the scarcity of his energy. He feared that any skill he attempted to employ would be effortlessly extinguished by a single blow from the mechanical giant ape, thus wasting precious energy. Although the mechanical giant ape was currently howling in pain, it did not imply that it lacked the capacity to retaliate. Hence, to ensure that his skills landed squarely on the mechanical giant ape, he opted for the most cautious approach. What he lacked was not time, but energy. If only he had sufficient energy, it would have perished long ago. Qin Ye observed the duel between Luoya and the mechanical giant ape, letting out a sigh. Once he deemed that Luoya had stabilized the situation, he turned his attention elsewhere. The battle on the other side appeared even more secure. The mechanical monkey was no match for the mechanical giant ape. The mechanical monkey, shorter than the sword dog, was indeed stronger than the sword dog. Yet the sword dog found it considerably easier to handle the mechanical monkey than the cumbersome mechanical giant ape. As for the mechanical ape, it had already been dispatched by Zhuge's numerous fireballs before Luoya's departure. Thus, the The scene unfolded with the sword dog maneuvering one mechanical monkey while Zhuge controlled another. Both mechanical monkeys were being led around. The reason they were being led rather than eliminated was that, after successfully finishing off the mechanical ape, Zhuge had very little energy left. Consequently, the current status was that both Zhuge and the sword dog could not kill the mechanical monkeys due to their energy constraints. While the mechanical monkeys lacked sufficient power to threaten Zhuge and the sword dog, they were at a standstill. Qin Ye chuckled and shook his head, returning his gaze to Luoya. The mechanical giant ape, now missing a foot, ultimately could not outmaneuver Luoya. In no time, Luoya, with his agile footwork, outplayed the impaired mechanical giant ape, leading to its demise. Following the death of the mechanical giant ape, the two mechanical monkeys were swiftly dispatched by the approaching Luoya. At this moment, the energy of the turtle, the duck, and the dog was nearly depleted. It would be an exaggeration to say they had none left. But they were certainly running on fumes. Simultaneously, their injuries were evident, adorned with bruises and welts, completely contrasting their earlier ease before the battle. Despite the exhaustion from the fight, their smiles shone ever brighter. They had prevailed. Shall we continue? Qin Ye inquired with a smile. "Ga, continue," Luoya declared without hesitation. The sword dog wiped the blood from its long knife and glanced at Qin Ye, evidently eager to press on. Zhuge responded lazily, unable to escape. They had no choice but to proceed. "Then let us continue." Qin Ye beamed as he and Luoya awaited the arrival of the 32nd level. Outside the SHNM tower, upon Qin Ye's successful navigation through the 31st level, the previously raucous surroundings fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed before a voice of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What the heck? He cleared the 31st level. 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 45 seconds. He spent less than 10 minutes to conquer the 31st level. A level 33 mechanical giant ape, 2 level 32 mechanical monkeys, and 4 level 31 mechanical monkeys. And he breezed through in under 10 minutes. He must be cheating. His contracted beast should be nearly out of energy. How did he manage this? Could it be that he found some treasure capable of restoring energy during his tower climb? That seems somewhat plausible. The mechanical monkeys are not just any ordinary spirit beasts. Even if his contracted beast had energy, it wouldn't be that easy to clear. Level suppression? That's even less likely. It is said that he only advanced to an intermediate summoner during the college entrance examination. How high could a contracted beast of someone who just became an intermediate summoner be now? Impossible, impossible. Then what do you think it is? In the midst of the crowd silence, Zhao Xian suddenly spoke up from his seat. Skill proficiency. Teacher Zhao, even if his contracted beast's skill proficiency is perfect, it shouldn't be feasible. Someone voiced their skepticism. Zhao Xian smiled at the doubtful youth. If perfection is unattainable, then what about transcendence? Transcendence, the youth exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Zhao Xian continued, his contracted beast possesses more than one transcendent skill. Only this could explain why Qin Ye managed to clear the 31st level despite his contracted beast's low level and scant energy. Zhao Xian surveyed the suddenly quiet crowd and remarked coolly, "Everyone, do your best. With enough effort, you may yet catch up to him." Without Qin Ye's extraordinary talent, they could only rely on hard work to pursue him. The youth who had just asked the question felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally lamenting, "What good is effort? No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to Qin Ye's talent." While they engaged in hushed discussions, a voice resonated within the SHNM space. Challenge failed. Would you like to exit the SHNM space now? Hearing the voice echoing in the space, Qin Ye hurriedly shouted, "Wait. You will have a 10-minute stay time. After 10 minutes, you will be automatically teleported out of the SHNM tower." With the seals on their bodies lifted, Qin Ye addressed the turtle, the duck, and the dog. "You all worked hard today. Please enter the summoning space to rest. Once I exit, I will treat you to a feast." Having failed the challenge, they were already considered to have left the SHNM tower. Hence the seals on them naturally dissipated. Jie Luoya wearily nodded, too exhausted to speak. Observing this, Qin Ye promptly sent all three into the summoning space. He then began to organize the items he had acquired from his backpack. In this venture through the SHNM tower, he had obtained a total of 31 items. Aside from the recently consumed roaring fruit, he had 30 items remaining in his backpack. Among these 30 items were 1 skill fruit, 2 blue quality items, 11 green quality items, and 16 white quality items. This bounty left Qin Ye momentarily stunned. The reward for the 31st level was a blue quality energy orb. The purpose of the energy orb was unmistakable. Its name alone indicated that it was used to enhance strength. Indeed, aside from the 3 choices of rewards, Qin Ye took a general glance and found that most of the remaining items were energy orbs of varying quality, with only a few being rare treasures. Previously, he had no time to examine these items, but now that he recognized them as energy orbs, Qin Ye gleefully placed each one into the summoning space. Subsequently, he vanished from sight. Outside the SHNM tower, the crowd, fervently discussing, turned their attention to the sounds of footsteps emerging from within. They watched as a chubby boy emerged from the SHNM tower, momentarily stunned. The chubby boy, feeling the sudden scrutiny, scratched his head in embarrassment. What is going on? We thought it was Qin Ye who emerged, but it turned out to be you, replied a girl standing nearby. What about Qin Ye? The chubby boy asked, increasingly perplexed. Just look at the leaderboard behind you, the girl instructed. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy turned around in confusion. Before he could even glimpse the leaderboard, his eyes were drawn to Qin Ye, who was walking toward him. Qin Ye glanced at the chubby boy and winked before continuing on his way. The young girl curiously inquired as she watched Qin Ye pass by, has that Qin Ye emerged yet? Qin Ye paused for a moment, then shook his head, replying, I do not know. I was alone when I came out. All right, thank you. The girl glanced at Qin Ye a few more times before turning her gaze back to the Qin Ye tower. She was resolute in her belief that she would not be left waiting. She doubted that Qin Ye could ascend to the 32nd level. Zhao Xian observed Qin Ye approaching and could not help but exclaim, your talent is truly remarkable. Qin Ye chuckled in response. It is probably because they have only seen me a few times. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging this statement. How did you manage to pass the 31st level? Zhao Xian continued. His curiosity piqued as he sought to uncover whether his earlier thoughts were correct. Qin Ye contemplated how to articulate his experience. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian fell silent. He then asked, you must possess more than one extraordinary skill, correct? Indeed, Qin Ye admitted without reservation, as there was nothing to conceal. After all, when the battle commenced tomorrow, it would soon become evident. Then there is no issue, Zhao Xian smiled and added. Let us proceed. They have already taken notice of you. I shall take my leave, Qin Ye said calmly as he walked forward, undeterred by the gazes directed towards him. The girl who had previously questioned Qin Ye was utterly astonished. He was right beside me, and I didn't even notice him, Zhao Xian explained to her. Do not be disheartened. Your inability to detect him is not a reflection of your abilities, but rather a testament to his talent in reducing his presence. No wonder. The girl suddenly came to a realization. I thought it odd that I could not sense him. It turns out it was due to his talent. After silently expressing her gratitude, she turned to Zhao Xian and said, thank you, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Xian smiled and shook his head. On the way, Qin Ye, having received congratulations from Yi, exchanged a few words with her before heading towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Hualing University operates 24 hours, and he intended to purchase a lavish meal to treat Zhuge and the others. He also planned to buy dinner and a late-night snack, as he did not intend to leave his dormitory after returning. He wished to share the newfound energy he had acquired with Zhuge and the others, enabling them to quickly absorb it and enhance their strength in preparation for the battle ahead. After a leisurely stroll and gathering a plethora of items to bring back to his dormitory, Qin Ye had barely settled down when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found El Junyan standing outside, brimming with excitement. Aren't you training today? Qin Ye asked, exasperated. El Junyan followed Qin Ye inside, chuckling as he replied. I was just curious how you passed the 31st level. How else would I pass? It was through my own strength, Qin Ye replied nonchalantly. Had he known that passing the 31st level would be so troublesome, he would have assuredly done so, as the rewards were enticing. Your talent is impressive. Although El Junyan was unaware of the specifics of Qin Ye's abilities, it was evident that his talent was related to growth. It's nothing remarkable, Qin Ye said calmly as he retrieved a bottle of soda and tossed it to El Junyan. Catching the soda, El Junyan expressed his frustration. I was so close to passing the 31st level. Then why didn't you succeed? Qin Ye asked instinctively. I managed to change my attributes for the 31st level. El Junyan sighed softly, taking a sip of his soda before continuing. However, all my talents are combat-oriented, so I contracted a support-type spirit beast, which has a poison-based attack skill. Qin Ye understood. Poison would be ineffective against machines. While pure poison would certainly be advantageous, El Junyan's spirit beast was not purely poison-based, rendering its toxicity almost useless against the mechanical attributes of the mechanical monkey. After El Junyan departed, Qin Ye began to unpack the lavish meal he had purchased earlier, placing it neatly on the coffee table in the living room. He then summoned Zhuge and the others, observing the sumptuous feast laid out before them. Qin Ye smiled and said, dig in. With a gleam in its eye, Luoya immediately grabbed a large drumstick and began to devour it. Zhuge and the sword dog quickly joined in as well, and Qin Ye was no exception. After a hearty meal, Qin Ye proceeded to release the soul-summoning eyes upon Zhuge and the others. Zhuge, level 27, 88,100. Luoya, level 31, 21,100. Sword dog, level 23, 85,100. The Qin Ye Tower truly lives up to its reputation as the hallmark of Hualing University. Qin Ye couldn't help but marvel at this fact. Once Zhuge and the others finished eating, Qin Ye retrieved a white-quality energy orb from the soul summoning space and placed it before Zhuge, saying, "Consume this and let me see how much experience you can gain." Zhuge nodded slightly and promptly swallowed the orb, which emitted a white glow. In the next moment, Qin Ye observed the numbers on Zhuge's panel fluctuating behind his level. 1, 2, 3, and on through 10 times before finally settling down. 10 points of experience from the white orb, Qin Ye noted as the number paused at 98, and then retrieved another white energy orb. This time, however, he did not give it to Zhuge but instead handed it to the sword dog, saying, "Eat up." Without hesitation, the sword dog accepted the white energy orb and swallowed it whole. It seemed to yield the same 10 points of experience. Upon witnessing the sword dog's experience rise to 95, Qin Ye retrieved 2 more white energy orbs from the soul summoning space, giving one to Zhuge and one to the sword dog, allowing them to level up first. He then noticed that both Zhuge and the sword dog only gained 9 points of experience, 1 point less than before. Concurrently, he also received energy feedback from their level ups. After sensing the energy he had acquired, Qin Ye remarked in disbelief, "This has a tolerance effect. Tolerance occurs when consuming the same type of rare resource multiple times, leading to diminished effects." Yet, this was merely an energy orb, and he was left speechless at the notion that even energy orbs could possess tolerance. Unbeknownst to him, the energy orbs also had a binding effect. Whoever summoned them could only consume them, preventing others from benefiting from them. "One piece, why don't you try one?" Qin Ye suggested as he produced another white energy orb. With a glint of envy at seeing Zhuge and the sword dog consume their orbs, Luo Ye eagerly snatched the white energy orb from Qin Ye's hand and swallowed it. 8 points. Qin Ye, feeling exasperated, once again extended another orb to Luo Ye. Without hesitation, Luo Ye accepted it and consumed it. 6 points. Qin Ye silently retrieved the remaining 6 white energy orbs. From this trip to the Shenma Tower, he had obtained 1 blue energy orb, 6 green energy orbs, and 12 white energy orbs. He then distributed 1 each of the white energy orbs to Zhuge and the sword dog, noting that they both received 8 points of experience. Only 1 point less than before, which began to clarify things for him. Subsequently, he allocated the remaining white energy orbs to Zhuge and the sword dog. After distributing the white orbs, he turned his attention to the green energy orbs. After some consideration, he allowed Zhuge and Luo Ye to each consume 1. Ultimately, they both gained the same amount of experience, 20 points. Why is that? Qin Ye pondered. Logically, Zhuge should have received a slightly higher amount of experience. After reflecting for a moment, he shook his head and divided the remaining 4 green energy orbs, giving 2 to Luo Ye, 1 to the sword dog, and 1 to Zhuge. He had initially intended to give Luo Ye 3, but upon witnessing Luo Ye's experience only rising to 18 after consuming the second orb, he promptly decided to give Zhuge 1 as well. As for the final blue energy orb, he unhesitatingly handed it to Luo Ye, who, upon consuming it, leveled up to 32, gaining 30 points of experience. At that moment, their levels were as follows: Zhuge, level 28, 66,100. Luo Ye, level 32, 19,100. Sword Dog, level 24, 45,100. Let us proceed to digest this information. Once we have done so, we shall take the next step. Qin Ye led Zhuge and the others towards the basement. With their energy not yet restored, their training consisted of various exercises. Zhuge slept, while Luo Ye and the sword hound practiced their swordsmanship side by side. After about an hour of training, Qin Ye called them over. He then retrieved a fruit, a blade of grass, and a glass container from the summoning space. "Zhuge, here is your Qiyu grass," Qin Ye said, placing the glass container filled with the grass before Zhuge. "After consuming this grass, you will also have a Mulong root to eat. By the time you finish the Mulong root, you should be nearing level 30. The Jin Hu Bao Zhu and Shi Gui Ji Lei had already been assimilated by Zhuge over time. When Zhuge was at level 25, Qin Ye had given him the first item. The Qiyu grass now marked the third. Digesting yellow-quality heavenly treasures required time, and Qin Ye felt he was managing his time perfectly. After Zhuge consumed the Qiyu grass, Qin Ye glanced at his status panel. Zhuge's level had risen to 28, 78,100, and his potential had reached high elite, 62,100. Through this period of growth, Zhuge's potential had unknowingly elevated to high elite. Once he finished the Qiyu grass, he should reach level 29, and after consuming the Mulong root, perfection would be achieved. After relishing in his thoughts, Qin Ye placed Zhuge back into the summoning space for digestion. "This is your Yu fruit," Qin Ye said, handing it to the sword hound. Before placing the last blade of grass, Yu grass, into Luo Ye's hands. "Eat up. Once you finish, I will send you to the summoning space for digestion." Qin Ye looked at the duck and the dog. "Quack! Woof!" The duo responded eagerly, consuming the heavenly treasures without hesitation. After observing them eat, Qin Ye sent them into the summoning space after a short while. There is still time. Let us continue training. Qin Ye checked the time on his mobile device, quietly picked up the long sword resting beside him, and began to swing it. Throughout this period of growth, he increasingly felt that his strength had unconsciously rivaled that of a level 20 spirit beast. As for how strong he truly was, he could not ascertain, for he had yet to learn any skills. He only knew that his power was no less than that of a level 20 spirit beast. Regarding skills, he would have to wait until he became a senior summoner. Upon achieving that status, he would fully possess the ability to control and release his elemental powers. At that time, he could gradually learn various skills through his connection with his contracted beast. Chapter 63. The Newcomer Ranking Tournament commences. July 3rd, 9 a.m. At the Tiankong Sports Arena, 20 duel arenas had been meticulously arranged within the venue. Zhao Xian stood at the center, addressing the 820 newcomers seated around him. The Newcomer Ranking Tournament will be conducted as usual, divided into groups, with a total of 5 groups. Each group consists of 50, 100, 200, 200, and 270 participants. After announcing the number of participants in each group, Zhao Xian listened to the surrounding discussions and added, I understand that some of you may be dissatisfied with your group assignments. That is of no concern. Once the rankings are confirmed, you may challenge anyone ranked above you. There is no limit to the number of challenges, but after 5 failed attempts, you will be barred from challenging for the remainder of the month. The challenge party has the right to refuse a challenge, but may only do so 3 times per month. However, you may refuse 3 times only if you have not successfully defended against 5 challenges. Those who have successfully defended 5 times against the same rank may refuse all subsequent challengers for the month. Also, each individual may only challenge those ranked within 5 places above them. If you successfully defend your position against the first 5 challengers this month, you will then have the opportunity to challenge those ranked higher. Zhao Xian continued, I believe you have received information regarding your designated arena and match number. If you have not checked, feel free to look at your phones now. If you do not have a phone, do not worry. You see those large screens above? Zhao Xian pointed to the 4 large screens overhead. They will display your match times. If you do not have a phone and do not wish to look at the screens, we will announce the next match information via broadcast. The rules of this newcomer ranking tournament remain consistent with previous years. It will be a group battle, meaning you may summon as many of your contracted beasts as you wish. Additionally, the top 20 from the SHNMT and the top 50 from other groups will have the first 2 rounds exempted, allowing them to directly participate in the 2 rounds tomorrow. Each newcomer must engage in 4 battles during the ranking tournament, while those at the forefront of the SHNMT will only need to participate in 2. The reason for this is the sheer number of participants. If everyone were to engage in 4 battles, 2 days would not suffice. Observing the crowd's reactions, Zhao Xian continued, the ultimate rankings of the newcomer tournament will be determined by our professional scoring team, who will assign scores based on your performance over these 2 days, thereby establishing your ranking order. If you are dissatisfied with your final ranking, you may submit a challenge application 2 days later. The monthly ranking rewards will be distributed at 2400 hours on the last day, which corresponds to 000 on the first day of the following month. Therefore, following the conclusion of the newcomer ranking tournament, you will have over 20 days of additional competition time. During this period, you will have ample opportunity to climb the rankings. So your task now is to perform admirably over these 2 days and capture the attention of the instructors. Zhao Xian gestured toward the group of instructors seated behind him. Each year, the most crucial aspect of the newcomer ranking tournament is not merely the rankings, but rather making one's strength known, astonishing the instructors, and attracting powerful mentors eager to take you under their wing. Qin Ye observed a few instructors waving at them from across the arena, then turned his attention back to Zhao Xian. After Zhao Xian shared a few more remarks, he finally proclaimed loudly, all right, without further ado, the 45th newcomer ranking tournament of the Summoning University officially begins. In the next moment, the air was filled with the sounds of announcements. Match 1, Wang Bing vs. He Jie. Match 2, Qin Ye vs. Zhang Shuijun. Match 3, when do you plan to leave? Lu Junyan inquired, glancing at Qin Ye seated beside him. I shall leave after watching for a while, Qin Ye replied calmly, sipping his sparkling water. Though he was not competing today, he was still curious about the spirit beasts his peers had contracted. I will wait a bit longer too, Lu Junyan said, noticing that none of the other students were moving to leave, and he obediently shelved his earlier desire to depart early. The names of beasts such as the swift wind wolf, thunder fox, gale hawk, sonic bird, and flame-patterned cat emerged before Qin Ye, captivating him entirely. He resolved to watch the morning matches in their entirety before making any decisions. Lu Junyan, originally intent on leaving, found his interest piqued by several intriguing matches, and thus he too remained. And so, They spent the entire morning observing. The following day, at 9 a.m., Qin Ye was among the first contestants to take the stage in the first match. His opponent was Wang Yu, ranked 25th in the SHNMT. Wang Yu had achieved 2 victories in yesterday's matches, and Qin Ye had witnessed his first battle, where his main contracted beast was a level 33 rampaging bear. Let us see if your strength truly measures up to your rank in the SHNMT, Wang Yu remarked coldly. After engaging in 2 additional matches than his peers, he found himself somewhat irked, unintentionally directing this frustration towards Qin Ye. You will understand shortly. Qin Ye remained unperturbed. Once they took to the stage, the eyes of those who had not participated or were merely spectators coalesced upon this scene. The first match of the morning was indeed the most captivating, as it marked the debut of the foremost competitor of the 45th Shima Tower. Those who initially hesitated to attend hastily made their way here, having heard of Qin Ye's participation. The referee for the second match looked at the 2 contestants and inquired, "Are you prepared?" "I am ready," Wang Yu replied. "I am also prepared," Qin Ye echoed. "Good. Let the match begin," with the referee's command. For beams of summoning light flickered into existence on the arena. Both Qin Ye and Wang Yu summoned 2 entities each. As Qin Ye beheld the ferocious bear and the massive python materializing before him, he instructed Zhuge and Luoya, "Finish this swiftly." "Ga," Luoya responded, gripping his long blade with fervor as he charged toward the giant python, executing a decisive strike. Water wave slash. Giant python, use your tail to strike, Wang Yu commanded. The giant python swirled its body, violently whipping its tail. A thundering sound echoed as the python's anguished cry followed. "What?" Wang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. The python's tail wasn't merely a flail. It had unleashed a skill, the tail whip. At that moment, the tail whip was effortlessly countered by the incoming water wave slash. Although the giant python did not sustain grave injuries, the unfolding events were nonetheless overwhelming for Wang Yu. Before he could fully absorb the situation, Luoya had already engaged with the ferocious bear. Simultaneously, Zhuge's turret had coalesced high in the sky. Chapter 64, Awakening-type Spirit Beasts. What skill is this? The massive fireball, reminiscent of a turret, was far more awe-inspiring than anticipated. The effect it emitted appeared utterly terrifying. Do you know what skill this is? No. Use the summoning eye to find out. You'll know if you give it a try. What on earth is his panel? Now you see it, right? Is that panel real? Of course, it's not real. As discussions erupted around them, the teacher's section also began to speculate. Does anyone know this skill? Stop looking. No one knows what this skill is. A man gazed intently at Zhuge, exclaiming, "This turtle possesses opportunities beyond your imagination." All right. The middle-aged man who had just posed the question chuckled. Does anyone here desire this young man? Upon his words, the surrounding chatter ceased abruptly. What do you mean? Don't you all want him? The middle-aged man frowned. Li Tianqi, there's no need to ask that. As long as we present our sincerity. It's up to him to choose, Sun Yu responded once more. Boring, Li Tianqi replied, disinterestedly settling into his seat. Meanwhile, in the second match, the ferocious bear had been thoroughly beaten by Luoya and Zhuge. At this moment, it lay on the ground, resembling a massive lump of charcoal, motionless and still smoldering. The giant python was not faring any better, enduring Luoya's relentless assault alongside the barrage of fireballs raining down from all directions. In the next instant, a series of resounding booms erupted as the giant python succumbed to the onslaught of numerous small fireballs, collapsing onto the arena. A match devoid of suspense unfolded before the captivated audience. Thank you for the match. Qin Ye smiled gently at the dazed Wang Yu as the referee announced the conclusion of the duel. He then turned and departed. Wang Yu, awakening from his stupor upon hearing the referee's call, collected the ferocious bear and giant python into the summoning space with a complex gaze. Though the ferocious bear bore significant injuries, including a deep gash across its chest, it mattered little, as long as they remained in the summoning space for a period. It would release special energy to heal all wounds, even allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. Naturally, the recovery time was proportional to the severity of the injuries. Greater damage entailed longer healing periods. Of course, applying some medicine or having someone treat them would greatly accelerate the recovery process. In summary, as long as the spirit beasts were not killed on the spot, the summoning space could remedy most of their ailments. The terrifying efficacy of the summoning space could indeed be considered one of the advantages of having spirit beasts accompany their summoners. What do you think? Zhao Xian turned to the handsome man beside him. What do you mean? Yu Wenwu replied, puzzled. Zhao Xian paused, then asked, did you not come to observe Qin Ye's prowess? Now that you've seen it, do you not have any further plans? For instance, designating his next opponent? After a moment of silence, Yu Wenwu chuckled. To be honest, I came to see that guard dog, but who knew it wouldn't be summoned? Are you an idiot? Zhao Xian retorted. Qin Ye hasn't contracted that dog for even a month. Do you really believe he could elevate its level significantly in such a short time? Haha. I almost forgot about that, Yuanwu laughed. Speaking of that dog, don't you have any thoughts about this duck? Zhao Xian inquired. I indeed have thoughts about this duck. Yuanwu nodded earnestly. Then why aren't you taking action? Zhao Xian questioned. Why rush? It's still early. There's another match to go, Yuanwu replied calmly. Are you sure you're not going to arrange anything? Zhao Xian asked again. Yuanwu shook his head. No, I prefer to let things unfold naturally. Very well. Then let him face El Junyan, Zhao Xian stated, taking out his phone and typing. These two fellows are quite close. Let them have a match. Yuanwu couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xian. Done. Zhao Xian set his phone down, smiling at Yuanwu. Soon you will see your dog. Why? Yuanwu instinctively asked. You truly know nothing about them. Zhao Xian sighed, looking at Yuanwu. El Junyan's second contracted beast is a healing furnace sprite, an excellent support-type spirit beast. Thus, if he wishes to defeat Qin Ye, he must summon his third contracted beast. And his third contracted beast is an exceedingly rare star-type spirit beast, the Star Wolf. I'm not sure of its level, but it should be quite high. Zhao Xian shrugged. El Junyan had already contracted the Star Wolf during the practical examination, and at that time, it was at level 15. Now, I estimate it to be around level 26 or 27, considering his healing furnace sprite is only at level 28. Balancing the training of 3 contracted beasts means that if one beast's level suddenly drops, it's evident he has divided his training time among the others. Thank you. Yuanwu expressed his gratitude to Zhao Xian. It's nothing, Zhao Xian smiled. On the other side, Qin Ye approached El Junyan, who was beckoning to him. Brother, impressive. When will you take the stage? Qin Ye settled beside El Junyan. After the third match concludes, it will be my turn, El Junyan replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye glanced at the third match. That will be soon. Indeed, that woman is likely to win. Absolutely. 5 minutes later, El Junyan rose from his seat and walked towards the second match. Qin Ye observed the dazzling sword soaring through the air alongside the green little sprite holding a censer that appeared before El Junyan. And his curiosity compelled him to activate his summoning soul eye. Species, Patsong. Level, 34. Attribute, Gold. Potential, High Commander. Species, Healing Furnace Sprite. Level, 28. Attribute, Wood. Potential, Intermediate Commander. Patsong. Qin Ye furrowed his brow, taking out his phone to search for information. It was then that realization dawned upon him. Patsong is a particularly unique type of spirit beast, referred to domestically as Jueshing Lei. So this is indeed a Jueshing Lei spirit beast. Qin Ye understands Jueshing Lei spirit beasts, though he had not previously contemplated this, and his thoughts had not aligned. As the name suggests, Jueshing Lei spirit beasts are newly formed spirit beasts that arise when a weapon or armor awakens its own consciousness. This type of spirit beast has only emerged in recent decades. Previously, they had never appeared in their spirit star. In addition to being awakened from items such as weapons and armor, Jueshing Lei spirit beasts possess a distinctive characteristic, uniqueness. Each one is singular, with no two existing in identical forms. As for evolution, due to their inherent peculiarities, they lack the ability to evolve. Thus, their potential enhancement relies solely on leveling up and consuming various suitable metals, celestial materials, and treasures over time. Chapter 65, Scholar Youth, Feihong. The potential of Jueshing Lei spirit beasts increases at a slower pace than other types of spirit beasts, yet they possess a slight advantage in the early stages. Their initial potential is determined by the quality of the item and the duration of its use in the hands of its wielder. If the quality is high and the wielder possesses significant strength, then once it becomes a spirit beast, its potential will be exceptionally formidable. Conversely, those with lower potential are quite common. In summary, the Patsong of El Junyan was extraordinary even before it awakened into a spirit beast. According to news he had seen on his phone, this Patsong was said to have been the personal sword of the Tian Wang of the El family before it became a spirit beast. Upon learning about Patsong, Qin Ye began to watch the match attentively. In an instant, Patsong transformed into dozens of swords, launching a frenzied assault on the opposing Firebird and Firefox. As for the names of these Firebird and Firefox, Qin Ye did not activate his soul summoning eye. He only knew that both appeared predominantly red and unleashed fire-based skills. The Firebird and Firefox could not withstand for long before succumbing to the multitude of swords from Patsong. Their speed so swift that even the tiny green sprite holding the incense burner was unable to react. Quite impressive. Qin Ye couldn't help but marvel. This was the strongest spirit summoner of his rank he had seen, aside from Yi Cece. Soon after, El Junyan approached Qin Ye, brimming with pride, and asked, "What do you think? Am I not handsome?" "Whether handsome or not, I cannot say, but I do recognize that your strength is indeed commendable." Qin Ye replied with a smile. "That goes without saying." El Junyan plopped down beside Qin Ye and began to check his phone. Then, he was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Qin Ye inquired, puzzled. My next opponent is you, El Junyan said, showing the information on his phone to Qin Ye. After a glance, Qin Ye was equally taken aback. This must be a setup, El Junyan exclaimed. Although he was eager to have a proper match with Qin Ye, the opportunity arrived too suddenly, and he felt unprepared. Perhaps, Qin Ye said, pulling out his phone to check his own received information. After confirming it, he looked up to see Zhao Xian's smiling face. All right, no need to guess. This is indeed a setup. Qin Ye paused for 2 seconds, pointed toward Zhao Xian, and told El Junyan, without a doubt, this is a setup. Following Qin Ye's gaze, El Junyan looked at Zhao Xian's expression, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. All right then, El Junyan sighed. It seems it's time for us to present them with a thrilling battle spectacle. Qin Ye rolled his eyes, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. 50 participants, for dual arenas, with an average duration of 5 minutes per match, and within nearly an hour. All 50 participants had completed their first duel of the day. During this hour, Qin Ye also witnessed the appearances of Fei Hong, Yi Cixi, Shui Qingyue, and others. Without discussing Yi Cixi, Fei Hong was a youth exuding a scholarly aura. His contracted beast, much like himself, was a spirit beast of refined elegance, the scholar child. And the ethereal cloud spirit crane. The scholar child, a wood attribute being, is the evolved form of the wood child, possessing high-level commanding potential. The cloud spirit crane, a cloud attribute being, is the evolved form of the cloud crane, also with high-level commanding potential. The scholar child appears as a small humanoid tree person. And although its body is composed of various branches, when clothed, it resembles a small child of about 7 or 8 years old. The scholar child is a ranged spirit beast, a rather formidable fragile mage. The cloud spirit crane, as its name suggests, is a completely white crane. A spirit beast that can engage at both close and long ranges. Both of these spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, causing Qin Ye to salivate in envy. He currently had an abundance of melee-type spirit beasts and was in need of a proper ranged spirit beast to balance his lineup. As for Zhuge, his essence remained that of a defensive spirit beast. He was merely a false ranged spirit beast at present. Let us go, El Junyan said to Qin Ye upon hearing the announcement. It's our turn. Qin Ye stood up, heading toward Arena 1 with El Junyan. Meanwhile, the attention of the students and teachers observing the duel in the gymnasium collectively shifted toward Arena 1. The judge of Arena 1, watching as the two took their places, asked, Are you both ready? Let us get started. I can't wait. El Junyan replied with a grin. Qin Ye nodded. Then let the duel begin. Upon the judge's announcement, he stepped aside. This time, I won't hold back. El Junyan grinned broadly as 3 summoning lights materialized around him. Observing this, Qin Ye did not hesitate and summoned Zhuge and the others. In the audience, Yu Wenwu sat up straight, filled with astonishment as he beheld the sword hound materializing before Qin Ye. What is going on? Zhao Xian asked, slightly taken aback. Wow, this kid has something. Yu Wenwu exclaimed, his astonishment unabated. What is happening? Zhao Xian grew increasingly perplexed. Look at his hound, Yu Wenwu said, activating his soul summoning eye on the sword hound. Zhao Xian, hearing this, looked down. Upon seeing the sword hound before Qin Ye, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A sword hound, indeed a sword hound. Yu Wenwu laughed heartily upon seeing the panel that appeared before him. At that moment, Zhao Xian suddenly understood. Qin Ye has evolved his sword hound into a new evolution. How did he manage that? Zhao Xian inquired of Yu Wenwu. How would I know? Yu Wenwu, his face aglow with delight, leaned back in his seat. Watching the impending battle below, he continued, Once I get him to join me, I'll find out. What if he doesn't want to join you? Zhao Xian chuckled. He will join me, Yu Wenwu asserted confidently. Zhao Xian glanced at Yu Wenwu, but said nothing further, instead focusing on the battle below. Meanwhile, not far from them, Zhong Yan was equally stunned. This kid is incredibly fortunate. Zhong Yan couldn't help but exclaim upon regaining his senses. In less than a month, he has found the evolution for his sword hound. Such luck is unmatched. His luck is good, but mine is not lacking either. Zhong Yan's smile grew increasingly radiant. In Arena 1, upon seeing the information of El Junyan's third contracted beast, Qin Ye decisively sent the sword hound to withstand the pressure. Species, Star Wolf. Level 27. Attribute, Star. Potential, High-level Commander. This level is not due to Qin Ye's arrogance. It stems from having been cut down by Luo Ye a few times. Thus, upon seeing the information of the Star Wolf, Qin Ye promptly entrusted the wolf to Luo Ye and sent the sword hound to bear the pressure. Although the sword hound's level is lower, its pressure resistance capability is quite formidable under Luo Ye's training. Moreover, it is not fighting alone. It has Zhuge's shield and various fireball support. Chapter 66. Qin Ye vs. El Junyan. Perfectly agreeable. El Junyan, upon observing the level of the sword hound, saw it charging towards his Pochang without hesitation, allowing Pochang to meet it head-on. If you are confident enough to have a mere level 24 spirit beast delay my strongest spirit beast, then I shall not hold back. After directing Po Chang to confront the sword hound, El Junyan immediately dispatched the healing spirit and the star wolf to delay Luya. His strategy bore similarities to that of Qin Ye. In the audience, Zhao Xian turned to his companion, Yuan Wu, as they engaged in a tactical exchange. Who do you think will emerge victorious? From a level standpoint, El Junyan held the advantage, Yuan Wu replied. After a brief pause, Zhao Xian, noticing Yuan Wu's silence, pressed on. What else? Nothing more, Yuan Wu chuckled. The factors influencing combat are manifold, yet based on their demonstrated prowess, the disparity is minimal. Zhao Xian fell silent, contemplating. Let me observe for a while longer. Yuan Wu's gaze remained fixed on the battle. At that moment, Luya had ignited his battle spirit, wielding his blade to unleash a transcendent water wave slash towards the approaching star wolf. The formidable attack, accompanied by several fireballs trailing behind, surged towards the star wolf. Undeterred, the star wolf, enveloped in a verdant barrier, unleashed its starry palm, a colossal paw shimmering with starlight, to counter the incoming assault. The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and amidst the flickering azure and deep blue lights, a figure ascended, crashing onto the nearby ground with a resounding thud. Expressionless, Luya charged forward once more. With an abundance of energy, he was not one to merely rely on a single water wave slash. What? El Junyan exclaimed in shock, quickly shouting. Do not engage him directly, just hold him off. The star wolf rose from the ground, a green energy sphere infiltrating its form, visibly healing its recent wounds at an astonishing rate. Should I contract a healing spirit beast? Qin Ye mused, observing the healing spirit swiftly casting healing spells for the star wolf. He conveyed to Zhuge, Zhuge, take out that little spirit. Do not let it remain so comfortable. Without hesitation, Zhuge unleashed 3 small fireballs at the healing spirit. Unfazed, the healing spirit flicked its hand, sending 3 green orbs to intercept the incoming fireballs. With a series of explosions, the healing spirit was taken aback as its green orbs were instantly obliterated, prompting it to wave its hand again to launch 3 more. In the midst of this, Luya's blade sent the star wolf flying once more. This is becoming troublesome. El Junyan observed the 3-way battlefield, noting the 2 sides being overwhelmed. Resolutely, he raised his hand to unleash his innate ability. 3 beams of light descended from above, precisely enveloping his 3 contracted beasts, each generating an identical doppelganger. A doppelganger ability? Qin Ye muttered. No wonder he claimed he could have surpassed level 31 if it weren't for the mechanical attribute spirit beasts. It seems he possesses such an ability. The question remains, how formidable is this doppelganger? Qin Ye turned his attention to Luya, instructing, unleash your doppelganger. Let us conclude this swiftly. 1 Po Chang can hold off the sword hound for a while, but with 2 Po Changs, the sword hound won't last long. Luya swung his blade, and a shadow detached from his own, morphing into his likeness. You have a doppelganger too. El Junyan's lips twitched slightly as he sensed the impending crisis. His intuition proved correct. Luya's ghostly doppelganger was no mere shadow. After days of training, its proficiency had advanced to mastery, enhancing its effectiveness from 30 to 50. Witnessing his 2 wolves being overwhelmed, he cried, hang in there, just a little longer. That dog can't withstand much more. Your dog is finished, Qin Ye remarked, smirking at the agonized cries of the star wolf. As for holding out, what a joke. Even if the sword hound faltered, it could manage a few more minutes. After all, the sword hound was not fighting alone. At that moment, the sword hound, bolstered by Zhuge's fireball support, was bravely resisting the onslaught of Po Chang's attacks. Although Zhuge directed some fireballs at the healing spirit, the majority of his output was concentrated on the Po Chang. While Po Chang's doppelgangers were numerous, their attacks lacked potency, making it manageable for the sword hound. Furthermore, the doppelgangers had to contend with occasional fireballs flying in from the surroundings. Po Chang's primary attacks were powerful, yet the earthen shield protecting the sword hound was no mere decoration. At the very least, it would take more than 1 blow for Po Chang to breach the shield. If 1 blow was insufficient, Zhuge would promptly cast a second earth shield for the sword hound, creating a cycle that left Po Chang at an impasse. No wonder he could surpass level 31. That earth shield is incredibly formidable, El Junyan lamented. He had entertained the idea of having Po Chang deal with the turtle first before addressing the sword hound. However, recalling that even a level 24 dog could not be subdued, the thought seemed foolish, prompting him to abandon it entirely. Zhuge had successfully leveled up to 29 the previous night. Damn, this is impossible, El Junyan exclaimed, watching as his star wolf was defeated, urgently calling out to the healing spirit, assist Po Chang. The healing spirit, feeling the pressure of the fiery onslaught, was experiencing such a battle for the first time. Sword hound, unleash the Tianyue 8 styles. Zhuge and Luya, Eliminate those 2 healing spirits immediately. Qin Ye's voice echoed in their minds. Seizing a moment of opportunity, the sword hound unleashed a surge of energy, manifesting a complete full moon above its head. In the next instant, a brilliant blade of light shot upward, slicing through one Pochang's doppelgangers, with a cacophony of explosions reverberating in its wake. What skill is this? El Junyan gasped in astonishment. This was not the first time he had been taken aback. Simultaneously, with a resounding clash, Pochang hastily unleashed its skill, and a blade of light ascended, charging towards the incoming blade of the sword hound. With a thunderous boom, the blade of light was momentarily engulfed by the blade of Pochang, diminishing its luminescence. Yet, at that moment, the blade surged upward once more, launching itself toward Pochang's blade. Damn it, this is relentless, El Junyan exclaimed, his mouth agape. He was utterly captivated by the dazzling combat, completely neglecting the healing spirit nearby. The healing spirit's terrified squeaks echoed from a distance, prompting El Junyan to quickly glance over. He was stunned at the sight of several attacks hurtling toward the healing spirit. Chapter 67, the new ranking match concluded. He then witnessed the referee appearing beside the healing spirit, successfully deflecting the incoming attacks. Swallowing hard, El Junyan turned to the referee. Thank you. The power is considerable, but insufficient to eliminate your spirit beast, the referee clarified before moving aside. The primary duty of the referee was to prevent any accidental deaths of spirit beasts during the duel. What an intense display. El Junyan marveled at Qin Ye. Luoya's move was not executed at full strength. Qin Ye refrained from elaborating further. Lost in thought, he chided himself. He had not anticipated El Junyan would neglect his contracted beasts during the confrontation. Perhaps it was better to rely on auxiliary spirit beasts from a safe distance. They were somewhat fragile. Secretly shaking his head, Qin Ye set aside that notion. In the audience, Yuan Wu turned to Zhao Xian. Qin Ye will triumph. Zhao Xian, speechless, regarded Yuan Wu, thinking, I'm not a fool. Such a powerful talent, Yuan Wu mused, observing the ongoing battle with awe. Indeed, a formidable attacking talent, Zhao Xian remarked. But the energy expenditure was indeed rapid. If he were at level 34, this battle would have already concluded. Yuan Wu leaned back in his seat. However, he was not at level 34. Zhao Xian observed the convergence of Luo Ye and Jian Quan, and continued, it is over. How many extraordinary skills do you believe his contracted beast possesses? Yuan Wu furrowed his brow and replied, certainly the Earth Shield, Water Wave Slash, and Water Blade are among them. The others remain uncertain. Just as I thought, Zhao Xian chuckled, that tortoise has revealed too little. Yuan Wu yawned. Who would have expected such a fleshy tortoise to possess such a terrifying talent? Indeed, Zhao Xian nodded vigorously. Up to this point, Zhuge had unleashed 3 skills, Rock Armor, Li Gua, and Earth Shield, but only Li Gua and Earth Shield had displayed their effects. With the addition of Luo Ye, not long after, Putsong succumbed to the relentless attacks from Zhuge, Luo Ye, and Jian Quan. Lu Junyan retracted Putsong and addressed Qin Ye. Your strength truly leaves me speechless. He was not disheartened. He merely expressed this sentiment with a touch of nostalgia. I am honored, Qin Ye responded with a smile. After the referee announced Qin Ye's victory, Lu Junyan departed with him from the arena. Along the way, Qin Ye listened to the discussions around them and remarked to Lu Junyan. You must possess more than one combat-oriented talent, right? You have one for continuous energy restoration as well. No wonder, he continued. Continuous energy restoration is suitable for prolonged battles, and their fight was clearly not a war of attrition, so the outcome would have been similar regardless. Where are you headed next? Let's see another match. Still watching? The next bout is between Yi Cixi and Fei Hong. I'll stay to watch that before leaving. That is a must-see. On July 5th at 9 a.m., the Tiankong Sports Hall was once again filled with the students of the 45th cohort of Huanling University, summoned by Zhao Xian. The freshman ranking competition had formally concluded yesterday, and I believe you received your ranking information earlier today. For those dissatisfied with their ranks, you may begin to challenge upwards starting today. The detailed rules for challenges can be checked on your mobile phones. While Zhao Xian spoke, Qin Ye had already accessed their cohort's rankings. Huanling University 45th Cohort Strength Rankings. First, Qin Ye. Second, Fei Hong. Third, Yi Cixi. Fourth, Lu Junyan. Fifth, Shui Qingwei. Qin Ye glanced at the rankings and noted that the top 10 remained unchanged from the rankings on the Divine and Demon Tower. He also learned of the rewards associated with the rankings. As the current first-place holder, he would receive 100 points and some spiritual food on the last day of the month. What a remarkable reward. Qin Ye's eyes sparkled at the mention of points. 100 points equates to 100 hours of training in the gravity training room. The rewards on the leaderboard are not static. They increase slightly each month until your graduation. Therefore, do not underestimate the rewards and refrain from striving for a higher rank. Listening to Zhao Xian's words, Qin Ye glanced at the rules regarding the leaderboard. Indeed, it clearly stated that rewards would increase each month. This is quite favorable, Qin Ye murmured to himself. After Zhao Xian elaborated on various aspects of the leaderboard, he finally transitioned to today's main agenda. Your courses for this term will commence tomorrow, which means you can attend the classes of your preference starting then. Additionally, upon returning later, some of you will receive warm messages from our school S instructors. For those inundated with messages, please consider them carefully. With a deliberation period extending through today, as Zhao Xian spoke, his gaze swept over Qin Ye, Fei Hong, Yi Cixi, and the others. He then announced the end of the class after discussing the courses and the selection of spiritual beast contracts. Are you going to select a spiritual beast? Lu Junyan inquired. Looking at Qin Ye responded calmly, I have already made my choice. Lu Junyan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something, whispering in astonishment. You possess a level contract. Shoo. Qin Ye smiled and asked, are there level contracts this year? Lu Junyan shook his head, no? You appear to be the only one with a level contract this year. What about Fei Hong? His 2 contracted beast levels clearly indicate they are not level contracts. That is true, Qin Ye acknowledged. Fei Hong's 2 contracted beasts were both at level 34, and if he had a level contract, their levels would not be so high. Is it that difficult to achieve a level contract? Qin Ye inquired. Very difficult. Lu Junyan continued. The last level contract at Huanling University was held by Wang Qing, a junior who overshadowed Zhou for 3 years. Understood. Qin Ye stood up and addressed Lu Junyan. I must take my leave. Training? Yes. I will go select a spiritual beast. On his way back, Qin Ye was intercepted by a handsome young man. Hey, is that guard dog working out for you? Who are you? Qin Ye furrowed his brow. I am Yuanwu. Many prefer to call me Sword King. Yuanwu flashed a grin at Qin Ye. Ah, Qin Ye suddenly exclaimed, then called out, Sword King. Yuanwu chuckled. What do you say? Would you like to practice swordsmanship with me? Actually, I wield a knife, Qin Ye replied quietly. Knives and swords are quite similar. And I am not the one teaching you. Yuanwu continued with a grin. Huh. Qin Ye was taken aback. Stop pondering. Follow him. Our school's strongest sword and knife master is his mentor, Zhao Xian interjected as he approached. He looked at Yuanwu and said, no wonder you are so confident. It turns out you brought him out. Chapter 68, Conversation with Yuanwu. Teacher Zhao. Qin Ye turned to Zhao Xian, his mind bubbling with questions. The strongest sword and knife master at Huanling University is the mentor of the Sword King. The Sword King is a king-level summoner, so to be his mentor means. As Qin Ye contemplated this, his expression morphed from curiosity to shock. Zhao Xian noticed the myriad of emotions on Qin Ye's face and smiled. You are not mistaken. Now hurry and follow him. Qin Ye found himself at a loss for how to respond. Do not be anxious. I am not in a rush. Take your time to think, Yuanwu remarked, observing Qin Ye's speechlessness, and replied to Zhao Xian, that is only natural. I would not be here without confidence. Are you not worried about the others coming to compete for you? Zhao Xian inquired. They will not. Qin Ye's spiritual beast does not align with theirs. They would not mislead their students, Yuanwu declared confidently. His confidence stemmed from another vital reason, which he would not disclose to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian replied. That is not necessarily the case. After exchanging a few more words with Yuanwu, a thoughtful Qin Ye finally spoke. Sword King, is there anything you require of me? Have you decided to practice swordsmanship with me? Yuanwu smiled at Qin Ye. Qin Ye scratched his head awkwardly. His current strength hardly qualified him to practice swordsmanship with the Sword King. Since you have made your decision, then come along with me, Yuanwu insisted again. All right. Qin Ye nodded obediently. Let us not linger. We must be off, Yuanwu waved to Zhao Xian. Qin Ye turned back to Zhao Xian. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. From now on, call me Brother Zhao. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Let us hurry along. MHM. Soon, Qin Ye followed Yuanwu, disappearing from Zhao Xian's view. Lucky lad. I hope your future shines brightly, Zhao Xian mused as he departed the scene. On the way, Yuanwu addressed Qin Ye. In the future, do not call me Sword King. Refer to me as Yu or Yu de Go, or even Wenwu Go is fine. Understood, Wenwu Go, Qin Ye responded without hesitation. Haha, splendid. Yuanwu joyfully patted Qin Ye's shoulder. Then, with curiosity, he inquired, how did that guard dog evolve? Qin Ye shook his head, bewildered. I do not know. It evolved on its own after reaching level 20. Think carefully. Did anything peculiar happen during its leveling process? Yuanwu asked calmly. He did not find anything amiss with Qin Ye's response. Peculiar occurrences? Qin Ye frowned in contemplation. Yes, peculiar occurrences. After Yuanwu concluded his thoughts, he continued. Most of the unique evolutionary pathways we have discovered are the results of our reverse engineering. Qin Ye looked at Yuanwu with a hint of confusion. Yuanwu elaborated. Take the scout duck for instance. This particular evolutionary pathway emerged after we studied several scout ducks and noted a common trait among them. They all possess cloaking abilities. Consequently, We bred a sailor duck with cloaking skills, which then evolved into a scout duck. As for the scout hat, they were already aware of it upon their first encounter with the scout duck, as both pirate ducks and naval ducks require such an item. So think carefully. Consider whether you have engaged in any extraordinary activities during your leveling process. For example, did you consume any rare treasures or defeat any unique spirit beasts? While Qin Ye pretended to ponder this, Yu Wenwu quickly cited several examples. After hearing Yu Wenwu's illustrations, Qin Ye dropped the pretense and inquired directly. Does defeating spirit beasts armed with swords count? Yu Wenwu paused, muttering, sword-type spirit beasts. Qin Ye continued. I defeated dozens of frenzied sword boars and blade wolves in a spirit beast amusement park. He added, also, I have my sword dog wield its blade daily. I'm not sure how many times that counts. After confirming, Qin Ye remarked, swords, sword dogs. This seems to hold potential. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yu Wenwu's eyes. I'll ask someone to calculate this for me. He pulled out his phone to contact a friend. After reaching out, he turned to Qin Ye with a smile, saying, certain spirit beasts possess fate-related skills. Once you mention relevant matters to them, they can provide insights. Qin Ye nodded slightly, revealing a trace of envy on his face. Fate attribute spirit beasts are indeed rare and coveted. Aren't you surprised? Yu Wenwu asked curiously. Qin Ye shook his head. I understand fate attributes spirit beasts quite well. Besides fate, there are also space, time, life, and death attributes. Yu Wenwu gasped. Has your teacher already covered so many attributes? Not really, Qin Ye replied with a grin. I asked my parents. That makes sense. As they walked, Yu Wenwu engaged Qin Ye in conversation. Before long, he received a message that made him beam with excitement as he turned to Qin Ye, exclaiming, you were right. The evolution of the sword dog is indeed related to sword-type spirit beasts. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Is it confirmed? Yu Wenwu clarified, not exactly. But if there is a connection, we can experiment. If there is no connection, then the experiment is unnecessary. If there is, we can proceed. Aren't you worried about errors? It's highly unlikely. All right then. Once I deliver you to my master, I'll conduct the experiment. Yu Wenwu rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. Is there a sword dog with sword intent? Qin Ye asked instinctively. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenwu halted, contemplating. That is indeed a dilemma, he mused, stroking his chin. He could procure a guard dog, but one possessing sword intent was not readily available. Never mind, I'll address it later. Yu Wenwu shook his head and led Qin Ye further along. Soon, they arrived at a secluded forest, surrounded by lush emerald bamboo and crystal-clear streams. Qin Ye was momentarily speechless. Isn't this place magnificent? Yu Wenwu asked, glancing at him. Indeed, Qin Ye responded, nodding vigorously. Haha, I was equally astonished the first time I visited. Yu Wenwu laughed, taking a couple of steps forward and shouting, old man, I've brought someone back. Qin Ye looked at Yu Wenwu with a peculiar expression. Is that really appropriate? Don't worry, the old man may be a bit advanced in age, but his temperament remains quite amiable. Yu Wenwu reassured him with a smile as they continued deeper into the woods. Moments later, an irate voice echoed from within. You little rascal, who are you calling old man? Chapter 69, The Gifts That Cannot Be Delivered. Qin Ye turned at the sound, spotting an elderly man with a long beard approaching, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yezi, long time no see. Have you missed your grandpa Mingshan? Mingshan greeted Qin Ye with a warm smile. Grandpa Mingshan, Qin Ye exclaimed in surprise. In that instant, everything clicked for him. He understood why Yu Wenwu sought him out, and why someone of legendary caliber wished to meet him. It turned out to be Grandpa Mingshan, his father's mentor. Time flies. It's been over a year since we last met, and you're already a mid-level spirit summoner, Mingshan remarked with a hint of affection in his gaze. Hee. Qin Ye scratched his head, feeling bashful. Come with me. Mingshan beckoned and complimented Yu Wenwu, who stood beside him with a sheepish grin. You've done well. Of course, Yu Wenwu puffed out his chest. Although he had only recently become Mingshan's disciple, he was well aware of the circumstances concerning Qin Ming and Qin Ye. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ye followed Grandpa Mingshan into a beautiful mountain villa. Once seated, Mingshan inquired, how has your father been lately? He is living quite comfortably. Qin Ye chuckled as he recounted amusing incidents from the past year. Mingshan nodded with a smile, and the conversation eventually shifted to the main topic. Do you require anything in your training with spirit beasts? Qin Ye was taken aback. That was quite direct. Haha, just speak your mind. Consider it a gift I prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye wasted no time and stated, after my sword dog evolved into a sword knight dog, it awakened its latent dark attribute talent. Thus, I wish to inquire if there are areas in Lingxing with a higher concentration of dark attributes, as I would like to take him there for training to immerse him in rich dark attribute energy. Although the Spirit Summoning University has training facilities for dark attributes, Qin Ye felt that the experience was lacking after a few hours of training there. You want your sword dog to cultivate dark attribute sword intent. Mingshan astutely grasped Qin Ye's intent. Yes. Qin Ye nodded vigorously. The sword dog's talent is related to the dark attribute. So I believe he is quite suited for dark attribute sword intent. Release your sword dog so I can observe its talents, Mingshan instructed. All right. Qin Ye promptly stood up and summoned his sword dog. Yu Wenwu, seated nearby, remarked, this sword knight dog indeed possesses formidable attack talent, capable of resisting the sword aura of a level 34 high-ranking awakened spirit beast. He briefly recounted the battle from the previous day to Mingshan, mentioning the potential conditions for the sword knight dog's evolution. That is indeed possible, but we must not rush, Mingshan said, curiously observing the still sword dog before turning to Qin Ye. Have it unleash its abilities outside. Okay. After exchanging a few words with the sword dog, it grasped its long blade and took a few steps outside. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from within, transforming above its head into a crescent moon, which was then swiftly launched forth with a slash of its blade. Subsequently, the crescent moon morphed into a half moon, then into a full moon, as the sword dog rapidly executed the 3 forms of the Tianyue 8 styles. Not bad. Mingshan's eyes brightened. This dog has been trained remarkably well. Hearing Mingshan's praise, the sword dog sheathed its long blade and turned to look at Qin Ye. After Qin Ye acknowledged the sword dog with an approving expression, he turned to Grandpa Mingshan and asked, what do you think of my recent thoughts? It's feasible. Mingshan Dao, you may take him to Heigu City, where the 21st dimensional rift connects to the He Stars He Yun mountain range, which is home to a plethora of spirit beasts below level 50. Thank you. Grandpa Mingshan. Qin Ye was elated. Mingshan chuckled and turned to Yu Wenwu, inquiring, is the cleansing operation for the 21st dimensional rift set to commence this year? Yu Wenwu promptly glanced at his phone and replied, it starts on July 15th and lasts for 15 days. If you go during the period from July 15th to 30th, the danger level will be somewhat lower. Mingshan, observing Qin Ye's puzzled expression, elucidated, in our Lingxing, each dimensional rift undergoes a cleansing operation annually, aimed at eliminating high-level spirit beasts in the vicinity of the dimensional rift on the other side, to prevent them from accumulating excessively. Oh, Qin Ye nodded, half comprehending. Mingshan continued, visiting during that time frame will enhance your safety, and you will encounter higher-level spirit beasts. Beyond that period, you are unlikely to meet any spirit beasts above level 30. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, will they eliminate all those above level 30? Not quite. Mingshan replied, sipping his tea. They will be driven away, subdued, or captured. In any case, they will not be allowed to dwell in that area. Understood. At that moment, Qin Ye grasped the situation entirely. After sharing some nurturing methods for the sword hound, Mingshan asked, what gift do you desire? The previous query does not count as a gift. Qin Ye fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Grandpa Mingshan, I would like a peculiar ship. The more bizarre, the better. Mingshan paused mid-sip at the unexpected request. Setting down his tea, he looked at Qin Ye and asked, has your father not prepared a ship for you? I don't think so. Qin Ye realized he had overlooked that detail. Let me check. As Qin Ye watched Mingshan pull out his phone to make a call, he quickly added, Grandpa Mingshan, I want a peculiar ship. Even if my dad helps me prepare one, it probably won't be bizarre. Mingshan regarded Qin Ye with a strange expression, a peculiar ship? Yes. Qin Ye affirmed with a smile. I fed my duck a purple quality treasure, ghostly avatar, and now its ghostly form looks quite impressive. So, I want a peculiar ship to complement its ghostly appearance. In other words, you wish to provide it with a ship possessing ghostly attributes? Mingshan's expression became increasingly peculiar. Indeed. Qin Ye continued, if there aren't any, it's fine. Could you help me search for a ship with ghostly attributes? I can look for it myself. Wait. Let me first have your father return the ship. Mingshan proceeded to make the call. As Qin Ye listened to the faint voices on the line, astonishment gradually spread across his face. My dad actually prepared a ship for me. After exchanging a few words with Qin Ming, Mingshan instructed him to return the ship and turned to Qin Ye, saying, I truly do not have such an odd request. Give me a few days to see if I can procure one for you. Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. Qin Ye expressed his gratitude eagerly. Chapter 70. Hey Shan. Shuaying, do you have any other requests? Mingshan felt somewhat exasperated. Why does this boy only desire such peculiar items? Grandpa Mingshan, if possible, could you give me a knife? Qin Ye then recalled that the knives for his Luo Ye and sword hound were rather ordinary, only of blue quality. He had not thought of this earlier because blue quality weapons were entirely adequate for Luo Ye and the sword hound, so he had not considered the weapon aspect. That's more like it. Mingshan smiled as he retrieved a wooden box containing a long knife from the spirit summoning space and placed it on the table before him. This is the renowned knife He Shan, possessing dark attributes, quite suitable for your sword hound. While speaking, Mingshan also glanced at the sword hound standing nearby. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenwu, who was seated, exclaimed in shock, "Wow, old man, you are quite generous." Qin Ye, who initially felt indifferent, turned his gaze toward Ming Shan, puzzled by Yu Wenwu's comment. Ming Shan smiled and explained, "This knife was specially crafted by an old friend for my companion, and he can no longer make use of it." Ah, Qin Ye was taken aback, quickly saying, "Grandpa Ming Shan, I cannot accept this." He dared not accept a knife of such sentimental value. After all, this knife could very well become a legendary spirit beast in the future. Should it awaken, its potential would likely rival that of Lu Junyuan's Patsong. "It's of no use to me. Please accept it." Ming Shan, sensing Qin Ye's reluctance, spoke with a hint of irritation. "If you refuse, do you think so little of an old man's used knife?" No. Qin Ye hastily shook his head, fearing such an implication. Ming Shan pointed at the box before him, saying, "Then hurry and take it." After hesitating for a couple of seconds, Qin Ye approached. Thanking Ming Shan, "Thank you, Grandpa Ming Shan. I will cherish this knife. What I gave you is not merely for safekeeping," Ming Shan replied with a smile. Shaking his head, Qin Ye awkwardly took hold of the wooden box containing He Shan. "Store it away and inspect it later," Ming Shan instructed. Deep down, he felt a pang of reluctance, for this knife had accompanied him for decades. Yet, no matter how he felt, he gave it away without hesitation. After all, Qin Ming's situation weighed heavier on his conscience. Had he acted more swiftly years ago, Qin Ming might have already reached the cusp of legend. Since Qin Ming could not become a legend, he would exhaust every effort to cultivate Qin Ye into one. Of course, the primary reason was Qin Ye's remarkable talent and the exceptional spirit beasts he nurtured. Otherwise, he would not have parted with a knife that had been with him for half his life. Although he was unaware of the specific effects of Qin Ye's talent, the spirit beasts he had cultivated indicated that his potential was certainly formidable. Indeed, Qin Ye promptly stored the box in the spirit summoning space. Ming Shan observed this scene with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Yu Wenwu, enviously watching Qin Ye accept the old man's weapon, retrieved a wooden box from his own spirit summoning space. As he pulled it out, he grinned. "Fortunately, my weapon is not of dark attributes. Otherwise, it would be repetitive." Qin Ye turned to Yu Wenwu, who continued, "After watching your match yesterday, I specially prepared a long knife for that duck, named Shueying." Qin Ye was instantly stunned. The sudden wave of happiness left him momentarily bewildered. "I may not have the wealth of the old man, so this knife is merely of yellow quality." In truth, he preferred the little duck over the sword hound. Upon discovering that the weapon in the little duck's possession was only of blue quality, he had immediately purchased this Shueying from a renowned craftsman. For him, acquiring a purple weapon was quite challenging, while yellow weapons were relatively easier to obtain. The difficulty in acquiring a purple weapon did not stem from financial constraints, but rather from their rarity. He felt that there were probably fewer than 100 purple weapons in the entire Lingxing. After all, forging a purple weapon required more than just a few pieces of purple quality stones. It necessitated various other materials. Even with materials in hand, there were concerns regarding the success rate. Moreover, even if successful, not every forged weapon would possess purple attributes. The vast majority would still be of yellow quality. Thus, it was understandable why yellow quality weapons were easier to come by. Of course, this was true for him. For the vast majority of individuals, obtaining a yellow quality weapon remained quite difficult. "Thank you, Brother Wenwu." Qin Ye expressed his gratitude promptly. This time, he did not decline but directly accepted Brother Wenwu's gift. Yu Wenwu grinned. "Work hard and aim to bring home first place in the Star Domain competition in a few years." Ah, Qin Ye's mouth slightly parted in surprise. Ming Shan shot Yu Wenwu a disapproving look, warning him that the Star Domain competition was still far off for Qin Ye, and not to add pressure. "Haha. I was just joking," Yu Wenwu chuckled, then sighed. "But truthfully, it has been quite some time since our Lingxing claimed the championship in the Star Domain competition. Such things cannot be forced." Ming Shan shook his head. "I will strive for it," Qin Ye suddenly declared. "Do not overthink. Simply let things unfold naturally." Ming Shan continued. "Moreover, you may not even be able to catch up with this year's Xingyu Grand Tournament. Just put in some effort. Who knows, you might just make it." Qin Ye chuckled in response. "Let us talk about it once you reach the master level." Ming Shan smiled. "That makes sense." Qin Ye nodded slightly. Yu Wenwu, overhearing their conversation, sighed once more, realizing his own impatience. "In any case, let us persevere," he said, casting a glance at Qin Ye. Though the luster in his eyes had dimmed slightly, the Xingyu Grand Tournament, officially known as the Xingyu Alliance Master Tournament, is a prestigious event jointly organized by the 36 human planets residing in the Huanling Star Domain, held once every 5 years. There are still 3 years remaining until this tournament begins, and the best achievement of their Lingxing in the previous event was 3rd place, attained by none other than Yu Wenwu himself. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Ye, and he nodded vigorously. "I will." He had indeed watched the previous tournament, the 29th Qin Ye Alliance Master Tournament, but had forgotten that the Master Spirit Summoner who helped Lingxing secure third place was Yu Wenwu, standing before him. After all, several years had passed, and he had not paid much attention to Yu Wenwu back then. As for the champion of that tournament, he had not focused on them either, being solely engrossed in observing the battles of their spirit beasts. However, upon hearing the tone of Yu Wenwu's voice, the image of that Master Spirit Summoner instantly merged with Yu Wenwu in his mind. 2 years had passed, and Yu Wenwu had advanced from a Master Spirit Summoner to a King-level Spirit Summoner. How swiftly time flies. Yu Wenwu's prowess is indeed formidable. Just as Qin Ye marveled at Yu Wenwu's strength, Ming Shan interjected, "Put away the gift from your brother Wenwu. I shall teach you a skill." Chapter 71, Interference. After expressing his gratitude to Yu Wenwu once more, Qin Ye stored the box containing the water shadow into his spirit summoning space. He then looked at Grandpa Ming Shan with curiosity, eager to learn what skill he would impart. "Aside from your innate talent, you currently only know one skill, the spirit summoning eye, correct?" "Yes, Grandpa Ming Shan." "Very well. I shall now teach you a new skill called interference." Qin Ye's excitement surged as he asked, "Is it the skill that can disrupt others' use of the spirit summoning eye on my contracted beast?" "Indeed," Ming Shan replied with a smile. "However, I will not teach you interference directly. Your teacher in class tomorrow will instruct you on it." Every instructor during the first lesson of Spirit Summoning University will teach this skill to their students. The skill interference is not difficult to learn, yet its effects are astonishingly powerful. As the name suggests, interference serves to disrupt, specifically targeting the spirit summoning eye directed at one's own contracted beast. This skill can only be applied to one's own contracted beast and has no effect on other spirit beasts. The rationale behind this is that the skill was developed based on the connection between the summoner and the contracted beast, as well as the analysis of the spirit summoning eye, making it ineffective against other spirit beasts. They had indeed attempted to develop a version of interference that could affect other spirit beasts, but after numerous attempts, they decisively abandoned the endeavor. The necessity of creating the interference skill stemmed from the desire to protect one's own contracted beast, preventing others from easily accessing all information about it. Although interference can only hinder the effects of the spirit summoning eye, it suffices for most individuals. In truth, some other detection skills are less effective than the spirit summoning eye. If it is less effective than the spirit summoning eye, then the information obtained is naturally minimal. Moreover, skills that surpass the spirit summoning eye in detection capabilities are rare and highly sought after, with very few existing across the entire Huanling star domain. Encountering one of them would be a stroke of misfortune. After explaining, Ming Shan began to teach Qin Ye the principles of the interference skill. The principle is quite simple. It involves enveloping one's contracted beast with a small portion of one's energy to prevent the effects of the spirit summoning eye from reaching it. The process of learning this skill is also straightforward. Yu Wenwu continuously directed the spirit summoning eye at Qin Ye's sword hound, while Qin Ye focused on feeling the effects of the spirit summoning eye on his energy. If he can seal off 50 of the pathways, he would have successfully learned the skill. By sealing off 50 of the pathways, others would be unable to see the skills of his contracted beast. Being unable to see the skills is already sufficient, far better than having them fully visible. After Yu Wenwu had used the spirit summoning eye multiple times, he looked at the changing status of the sword hound and exclaimed, "That's enough." 50%? Ming Shan inquired. "Not just that, I can't even see the talent." Yu Wenwu gazed at Qin Ye in astonishment. "Truly impressive for this year's top student. Your learning speed is almost on par with my own back in the day. It's not that remarkable." Qin Ye smiled, scratching his head. "Don't believe his flattery," Ming Shan said, turning to Qin Ye. "Check your own status panel and see if you have acquired the interference skill." Qin Ye summoned his status panel and, upon noticing the newly appeared skill, replied to Grandpa Ming Shan, "I have it." "That is sufficient," Ming Shan continued. "No need to practice it now. Just practice when you have time at home." "All right," Qin Ye nodded. "You remember the pathways of the spirit summoning eye, correct?" "I do." "Practice along those lines until you can completely envelop it." "Understood, Grandpa Ming Shan." Once mastered, when using it on one's contracted beast, it is unnecessary to block completely. An 80 disruption will suffice. Ming Shan explained. "This means don't block entirely. An 80 block is adequate." "Ah." Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Blocking 100 is unrealistic and exhausting. 80% is about right, allowing some gaps for them. This way, you won't need to expend excessive energy on your contracted beast. Nor will you become overly distracted. Ming Shan chuckled. "Leave 20 for them. They will only see the type, level, attributes, and at most some potential. Frankly, during battles, seeing these 4 pieces of information is not overly significant. These details will soon be discerned in battle, while talents and skills can be concealed. Some may argue that level, attributes, and potential can also be hidden, and while that is true, for most people, talents and skills hold greater importance. Listening to Grandpa Ming Shan's explanation, Qin Ye's expression transformed to one of enlightenment. He then curiously asked, Grandpa Ming Shan, why are we learning such an important skill only now? Ming Shan smiled and explained, each person has different talents. Some find it challenging to control their energy before becoming intermediate spirit summoners. Hence, for convenience, we let you all attend university together and learn after reaching the intermediate level. Oh well, Qin Ye replied, somewhat speechless. Our spirit summoning university only admits geniuses, which is why we teach you during the first lesson. Other universities do not follow this approach, and some even require students to spend points to learn. Is it really like that? Qin Ye was astonished. Ming Shan calmly took a sip of tea, noting that teaching the interference skill is time-consuming and labor-intensive. After Qin Ye finished his musings, he turned to Yu Wenwu and said, thank you, Brother Wenwu. Only then did he realize that it was these two esteemed individuals who had assisted him in learning this skill. It's a small matter, and besides, you learn quite quickly, Yu Wenwu chuckled. Now that the skill is learned, let me see the strength of your other two contracted beasts, Ming Shan directed at Qin Ye. Certainly. Qin Ye promptly summoned Zhuge and Luoya. He then had Zhuge and Luoya demonstrate their abilities in front of Ming Shan and Yu Wenwu. After observing, Ming Shan pondered for a moment before offering guidance on their shortcomings. Subsequently, Ming Shan led Yu Wenwu, Qin Ye, and the others to practice swordplay. Indeed, they were going to practice swordplay. After practicing for over an hour, Ming Shan pointed out several shortcomings of Jian Quan and Luoya, then said to Qin Ye, for the next 7 days, come here every afternoon at 1 p.m. All right, Qin Ye replied. If you have any questions after the 7 days, just ask in the group and I will respond when I see it. If it's urgent, you can consult your senior martial brothers. Ming Shan then looked at Yu Wenwu. Yu Wenwu quickly added, I have plenty of free time. Feel free to ask me. MHM. Qin Ye nodded vigorously. After giving a few more instructions, Qin Ye left the Zhulin Mountain Villa with Yu Wenwu. Chapter 72. The Skillful He Shan. After parting ways with Yu Wenwu, Qin Ye promptly returned to his dormitory. Under the curious, eager, and longing gazes of Zhuge and the others, he opened the long knife box gifted by Grandpa Ming Shan. Qin Ye gazed at the blade inside, which was as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light, and instinctively swallowed. Could this knife truly be wielded by Jian Quan at this stage? Qin Ye found himself doubting. He wasn't questioning Jian Quan's future, but rather if Jian Quan's current strength could earn the recognition of He Shan. A person recognizes a blade, and a blade recognizes a person, especially one of such high quality. Once a weapon reaches purple quality, it transcends the lower qualities, evolving into an entirely different concept. The rarity of purple quality weapons arises not only from the high-grade materials required, but primarily because purple quality weapons possess an intelligence that those of lower quality lack. In simpler terms, purple quality weapons exhibit a faint consciousness. Though subtle, this awareness distinguishes them entirely from weapons devoid of it. Thus, forging a purple quality weapon is challenging, particularly in nurturing this consciousness. He Shan. Quality, purple. Skill, dark resonance. Description, forged by Ming Shan's old friend Shui Zhong Z using rare dark attribute ores after countless refinements. It culminated in this dark attribute long knife. Dark resonance. He Shan resonates with surrounding dark attributes, enhancing its own power. A weapon with its own skill. Qin Ye marveled. Though he had seen weapons with innate skills before, witnessing their effects firsthand was a first for him. If his parents possessed purple quality weapons, he likely had seen them. But back then, he might not have realized it, as he did not possess the soul awakening eye. Jian Quan, this one is yours. After taking another look at the He Shan nestled in its wooden box, Qin Ye pushed the box towards Jian Quan. Jian Quan stared blankly at the He Shan inside the box, unsure of how to proceed. Ga. Luoya stepped forward to offer guidance, behaving as though he were a master who had wielded several purple quality weapons. Qin Ye fell silent. Then he smiled, no longer concerned with Jian Quan and Luoya, and retrieved a second weapon box from the soul awakening space. Upon opening the wooden box, a slender and elegant long knife revealed itself to the onlookers. Indeed, He Shan was impressive. After admiring He Shan, Qin Ye glanced at the Shuaying, immediately sensing a stark contrast. The most apparent difference was the overwhelming pressure. When looking at He Shan, he could feel the energy emanating from it, while Shuaying lacked this sensation, resembling his own blue-quality long knife, with the only distinction being that Shuaying was significantly more exquisite. Shuaying. Quality, yellow. Description, forged by master-level soul awakener Mo Yong using a water and ghost attribute, or, it is a long knife capable of channeling both water and ghost attribute energies. Pirate King, this knife belongs to you. Qin Ye said to Luoya, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Though this knife is not as good as Jian Quan's, it is far superior to your current one. Use it for now, and once we grow stronger, I will customize a weapon exclusively for you. Jie, Luo Ye excitedly approached, swiftly taking Shui Ying from the wooden box and began testing its power nearby. Qin Ye looked at the scabbard left in the box, shaking his head with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Jian Quan, who was now holding He Shan. At this moment, Jian Quan stood up, confronting He Shan, occasionally barking. Observing the busy Luo Ye and Jian Quan, Qin Ye looked at Zhuge, who was lying nearby, and said with a smile, "It's your turn." Zhuge looked puzzled. It's nearly 30, time for the last Mu Long general. After digesting for 3 days, he was close. If he continued, he might reach level 30. Zhuge suddenly realized, and his usually calm eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He felt he was about to evolve. Qin Ye retrieved the container, holding the Mu Long Gen, took out the root, and placed it before Zhuge. Go ahead and eat. Zhuge looked at the Mu Long Gen, extending his small head forward, and took a bite. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Qin Ye watched as Zhuge consumed the Mu Long Gen, a smile creeping onto his face. He was curious about what talent Zhuge would awaken after evolving into the 4 symbols turtle. After Zhuge finished the entire root, Jian Quan finally stood upright, holding He Shan. Was this recognition? Qin Ye was astonished. He was not surprised that He Shan recognized Jian Quan. He believed it was merely a matter of time. What astonished him was Jian Quan's speed. It was remarkably swift. This strength and speed were somewhat shocking to him. Indeed, my contract beast is exceptional. After indulging in his pride, Qin Ye shifted focus to training, as he had yet to master his interference skill. The next morning, as Qin Ye was leaving his dorm to attend class, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Good morning. Morning. Qin Ye replied, looking at LV Jun Yin. Have you chosen your spirit beast yet? Oh, don't mention it. LV Jun Yin waved his hand, looking dejected. I did choose one, but I lost to ECC. Is that how rankings work? Qin Ye was taken aback. Selecting spirit beasts is based on rankings. I was 1 rank lower than her, so I tested her strength. LV Jun Yin pouted. Qin Ye understood. He had lost. Your Yihai city is truly impressive this year. LV Jun Yin exclaimed. The Yihai twin heroes are indeed unmatched. Having lost to Qin Ye and then to ECC, he was left speechless, only able to express admiration. Qin Ye remained silent, unsure how to respond. By the way, are you heading to class now? LV Jun Yin inquired. Going to the knife skill class. Qin Ye nodded. Although martial arts typically blend swords and knives, they were categorized differently on their planet. Therefore, he intended to see if the instructor at the Soul Awakening University could impart anything his spirit beast could learn. Shall we go together? What for? The sword skill class is next door. All right then. After arriving at the classroom, it wasn't long before the instructor for the knife skill class, Teacher He, entered. As Ming Shan had mentioned, Teacher He indeed began teaching them the interference skill. You've been learning for several days now? Teacher He looked at Qin Ye in surprise. After instructing the students who attended class, he came to Qin Ye. I just started learning yesterday afternoon, Qin Ye replied. You have quite the talent. Teacher He regarded Qin Ye deeply, internally marveling, truly deserving of being the top new student this year. Since you've grasped it, practice on your own. Understood. Teacher He continued to the next student, while Qin Ye quietly began training the interference skill with Zhuge. Chapter 73, Zhuge Evolves, the terrifying 4 symbols turtle. Night. After departing from Grandpa Mingshan, Qin Ye accompanied Zhuge and the others in the gravity training room for several hours. As Zhuge approached level 30, Qin Ye promptly returned to the dormitory. In the basement of the dormitory, he gazed at Zhuge's panel with a glimmer of anticipation. When the number in the parentheses beside Zhuge's level jumped to 100 and the level ascended to 30, Qin Ye immediately closed the panel and turned his attention to Zhuge. In the next moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Zhuge's body, enveloping him completely in a radiant light. Indeed, evolution had occurred. It felt as if he were a deity, and the evolution simply happened. In truth, the first evolution of a spirit beast occurs at level 10, and the probability of evolution at level 30 is also quite reasonable. Observing Zhuge immersed in evolution, Qin Ye hurriedly sat cross-legged, awaiting the energy Zhuge would bestow. Moments later, as the light gradually faded, a wave of energy began to manifest within Qin Ye's own body. After a few more minutes, once he fully assimilated the energy, a subtle smile crept across his lips. The sensation of newfound power was exhilarating. Qin Ye raised his gaze towards Zhuge, momentarily taken aback by the transformation that had occurred. Zhuge, now exuding an air of mystery, bore various elemental traits of the 4 symbols, such as a head reminiscent of a dragon, limbs suggestive of a tiger, a significantly lengthened tail, and feather-like textures adorning his scales. In summary, Zhuge had undergone a profound transformation, so remarkable that it left Qin Ye, Liang, and Jianquan in a state of astonishment. Stunning. Truly stunning. Qin Ye observed Zhuge, whose appearance had elevated to unimaginable heights, silently casting a spirit-summoning eye. Species, Xixiang. Level, 30, 1100. Attribute, Earth. Potential, High Lord, 88,100. Talent, Thorny Turtle Shell, Rock Spirit Power, for symbols, Qin Hexagram, Li Hexagram, DY Hexagram. Skills, Flame Jet, Transcendent, Earth Shield, Transcendent, for symbols Shield, Mastery, Wood Rain, Novice, Golden Tiger Roar, Novice, Crimson Flame Storm, Novice, Serpent Armor, Novice. Description, the small rock turtle, having inadvertently consumed a mysterious tablet, successfully evolved from an Earth Spirit Turtle into a Xixiang under your careful nurturing. The mysterious tablet within begins to recover slowly under the influence of the DUI hexagram. High Lord, DUI hexagram, for symbols, and 5 new skills. Qin Ye stared at Zhuge's refreshed panel, utterly mesmerized. You have much to train. Regaining his composure, Qin Ye examined the effects of the new talents and skills. Glancing at the still unconscious Zhuge. 4 symbols. The power of the 4 symbols can be summoned and utilized, can summon the 4 symbols to withstand enemies, can embody the 4 symbols to enhance one's own strength. DUI hexagram. The DUI hexagram of the 8 trigrams can accelerate self-recovery speed and heal hidden ailments, can harness the power of marsh waters to nurture oneself and allies, healing injuries and enhancing recovery speed, can purify the battlefield, eliminating negative effects. Invincible, utterly invincible. This is overwhelmingly powerful. The 4 symbols, talent truly exceeded his expectations. Summoning the 4 symbols is akin to calling forth the 4 divine beasts of their world. However, Qin Ye quickly regained his focus, sensing that this skill might not be as terrifying as it seemed. No, summoning Qinglong and Baihu feels somewhat unrealistic. It seems the summons pertain to creatures like the wood dragon and golden tiger, he mused, directing his gaze towards the subsequent skills. As for DUI hexagram, it represents a formidable healing talent. Indeed, it effectively resolves his concerns regarding healing, allowing him to forego seeking spirit beasts of the healing type for the time being. 4 symbol shield, a skill vastly superior to Earth Shield, a powerful defensive skill forged from the 4 symbols power. Not only boasting formidable defensive capabilities, but also extraordinary resistances against gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. Wood Rain, not much to say, it's a healing skill. And Qin Ye knew its effects would pale in comparison to those of DUI hexagram, without even needing to test it. Golden Tiger Roar, a roar skill that addresses Zhuge's lack of taunting abilities. The roar skill inherently carries a taunting effect when an enemy suddenly bellows at you. It is bound to incite irritation, leading to an instinctive reaction to retaliate. Thus, roar skills lacking explicit taunt effects still carry a hint of provocation. Crimson Flame Storm, more accurately described as a defensive counterattack skill, its effect revolves around unleashing a terrifying firestorm that radiates outward from oneself. Wherever one goes, the firestorm follows, rendering it a potent defensive counterattack skill. Serpent Armor, this skill is quite intriguing, prompting a slight smile to form on Qin Ye's lips. Serpent Armor is a defensive counterattack skill that envelopes oneself in a shield forged from water attribute energy, with a serpent lurking within the shield should an enemy strike. The serpent will emerge to retaliate, making for a rather fascinating skill. After reviewing these 5 skills, Qin Ye found it hard to believe the extraordinary nature of what he had witnessed. So powerful, it was astonishing to the point of incredulity. Despite such might, why did the attribute remain Earth? Qin Ye remarked, amplifying the effect of the spirit summoning eye. Attribute, Earth, Earth attribute, 45, Fate, 30. What on earth is this fate? Qin Ye exclaimed in shock. He was completely flabbergasted. This is indeed a case of being unaware until one looks. He was genuinely taken aback. Is this tablet imbued with a fate attribute? In that moment, he realized that the mysterious tablet Zhuge had consumed might be far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Where did this tablet come from? Qin Ye furrowed his brows, directing his attention back to Zhuge's panel description. He had not fully grasped it before, but now he prepared to scrutinize it carefully. As he contemplated the changes, he fell silent again, beginning to recover. Qin Ye fixated on the last few words, falling silent once more. If he comprehended correctly, this implied that the tablet within Zhuge was undergoing recovery. Turning to the still, slumbering Zhuge, he expressed envy. Your luck is truly extraordinary. It is evident that the recovery of the mysterious tablet within Zhuge is intricately linked to the DUI hexagram. More precisely, it is Zhuge's extraordinary fortune that has allowed him to consume the most crucial fragment of the mysterious tablet. With this fragment, Zhuge need not be guided by Qin Ye to seek out scattered mysterious tablets. He could gradually harness the full power of the mysterious tablet over the ages. Of course, The only uncertainty now is the duration of this recovery. Patience is key. After closing the panel he had thoroughly examined, Qin Ye approached Zhuge, awaiting his awakening. Chapter 74, Fengyan Desert. Is this Zhuge? Grandpa Mingshan regarded Zhuge, released by Qin Ye, with a hint of perplexity in his gaze. Qin Ye grinned broadly. Indeed, Grandpa Mingshan. Zhuge evolved last night. Is this truly Zhuge? The evolved form of that earth spirit turtle? Grandpa Mingshan struggled to accept what he was witnessing, yet regardless of his disbelief, he could not deny that this was indeed the earth spirit turtle, summoned by Qin Ye. Zhuge has encountered a small stroke of luck. Qin Ye's smile radiated even brighter. Seeing Grandpa Mingshan's expression filled him with joy. Observing Zhuge resting at Qin Ye's feet, Grandpa Mingshan subtly shook his head. This form was not one that could be achieved merely through small fortuitous encounters. Grandpa Mingshan, could you assist me in inquiring about where I might have captured this Zhuge? Qin Ye summoned Zhuge not only to showcase his new appearance to Grandpa Mingshan, but also to uncover Zhuge's origins. He yearned to visit the place where Zhuge had once resided, curious to discover if any mysterious stone tablets remained undiscovered. Mingshan, upon hearing this, expressed his surprise. Zhuge is your contract from school? Indeed. Qin Ye replied with a smile. I noticed he was somewhat different from the other little Yin Gui, so I chose him. At that time, his potential was not only of medium extraordinary level, but also possessed an additional talent compared to the other little Yin Gui. Mingshan couldn't help but admire Qin Ye for opting to contract a little Yin Gui with only medium extraordinary potential over his own Shui Shouyo at home. Hee. Qin Ye scratched his head awkwardly. Mingshan chuckled. Since it was a school contract, it is highly likely there is a source. I will inquire on your behalf. Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. Qin Ye exclaimed immediately. Subsequently, Mingshan began to make a phone call. After a series of inquiries, he hung up and turned to Qin Ye, saying, let us train first. They are checking. All right. Qin Ye nodded vigorously. Not long into their training, Mingshan's phone rang. After answering, he spoke with the person on the other end for a while, then looked at Qin Ye, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation, and remarked. They captured him at a gathering of little Yin Gui at the junction of Fengyan Desert and Fengsha Sea near Yin City. They rounded up all the little Yin Gui there. Qin Ye fell silent. I will send you the address. You can go see for yourself, Mingshan said, sharing the address they provided. While the address might not be entirely accurate, it would be in the vicinity. Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. Mingshan smiled gently. Let us continue. Okay. That night, Lu Junyan observed Qin Ye walking ahead and quickly approached him, asking, no one challenges you, and yet you're still so busy? It's not too bad. I attended classes in the morning, trained with my master in the afternoon, and spent some time in various training rooms after that. Qin Ye replied with a smile. What about you? Have you faced any challenges? Countless. I've already defeated the 5 challengers behind me, Lu Junyan said, somewhat speechless. I really don't understand what they're thinking. They know they can't defeat me, yet still choose to fight. He looked at Qin Ye with envy. I truly envy you. They don't challenge you. I'm not sure why they avoid me. Qin Ye shrugged. Though he spoke casually, he was aware of some reasons. Fei Hong refrained from challenging him due to his preference for tranquility, while ECC had explicitly stated her intention to defeat Fei Hong before coming for him. He had welcomed her challenge, indicating that he was ready at any time. Thus, without any challengers, he had been enjoying his recent days. Attending classes in the morning, training with Grandpa Mingshan in the afternoon, and training alone at night before sleeping. However, such days would not last long, for Grandpa Mingshan would soon depart. A legendary summoner could not always provide guidance. Don't be envious. Your days aren't bad either. Haha, they're all right. Time passed slowly, and a week quickly came to an end. That night, after dinner, Mingshan, lying in the courtyard of Zhulin Mountain Villa and gazing at the night scenery, asked Qin Ye, I will leave tomorrow. Do you have any plans? I wish to visit the place of Zhuge's origin, Qin Ye replied, turning to face Mingshan from his small stool. Through his observations over the past few days, he learned that the Fengyan Desert averaged spirit beast levels of 15, with the highest not exceeding 40. With his current strength, visiting such a place posed no significant risk. You may go, Mingshan nodded slightly, continuing, before you leave. Check with Fei Hong and ECC to see if they wish to challenge you. If not, you can go. If they do, have a match with them first. All right. Although Mingshan did not explicitly mention it, he harbored the same thoughts. After all, a trip to Fengyan Desert was not a matter of 1 or 2 days. At a slow pace, he could be gone for half a month. And at a fast pace, at least 4 or 5 days. The Spirit Beast University was relatively lenient, as long as 1's strength improved each semester. They would not interfere, but if 1's progress was too poor, expulsion could still be a possibility. After more than an hour of casual conversation with Mingshan, Qin Ye departed from Zhulin Mountain Villa. At Yin City Airport, after inquiring with Fei Hong and ECC the night before and receiving their refusals to duel, Qin Ye promptly purchased a plane ticket for the next day and arrived at Yin City. Where to? The driver asked as Qin Ye entered the vehicle. To the east gate of Yin City, Qin Ye replied from the passenger seat. Fengyan Desert? The driver adeptly turned the steering wheel. Curious, Qin Ye asked. How did you know? It's common for people heading to the east gate to go to Fengyan Desert, the driver chuckled. Would you like me to take you there? Is that a service? Qin Ye asked instinctively. Yes, we even have services for capturing spirit beasts, the driver added, but it does cost extra. Qin Ye shook his head. Just take me to the east gate. Sure. The driver refrained from pursuing the topic further and engaged in casual conversation instead. An hour later, after paying, Qin Ye stepped out of the car and gazed in awe at the high-tech sand prevention wall before him, a sight he could not witness in Yihai City. Heading to Fengyan Desert? Don't go with him. It's expensive there. Come to me instead. I've been professionally finding sand for 100 years. You won't be disappointed. Hearing the voice, Qin Ye looked towards the crowd nearby and quickened his pace. Is Fengyan Desert this popular? He wondered, feeling both astonished and perplexed. Soon, he left the high-tech walls of Yin City. After exiting the city, he retrieved the summoning orb hanging around his neck and tossed it forward. In the next moment, the figure of the one-eyed wolf appeared before him. Climbing onto the one-eyed wolf, Qin Ye patted its head and commanded, forward. With a howl, the one-eyed wolf surged ahead. Chapter 75, Dimension Cat. Through his training over this period, the one-eyed wolf's strength had significantly surpassed its previous capabilities. Although it was merely a spirit beast he had casually trained, its level had reached 20, an increase of 6 levels. While 6 levels may seem modest, its power had multiplied several times. After all, it had grown amidst the assaults of the Sword Dog and Luoya. As Qin Ye rode upon the one-eyed wolf, feeling the winds and sands that swept against him, he couldn't help but grumble. I haven't even reached Fengyan Desert, and I've already gotten sand in my face. What awaits me when I arrive? After voicing his thoughts, he instructed the one-eyed wolf to halt and summon Juga. Subsequently, he commanded Juga to erect earth shields for both of them before resuming their journey. Now there is no sand. Half an hour later, Qin Ye gazed at the endless expanse of desert and rocky formations ahead, took out his phone, and opened the address Grandpa Ming Shan had sent him, initiating navigation. From there, he intended to proceed slowly. He did not plan to ride the one-eyed wolf all the way there, but rather intended to traverse the distance on foot. Having come this far, he certainly did not wish to leave so hastily. Summoning the Sword Dog, he set off towards their destination alongside the one-eyed wolf. At this point, the Sword Dog, after 7 days of training under Grandpa Ming Shan, had reached level 26. Species, Sha Shu. Level, 8. Attribute, Sand. Potential, Low Extraordinary. Is the professional sand-finding service meant for this type? Qin Ye pondered as he examined the attributes of the Sha Shu. The Sand attribute is a type of ordinary attribute, yet it is less common than typical ordinary attribute spirit beasts. It is not quite rare, but it is certainly scarcer than the average. While attributes do not always signify strength, they undoubtedly indicate quality. The rarer the attribute, the higher the quality and, consequently, the selling price. The market price for ordinary sand attribute spirit beasts is typically higher than that for ordinary fire or water attribute spirit beasts. Qin Ye did not rush to the navigation point. Instead, he sought to capture some reasonably impressive sand attribute spirit beasts to sell for a handsome price. Possessing the soul-calling eyes and the fate talent, he found it quite easy to locate spirit beasts with decent potential. As Qin Ye strolled leisurely, a figure shrouded in darkness within a cave dozens of kilometers away suddenly opened its eyes wide. This aura. It seems I cannot help but be drawn here. I am eager to discover who has stolen my hard-earned treasure. In an instant, the furious figure vanished from the cave. Oblivious to his precarious situation, Qin Ye continued to meander towards his destination. Soon after, a white figure emerged from behind a nearby rock, taking a few steps forward to observe Qin Ye, who was commanding a battle. This is not him. The white figure furrowed its brow and vanished again. Moments later, it boldly appeared within Qin Ye's line of sight. Qin Ye was slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the white kitten. It appeared out of thin air. Was it a spatial skill? Observing the kitten scrutinizing him intently, Qin Ye inquired, "Who are you looking for? Where does your aura come from?" The kitten's abrupt voice made Qin Ye realize he had been sought out. Spatial abilities. An aura. Was this not a pursuit of Juga? Instantly grasping the situation, Qin Ye feigned ignorance and furrowed his brow, asking, "What aura? Meow, don't play dumb with me." The kitten glared sharply at him. While the kitten questioned him, Qin Ye was also appraising it. He did not respond immediately, but instead unleashed his soul-calling eyes. Species, Dimension Cat. Level 10. Attribute, Space. Potential, Near Mythical. Talent, Dimension, 9 lives. Skills, Instant Teleportation, Exquisite, Spatial / Exquisite. Description, a kitten recently awakened from the effects of 9 lives, striving throughout its life to become a phantom beast. The Dimension Cat watched as Qin Ye's pupils dilated in surprise, and then realized something, exclaiming incredulously, "You can see my panel." Although it was not yet a phantom beast, it was a near phantom beast. Such a being could be perceived, but in its understanding, the boy before it should not possess the ability to see it. The unfolding events shattered its comprehension in an instant. Returning to his senses, Qin Ye took a deep breath, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Your level seems rather low. Regardless of how powerful you were before or how high your potential is, you are merely level 10 now. You cannot match me. The Dimension Cat, observing Qin Ye's expression, could easily guess his thoughts. Consequently, it spoke. While I cannot defeat you now, you cannot stop me from leaving. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of the effects of the Dimension talent, he recognized the skill, instant teleportation. The Dimension Cat continued. Hand over the one who consumed my belongings, and I shall consider this matter settled. I cannot hand him over. He has already been consumed. Qin Ye shook his head. Moreover, he is now my contracted beast. Are you asking me to sever my future? The Dimension Cat blurted out. Once I become a phantom deity, I promise to help you find rare treasures that can heal your wounds and even gift you a spirit beast with legendary potential. You helping me? I might as well handle it myself, Qin Ye retorted, casting a sidelong glance at it. I do not know the specific effects of 9 lives, but judging by the name, you must have perished numerous times. With so many deaths, you have yet to become a phantom beast. Qin Ye chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. The Dimension Cat's expression darkened, disgruntled. Just tell me, will you or won't you give it to me? It is impossible to give it to you, but I can assist you. With your current strength, how could you possibly help me? It was not that the cat looked down on Qin Ye. Rather, his power was simply too low. What could a mid-level soul caller accomplish? Become my contracted beast, and I will help you become a phantom beast. Meow. The Dimension Cat's fur bristled in anger. It could not believe he wished to contract it. Seeing the distressed little white cat, Qin Ye smiled. Do not be upset. Aren't you curious as to why I can see your panel? What is there to be curious about? It must be due to a talent or skill. The Dimension Cat gradually calmed down. Although I do not know how many more times your 9 lives talent can resurrect you, I believe this should not be your last time. Observing the kitten's face darken again, Qin Ye added, so why not take a gamble with me? Become my contracted beast, and I will guide you to become a phantom beast. The Dimension Cat regarded Qin Ye, who wore a smile, and asked, what makes you think you can help me become a phantom beast? Simply based on the contracted beasts I have nurtured, Qin Ye replied, conjuring 2 summoning lights beside him. Chapter 76, The Bagua Stone Tablet, Fragment. Summoning Zhuge and Luo Yu was not only to inform the little white cat of the mysterious stone tablet's location, but also to allow it to gauge the strength of Zhuge, Luo Yu, and Sword Dog, and, in doing so, assess the effects of its talent. Of course, directly stating this was out of the question. Moreover, even if he did, it might not believe him, so allowing it to observe was the best option. The moment the Dimension Cat saw Zhuge appear, it vanished from sight. It's you. The Dimension Cat reappeared in front of Zhuge, furiously shouting, why did you eat my belongings? I worked hard to obtain them. Zhuge looked perplexed. He had not reacted immediately to the sudden appearance of the little white cat. While he was bewildered, Luo Yu beside him had already gripped his water shadow and lunged at the Dimension Cat with a slash. With a whoosh, the blade's aura flew past, and the Dimension Cat vanished from Zhuge's sight. Meow. The Dimension Cat glared at Luo Yu, its brow furrowed. As Luo Yu approached Zhuge, preparing to continue confronting the Dimension Cat, Qin Ye's voice interjected from the side. It is not our enemy. It is our good friend. Luo Yu turned to Qin Ye. Noting the look in his eyes, and with a loud GA, he ceased his attack. Meow? Who said I was your friend? The Dimension Cat glared at Qin Ye. That turtle over there ate my treasure. Indeed. Qin Ye nodded and then smiled. He has indeed encountered some opportunities, but how can you prove that this belongs to you? He sought to extract information from the Dimension Cat, hoping it possessed something of interest. If it did, he currently had no means to acquire it. With its teleportation speed, if it wished to flee, he would truly have no way to stop it. Meow? Put away your little schemes. I am no fool. The Dimension Cat declared, swiping its paw, revealing a moderately sized stone tablet. I am not a bandit. This is merely a fragment of that stone tablet. I believe your turtle possesses a similar talent. Upon seeing the stone tablet appear, Qin Ye momentarily froze. Without hesitation, he directed his soul-calling eyes at the stone tablet. In the next moment, the mysterious stone tablet's name finally appeared before him. Bagua Stone Tablet, Fragment. Quality, multicolored. Skill, Qian Hexagram. Description, a Bagua Stone Tablet from an unknown planet, currently in a fragmented state. So, this is called the Bagua Stone Tablet. Qin Ye murmured softly. You indeed possess a top-tier detection skill. The Dimension Cat's voice echoed from nearby. Only top-tier detection skills could allow one of its caliber to perceive an item of multicolored quality. Qin Ye closed the panel before him and smiled at the Dimension Cat. So, do you wish to partner with a soul caller who possesses top-tier detection skills? The Dimension Cat lightly waved its paw, and the Bagua stone tablet vanished from its grasp. Immediately afterward, it turned to Qin Ye and remarked, "You are too weak. You are not particularly strong either." Qin Ye replied with a smile, "Given that you have lost the strength you possessed in your previous life, it would be far better for us to work together to become the strongest in the world, wouldn't it?" The Dimension Cat regarded him with disdain. Unfazed, Qin Ye continued, "By following me, you will only grow stronger than before. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate the prowess of my companions." Without waiting for the Dimension Cat's response, he summoned Juga and the others to briefly showcase their skills, which had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. "See, under my talent, you will only become stronger," he asserted, observing the Dimension Cat's silence. "Moreover, by joining me, you will no longer fight alone." Upon hearing this, the Dimension Cat lifted its gaze to Qin Ye. He added, "I possess a growth-type talent that allows me to advance to the next level more swiftly than the average individual. If you still retain some of your previous abilities, you should be able to sense that the energy within me far surpasses that of others at the same level." The Dimension Cat squinted, scrutinizing Qin Ye closely. There was indeed something different about him. Although its strength had reverted to square one, it still retained some capabilities in other aspects. "How about this? You accompany me for a time, and if you find it unsatisfactory, you may leave. If it proves agreeable, we can then discuss the matter of a contract. How does that sound?" Qin Ye observed the Dimension Cat with a hint of interest, continuing, "By spending time with me, you will witness our pace of growth and understand our potential better." After a brief pause, he noticed the Dimension Cat was still deep in thought, and continued, "To be frank, your current level poses no threat to me. Although I am uncertain how long it will take for you to regain your previous strength, I suspect it will not be swift. Thus, it would be wiser for you to stick with me for a while, contemplate your future while mingling with us. As for transferring Juga to you, that is out of the question. You should abandon that notion." Qin Ye shook his head, stating, "Before you lies only 3 paths. The first, you seek to integrate with the Bagua stone and make an enemy of me. You may succeed, and I may perish, but I assure you, if I were to die, your outcome would not be favorable either, as he has some backing. The second option is to cease your thoughts of the Bagua stone and befriend me, or become my partner. Frankly, I consider this the optimal solution, as partnering with me significantly increases your chances of fulfilling your dreams." Qin Ye spoke with great confidence, bolstered by his talents of W Nexi, Ing Snl, M NGT, and Z or NZHC. The third option is even simpler. Pretend you never sought the Bagua stone. Of course, I sense you will find that difficult to forget. Qin Ye smiled. "Thus, I recommend you choose the second option. Even if you do not become my contracted beast, you will still gain a friend, will you not?" He had exhausted his thoughts in pursuit of this cat with quasi-mythical potential. Once he finished speaking, he fell silent, patiently awaiting the Dimension Cat's decision. Observing Qin Ye's quiet demeanor, the Dimension Cat glanced at Juga, then at Luo Ye, followed by Jin Quan, and finally back at Qin Ye, deep in contemplation. It then turned its gaze back to Juga, who lay curiously watching it, feeling a twinge of reluctance. After all, this was a top-tier divine item it had risked its life to seize. Relinquishing it so easily was indeed hard to swallow. Yet, Qin Ye was not wrong. At present, it had no means to contend with him. Restoring its former strength would undoubtedly be swifter than the ordinary spiritual beast's advancement. But even so, it would not be a matter of days or months. Chapter 77, Sudden Circumstances. As for why it had appeared before Qin Ye now, it was to ascertain whether he was indeed the one, or perhaps his contracted beast. If he was truly the one, then it would be best to engage in a meaningful conversation. If not, it could always remember Qin Ye's appearance and return to seize him once it became powerful. With its quasi-mythical potential and having previously reached level 87, it felt a measure of confidence. If he was not the one, it would stealthily observe him for a while, noting his associations. After some time spent in conversation, the results were clear. The item was indeed in his possession. Simultaneously, it sensed something amiss. The Qin Ye before it was evidently not the type easily taken advantage of. It had encountered a formidable opponent. From the display of strength by the 3 contracted beasts that Qin Ye had summoned, it could discern that his talents were extraordinary. His contracted beasts were also remarkable, having lived for many years and visited countless planets. Encountering numerous talented summoners, Qin Ye would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 young summoners it had encountered. Thus, how could it possibly proceed with its plans? The Dimension Cat felt a surge of frustration. As for informing its former allies and seeking their assistance, it had considered this. But the most likely outcome would be that the item would end up with its old friends. Meow, the Dimension Cat sighed. I will accompany you for a while. Forcing it to relinquish its claim was out of the question, but Qin Ye did make some valid points. Therefore, it resolved to stay with him for a time before deciding further. That is the right choice. Qin Ye's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. He then added, by the way, due to my talent, it would be best if you refrain from actively leveling up. Take your time. For every level you refrain from advancing. When we eventually form a contract, the energy you receive will be even greater. Meow. I have not yet considered forming a contract with you. The Dimension Cat rolled its eyes. I know. I was merely mentioning it. Qin Ye replied, fully aware of this fact. However, it was worth saying. For who knows if it might change its mind and wish to contract with him after some time. In any case, the first step seemed to have been accomplished. The rest would unfold gradually. Qin Ye looked at the Dimension Cat and asked, will you enter the summoning sphere? The Dimension Cat retorted, do I appear to be a foolish cat to you? Enter the summoning sphere only to be sold off? I am not that naive. Haha. Then how many Bagua stones did you manage to seize? Qin Ye laughed, shifting the topic. The cat, feeling slightly proud, replied, one large and one small. If you managed to seize them, why did you leave one behind at the seaside? Qin Ye inquired curiously. Well, since it was a theft, I had no way to secure it. The Dimension Cat proudly recounted its daring escapade. In simple terms, after it had seized the stones, it immediately used a skill to tear through the void to arrive here. However, due to the void's turbulence and its already precarious state, the larger Bagua stone in its possession was knocked away upon its arrival. Being half dead, its abilities were severely diminished, and after searching in vain, it hastily sought a safe spot to unleash its 9 lives. Thus, it ended up in its current state. Although it felt disheartened that the larger Bagua stone had been consumed, it took great pride in the audacity of its theft. Having claimed a top-tier divine item from several formidable opponents, the price had indeed been steep. While it had succeeded in the theft, the cost was evident. However, truth be told, had it not been Qin Ye who formed a contract with Zhuge, the cat might have truly succeeded. Meow? The Dimension Cat glared at Qin Ye with displeasure. Since there are no other stones here, let us depart. Qin Ye beckoned to the Dimension Cat. It looked at him in confusion. Come over. We are heading back. Aren't you afraid I will ambush you? The Dimension Cat approached Qin Ye with graceful steps. Not at all, Qin Ye chuckled. If you have no trust in me, how can I possibly form a contract with you? Meow? The Dimension Cat gazed at Qin Ye earnestly and leaped into his arms. Qin Ye gently squeezed the Dimension Cat nestled in his arms, appreciating its pleasant texture. Meow? Don't touch me randomly. The Dimension Cat instantly vanished from Qin Ye's embrace, reappearing atop Zhuge's tortoise shell. Haha, then you can stay there, Qin Ye remarked. Observing the cat's new position, before addressing Luo Ye and the others, let's head home. Although he said they were returning, in reality, he had spent quite some time in the Fengyan Desert, capturing several spirit beasts before officially commencing their journey back. Since he had come all this way, he certainly could not return empty-handed. As Qin Ye traversed halfway along the path, the Dimension Cat, now somewhat familiar with him, suddenly spoke. Are you heading back now? It's about time, Qin Ye replied, glancing at the Dimension Cat lounging atop the one-eyed wolf's head. The Dimension Cat lazily remarked, 2 days ago, I sensed waves of spatial fluctuations. A dimensional rift is likely to appear soon. Are you prepared to take a look? Qin Ye was taken aback, frowning as he inquired. Really? It should be imminent, the Dimension Cat stated, turning its gaze towards the vast expanse of desert not far away. Although it had lost its strength, it still retained some sensitivity to spatial phenomena. Moreover, the tremors from this dimensional rift were so pronounced that it was impossible to ignore. This is the rhythm of something about to descend. Following the Dimension Cat's gaze, Qin Ye asked, over there? Yes. The Dimension Cat stood up, declaring, it's coming. As soon as it finished speaking, a terrifying beam of light materialized in the far reaches of the endless desert. Qin Ye stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Indeed, it had arrived. Run! The Dimension Cat shouted. Why? Qin Ye instinctively asked, only to witness the swirling dust around the light beam transform into a terrifying sandstorm, spreading outward at a visible speed. Holy moly! Qin Ye hastily stored Zhuge and the others away before turning to mount the one-eyed wolf, searching for suitable cover. While doing so, he dialed Mingshan's number. Upon seeing the call connect, Qin Ye urgently exclaimed, Grandpa Mingshan, something big has happened. What is it? Mingshan's puzzled voice came through. A dimensional rift appeared in the Fengyan Desert just a minute ago. Qin Ye quickly replied. What? A dimensional rift appeared in the Fengyan Desert just a minute ago. Qin Ye reiterated. Quick, find some cover to shield yourself from the sandstorm. Experienced. Mingshan swiftly grasped the phenomena following the emergence of a dimensional rift. I'm looking for one now. All right, I'll hang up for now. Stay safe. Mingshan concluded before ending the call. Qin Ye, noticing the call had been disconnected, quickly dialed Zhao Xian and Yu Wenwu, informing them of the situation. After relaying the information, he stowed his phone and resumed his search for shelter. In a cavern somewhere within the Fengyan Desert, the Dimension Cat observed the retreating sandstorm outside. Turning to Qin Ye and asking, "Are you planning to go over there?" Without hesitation, Qin Ye replied, "No. Why not? It's too dangerous. If you encounter danger, I can take you away. Will you go?" "Really?" Qin Ye looked at the Dimension Cat with skepticism. "Can you really carry me with your level 10? If the Dimension Cat were at level 30 or 40, he would certainly believe it. However, with its current level, he had his doubts. "Why would I lie to you? I can truly take you away." The Dimension Cat sensed Qin Ye's disbelief. "Forget it. Let's wait for them to arrive first." Qin Ye shook his head, still refusing. He dared not gamble with his life. "You're such a coward," the Dimension Cat scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Ye. Unfazed, Qin Ye patiently awaited the dissipating sandstorm before finally emerging from the cave. Observing that the surroundings had not changed much, he mounted the one-eyed wolf and headed towards the direction of the light beam. "Weren't you just saying you weren't going?" the Dimension Cat queried, puzzled. Qin Ye calmly responded, "I won't go inside the dimensional rift." He had no intention of being the first to enter. However, he was still willing to investigate the area surrounding the rift to gauge whether any unknown entities might surge forth from it. The Dimension Cat spoke with an odd tone. "Aren't you afraid of a level 70 or 80 monster emerging?" Qin Ye was momentarily stunned. He promptly patted the one-eyed wolf, instructing it to turn and leave. "We're leaving now?" The Dimension Cat was taken aback by his swift decision. "I apologize, I may have exaggerated my words. It's better to leave the dimensional rift to the experts." He disregarded everything else, only wishing to return to the city and await the outcome. The Dimension Cat, hearing this, opened its mouth but, unable to think of anything to say, quietly settled atop the one-eyed wolf's head. As they hurried along, Yu Wenwu appeared at a teleportation array in the city of Shicheng. The teleportation array, an essential high-end tool for every city, required substantial energy to activate. Thus it was typically reserved for special situations. "Why are you here?" a middle-aged man standing beside the array inquired. Yu Wenwu looked at him and smiled. "Uncle Shi." Uncle Shi, whose real name was Shi Wu, was one of the guardians of Shicheng. "I didn't want to come, but this dimensional rift was discovered by my junior brother." Yu Wenwu shrugged. Shi Wu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Lord Ming has taken on a disciple?" "I suppose you could say that," Yu Wenwu mused, recalling Qin Ye's interactions with him and his master, feeling it wasn't entirely representative of a traditional master-disciple relationship. Nevertheless, it was true that Qin Ye was cultivating alongside his master, so referring to him as a junior brother was not entirely incorrect, especially since he had already given a present. After pondering Yu Wenwu's response for a few seconds, Shi Wu shifted the topic. "Shall we depart?" "Yes. My junior brother is still over there," Yu Wenwu replied, soaring into the air alongside Shi Wu towards the Fengyan Desert. Meanwhile, Shicheng entered a state of emergency preparedness. Although Lingxing was currently formidable, they had not forgotten the necessary vigilance. As Qin Ye had just traveled halfway, he spotted two figures flying through the sky. "Are you all right?" Yu Wenwu appeared before Qin Ye, relieved to see him unscathed. "Brother Wenwu, I'm fine." Qin Ye smiled broadly. "You arrived quite quickly. As long as you're fine, I'm going to check over there. We can talk later." "Okay." After confirming Qin Ye's safety, Yu Wenwu promptly pursued the waiting Shi Wu. Qin Ye called out to Shi Wu, "Thank you, uncle." Shi Wu smiled and shook his head, turning to Yu Wenwu. "Your junior brother is quite polite. He is just overly courteous." Having spent a few days with Qin Ye, Yu Wenwu had noted that Qin Ye always smiled and was considerate towards others. After watching them depart, Qin Ye turned to the Dimension Cat still resting nearby, asking, "Did he not see you just now?" "Meow," the Dimension Cat proudly declared. "Not everyone can see this cat." "Indeed, that's quite good," Qin Ye said, patting the one-eyed wolf to continue moving forward. The Dimension Cat likely possessed a skill akin to his natural son's effect. Otherwise, with Yu Wenwu's strength, he would surely have detected the Dimension Cat. Of course, there was also the possibility that Yu Wenwu had seen the Dimension Cat, but, finding it too weak, assumed it was simply a pet. It was not uncommon for spirit summoners to keep small pets. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ye rode the one-eyed wolf to the city gates. After passing through various registrations, he successfully entered Shicheng. He then casually found a hotel, booked a room, and took the Dimension Cat out for a meal. The next day, around 9 a.m., Qin Ye glanced at the incoming call on his phone and quickly answered, "Grandpa Mingshan. Xiao Yezi, are you preparing to go into the dimensional rift? Is it permissible?" Qin Ye's face instantly lit up with excitement. "The location of the dimensional rift over there is quite secure. If you wish to go, I can help you register." Upon hearing Grandpa Mingshan's response, Qin Ye eagerly exclaimed, "I want to go." "Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan." He had remained behind the previous day solely for this affirmation. "The dimensional rift you discovered undoubtedly qualifies for exploration." Mingshan smiled and added, "Wenwu and the others are still inside. Just don't wander too far, and you should be fine. By the way, if you head over there, the locals will provide you with equipment. With that gear, your safety will be significantly enhanced. All right, Grandpa Mingshan. I've already registered you. You can go now. The dimensional rift opens at 1 p.m. So soon? Qin Ye responded, astonished. It's not as strict as it used to be. As long as it's safe on the other side, you can enter directly. Mingshan continued. Of course, others need spirit coins or points to explore. Since you were the first to report, you won't need those. You will also gain permanent access to this dimensional rift. Accessing a dimensional rift is not something one can do casually. It requires a substantial amount of spirit coins. After all, maintaining a dimensional rift demands considerable manpower and resources, which are naturally funded by spirit coins. There are also rifts that cannot be entered even with spirit coins, usually because they house exceedingly rare spirit beasts. After learning about the dimensional rifts from Grandpa Mingshan, Qin Ye swiftly organized his belongings and set off on his one-eyed wolf. Chapter 79. The Terminology of Levels and Potential. Riding on his one-eyed wolf, Qin Ye arrived near the dimensional rift and was taken aback by the various structures constructed around it. So fast. Is this the efficiency of the Spirit Calling Federation? In just one night, dozens of small buildings had appeared around the dimensional rift, leaving him in awe. Approaching an entrance, Qin Ye jumped down from his mount. He then stored the one-eyed wolf and walked forward with the dimension cat in his arms. Hello, this is the dimensional rift area. Please present your identification. Upon hearing the words of a man in Spirit Calling attire, Qin Ye quickly produced his ID card and handed it to him. Spirit Calling Army. Official Forces of the Spirit Calling Federation. The man scanned Qin Ye's ID with a device and promptly returned it, saying, "You may enter." Thank you. Qin Ye put away his identification and followed another man into a reception room. At this moment, nearly a tenth of the total attendees were already seated. They were spirit callers who had arrived that morning. Qin Ye glanced at them and chose a seat towards the back. Little fellow, would you be interested in exploring new dimensional rifts with our Swiftwind Adventure Group? A man seated next to Qin Ye inquired. Qin Ye quickly shook his head. No? I'm just going in to take a look. Exploring a new planet alone can be quite perilous. Are you sure you want to go solo? The man pressed on. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ye replied, My master said the dangers inside are minimal, plus I have my senior brother with me. The man was taken aback, but promptly stood up and left without hesitation. He dared not take liberties with a young spirit caller with connections, especially one with a senior brother inside. While others might not know, he was well aware that those who remained inside were either exceptionally powerful individuals or members of the official military. Both types were not to be trifled with. Upon hearing their conversation, the others quickly abandoned their own thoughts. Qin Ye, sensing the gaze of those around him dissipate, calmly resumed looking at his phone. At that moment, a lively chat was taking place in a small group created by El Junyan. A new dimensional rift has appeared in Yanqing. Is anyone going? El Junyan asked. Is that true? Wang Yu responded. It's all over the news. It can't be false. El Junyan replied. It's true. I heard the news yesterday as well, Shui Qingwei added. Is anyone going? If so, we can form a team. If not, then forget it. El Junyan continued. Qin Ye, are you going? I'm already here. Qin Ye casually replied, sending over a couple of photos. El Junyan, wow. How are you there? It was I who discovered it, Qin Ye stated. And I was the one who reported it. Impressive, El Junyan exclaimed. Qin Ye smiled and chatted with them for a while. As the time approached 1 p.m., he put away his phone. El Junyan and the others only talked a big game and ultimately did not come. The reason for their absence was simple. Their current strength was insufficient. And even if they came, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything of value. Qin Ye deeply understood this. He had yet to see a second intermediate spirit caller. Indeed, he was the weakest presence in that reception room, while most others were advanced spirit callers, with a few being super spirit callers. There were no master-level spirit callers present, as each one was a prized asset of the Spirit Calling Federation, holding priority access to directly interdimensional rifts for exploration. If they were qualified, they would not need to wait until 1 p.m. to enter alongside others. The absence of El Junyan and the others stemmed not only from their lack of strength, but also from their lack of qualifications. The Spirit Calling University grants entry qualifications for each batch, but these qualifications must be exchanged for points. Without sufficient personal strength and points to exchange, it was only natural they would not come. They would be better off practicing more at school. As for Qin Ye, being present meant he would certainly explore, especially since he could enter for free without any cost or points. When the clock struck 1 p.m., a muscular man clad in Spirit Calling attire entered. Time's up. Please follow me, he announced before leaving the reception room. Qin Ye silently followed the crowd out of the room and approached the dimensional rift, towering 10 meters high. He gazed at the swirling energy within the rift, utterly captivated. At that moment, the dimension cat in his arms spoke. Isn't it beautiful? Incredible, Qin Ye replied. Looking down at the dimension cat. Can you achieve this? I came through this way. The Dimension Cat lazily licked its paw. Can you permanently maintain a dimensional rift like this? Qin Ye inquired once more. Permanently is impossible. Back in the day, I could only maintain it for an extended period. The Dimension Cat explained further. A level 70 Emperor can create a teleportation array on their own planet. A level 80 Totem can establish a teleportation array with nearby planets. A level 90 Legend can connect with planets at greater distances, and a level 100 Myth can establish a teleportation array that lasts indefinitely. The terms Emperor, Totem, Legend, and Myth denote the potential behind the title of King. A level 70 Emperor signifies that your level has reached 70, and you possess Emperor level potential. The reason it's not a level 60 Emperor, but a level 70 Emperor, is that possessing Emperor level potential means you can easily reach level 70. The distinctions between Totem, Legend, and Myth reflect varying degrees of potential, with Totem starting at level 80, Legend at level 90, and Myth at level 100. Lower potentials include Extraordinary at level 10, Elite at level 20, Commander at level 30, Lord at level 40, and King at level 60. There are also level 50 potentials, known as quasi-kings. Above the Lord rank, there is no differentiation between low, medium, and high tiers. Rather, they are classified as quasi or genuine. In summary, the higher the potential, the better. And the journey of leveling up becomes considerably easier, rendering one's strength substantially superior to that of spirit beasts of the same level. Before level 50, the strength may not reflect potential, but after level 50, the disparity in potential becomes distinctly perceivable in terms of strength. Is that so? Qin Ye murmured softly before raising his gaze to the front. At that moment, the muscular man produced a wristwatch. He raised it and declared, one by one, step inside. Before you enter, put on the watch. It has positioning and distress signal functions. Once activated, we will come to your aid at the earliest opportunity. After briefly explaining the functions, the muscular man began directing them to approach the nearby dimensional rift one by one. Chapter 80. The Transformation of Kamen Rider? The muscular man, Wang Yu, looked at the identification card handed to him by Qin Ye, and then raised his eyes to meet Qin Ye's. You are Qin Ye? Indeed, Qin Ye nodded. Wang Yu, after returning the identification card to Qin Ye, retrieved a rectangular box from the summoning space along with a watch, which he handed to Qin Ye. This box contains your outfit. Once you enter the dimensional rift, press the button in the center of the box, and the clothes will automatically adorn you. Thank you, Brother Wang. Qin Ye accepted the items, stowing the box in the summoning space, and placing the watch on his left wrist. After observing Qin Ye's actions, Wang Yu advised, go ahead, and be cautious. Understood, Qin Ye replied, walking towards the dimensional rift amidst the curious and astonished gazes of the onlookers. Not far off, a member of the Jifeng adventure group watched this scene, swallowing hard. Thank goodness, this kid rejected my offer. The man took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. I wouldn't dare take responsibility for someone with such a powerful backing. Once Qin Ye stepped into the dimensional rift, Wang Yu turned back to the people still in line and urged, continue. As Qin Ye entered the rift, a momentary haze enveloped him, and he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Rubbing his aching forehead, he looked around. He gazed at the small structures surrounding him, momentarily taken aback. Truly deserving of the title of construction fanatic, the Hu In El Ing Li In Being, exclaimed the Dimension Cat beside him. In all, Qin Ye approached the officials nearby who were observing him. After showing his identification card to the officials, he had finally arrived on this unnamed planet. Stepping out of the dimensional rift area, Qin Ye spotted a familiar figure not far away, the middle-aged man he had met with Wenwu the previous day. SHW. Engaged in conversation, sensed the gaze upon him and turned around, smiling and waving at Qin Ye. Seeing this, Qin Ye hurried over. You really came in, SHW said with a grin. My master mentioned that there are no dangers around this dimensional rift, so I decided to take a look, Qin Ye replied honestly. Indeed, there are no dangers here, SHW continued, but still be cautious and don't wander too far. I will, Qin Ye nodded vigorously. By the way, I'm SHW. You can call me Uncle SH, just like YWNW. Uncle SH. Qin Ye chuckled. Go on, embark on your adventure, SHW encouraged. All right, Qin Ye beamed. Then, Uncle SH, I shall take my leave. Observing Qin Ye's attire, SHW called out. Remember to put on your clothes. Thank you, Uncle SH. Qin Ye quickly retrieved the rectangular box from his summoning space that he had nearly forgotten. After a moment of fumbling, he pressed the round button on the box. In an instant, the box transformed into a beam of light that enveloped Qin Ye. Completely taken aback, he wondered, what is this? Am I transforming into a Kamen Rider? Haha, this outfit looks quite dashing. SHW laughed at the sight of Qin Ye clad in a chestnut-colored jumpsuit. Qin Ye glanced at his attire, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. However, upon further inspection, he began to feel that the outfit was indeed quite stylish. He looked at SHW and inquired, Uncle SH, what kind of outfit is this? It's a sand-resistant suit, capable of withstanding up to 3 attacks from level 50 sand-type spirit beasts and 1 attack from other attribute spirit beasts, SHW explained, noticing Qin Ye's peculiar expression. I assure you, this is genuinely a sand-resistant suit. Besides this, our Hu N Li N being also has fire-resistant and water-resistant suits. The names are quite whimsical, Qin Ye muttered. As long as it's useful, that's what matters, SHW laughed heartily. Indeed, Qin Ye nodded, bidding farewell to Uncle SH before departing. After Qin Ye left, SHW couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is quite polite. Outside the station, Qin Ye gazed at the boundless desert, feeling somewhat speechless. Another desert, huh? The sand attributes here are quite rich. It appears to be a planet predominantly composed of sand. The Dimension Cat perched on Qin Ye's shoulders sniffed the air. What does it mean to be a sand-dominant planet? It means that most of the spirit beasts on this planet are of the sand attribute. What about our planet? Your planet has a variety of everything. I can't detect a specific attribute, the Dimension Cat replied. I can only sense a planet where more than half of the spiritual energy concentration consists of a singular attribute. All right. Qin Ye surveyed his surroundings and summoned the one-eyed wolf. He then mounted the wolf and directed it to gallop to the left. Boom. Not long after, a colossal figure burst forth from the desert with an ear-splitting roar. Is that a snake? Qin Ye observed the snake-like spirit beast, which measured several meters in length, and promptly launched a call to summon his spirit. Species, sandtail worm. Level 31. Attribute, sand. Potential, medium elite. Is it really only medium elite potential at such a size? Qin Ye gazed incredulously at the sandtail worm in the distance. Silently summoning Lu Y and Ji and Shu En. Let us end this swiftly, Qin Ye commanded. Jie. Lu Y swung his blade at the sandtail worm. Simultaneously, Ji and Shu En brandished his long knife. The next moment, a thunderous clash erupted as the black and azure blade auras struck the sandtail worm. Jie. Lu Y turned to Qin Ye, indicating he had gained experience. As they vanquished spirit beasts, they would receive energy feedback, translating to experience points. Well done, Qin Ye. Seated atop the one-eyed wolf, urged them to continue moving forward. The potential of spirit beasts here was somewhat lacking, but their levels were decent, making it ideal for Lu Y and the others to level up. Thus, they embarked on a fresh yet monotonous leveling journey. The novelty stemmed from encountering these unfamiliar spirit beasts, while the tedium arose from the lack of activities other than slaying spirit beasts and admiring the scenery. However, as Qin Ye gazed at the endless expanse of desert around him, he fell into silence. The scenery isn't particularly captivating. July 28th. Qin Ye, riding the one-eyed wolf, arrived at the entrance of the dimensional rift station connecting the Wind and Sand Star to the Spirit Star. The Wind and Sand Star was the name given by the Hu Li N being to this planet. After more than half a month of exploration, they discovered that the overall strength of this planet was quite ordinary, lacking a developed spirit beast civilization, thus leading them to assign it a name. During this time, Qin Ye had only ventured out once the following day, primarily to report his safety and to briefly introduce the spirit beasts within to LJNYN and the others. Subsequently, he had remained there until now. Chapter 81. The Influence of Hay Star and the Special Use of Dugu. The reason for his outing now was that the month was coming to an end, and he wanted to check whether YSS and FIHing had sent him any challenge requests, as well as to note that his G in Chuan had reached level 30. He could now take his level 30 G in Chuan to Hay Star's HIYNSH and to comprehend the dark attribute sword intent. However, that was not the most pressing matter. The primary concern was that the cleansing operation at HIYNSHN was nearing its conclusion. SHW, noticing Qin Ye approaching, inquired, "Are you leaving?" Although this planet has been explored for over half a month and poses little danger, one must always be cautious. Thus, he needs to stay here for a while longer. Indeed, Uncle Sure, I apologize for the disturbance during this time. He specifically came to bid farewell to Uncle Sure, who had taken good care of him throughout his stay. His training here did not mean he remained outside without returning. Rather, he would return every 2 or 3 days for resupply, allowing him to converse with Uncle Sure several times. Are you coming back? Not recently. I am heading to Heihashing's Heiyunshan. Heiyunshan. The spiritual beasts there are mostly of a level comparable to those in the Wanli Shamo. You can level up anywhere, but most beasts there have a dark attribute, which generally makes them stronger than those with a sand attribute. Additionally, several major forces on Heihashing like to secretly send spiritual beasts into Heiyunshan to attack us. Be cautious. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Sure. Qin Ye had also gathered information from Grandpa Ming Shan regarding this. Heihashing is a planet with a powerful civilization of spiritual beasts, housing a force known as Heihe, which is not weaker than the Huan Ling Federation. Although Heihe is strong, He Yunshan is not under its control, but belongs to a territory called Yuinggu. Currently, He Yunshan has been occupied by them, along with 2 territories on He Hashing, the location of the dimensional rift, He Yunshan, and the nearby He Yunlin. Both He Yunlin and He Yunshan were originally under Yuinggu's jurisdiction, so it is understandable that they are displeased. Hence, they occasionally send spiritual beasts to infiltrate He Yunlin and He Yunshan to eliminate those training spiritual beasts or capturing them. They are also the faction that dispatches the most spiritual beasts among the major forces. The Huanling Federation, for its part, remains tacitly accepting of this situation, as this is not their planet, and moreover, they have to contend with the formidable He. Nevertheless, this tacit acceptance has its limits. For instance, while the Huanling Federation occupies He Yunlin and He Yunshan, the spiritual beasts sent by those factions are typically below level 50, with most around level 40. Upon returning to Lingxing, Qin Ye could not help but take a deep breath, feeling refreshed. The air at home is indeed superior. After this quiet reflection, and amidst the curious gazes around him, he calmly approached the official personnel nearby. Following a thorough inspection, Qin Ye successfully departed from the area. So, how about forming a contract with me? Qin Ye inquired, glancing at the dimension cat nestled in his arms. After more than half a month of monster grinding, aside from the sword dog leveling up to level 30, the Luo Ye reached level 36, and Zhuge attained level 33. Wait until you become a high-level summoner. The dimension cat lazily yawned. It will be soon. I can feel it. So soon? My growth-type talent is no joke. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Qin Ye smiled at the dimension cat, which wore a skeptical expression, and said, if all goes well, the sword dog will level up 2 more times, and I will be at a high level. Is it really that fast? The dimension cat frowned, recalling that generally, to become a high-level summoner without contracting high-level spiritual beasts, the average level of 3 spiritual beasts must be around 37 or 38. However, Qin Ye's current average was only 33. The dimension cat pondered this and remained somewhat doubtful. Let us see when you reach that level, it reiterated. All right. Qin Ye chuckled and mounted the one-eyed wolf, galloping towards Yancheng. At Huanling University. It was 3 p.m. I'm so tired. Qin Ye collapsed onto his bed. The dimension cat surveyed the surroundings and commented, Meow, your university dormitory is quite nice. This is the best university in our Huanling Federation. Qin Ye replied before pulling out his phone to send a few messages to Fei Hong and YCC. Then set the device aside. Just moments after putting down his phone, he heard it vibrate and picked it up. Fei Hong. No, let's talk next month. Qin Ye. All right. He had messaged them about going to He Hashing's He Yunshan tomorrow and asked if they wanted to challenge him today, as he was free. At that moment, a message from YCC also arrived. YCC, let us fight. 1-on-1, 2 rounds. Are you in? Qin Ye, sure. Qin Ye, where? YCC, come to my place. We'll fight in the training room. Qin Ye, are we not counting ranks? YCC, no? I just want to test your current strength. Qin Ye, okay. Looking at the time YCC sent, he decided to take a short nap before heading out. At 5 p.m., Qin Ye stood at YCC's door and rang the bell. Before long, she opened the door. Come in, she said with a smile, ushering him into the room. Do we need to change shoes? Qin Ye asked. Of course. YCC tossed him a pair of slippers. Observing Qin Ye change shoes, she scrunched her nose in disdain, saying, You are so dark. Stopping mid-change, Qin Ye replied, It was too sunny over there. Why didn't you use energy protection? YCC asked. After a moment of silence, Qin Ye admitted, I honestly didn't think of that. How foolish. YCC rolled her eyes. You're not foolish. Once Qin Ye finished changing, without waiting for YCC to speak, he continued, Shall we start now? Yes. After we fight, we'll eat. All right. Upon arriving at the underground training room, Qin Ye immediately summoned Zhuge. He then instructed Zhuge, release Dui Gua on me. Meow. The dimension cat, wandering nearby, was instantly astonished, looking at Qin Ye in disbelief. Is this how the talent is used? While the dimension cat was still in shock, Zhuge had already tossed a small green orb towards Qin Ye. The orb was not the complete form of Dui Gua, but contained a portion of its effects. Meanwhile, YCC, who had not yet grasped the source of the cat's meow, was left dumbfounded. Originally darkened by the sun, Qin Ye's skin visibly lightened upon absorbing the green orb. In no time, he returned to his original complexion, even appearing slightly more youthful than before. Chapter 82, A Relaxed Duel. YCC stared at the now transformed Qin Ye as if she had seen a ghost, her bright eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Ye, examining his own skin tone, grinned at YCC and said, I should no longer be considered dark. Coming back to her senses, YCC exclaimed, I want one. You just said I was dark. Qin Ye smirked. You are the fairest. YCC declared without hesitation. Qin Ye was momentarily speechless. Quick. Give me one. Yi took a few steps closer, pleading, Qin Ge. Stop. Qin Ye jolted, quickly turning to Zhuge. Give one to my sister Yi. That's more like it. Yi beamed, turning to Zhuge. Just give me a little, not so terrifying. Zhuge emitted a low sound. And a smaller green orb than the one given to Qin Ye coalesced around him before flying towards Yi. Watching the approaching orb, Yi's smile widened. Qin Ye shook his head with a laugh, realizing that every girl loves beauty. Even she was not exempt from this rule. Not long after, as Yi admired her skin rejuvenated by the small green orb, she smiled contentedly, saying, This skill is truly remarkable. Qin Ye, where did you get this turtle? I want to go buy one too. Yi turned to Qin Ye. This is Zhuge. You can't buy it. Qin Ye replied, exasperated. What? Yi's eyes widened as she turned to Zhuge, and after a few moments of astonishment, she exclaimed, This is Zhuge. Yes, he has evolved. Yi looked at him in amazement, exclaiming, The transformation is incredible. It's just all right. Qin Ye chuckled. YSS gazed at the obviously fabricated data panel before her and murmured, Indeed, it is ZHG. Since she had acquired the ability to summon the Ling Tong, she had never clearly discerned ZHG's panel. It was evident that ZHG possessed a talent or skill specifically designed for reconnaissance. QNY noticed that YSS was still fixated on ZHG and inquired, Are you still going to fight? Of course. YSS replied. Turning to QNY, Are you the first to challenge ZHG? ZHG won't participate. QNY shook his head. I'll bring forth the Pirate King and the Sword Hound. Very well, then I shall summon Little Black and the Minion. The Minion? Black Minion? Exactly. My Sword Hound has reached level 30. Are you truly going to summon the Black Minion? It's already level 30? YSS was slightly taken aback. Indeed. QNY chuckled. I haven't been idle during my time on the F-ing-sh star. After a moment of contemplation, YSS remarked. Let's give it a try. My minion is also level 25. Alright, but if I get defeated, do not blame me for using my strength against the weak. I am not that kind of person. YSS shot him a glance. QNY chuckled and promptly summoned Lu Y and the Sword Hound. Observing this, YSS summoned her 3 contracted beasts as well. QNY, eyeing the minion standing there, resembling a faceless figure clad in black armor and wielding a long knife, nonchalantly activated the Ling Soul Eye. Race, Black Minion. Level, 25. Attribute, Dark. Potential, Moderate Commander. As QNY surveyed the comprehensive information displayed on the panel, he exclaimed, This Black Minion seems promising. Of course, it is my contracted beast, YSS remarked. At that moment, she was also inspecting the information of the Sword Hound. Unfortunately, lacking QNY's Ling Soul Eye, she could only see the Sword Hound's race, level, and attribute. The potential was hidden from her, not because QNY was withholding it, but because the interference effect he released was somewhat strong, obscuring the potential. Thus, it was not only her. Anyone of similar strength to QNY, without top-tier reconnaissance skills, would be unable to view any information about QNY's contracted beasts beyond race, level, and attribute. It truly is level 30. YSS felt a twinge of disbelief. This leveling speed is rather rapid. Suddenly, she recalled something and looked up to ask, By the way, what level is your ZHG? Level 33, QNY replied. No wonder, YSS mumbled, then suddenly thought of something and turned to QNY, asking, Did you just hear a cat's meow? Are you referring to it? QNY pointed towards the Dimension Cat rolling its eyes at him from a short distance away. Following his gaze, YSS frowned slightly upon seeing the small white cat lying there. At that moment, QNY's voice rang out again. It is somewhat unique. I intend to contract it at a higher level. I sense it. YSS nodded slightly. This was due to her earlier attempt with the Ling Soul Eye having failed. Stop looking. Meow. The Dimension Cat appeared on QNY's shoulder, continuing. This cat cannot be seen through by just anyone. Space system. YSS exclaimed in astonishment. QNY chuckled. Isn't it quite impressive? Where did you find this cat? YSS gazed at QNY enviously, especially since this cat could speak. This cat did not seem particularly powerful. Yet its ability to converse implied that its potential was at least that of a monarch. The initial potential of this spirit beast must be at least at the monarch level. The more YSS pondered, the more envious she became. This was a spirit beast she could never enjoy. At that moment, she suddenly felt that she had been living too comfortably recently. A desire to venture forth began to stir within her. Unbeknownst to QNY, YSS was mulling over her thoughts as he responded. It came to me on its own. Just as he finished speaking, the Dimension Cat exclaimed indignantly, He took my belongings. I did not take your belongings. QNY replied calmly. You left it by the roadside for more than 10 days. I merely picked it up by chance. How can that be called theft? Theft is, YSS observed QNY suddenly engaging in a debate with the small white cat and fell silent. Could QNY genuinely contract this cat at a higher level with such a relationship? YSS remained silent about this outcome. A few minutes later, the Dimension cat huffed and vanished from QNY's shoulder, reappearing on ZHG's back. Victorious in their argument, QNY glanced at YSS with a hint of smugness and asked, "Shall we fight?" YSS looked at the sulking Dimension cat beside them and asked QNY, "Is it over?" "It is over," QNY replied. "It behaves like this. It will be fine in a while." Having spent over half a month with the Dimension cat, he had already grasped its temperament. "That is fine then." YSS inquired curiously, "Can you really contract it at a higher level?" QNY chuckled and scratched his head. "Let us wait and see." YSS rolled her eyes at him. "Indeed, that was merely bravado. Enough of that. Let us battle." QNY turned to the observing Lu Y and stated, "My pirate king can hardly wait." Lu Y. YSS turned and noticed that he did not seem to be in such a hurry. GG. As QNY claimed urgency, Lu Y immediately protested. He was thoroughly enjoying the show. "Stop, GGING. It's time for the duel." QNY continued with a smile. "Go on. You will start the first match." G. Upon hearing this, Lu Y excitedly leaped forward, discarding its sheath. QNY watched the discarded sheath on the ground and shook his head helplessly. He had long known that Lu Y disliked carrying the sheath, but it was better to have it than not, so he had continued to let Lu Y bear it. Now it seemed best to leave it behind. After picking up the sheath, QNY turned to YSS and asked, "Do you want this? Do I look like a fool to you?" YSS shot him a glance and directed her attention to Little Black standing nearby, saying, "Go on, teach him a lesson." GG. Little Black took to the skies and soon flew to face Lu Y. QNY quietly stowed the sheath and asked, "Shall I command them? Or let them fight on their own?" "Let them fight on their own." "Very well." QNY addressed Lu Y. "Make it quick." YSS glared at QNY, thinking he was looking down on her. She turned and shouted, "Make it quick." GG. Little Black, sensing YSS's furious words, let out a sharp cry. "G!" Lu Y roared, unleashing a terrifying, perfect-level spectral sound wave towards Little Black. With a resounding boom, Little Black was momentarily shaken by the unexpected assault. However, it quickly regained its composure, swinging a wing to counter the incoming spectral slash. Consequently, it was struck by the spectral slash and sent flying. GG. Little Black spun around, soaring into the heights, and suddenly flapped its wings. Coalescing a black storm that surged towards Lu Y, Lu Y calmly swung its knife, releasing a divine-level water wave slash that shot into the sky. Another thunderous roar echoed, with water splashing everywhere. When Little Black caught sight of Lu Y again, another Lu Y had appeared beside it. In the next instant, both Lu Ys swung their long knives, unleashing two water wave slashes simultaneously. Observing this, Little Black flapped its wings once more, the black storm re-emerging. Moments later, the roar of the storm was accompanied by the shrill cries of eagles. QNY observed YSS, who was dumbfounded, and chuckled. "Not too shabby, right? How is that possible?" YSS could hardly believe it. "My Little Black is level 37. How could it be so easily defeated?" Noticing YSS's expression, QNY hastily explained, "It's not that bad. Mainly, you are unaware that the Pirate King possesses a roar skill, which is already at a perfect level of proficiency. And our Pirate King also has quite a few divine-level skills." "Stop talking, I'm not that weak." YSS took a deep breath and continued, "I just find it somewhat unbelievable. As long as you're not weak." QNY genuinely feared that YSS might be disheartened by the defeat. The scene of Luo Ye defeating Xiao He was rather effortless, akin to tormenting a novice. Indeed, Luo Ye's ease in vanquishing Xiao He stemmed not only from Xiao He's ignorance of his mastery of the roar skill, but primarily from the sheer abundance of his exceptional skills. In the early stages, possessing numerous extraordinary skills conferred a significant advantage. However, as time progressed, and everyone acquired multiple extraordinary skills, the ability to conclude battles swiftly as he did today would diminish. This, of course, presupposes that both parties possess comparable levels and potential. Should there be a considerable disparity in levels and potential, one would still swiftly meet their end. "Are we fighting?" Qin Ye inquired, casting a glance at YCC. "Yes." YCC nodded vigorously. "Shall we aim for a swift resolution or take our time?" "Swift resolution. That is what you said." "Humph. Don't underestimate me. That was merely an accident." "All right." Qin Ye directed his gaze towards Jian Quan, instructing, "Release Tian Yu Ba Shi directly." Upon hearing this, YCC asked, "Is Tian Yu Ba Shi the technique you used against El Junyan?" "Yes." Qin Ye pondered, "What is the matter?" Recalling the technique's potency, YCC glanced at Jian Quan, then at her own minion, and sighed in resignation. "Let us take it slow." "Haha, I'm fine with it." Qin Ye chuckled at YCC's expression. "Keep laughing. Cece shot him a glare. Qin Ye promptly fell silent, innocently blinking his eyes. Cece huffed lightly, turning to her minion. Go on, learn well from Jian. Hearing this, the minion cast a defiant look at Jian. Jian regarded it with a stoic expression before silently moving forward. Observing this scene, Qin Ye sighed. It appears your minion has yet to receive professional guidance. It will soon. Cece had already identified this issue, and thus encouraged her minion to spar with Jian. She wasn't foolish. Her earlier remarks had merely been playful banter. Then, she witnessed her minion being thoroughly defeated, its eyes vacant, questioning its very existence. She immediately rushed over to offer comfort. At that moment, the dimensional cat appeared on Qin Ye's shoulder. Following his gaze, it observed Cece comforting her minion and asked, "Do you have feelings for her?" "Not particularly," Qin Ye calmly replied, turning his attention to the dimensional cat. "I find you rather interesting too." Meow. The dimensional cat rolled its eyes and vanished, reappearing beside Cece. Soon after, Qin Ye noticed Cece's profile inexplicably flushed. He furrowed his brow, then recalled something, his mouth twitching slightly as he hastily produced his phone to mask his momentary embarrassment. Before long, the dimensional cat reappeared before Qin Ye. "Would you like to know what she just said?" "You're quite tedious," Qin Ye retorted, though for some reason, he felt a tinge of curiosity. "Isn't your curiosity piqued?" The dimensional cat teased, "But I want to tell you, meow." Just as Qin Ye was about to respond, Cece's voice rang out. "Let us go. It's time for lunch." Qin Ye watched as Cece stored her contracted beast, calling out, "Coming." With that, he promptly recalled Juga and the others into the summoning space. Together, he and Cece swiftly departed, leaving behind a bewildered little white cat. This cat is truly annoying. Indeed, but rather endearing. What? It's cute, is it not? Am I not adorable? Meow. Chapter 83. He Xing, July 29th. 1 p.m. Qin Ye arrived early in the morning by plane to Haiga City, enjoyed a lunch there, and then proceeded to the dimensional rift leading to He Xing. As he did not possess any privileges this time, he did not receive the official anti-dark gear. While lacking the anti-dark gear, he still had the emergency watch. This watch was provided free of charge by the officials to individuals venturing into the dimensional rift, and upon returning to Xing, the officials would reclaim it. After paying the required fee and donning the emergency watch, Qin Ye stepped into the dimensional rift. Following a brief disorientation, he found himself on a dimly lit expanse. It was dark, yet not so obscure that one could not see their hand before their face. Qin Ye approached the official personnel and, upon confirmation, departed from that location. Need anti-dark gear? 1 million Ling coins for a full set. Dark attribute defensive clothing, 100,000 Ling coins each. Come and see, come and see. Light attribute equipment is on sale. Fresh, high-potential dark attribute spirit beasts for a bargain. Come take a look. As soon as Qin Ye stepped outside the confines of the dimensional rift, he was greeted by the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. He paused momentarily, surveying the throng. Not quite a sea of people, but certainly a considerable crowd. First time here? A voice from a middle-aged man beside him inquired. Qin Ye nodded slightly. The man continued with a smile. As long as the dimensional rift has been under our Xing's control for over 3 years, it's always like this. Is it like this every day? Qin Ye asked instinctively. If it were, this dimensional rift would indeed be quite lively. Not quite, the man replied, during cleaning operations. There are more people, but typically, the crowd is about a third less. That is still a lot, Qin Ye remarked in surprise. Every day? With about 2/3 of the current crowd, that's still quite a number. You'll get used to it, the man chuckled. Indeed. Qin Ye nodded slightly and thanked the middle-aged man before wandering around the vicinity. Having seen the sights, it was only natural to explore further. He ambled forward at a leisurely pace, taking in the array of items displayed at the stalls, each priced in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. And couldn't he help but click his tongue in wonder. Not going to buy anything? The dimensional cat's voice echoed in his mind. Qin Ye scanned the surrounding items, finding nothing particularly appealing. But you possess top-tier probing skills. Those with such abilities can easily uncover hidden treasures. The dimensional cat reminded him. Do you think it's that easy? Do you take them for fools? Qin Ye retorted, exasperated. Are they not fools? Look at that one over there, meow. The dimensional cat pointed a paw at a nearby stall. Following the direction of the dimensional cat's paw, Qin Ye observed an elderly man seated nearby and inquired. That old man? Yes. Qin Ye approached the elder's stall, examining the items on display, and communicated telepathically with the dimensional cat, which one, having attained intermediate strength. He could now communicate telepathically with targets that were not his contracted beasts. As for the dimensional cat, having lived for countless years, telepathy was a normal feat. The stone on the far left. After glancing around, Qin Ye pointed to the leftmost stone and addressed the elder. Sir, how much for this stone? The elder squinted at Qin Ye, Hey, ensure, a type of dark stone, 1 million ling coins. Excuse me. Qin Ye immediately stood and moved on. The Hey ensure, as the name suggests, is a stone imbued with rich dark attribute energy, making it one of the most sought-after foods for dark attribute spirit beasts. As a type of dark stone, its effects were naturally similar. The price of 1 million was an indication that this dark stone was at least of yellow quality. An individual casually selling yellow-quality dark stones at a stall was evidently not someone to be trifled with. I say, are you a fool? Qin Ye looked at the dimensional cat in disbelief. The dimensional cat furrowed its brow. This is illogical. How could he possibly know about the stone? Why wouldn't he? Qin Ye could not help but roll his eyes. The dimensional cat pondered briefly. True, you summoning Federation folks are quite the crafty ones. Qin Ye gazed at the Wei Du Mao with a hint of compassion in his eyes. To utter such a statement. It seems you have not been spared from our Federation's education and love. I haven't. I have merely heard similar tales countless times, Wei Du Mao retorted instantaneously. Indeed, indeed. Qin Ye nodded. I truly haven't. Yes, you haven't. I never claimed you had. Meow? Wei Du Mao tilted its head, deciding to ignore this irksome fellow for the moment. Qin Ye chuckled softly, continuing to walk and observe his surroundings. While he lacked 10 million, he still possessed hundreds of thousands. As he had recently captured some splendid spirit beasts on Fengsha. Although he had yet to sell these spirit beasts, he could do so upon his return. Thus, he felt no need to be frugal at present. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Ye purchased some necessities for the sword hounds and summoned the one-eyed wolf. Making his way toward the nearby forest. Not far off, he spotted 3 spirit beasts, hunched and shrouded in dark clouds, wielding curved blades, and was momentarily taken aback. He then excitedly launched a soul-summoning orb at one of them. Race, He Yun Lai Shou. Level, 32. Attribute, Dark. Potential, Low-level Commander. Qin Ye observed the information displayed on the panel, turning to the sword hound. Go. A curved blade. That is indeed a weapon. Qin Ye felt he had made the right choice in coming here. The sword hound brandished a blade in one hand and its sheath in the other. Unleashing a flurry of blade lights that soared into the sky, aimed directly at the 3 He Yun Lai Shou. In the next moment, anguished cries erupted alongside a thundering noise. Watching the sword hound charge forward, Qin Ye couldn't help but exclaim, what a splendid place. Truly a wonderful place. With that, he summoned Luo Ye as well. Jie. After surveying the surroundings, Luo Ye's gaze settled on the sword hound, which had just finished battling not far away. Let us go? We continue. Qin Ye led them in search of spirit beasts in the vicinity. After a considerable time without encountering many level 30 spirit beasts, Qin Ye lamented once more. This annual extermination operation truly has its merit. He had indeed arrived a bit late, as most of the creatures he had seen were below level 30. Fortunately, they had shown restraint. Otherwise, he would not have found a single beast above level 30. While such creatures were scarce, they were certainly better than none. Thus, Qin Ye continued to grumble as he headed towards the outer reaches of He Yun Mountain. He Yun Mountain, abbreviated as He Yun Shan, is not merely a single mountain but a series of peaks. If one mountain is gone, another awaits. Chapter 84. Training beneath the waterfall, the actions of He Xing. Ambwa, how is the preparation coming along? Boss, it is all set. We await your command. Having been bullied for so many years, we must deliver them a significant blow this time. They must realize that our Han Shui gang is not to be trifled with. Boss, do we truly have to proceed with this? A little action won't hurt, and besides, we are deploying only those below level 50. It is merely a matter of numbers. After this wave, they will likely retaliate. If they stay holed up at home, isn't that sufficient? Do they truly dare to wipe us out? That is indeed the case. Enough with the hesitation, await the information from Yu Gu. Once they issue the order, you all shall proceed. If all goes as expected, it should commence at midnight tonight. Understood. In a grove within He Yun Mountain, Qin Ye, seated atop the one-eyed wolf, gazed in astonishment at the nearby black waterfall. This waterfall is entirely black. Wei Du Mao, who had been napping atop the one-eyed wolf, opened its eyes at Qin Ye's words and looked ahead. Observing the black waterfall, it sniffed the air and remarked. To help the sword hound comprehend the dark attribute sword intent, it could try entering. Is the dark attribute particularly dense there? Qin Ye inquired. Indeed, it is quite potent. Wei Du Mao replied. At the center of the waterfall, there exists a small stone. This stone is artificially placed, likely indicating that someone trained there in the past. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye carefully scrutinized the waterfall and indeed spotted it. He turned to the sword hound, instructing, go and meditate on the small stone at the center of the waterfall, then carefully contemplate the dark attribute within the water. Is that correct? Qin Ye glanced at Wei Du Mao. Nearly so, Wei Du Mao affirmed, turning to offer a few pointers to the sword hound. After attentively listening, the sword hound proceeded towards the center of the waterfall at Qin Ye's behest. Before long, it settled onto the small stone at the waterfall's center. Watching the swordhound being pelted by the cascading water, Qin Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The force of the impact must be painful. You could also give it a try, Wei Du Mao suggested to Qin Ye. There is only benefit to be gained from it. You too. Wei Du Mao glanced at Luoya. Jie. Luoya nodded vigorously, feeling compelled to test it out. He turned to Qin Ye. Jie, I want to try. Go ahead, let us all venture forth together. Qin Ye smiled, striding forward alongside Luoya. However, as they approached, he summoned Zhuge to stand guard over them. How painful. Qin Ye gasped sharply. The frigid and painful sensation coursed through his entire being in an instant. Useless. Wei Du Mao, lounging atop Zhuge, scoffed. Qin Ye fell silent, refraining from retorting this time. He quietly endured the painful sensation of the dark water cascading down upon him alongside Luoya and the swordhound. This is futile. Seeing Qin Ye not argue, Wei Du Mao pouted in boredom. It then addressed Qin Ye. Take your time to feel it. I will scout around for any treasures. Qin Ye acknowledged, and Wei Du Mao vanished from atop Zhuge's shell. In a nearby grove, a man stared in terror at the Black Panther, the Black Serpent, and the He Yun Lai Shou wielding a curved blade surrounding him. How dare you? How dare we? The Black Panther mocked. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him and move on to the next. The Black Serpent declared, lunging at the man. At that moment, the man's contract beast was nothing more than a battered giant bear. You shall not have a good ending. In the trees, Wei Du Mao heard the man's final words and could not help but click its tongue. How tragic. Thankfully, I left. Otherwise, I would have missed this scene. Wei Du Mao muttered, memorizing the appearances of the three spirit beasts before vanishing from the branches. After swiftly dispatching the man, the three spirit beasts immediately sought their next target. By the waterfall, Wei Du Mao reappeared before Qin Ye, urging, wake up, stop your training, put on your clothes. Someone is coming. What is it? Qin Ye opened his eyes. You have stirred up trouble with the Soul Summoning Federation. Wei Du Mao briefly recounted what it had witnessed along the way. In addition to seeing the man being killed, it had also observed scenes of others meeting similar fates. So, you saw 5 soul summoners being slain on your way back? Qin Ye's expression shifted to one of shock. How dare they? Indeed. Wei Du Mao continued. It seems they have endured enough bullying from your federation and have organized a retaliatory action. After a moment of silence, Qin Ye sprang to his feet. He swiftly exited the waterfall's range and donned his attire. Let us go. Qin Ye called to Zhuge and the others. Where to? Wei Du Mao inquired. Where else could we go? Naturally, we must return to the base first. After summoning Zhuge back to the soul summoning space, Qin Ye mounted the one-eyed wolf and, alongside Luoya and the sword hound, raced toward the direction of the base. At this time, the atmosphere within the base was devoid of the previous lively ambience and was filled with vigilance. In the conference hall, an elderly man ambled in. Elder He, you have finally arrived. What's the rush? It's merely a case of being caught off guard. The elder turned to the man who spoke and continued. Have the red alert been sent to their watches? It was dispatched 5 minutes ago, the man promptly replied. Having spoken, the elder took his seat at the forefront and continued. Let those with extraordinary abilities, the Hu N L Ing Sh, proceed first. You shall follow in 10 minutes. Why? A man queried, perplexed. Elder H, if we do that, many will perish. Someone nearby interjected. Indeed, Elder H. We cannot proceed in this manner. What is there that cannot be done? Elder H replied calmly, without facing a modicum of danger. How can one aspire to become a formidable Hu N L Ing Sh? Moreover, today marks the final day of the cleansing operation. How many will be out there? Elder H, while your reasoning is sound, they are our future. The man exclaimed, unable to contain himself. I have not barred you from going. Elder H looked at the man, asserting that excessive protection was unwarranted. They must learn through hardship. Noticing the man's intent to speak further, Elder H decisively declared, this meeting is adjourned. You will all depart in 10 minutes. I can manage this alone. With that, he vanished from his seat. The man gazed at this scene, opening his mouth to speak, but after exchanging glances with the others, he sighed and conceded, since Elder H has spoken, so be it. Chapter 85. The Black Yao Serpent. They are coming. The Dimension Cat observed, its expression grave as it stared ahead. Where? Qin Ye inquired, already clad in sand-resistant gear. Though the gear was particularly effective against sand attribute spirit beasts, it did not imply ineffectiveness against other attributes. It simply performed less optimally. The Dimension Cat pointed ahead. They are waiting for you just around that corner, 100 meters away. Are they trying to be cunning? Qin Ye patted the single-eyed wolf, redirecting its course. They are not foolish, the Dimension Cat remarked. True, Qin Ye acknowledged, urging the single-eyed wolf to quicken its pace. At the 100-meter bend, 2 serpentine spirit beasts lay in ambush among the foliage. Why haven't they arrived? Surely they haven't fled? One serpent expressed impatience. Wait a moment. Their intelligence should not be mistaken, the larger serpent advised. Very well, we shall wait, the smaller serpent retorted. 2 minutes later, the smaller serpent spoke again. Do you think they've discovered us? Unlikely, the larger serpent sensed something amiss. Then why haven't they come? It appears they have not chosen this route. I told you this plan was flawed. We must take the initiative. The smaller serpent fumed. Clearly, they had grown weary of waiting. The larger serpent sighed slightly. I only sought to ensure our safety. We must leave now. It is still possible to pursue them and eliminate them before fleeing. This place is no longer secure. With that, the smaller serpent swiftly slithered forward. Wait for me. The larger serpent called out as it hurried after. While they waited in vain for Qin Ye and his companions, Qin Ye encountered trouble, or rather, trouble found him. After learning from the Dimension Cat that 2 individuals were being pursued by 4 spirit beasts not far away, he took the initiative to investigate. Of course, he did not rush in blindly. He had gleaned from the Dimension Cat that the 4 spirit beasts were of relatively modest strength, easily manageable by him. Species, Black Cloud Hunter, level 37, attribute, Dark. Species, Black Yao Giant Serpent, level 35, attribute, Dark. 2 serpents and 2 hunters. Regrettably, these hunters wielded bows instead of long knives. Upon reviewing their profiles, Qin Ye could not help but scoff. With such feeble strength, how dare they hunt us? They are practically inviting defeat. The Dimension Cat pointed to a man and a woman not far off. Qin Ye fell silent. Indeed, what were they doing here with such weakness? With confusion, he commanded his Loya duck and sword dog to charge forth. The already beleaguered man and woman, upon seeing the duck and dog rushing to their aid, felt a surge of hope ignite within their despair. Are we being rescued? The woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. The man, pale yet regaining color, replied, It seems so. These spirit beasts are formidable. The woman marveled as the duck and dog swiftly dispatched the 2 serpents and 2 hunters. Her excitement turned to astonishment as she realized the duck and dog were not of level 40. As she processed this revelation, Qin Ye's voice rang out from nearby. With such strength, how dare you venture here? The woman turned abruptly, her gaze locking onto Qin Ye, who was mounted on the single-eyed wolf, momentarily taken aback. We heard that during the cleansing operation, the high-level spirit beasts would be eliminated, so we came. The man's voice trailed off. And we are not weak. We are intermediate who in sh. Fortunately, you contracted a spirit beast capable of aiding your escape, Qin Ye observed, noting the dog and leopard beneath them. Clearly, these were their contracted beasts. At present, the dog and leopard appeared to be in decent condition, likely due to the sluggishness of the 2 serpents and hunters. After a cursory glance at their contracted beasts, Qin Ye urged, Hurry, they will send more. May we accompany you? The woman asked softly. Qin Ye regarded her. Then the man, contemplating for a few moments before sighing, Very well, but I will not wait for you. Though he said this, he did not move quickly. After the Loya duck and sword dog dealt with the adversaries, Qin Ye led them onward. Not long after they departed, a small serpent suddenly darted out from behind a tree, exclaiming, We finally caught up with you. It can talk. The woman gasped, her face paling. Can you guess why it caught up with us? Qin Ye chuckled calmly, and before the small serpent could respond, he shouted, Let us end this swiftly. With that, the Loya duck brandished its knife and charged at the small serpent, while the sword dog confronted the larger serpent. The battle was imminent. It can talk, the woman stammered, her voice trembling. The man felt a pang of anxiety. Can you handle this, Great One? Shouldn't be an issue, Qin Ye replied, summoning Zhuge to join the fray. He engaged them not without reason. He had received intelligence from the Dimension Cat. Though the 2 serpents appeared to be only level 40, they were certainly not beyond his capabilities. Previously, he had refrained from fighting because he could escape. Now, since they had pursued him, he had no choice but to confront them. Moreover, he was not alone. He had 2 companions with him. While the Loya duck and sword dog battled the 2 serpents, Qin Ye unleashed his Huan-Eling soul gaze. Species, Black Yao Serpent, level 42, attribute, Dark. Potential, medium lord. Species, Black Yao Giant Serpent, level 40, attribute, Dark. Potential, medium commander. Is this what evolution turns into? Qin Ye murmured, glancing at his companions. Do you possess spirit beasts of level 30 or above? Yes, they responded eagerly. Then summon your spirit beasts of level 30 or above to assist mine. Without hesitating, they conjured their contracted beasts. A green monkey and a floral spirit beast appeared before Qin Ye. Green spirit monkey, an evolved form of the green wild monkey. Floral scent. A support type would attribute spirit beast, the evolved form of fragrant herb. Excellent, Qin Ye exclaimed, turning to the woman. Have your floral scent release support skills for my companions. As for you, let your monkey charge in. Understood. The man realized the gravity of the moment and said no more, directing his monkey to attack. My wind shadow leopard has also reached level 31. Should I level up? A man inquired. Qin Ye glanced at the leopard beneath the man and shook his head, stating that it was unnecessary. It was sufficient. The man nodded slightly and began to direct his monkey. To reassure him, Qin Ye instructed Zhuge to cast a 4 symbols shield on the monkey. Fear not in your strikes. My shield is formidable. Upon hearing Qin Ye's voice and witnessing the colorful light shield on the monkey, the man felt an overwhelming sense of security. Chapter 86. Wang Lan, Lan Hong. Tian Yu 8 styles. Waning moon, half moon, full moon, full moon. As the green spirit monkey joined the fray, it provided the sword hound with a fleeting opportunity. Unleashing blade after blade of terrifying light that soared into the heavens, relentlessly striking the giant serpent. The man and woman gazed in astonishment at the dazzling display of brilliance. Meanwhile, a small snake entangled with Luo Yu was similarly stunned by the spectacle. However, the small snake quickly snapped back to reality as Luo Yu's attacks rained down upon it. Without hesitation, it turned and fled, not pausing for a moment. Such power, such radiance, it would be foolish to linger and await its demise. The small snake's desire to escape was met with Luo Yu's determination to pursue. Just as Luo Yu prepared to chase, Qin Ye swiftly intervened, redirecting him to attack the giant serpent. Although the giant serpent had endured numerous assaults from the sword hound, its high level prevented it from being immediately slain. Yet, after Luo Yu joined the fray, it was soon cleaved into multiple segments. After summoning Luo Yu and the others back, Qin Ye produced pots and pans. Brother, what are you doing? The man was taken aback once more. Aren't we supposed to leave after the battle? Why are you preparing a meal? They won't be coming back, Qin Ye replied calmly. With the commotion we've caused, they dare not approach. He was confident in his timing. Given the official response speed, it had been quite some time, and they should have already come to their aid. The absence of their arrival was not due to a malfunction in the wristwatch's location tracking, but rather because there were many people around, delaying their arrival. Now, after the sword hound's barrage of skills, the light had soared into the sky. If the brilliance was so bright that they could not see it and still did not approach, it could only mean that something had gone awry at the base. However, since no incident had occurred at the base, they would undoubtedly come to investigate shortly. If something had indeed gone wrong at the base, the wristwatches would emit a dazzling blood-red light, rather than the current bright red hue. The bright red light signifies a large-scale activity nearby, advising caution and suggesting returning to the base. The blood-red light, on the other hand, indicates an attack on the base and the potential for chaos, leaving the choice of returning up to the individual. Just as Qin Ye finished speaking, a water-blue ray descended from the sky, crashing into the nearby woods. They have arrived. Qin Ye, calmly consuming snake meat, gazed at the luminous spectacle above. The two individuals beside him, however, clearly lacked his composure, standing up with excitement etched on their faces. In that moment, their hearts were thoroughly relieved. You are so relaxed. Aren't you afraid of their arrival? A middle-aged man riding a dragon-like spirit beast appeared above Qin Ye and his companions. Oh, it's you. Qin Ye recognized the familiar face of the middle-aged man and waved with a smile, exclaiming, so you are this strong. The dragon-like spirit beast was the dream of most novice summoners. In every world, dragon-related spirit beasts, regardless of their strength, are never too weak. This dragon was evidently a purebred, not a mixed bloodline. Young man, your strength is commendable. The middle-aged man observed Qin Ye and the two others, realizing instantly that the recent display was orchestrated by this young lad. Given his own prowess, he understood the implication behind those actions. This was no ordinary spirit beast showcasing such power. It was clear that while this young man appeared to be of intermediate strength, his contracted beast must be among the top tier of its kind. He is a prodigy. Well, it's mainly because my companions are exceptional. Qin Ye replied with a smile, raising the snake meat in his hand. Would you like a taste? No, you should hurry back. I just eliminated that small snake. The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head. Since you are fine, I will take my leave. We shall meet at the base. Very well. After the middle-aged man rode away on his giant dragon, Qin Ye turned to the two beside him and asked, do you know who he is? The woman shook her head, while the man excitedly responded, he is the king-level sentinel of Heha Star, Lan Hong, and that dragon is his core spirit beast. The illusory water dragon, Lan Hong. Qin Ye murmured softly, urging them to eat quickly so they could depart. The woman and the man exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to sit down and continue their meal since Qin Ye showed no intention of leaving. Little Wei Cat, do you know Lan Hong? I don't know him. Wei Du Cat glanced at Qin Ye with dissatisfaction, declaring, don't call me Little Wei Cat. If I don't call you Little Wei Cat, then what shall I call you? Call me the god of space. Qin Ye rolled his eyes, deciding to stick with Little Wei Cat. Meow? I remember you. You've known me for quite a while. Qin Ye questioned, can you still meow while transmitting thoughts? I am capable of anything, meow. Impressive. After finishing the snake meat, Qin Ye stood and addressed the two, asking if they had eaten well, and upon their affirmation, they promptly stood up. They had no desire to linger over their meal until they reached the base. Seeing their eagerness, Qin Ye smiled and led the way. With the involvement of super-level summoners in the rescue operation, Qin Ye and his companions encountered no dangers along the way, returning effortlessly to the base. Upon arriving at the base, the two individuals saved by Qin Ye expressed their heartfelt gratitude and invited him to share a late-night snack before bidding him farewell. During their meal, Qin Ye learned of their backgrounds. They were students from Qin Spirit Beast University, there to capture suitable spirit beasts. Qin Spirit Beast University, a rather ordinary institution. Upon receiving this information, Qin Ye finally grasped the disparity in strength between top-tier universities and ordinary ones. That night, Qin Ye wandered the streets, cradling Wei Du Cat. The once bustling thoroughfare was now sparsely populated, devoid of the vibrancy he had witnessed upon his arrival. The old man is still here. Indeed, you summoners of the Federation are quite the crafty ones. Upon seeing the old man, even Wei Du Cat, though dim-witted, recognized that this elder was no ordinary person. Qin Ye observed the elderly figure with closed eyes, remaining entirely unfazed, as he quietly averted his gaze and continued walking forward. Just then, the old man's voice resonated from the side. "Young man, aren't you going to bring your cat over to take a look?" Meow. Wei Du Cat's fur bristled in alarm, and just as it contemplated fleeing, Qin Ye patted it, questioning its sudden nervousness. "What is there to be anxious about? You haven't done anything wrong." At this, Wei Du Cat paused, realizing, oh, right, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be nervous? Meow. Qin Ye calmly approached the old man with Wei Du Cat in his arms and smiled, saying, "Boss, your wares are quite expensive. I cannot afford them." Chapter 87, Dark Stone. The old man sat upright, gesturing toward the items on the stall, smiling at Qin Ye, stating, "Choose what you wish, you can pay me later." "I do not like owing people anything, especially money," Qin Ye replied, shaking his head. The feeling of being in debt is unpleasant, and he had no desire to experience it. The old man paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face, then suggested, "Shall I gift you one?" "Really?" Qin Ye's eyes brightened at the prospect. The old man, seeing his reaction, chuckled, "You may take one, but only one. This youth is quite interesting. He would rather owe a favor than money. Then I shall take this dark stone." Qin Ye decisively pointed to the dark stone still resting in its original position. He understood that he would owe this old man a favor, but did owing money not also imply owing a favor? As for whether to accept it or not, why would one refuse a gift? Moreover, this is a dark stone of at least yellow quality. Such quality dark stones are rare and hard to come by. As for obligations, one repays what one can. If unable, there is nothing to be done. Your discernment is commendable. The old man slightly raised his finger, and the dark stone on the stall vanished in an instant, only to reappear in Qin Ye's hand. Qin Ye, astonished by the sudden manifestation of this foreign object, gazed at the elder in disbelief. The elder smiled gently, saying, "Take it." "Thank you." Qin Ye responded without hesitation, placing the stone directly into his spirit calling space. "Little cat, do you now understand why I can see you?" The elder turned to the astonished Wei Du Cat. "I am not small," the cat retorted, regaining its composure. "If my level were higher, you certainly wouldn't be able to detect me. But who is to blame for your current low level?" The elder chuckled, not refuting the feline's words. "Humph, trying to pry information from me? Not a chance, meow." The dimensional cat shot him a glare and turned away. The elder refrained from further questioning and instead addressed Qin Ye. "Are you prepared to contract with it?" Qin Ye gazed down at the dimensional cat, stroking its soft fur, and replied to the elder, "I wish to, but it has yet to agree." The elder looked at the dimensional cat, assuring, "It will agree." The cat huffed, "Meow. I do not agree. Such a mischievous little creature." The elder smiled and turned to Qin Ye. "You may call me Hilao." Upon hearing this, Qin Ye promptly introduced himself. "I am Qin Ye from Spirit Calling University." Hilao nodded slightly and took out his phone, saying, "Let us exchange contact information." "Sure." Qin Ye quickly pulled out his phone and added Hilao as a friend. Hilao put away his phone and said to Qin Ye, "Once you have contracted this little cat, let me know." "All right. I shall take my leave now." With a wave of his left hand, Hilao, along with the items on the stall, vanished from Qin Ye's sight. "Is he leaving already?" Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback, stroking the dimensional cat as he asked, "Why could Hilao see you? He is at least a legendary level space spirit caller." The dimensional cat lazily replied, "Spirit callers of this caliber can sense spatial fluctuations, from which he discovered me. Must one reach the legendary level to perceive such fluctuations?" "Not necessarily," the dimensional cat continued. "Only at this level can one detect me. Those below cannot. Do you have any methods to improve?" "None," the dimensional cat stated calmly. "I am currently too low in level. Once I reach level 30, they will not be able to perceive me at all." "I see." Qin Ye nodded slightly, continuing to walk forward while holding the dimensional cat. After a leisurely stroll outside, Qin Ye returned to his hotel. After refreshing himself, he retrieved the dark stone. Dark stone. Quality: purple. Description: a type of dark stone that contains abundant dark attribute energy, which can be absorbed and consumed. It is a great supplement for dark attribute spirit beasts. Purple. Qin Ye's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. The dimensional cat appeared before him, perplexed. Isn't this purple? Did you not know? I have never seen one before. How could I know? I thought it was of yellow quality. Qin Ye considered it might be purple, but quickly dismissed the idea, categorizing the stone as yellow quality. In his mind, he believed no one would casually display a purple quality stone for sale, leading him to naturally assume its quality was yellow. You thought I would pick up a bargain. Assuming He Lao was unaware of its true quality, right? The information visible to his spirit-calling eyes does not imply that every spirit caller possesses the ability to see it. Meow cats do occasionally misjudge. The dimensional cat remarked before turning away. Qin Ye watched its retreating figure, chuckling softly as he summoned his sword dog. He then handed the dark stone to the sword dog, instructing, "Eat this and strive to absorb the dark attribute energy within." Woof. The sword dog nodded vigorously. Just as it was about to consume the dark stone, the dimensional cat's voice suddenly called out from the side, "Wait." Qin Ye and the sword dog turned to look. "You are wasting a treasure." The dimensional cat approached. "Wait until it calms down before absorbing it by the waterfall. The dark attribute energy there is dense, and the absorption will be far more effective." Qin Ye paused, realizing the wisdom in its words. As expected of my cat, even without a contract. It is already helping me, he thought, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Scram. The dimensional cat rolled its eyes and turned to leave. The sword dog looked at Qin Ye in confusion. "Put it away for now. We will discuss it in a few days," Qin Ye instructed. Woof. The sword dog, suppressing its longing, quietly stored the stone away. As powerful spirit callers ventured out to the Black Cloud Mountain and Black Cloud Forest for rescue operations, the major forces led by Yuying Valley suffered a swift and complete defeat within 2 days. 2 days later, Qin Ye returned to the waterfall. During this time, he had not remained stationary at the base, but had been active around its vicinity. Since the waterfall was some distance from the base, he arrived there only after 2 days. At the waterfall, Qin Ye summoned Zhuge and, as before, they braved the waterfall's onslaught, with Zhuge standing guard nearby. This time, the dimensional cat did not leave, but instead perched atop Zhuge, guiding the sword dog in absorbing the dark stone. While withstanding the fierce impact of the black waterfall, the sword dog sensed the dark attribute energy emanating from the stone in its possession. Before long, the dark stone was completely absorbed, transforming into an ordinary rock. Simultaneously, a surge of immense dark attribute energy erupted from within it. Chapter 88. Ascending to advanced level and completing the contract. The overwhelming dark attribute energy burst forth, startling Qin Ye and Luo Ye, who were training nearby. Observing this scene, Qin Ye decisively led Luo Ye away and approached Zhuge and the dimensional cat. "What is happening?" Qin Ye pointed to the sword dog enveloped in darkness. "It just absorbed the entire stone," the dimensional cat explained. Qin Ye curiously watched the sword dog, and just as he was about to inquire further, an energy surged within him. "Oh no, I am about to break through," Qin Ye exclaimed, promptly settling into a meditative position. Zhuge and Luo Ye, upon noticing, immediately focused their full attention, scanning their surroundings. The dimensional cat observed the duo's actions and calmly said, "Do not fret. With me around, I will sense anyone approaching." Zhuge and Luo Ye, upon hearing this, did not relax their vigilance, but rather became even more serious. "All right. This is quite good." The dimensional cat sighed lightly, its gaze returning to the sword dog. At this moment, the sword dog was enveloped in a thick shroud of dark attribute energy. The energy that had burst forth from the waterfall had long since dissipated. Yet the waterfall continued to cascade over the sword dog, now surrounded by dark attribute energy. Minutes later, Qin Ye was the first to open his eyes. He gazed at the sword dog, which was gradually stabilizing, and softly asked, "Is it not done yet?" "Almost." The dimensional cat turned to Qin Ye, inquiring, "Have you advanced?" "Yes." Qin Ye beamed with a brilliant smile. The dimensional cat, intrigued, asked, "What talent have you awakened?" "I shall not tell you." Qin Ye chuckled, casting it a sidelong glance as he summoned his status panel. Name: Qin Ye. Level: Advanced Spirit Caller. Talent: Sun Luo Wan Xiang. Ming 2. Child of Nature, Damage Transfer. Skill: Spirit Calling Eyes, Interference. Damage Transfer: Can transfer part of the damage received to 1's contracted beast. Not too shabby, he mused. Though this talent may not seem as impressive as the previous ones, it is still far from negligible. It has at least bolstered my defensive capabilities, ensuring a certain degree of safety. Wei Du Mao observed Qin Ye's somewhat dejected expression and inquired, "Is something wrong?" "It's acceptable, not great, but not terrible either. It simply doesn't compare to the first 3 talents," Qin Ye replied candidly, having no intention of deceiving Wei Du Mao. "What type of talent is it?" Wei Du Mao asked again. "If you form a contract with me, I shall reveal it," Qin Ye said with a slight smile. "Are you that eager?" Wei Du Mao rolled its eyes. "Indeed." Qin Ye nodded emphatically. "My father said that for growth-type talents, the earlier one forms a contract, the better. Delaying the contract can be quite detrimental." Wei Du Mao paused, furrowing its brow. "Wait a moment. Are you certain your father didn't misspeak?" "What's incorrect?" Qin Ye queried. "What does the timing of the contract have to do with growth-type talents?" Wei Du Mao continued. "You merely need to contract with a lower-tier spirit beast. The difference between an early and a late contract is merely the timing of reaching the super level, isn't it? Is there another distinction?" Wei Du Mao appeared puzzled. "Give me a moment to think," Qin Ye murmured, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed something was amiss, yet he couldn't call his father now. Away from Lingxing. His phone had no signal, making it impossible to contact his father. Of course, not every planet lacked signal. It was simply that He Xing had not established a cooperative relationship with their planet, thus their signals were not shared. "No, my father is correct. The earlier I form this contract, the better it is for my talent." Qin Ye looked up at Wei Du Mao. "Why?" Wei Du Mao inquired, perplexed. Qin Ye contemplated for a moment before explaining, "The sooner I contract, the sooner I can become a super summoner. Once I attain that status, the effects of my talent will naturally strengthen to some extent. For instance, an enhancement that was initially 1 becomes 2 at a higher level. If the contracted beast levels up in that 2 effect, the energy it provides will greatly surpass what I would receive at level 1. Therefore, if I contract early and become a super summoner sooner, I can harness more energy. A late contract means Zhuge and others will level up several times, resulting in a significant loss of energy. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Ye smiled at Wei Du Mao. From the very first sentence, Wei Du Mao comprehended the situation. Indeed, although Wei Du Mao was reluctant to admit its error, it was not stubborn in this regard. "So, when will you contract with me?" Qin Ye pressed. Meow." After frantically scratching itself, Wei Du Mao turned to Qin Ye and said, "Let us do it, but we must agree on a few things." "What shall we agree upon?" Upon hearing Wei Du Mao's consent to form a contract, a smile uncontrollably spread across Qin Ye's face. Wei Du Mao looked at him earnestly and stated, "I prefer to stay outside. I do not wish to remain in the summoning space. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, you cannot summon me into the summoning space." "Agreed." Qin Ye nodded with a smile. "Additionally, you must promise me that I will become a legendary phantom beast. Do not forget this. I will strive for that." Furthermore, after several minutes of negotiation, Wei Du Mao nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed with the contract." "Then I shall begin," Qin Ye replied cheerfully. Considering Wei Du Mao's various demands, Qin Ye concluded they were largely trivial matters. For instance, there was the concern of potential enemies seeking revenge, which would require him to be prepared for the consequences, daily baths, and preferences for certain spirit foods. Aside from the enemy issue, Qin Ye felt the rest was inconsequential. Wei Du Mao sat on the ground, looking at Qin Ye. "Come on, I am ready." Qin Ye nodded slightly and initiated the contract formation array. As the array materialized beneath Wei Du Mao's feet, they soon completed the contract. After the contract, an immense surge of energy welled within him once more. Qin Ye instantly closed his eyes, beginning to consolidate the sudden influx of energy. This energy was significantly greater than what he had just acquired. Simultaneously, Wei Du Mao also received energy from Qin Ye. Feeling the change within itself, Wei Du Mao looked at Qin Ye in astonishment. "Your talent is incredible. My control over space has noticeably increased. Although it still fell short of its peak capabilities, it was vastly superior to its state before the contract, to the extent that it felt the elderly man could no longer detect its presence. Is this the advantage of contracting with a summoner? No wonder they become so much stronger after forming such contracts." While Wei Du Mao was astonished, Qin Ye soon opened his eyes. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Gaga. Upon hearing these words, Zhuge and Luoya, who had been observing from the side, also chimed in enthusiastically. Everyone, Wei Du Mao directed its gaze towards the smiling trio. Unable to suppress a radiant smile of its own, "I look forward to your guidance as well." Meow. Chapter 89, Wei Du 9 Lives. Race, Wei Du Mao. Level 15, 20,100. Attribute, Space. Potential, Near Mythical, 27,100. Talent, Wei Du 9 Lives. Skills, Instant Transmission, Mastery, Spatial/Mastery. Description, a young cat recently awakened from its 9 lives, devoted to becoming a phantom beast. Now it has become your contracted beast, and its destiny is changing. Dimension, can enter another dimension at any time, rendering the target oblivious to its existence. 9 lives. Cats possess 9 lives, of which only 5 remain, upon death. The talent effect activates automatically, resetting the level to 0, allowing for a rebirth. It can also be activated voluntarily, resulting in a temporary state of slumber, after which its strength will revert to its newborn state. After becoming a contracted beast, this talent effect cannot be undone unless the summoner dies. You have died 4 times? Qin Ye gazed at Wei Du Mao in astonishment. Wei Du Mao replied calmly, to be precise, I have died twice. The other 2 were initiated by me. Were you born with near mythical potential? No. Wei Du Mao looked at Qin Ye with curiosity. Why do you ask this? Just inquiring. Qin Ye continued. What was your potential at birth? Wei Du Mao replied proudly, legendary. It took pride in its initial potential. After all, being born with legendary potential is not vastly different from being born with mythical potential. Impressive, Qin Ye exclaimed, gazing at Wei Du Mao with admiration, silently giving a thumbs up. Zhuge and Luo Ye beside him also expressed envious glances. Having lived alongside Qin Ye for so long, they naturally understood the significance of potential. They had each evolved several times without attaining king-level potential, while Wei Du Mao was born with legendary potential. How could they not feel envy? Of course, their envy was purely innocent, with no ulterior motives. Meow? Wei Du Mao sensed the attention around it, and felt a rare sense of bashfulness. However, it soon turned its gaze back to Qin Ye. Why do you ask this? Did you see something? Indeed, Qin Ye said, a slight smile gracing his lips. You are now only 73 points away from mythical potential. What does that mean? Wei Du Mao asked, puzzled. It means. Qin Ye succinctly explained the special effects that his summoning soul I had conferred upon his contracted beast. Wei Du Mao paused in surprise upon hearing this, then excitedly exclaimed. So, if I increase the number by 73 points, I can become a spirit beast with mythical potential? Precisely. Observing Wei Du Mao's excitement, Qin Ye cautioned, calm down. Don't be too excited. Those 73 points are not easy to attain. Meow? How can I possibly remain calm? The dimensional cat leaped up in excitement. Until now, I had been unaware of how far I was from achieving a legendary status. Now that I understand the distance, I will no longer feel engulfed in darkness, unable to see the light ahead. You have illuminated my path. Meow? The dimensional cat trembled slightly with exhilaration. Qin Ye, listening to the cat's words and observing its current demeanor, fell silent. Indeed, how could one compare a future shrouded in darkness to one where the path is visible? If it were him, he might feel just as elated. My choice was undoubtedly correct, meow. The dimensional cat suppressed its inner excitement and turned to Qin Ye, continuing. You have indeed concealed something. There are certain matters that cannot be exposed. Otherwise, my little life would be at risk. As Qin Ye spoke, he unleashed the concept of Ming Tu. What else? Upon hearing this, the dimensional cat realized that he had more hidden talents that must remain undisclosed. Qin Ye gazed at the blank concept of Ming Tu and couldn't help but exclaim, truly, it is remarkable for a spirit beast born with legendary potential to have not yet evolved. The dimensional cat was taken aback. Its eyes widened, and its lips quivered slightly. You can had envisioned a certain effect, but hesitated to voice it, fearing it might be a mistaken assumption that would lead to false excitement. Qin Ye grinned widely. You are correct. I can see all the potential evolution paths available to you. Really? The dimensional cat found it hard to believe, as this felt like a dream. However, Qin Ye's next words shattered its illusion. Unfortunately, you cannot evolve. There are no suitable paths for your evolution. Qin Ye waved his hand, looking at the blank interface. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Indeed, the dimensional cat's expression of excitement visibly dulled. It then gazed at Qin Ye with a sense of grievance. I could have evolved, but that item was taken by you. No, it was not I who took it. You lost it yourself, and it was inadvertently consumed by Zhuge. Qin Ye retorted, unwilling to take the blame. I don't care, it was taken by you all. The dimensional cat huffed. That was something I fought hard to obtain. Right. Qin Ye nodded eagerly, then shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on that. Don't you feel filled with hope for the future now that you are with me? It's all right, the dimensional cat said proudly, lifting its head. All right is good. Just as Qin Ye was about to continue, a disturbance arose from the nearby waterfall. The sword dog awakened. The sword dog suddenly opened its eyes, and a terrifying black sword intent erupted from within, sweeping through the surroundings. The dark waterfall above was severed multiple times in an instant. The sword intent arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly, restoring calm to the area within moments. Race, sword dog. Level 34, 34,100. Attributes, normal, 55, dark, 42. Potential, low-level lord, 21,100. Talent, sword heart, Tianyu Bashir. Skills, dark moon slash, transcendent. Shadow step, transcendent. Sword intent, transcendent, dark sword intent, mastered. Description: a guard dog with the sword heart talent unexpectedly activated the hidden dark attribute within due to its immense evolution power, awakening the talent known as Qin Ye. Qin Ye, integrating the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon. Each style embodies profound dark attribute energy and power. First style, Crescent Moon. The rich essence of heaven and earth melds with the spirit of the moon to form the crescent moon, delivering a powerful dark attribute attack to surrounding targets. Fourth style, Silver Moon. The rich essence of heaven and earth merges with the spirit of the moon to form the silver moon, inflicting a formidable dark attribute attack on nearby targets, with a chance of inflicting the chilling, piercing, negative status. Fifth style, Not Awakened. Insufficient dark attribute ratio. Chapter 90, Teleportation Token. Level 34. Low-level Lord. Awakening the fourth style of Qin Ye. Qin Ye beamed brightly as he surveyed the information on the sword dog's panel. The effect of the dark stone is indeed formidable. A piece of purple dark attribute stone, without mentioning other enhancements, has already terrifyingly elevated the sword dog's potential to low-level Lord status. Of course, the sword dog's potential reaching low-level Lord status is not solely attributed to the dark stone. It was also close to that level initially, needing only a difference of around 20. Beyond successfully elevating its potential to low-level Lord status, the greatest gain was the awakening of the fourth style of Qin Ye and the successful comprehension of dark sword intent. The fourth style of Qin Ye, Silver Moon, was clearly a terrifying skill without needing to see the sword dog demonstrate it. After all, the first three styles were already so powerful, and this fourth style must be even stronger, especially since it contains an additional technique. Chilling Piercing. The very name invokes a sense of coldness. Regarding the dark sword intent, Qin Ye noted that its effects closely resembled sword intent, albeit enhanced with attributes. Undoubtedly, when unleashed, dark sword intent would surpass regular sword intent, even if the sword dog had mastered the latter. Observing the approaching sword dog, Qin Ye inquired, "How do you feel?" "Woof woof, very good." The sword dog was immensely joyful, feeling significantly stronger than before. "Excellent, then let us depart." Qin Ye looked at Zhuge and Luoya. Since the sword dog had made a breakthrough, he no longer intended to remain here. The 30-plus level spirit beasts in this area were exceedingly scarce, rendering further stay pointless. Previously, there had been a few spirit beasts at this level, but after the recent purging, they had become exceedingly rare. Today, he had only encountered 2. "Are we leaving already?" the Dimensional Cat asked. "Do you wish to level up?" Qin Ye turned to the Dimensional Cat. "If you want to level up, I can take you training for a few days. While there are no 30-plus level spirit beasts, there are still plenty in the teens and 20s. No need. I don't require leveling up." The Dimensional Cat shook its head. "My strength will automatically increase. Leveling up just speeds it up a bit. Wouldn't that be too slow?" Qin Ye frowned. When he first met the Dimensional Cat, it was at level 10. Now, more than half a month later, it had only reached level 15. "Didn't you tell me to suppress my level?" The Dimensional Cat shot him a sideways glance. "Haha, I thought so." Qin Ye suddenly realized, laughing heartily before saying to the Dimensional Cat, "By the way, there's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" The Dimensional Cat looked puzzled. "After forming a contract with me, I saw the effect of your 9 lives. And then, were you shocked?" The Dimensional Cat's initial confusion morphed into pride. "No. I noticed that it stated, as long as I do not die, even if you release your 9 lives, you cannot escape my grasp." Qin Ye extended his hand and smiled broadly. "In other words, as long as I remain alive, no matter how many times you release your 9 lives, you will still be my contracted beast. Is that all?" The Dimensional Cat couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Rest assured, I will not leave. I have decided to stick with you in this life." In previous lifetimes, it had fought alone, but this time it wished to see if contracting with a summoner would bring about miraculous changes. Initially, it had harbored some concerns, but upon successfully forming a contract with Qin Ye and learning of his talent's effects, those worries vanished in an instant. What it feared most was Qin Ye suddenly perishing. As long as Qin Ye did not unexpectedly die, it had a strong feeling that it could achieve the status of a legendary spirit beast in this lifetime, to become the mythical phantom beast. Then, accompany Qin Ye until the end. Once revived as a phantom beast, it would truly be the uncontrollable legendary phantom beast. The thought of it filled it with delight. Lost in thought, couldn't he help but break into a silly smile. What was on its mind? Qin Ye waved his hand in front of the meow. The S face flushed, but it quickly regained its composure. "Really nothing at all? Truly not? Meow? Then let's assume you haven't thought of anything." "Gagaga. It must have thought of something." "Meow? You're the one who is thinking." Accompanied by a turtle, a duck, a dog, and a cat, they strolled merrily towards the base. Inside the base, Qin Ye approached the old crane, who was reclining in a rocking chair, wearing a gentle smile. At that moment, the was not nestled in his arms, but perched contentedly on his shoulder. As Zhuge and the others were about to arrive at the base, he summoned them back to the summoning space. Oh, the old crane opened his eyes and, upon seeing Qin Ye, his initially furrowed brow transformed into a look of astonishment. You've advanced. I inadvertently became a high-level summoner just now. Qin Ye chuckled and continued. I have formed a contract with the little. The old crane's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Qin Ye. Then, he noticed the on Qin Ye's shoulder. Looking smug. Old man, what you saw yesterday was merely a slip. Today, I am my complete self. Yet, you still caught a glimpse of me, old man. The old crane laughed heartily. Meow. The huffed, choosing to ignore the old crane. After observing for a moment, the old crane remarked to Qin Ye. Your talent is quite formidable. It appears my investment will not go to waste. Hee. Qin Ye scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Here. The old crane tossed a token to Qin Ye. Hastily, Qin Ye caught the token and inquired, Old crane, what is this? This is a teleportation token. You can use it 3 times, the old crane replied. Teleportation is random. Qin Ye opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Put it away. I don't want to hear news of my investment suddenly meeting its end. Thank you, old crane. Qin Ye expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The old crane shook his head and waved his hand. Come back and chat with me sometime, or we can talk on the phone. Just because others have no signal here doesn't mean mine doesn't. My phone is specially provided, albeit at a higher price. Qin Ye nodded vigorously, bidding farewell to the old crane. That old man is quite polite, the commented from the side. Looking at the teleportation token in his hand, Qin Ye replied. He is referred to as old crane. I am certainly older than him. Then I shall call you little old cat. Meow? That won't do. Then what shall we call old crane? How about little crane? That works. Little crane sounds better than old man. As for how old crane feels about it, that is not our concern. Chapter 91, Luoyan's Evolution, A New Destiny, August 24th. In the underground training room of the dormitory, Qin Ye gazed at Luoyan, enveloped in a serene blue glow, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Just a minute ago, upon reaching level 40, Luoyan had naturally triggered the power of evolution, embarking on a transformative journey. Now, Luoyan had successfully initiated the process of evolving into a ghost duck. Since returning to school from high hexing, he had primarily maintained a routine of studying, training, and sleeping. During this time, he focused on training Luoyan, while also assisting Zhuge and Jingu, leaving the unattended. Unsure of how to manage it. After all, that had previously been an entity of over level 80, requiring no guidance from him. He merely needed to be aware of its gradual level increase. Upon returning to school, he promptly sold the spirit beasts he had captured on fengshaxing and high hexing, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of points. Subsequently, he exchanged these points for a yellow quality ghost attribute treasure and a blue quality ghost attribute treasure, meeting the foundational requirements for Luoyan's evolution. Of course, the school didn't accept just any spirit beasts. It employed a qualification detector specifically for assessing the qualifications of spirit beasts. Only those meeting the school's minimum acquisition criteria would be purchased, yielding corresponding points or spirit coins. Not all the spirit beasts Qin Ye captured met the school's acquisition standards. A few had slightly inadequate qualifications. He sold these less qualified beasts for some spirit coins. Naturally, those lower quality beasts were intentionally captured to avoid drawing too much attention. He preferred to remain low-key. As for how he discerned whether a spirit beast was qualified, he employed his summoning soul eye and destiny to conduct tests. First, he would use the summoning soul eye. Any beast with potential would certainly stand out, while those without would be disregarded. Upon identifying a beast with potential, he would then use destiny to examine its path of evolution. If a beast possessed a unique evolution path, its qualifications would likely be commendable, leading to a high probability of being accepted. From the final outcomes, all qualified beasts were accepted. On the other hand, those lacking unique evolution paths had only a few that met the school's minimum standards. Those that did not pass were sold off. In total, he captured fewer than 20 spirit beasts, with the school accepting only 12. It wasn't that he wished to capture more. Rather, high-quality spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. Among the fewer than 20 beasts, 3/4 were captured on fengshaxing, while only a quarter came from high hexing. Without fengshaxing, he wouldn't have managed to acquire such a plethora of high-quality spirit beasts, especially since they were appearing for the first time, resulting in substantial points awarded by the school. After acquiring high points for the fengshaxing spirit beasts, he finally had enough to exchange for a yellow quality ghost attribute treasure. Had these beasts been from high hexing, he certainly wouldn't have amassed enough points for a yellow quality ghost attribute treasure. Your talent is truly formidable, the remarked softly, gazing at Luoyan, now fully enveloped in the blue glow. Such a talent, capable of perceiving evolution paths and conditions, seemed extraordinarily exceptional to it. Qin Ye responded with a smile. It is precisely because of this talent that I dare to take such risks. That makes sense. Meowth's eyes betrayed a hint of envy. It also yearned for evolution. Once evolved, it would likely become a. While they chatted, a gentle pop echoed as the blue glow enveloping Luoyin erupted, revealing a new form of Luoyin, slightly taller, more handsome, and more mature than before. Qin Ye immediately activated his summoning soul, to observe the newly evolved Luoyin. Species, Ghost Duck. Level, 40, 1100. Attributes, Water, 57. Ghost, 38. Potential, Near Monarch, 88,100. Talent, Plunder, Desperation, Ghost Form, Nether Perception. Skills, Ghost Clone, Transcendence, Nether Roar, Transcendence, Nether Slash, Mastery, Ghost Impact, Entry. Description: a sailor duck dreaming of becoming the pirate king underwent an unforeseen change during its evolution. Near Monarch. Monarch is such a difficult achievement. It hasn't reached the Monarch level yet. I expected it to attain that. It's still a tad short. Qin Ye sighed softly, examining the effects of the new talents and skills. Nether Perception. Possesses a special perception ability towards ghost and water attribute beings, allowing early detection and evasion of attacks from ghost and water attribute beings. Ghost Impact. Instantly transforms into a ghostly shockwave, accelerating towards the enemy. Upon hitting the target, there is a chance to induce a brief stunning effect. Overall, Qin Ye is quite satisfied with the efficacy of these talents and skills. At the very least, they are not weak. In comparison to Captain Ye, to be frank, there is a slight disparity. After all, Captain Ye possesses a ship, and that vessel is no mere ornament. However, this is of little consequence. What matters is that being inferior now does not imply perpetual weakness. In his view, after the pirate Ye evolves into Ghost Ye, the most significant aspect is its potential. With potential, its strength will inevitably ascend one day. Of course, this slight inferiority only holds true when Captain Ye is aboard the ship. Without it, Ghost Ye surpasses Captain Ye. What do you think? The Dimensional Cat inquired curiously. Wait a moment, Qin Ye responded, releasing the command for Luo Ye. Destiny. Captain Ye, King possesses a ship. Ghost General, Prince enhances its ghostly attributes, ensuring they account for at least 50 of its being, currently 38. Ghost Captain, Emperor enhances its ghostly attributes, ensuring they account for at least 50 of its being, currently 38, and grants possession of a ship. Indeed, it can still evolve into Captain Ye. Qin Ye mused with a slight smile. He had a premonition that after Luo Ye evolves into Ghost Ye, it would be capable of evolving into Captain Ye. And now that instinct has been validated, he feels assured. The potential gap is immense. King, Prince, Emperor, each represents an incredibly challenging elevation, thus indicating the formidable nature of Ghost Captain through these three evolutionary paths. Observing Ghost General and Ghost Captain, Qin Ye paused for a moment, then subtly shook his head. After evolving Luo Ye into Ghost General, he harbored a lingering concern that Ghost Captain might vanish entirely. Never mind, let us aim for Ghost Captain. The Dimensional Cat, overhearing Qin Ye's musings, could not help but ask, "What are you mumbling about? What is this Captain Ye? What is Ghost Captain?" Nothing of great import. Merely the evolutionary path following the Pirate King. Qin Ye briefly recounted Luo Ye's evolution route to the Dimensional Cat. Upon hearing this, the Dimensional Cat promptly replied, "No need to ponder. Of course, you should evolve Luo Ye into Ghost Captain. The potential of the Emperor level is incomparable to that of the Prince level. The latter cannot hold a candle to the former's prowess, especially as the disparity in potential widens. A spirit beast with Emperor level potential can easily best 3 spirit beasts with Prince level potential. Moreover, once you evolve Luo Ye into Ghost General, its next evolution could very well be at level 70, 80, or even 90. The subsequent levels are not as easily attained. It commonly takes more than a month or two for a single level advancement. Can you endure having Luo Ye perpetually lag behind? Even if you can bear it. Can Luo Ye? You must ensure that Luo Ye's spirit isn't shattered by others. The Pirate King is not that fragile," Qin Ye muttered softly. He then continued, "You make a valid point. I truly had not considered this extensively. As the number of spirit beasts under his contract gradually increases, Luo Ye's strength has been steadily rising. It now takes a significant duration to gain a level. For instance, it took Luo Ye 10 days to ascend from level 39 to level 40. With 10 days already elapsed, one can only imagine the pace of future advancements. Thus, it is prudent to allow Luo Ye to evolve into Ghost Captain. That was my initial thought, but there is no rush. I have yet to locate my ship. Over a month has passed, and Grandpa Mingshan has not mentioned anything about the ghostly ship. This indicates that vessels with ghostly attributes are indeed hard to find. Of course, It is also possible that the ghost ships Grandpa Mingshan discovered were of such low quality that he hesitated to produce them, hence the silence. In any case, regardless of the reason, Luo Ye's ship has yet to be found. There is truly no urgency. The dimensional cat calculated and continued. The earliest Luo Ye can evolve again would be at level 50, but level 50 seems improbable. The odds diminish further as one progresses in level. Thus, it is highly likely that evolution will occur at level 60. As levels increase and potential rises, the chances of evolving at intervals of 10 levels become increasingly negligible, verging on non-existent. However, the likelihood remains for a 20-level gap. Though diminished compared to previous chances, it is still significantly greater than that of a 10-level gap. Considering level 60, with a 20-level deficit remaining, it will take no less than a year to reach that milestone. A year should suffice for you to find a suitable ship. The dimensional cat gazed at Qin Ye. Qin Ye chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. The dimensional cat replied calmly. If you truly cannot find one, then just settle for an ordinary vessel. We can address that later. Qin Ye shook his head. A ship is something that must accompany Luo Ye throughout its life. It cannot be chosen haphazardly. While they engaged in light conversation, Luo Ye opened its eyes. It gazed down at its hands and feet, observing its watery reflection, and with a splash, it sprayed a burst of water onto the ground. Observing its appearance in the water, the previously expressionless visage transformed into a radiant smile. Quack! I'm splendid. Qin Ye, hearing the fragmented exclamations from a distance, turned in surprise. Pirate King, you can talk now. Quack! Luo Ye exclaimed excitedly. I can indeed. Qin Ye was astonished. Although the speech was rather garbled and difficult to comprehend, he believed it would improve in a few days. Thus, he silently looked at the dimensional cat. Little cat. The task of teaching it to speak now falls to you. Why me? Meow? The dimensional cat immediately shot a glance at Qin Ye. You are the big sister here. Don't you want to be the big sister? Qin Ye appeared puzzled. Meow? After a sharp cry, the dimensional cat reluctantly consented. Very well, I shall take on this task. Although somewhat unwilling, the title of big sister resonated with its heart, leading it to ultimately accept the challenge. Thus commenced a week that felt akin to a nightmare. Quack quack, I can self-learn. Luo Ye declared. Qin Ye remarked, let Cat Sister guide you. She is adept and will teach you quickly. Quack quack, all right. Luo Ye turned to the dimensional cat. Quack quack. Quack quack quack. Sister cat, I'm counting on you. Not a bother at all. The dimensional cat felt elated upon hearing Luo Ye address it as sister cat. This sensation was truly delightful. Qin Ye watched the dimensional cat reveling in joy and chuckled while turning to Luo Ye. How do you feel after evolving into Ghost Ye? Quack. Quack quack quack. Luo Ye excitedly picked up the watery reflection on the ground and began to wave it about. Excellent. It seems you are quite spirited. Qin Ye noted, prompting Luo Ye to commence testing with Zhuge and Jianquan. The following day, in the morning, during a knife technique class, teacher He furrowed his brow, looking at Qin Ye with uncertainty. Have you advanced? Yes, teacher He. I just leveled up to advanced last night. Qin Ye replied with a grin. Since returning from Heiha's star, he had concealed his presence to avoid drawing attention. As for how he managed to do so, it was rather simple. Initially, he refrained from attending classes until Grandpa Mingshan returned, at which point he approached him and learned the skill of concealment. With the effects of concealment and his innate talents, it became exceedingly difficult for others to detect him. Recalling the time he informed Grandpa Mingshan of his advancement to Advanced Summoner, the old man had been quite taken aback. Once he regained his composure and heard Qin Ye's intentions, he promptly imparted the concealment skill to him. Furthermore, he dedicated several days to personally instructing him on how to utilize the bond between himself and his contracted beasts to learn their skills. While a summoner can learn the skills of their contracted beasts, not all skills are accessible. For instance, the dimensional cat's 9 lives is a skill that Qin Ye will never be able to master. Zhoming is unable to learn, but he can still acquire knowledge about dimensions. Currently, he lacks the ability to grasp even the slightest bit, yet as he grows stronger, there is a likelihood that he will eventually master it. The skills available to him at the moment are quite rudimentary, such as breathing fire or spraying water. However, formidable techniques like dimensions, Tianhua 8 styles, instantaneous movement, and Ligua require him to significantly enhance his strength before he can hope to learn them. Chapter 92, Wind and Sandball. El Junyan. Qin Ye bro. Have you leveled up? Wang Yu. Shui Qinghua. Is that true? El Junyan. The ones attending the swordsmanship class were completely taken aback. Qin Ye. Yesterday, Luo Ye evolved. El Junyan. Have you really leveled up? Qin Ye. Is there any reason to doubt? El Junyan. Impressive. Wang Yu. As expected of someone who can defeat me. Fei Hong. This is intense. I need to work harder. Yi Cixi. Zhang Shuijun. Truly a big shot. Qin Ye observed the messages in the group created by El Junyan and chuckled as he exited, opening Yi Cixi's chat. Yi Cixi. When did you reach a high level? Qin Ye, it's been a while. Ye, I knew it. Qin Ye, you knew again? Ye, rolls eyes. Ye, I'm not unaware of your talent. Qin Ye, haha, it's alright. Ye, just wait, I'm not far from leveling up too. Qin Ye, keep it up. August 29th. In the dormitory, having just finished a shower, Qin Ye received a message from Yuan Wu. Wenwu Gu, little junior brother, a relic has appeared on Wind and Sandstar today. Are you interested? Qin Ye paused momentarily, then typed back. Is it dangerous? Although relics may contain treasures, his life holds greater significance. Entry is restricted to beings below level 50, which translates to spirit masters below the super level in their realm. Upon reading the message, Qin Ye promptly replied, I'm going. When can we go? Now. Wenwu Gu, not so fast. The relic will open on September 1st. Qin Ye, alright. Thank you. Wenwu Gu, aim to clear it out completely. Qin Ye, that might be a bit challenging, but I'll give it my best shot. Although entry is limited to those below level 50, currently only Luo Ye is at level 40, while Zhuge and the others are still some distance from that. Wenwu Gu, haha, just kidding. Stay safe in there. Qin Ye, don't worry, Wenwu Gu, if I want to escape, they won't be able to stop me. With Cat's sister and his teleportation token, he was confident that no one below level 50 could hinder him. Wenwu Gu, I know you're quite swift, but still, exercise caution. This time, it's not just our planet's people. There are beings from 2 other planets and local creatures as well. Be wary of them. Qin Ye furrowed his brow and quickly typed. Human race? Wenwu Gu, no? They are beings from Qian Star and Yubing Star. If you have the capability, you might capture them as contract beasts. Wenwu Gu, these newcomers possess quite decent talents. Qin Ye, Yubing Star is the one with numerous ghost attribute spirit beasts, right? Wenwu Gu, exactly. That planet is known for producing ghost attribute equipment type spirit beasts. Qin Ye, understood. While equipment type spirit beasts may resemble awaken type spirit beasts, they differ in one key aspect. Equipment type spirit beasts are naturally born and can evolve and reproduce normally. Based on these 2 points, equipment type spirit beasts stand in stark contrast to awaken type spirit beasts. After chatting with Wenwu Gu for a while, Qin Ye began making preparations for his journey to the relic on Wind and Sandstar. August 31st. Qin Ye arrived at the Huiling Federation base on Wind and Sandstar a day early, which is also the location of the dimensional rift. Once again in this sandy environment, Meow the Dimension Cat perched on Qin Ye's shoulder, glancing around with disdain. It was not particularly fond of such a dusty setting, as the sensation of sand whipping against its face was far from pleasant. Inside the base, Qin Ye observed the small trading market taking shape around him. After walking a few steps, he heard a familiar voice in his mind. Here so early? Qin Ye paused slightly, scanning his surroundings, and soon spotted Uncle Shi setting up a stall not far away. Do powerful individuals really enjoy setting up stalls? Qin Ye mused as he approached. Uncle Shi, are you selling something? Qin Ye inquired, curiously eyeing Uncle Shi's stall. Just some trinkets. Uncle Shi gestured toward the various whirling balls on the table, smiling. Want to try a blind ball? No, I'm not good at gambling. Qin Ye quickly waved his hand. Try it just once. It won't cost you anything. You can pay me later, Uncle Shi insisted. Then I'll give it a shot, Qin Ye replied. With Uncle Shi saying so, he found it difficult to refuse. Let us try. Uncle Shi pointed to several whirling balls. Qin Ye crouched down, examining the numerous whirling balls. After a moment, he selected one that was slightly yellow and tossed a whirling soul eye at it. Wind and sand ball. Quality, green. Spirit beast, Huansha Ren. Description, a type of whirling ball that increases the chance of capturing wind and sand attribute spirit beasts. It indeed works, Qin Ye thought to himself, pointing to the whirling ball he had just activated. Uncle Shi, I'll take this one. Although he could see the spirit beast contained within, he was unable to discern its level, attributes, potential, or talent. It could be said that he had some advantage, but fortunately, it was still acceptable. What luck! Uncle Shi exclaimed in surprise. The spirit beast within this whirling ball is Huansha Ren, a humanoid elemental spirit beast. Do you want it? Its potential is quite good. I just caught it recently. No, I'm just trying it out. Qin Ye shook his head and asked, Uncle Shi, is Huansha Ren unique to this planet? Yes. Uncle Shi replied with a hint of pride. It was just discovered recently, and I was the one who found it. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye quickly said, Congratulations. Uncle Shi. Haha, luck is decent, Uncle Shi laughed heartily. Discovering a new spirit beast comes with rewards and honor. The rewards mean little to him. He primarily values the honor. After all, who wouldn't he want their name to appear in the spirit beast catalog as the first person to discover this spirit beast? Once he reports it, and it is confirmed by the authorities, his name will be listed as the discoverer in the official spirit beast catalog. Qin Ye also reported the new forms of Zhuge, Luo Ye, and Jianquan. Of course, he only reported the names. he did not disclose how they evolved. The official catalog does not provide detailed information for every spirit beast. Some spirit beasts are only listed by name and discoverer, lacking any other details. Thus, the 3 names Qin Ye submitted were similarly categorized. Rewards and honors are worth pursuing. As for the other information about the spirit beasts, they can discover it themselves. Chapter 93. On the way to the relic. What are you discussing? Yuan Wu walked over from the side. When Wu go, Qin Ye turned. Grinning. Uncle sure let me try a blind ball, and I selected one containing Huansha Run. Then we chatted about who discovered Huansha Ren. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wu turned to Uncle Shi. So you discovered a new elemental spirit beast, and you're quite pleased with yourself. After more than a month of interaction, their relationship had grown significantly closer. Haha, elemental spirit beasts are not comparable to ordinary ones, Uncle Shi laughed. The reward I can obtain for this discovery is equivalent to you discovering 10 ordinary spirit beasts. Well, that's about it, Yuan Wu pouted. Glancing at Qin Ye, you arrived quite early. I'm just afraid of missing out on entering the relic tomorrow. The ruins will open tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m., and I will take you there. Thank you, Wen Wu Go. Come, I will treat you to the local specialties. Over the past month, many unique new dishes have emerged, such as stir-fried wind sandgrass, 9-turn earthworm, and fine sand water. Qin Ye listened as Wen Wu Go named one peculiar dish after another, feeling a sense of unease. Yet he obediently followed along. Wait for me, I'll join. Shi Wu quickly packed away the summoning ball from his stall and hurried after them. Inside a restaurant, Yuan Wu glanced at Qin Ye, whose complexion appeared slightly pale, and inquired, how does it taste? Qin Ye fell silent. The others were acceptable, but he truly could not endure the 9-turn earthworm. Shi Wu noted his expression and remarked, you don't look well? Why do you ask? He picked up a bamboo stick to clean his teeth. No, the taste is fine, but this 9-turn earthworm. Qin Ye abruptly shook his head. I really can't eat it. Haha, if you can't handle it, it means you haven't eaten enough. Eat more, and it will taste good. Yuan Wu laughed heartily. No, please spare me. Qin Ye declined with both hands, taking a sip from the nearby orange sand palm drink. The flavor of the orange sand palm drink was quite pleasant. A balance of sour and sweet, making it the dish he was most satisfied with among all. A drink can indeed be considered a dish. No issues there. Haha, I was just kidding. Yuan Wu chuckled as he continued to eat. After finishing their meal, Qin Ye bid farewell to Yuan Wu and the others, setting off alone towards the outskirts of the camp. Arriving so early, he naturally wanted to stretch his legs and see if any high-quality spiritual beasts remained uncaptured, or if there were any 30-plus level spiritual beasts yet to be defeated. The next day at 10 a.m., Yuan Wu led Qin Ye, along with 3 men and 2 women, towards the ruins. Is this what it means to fly with a sword? But isn't this sword a bit too large? Qin Ye marveled at the enormous sword beneath his feet, still in shock. Indeed, they stood atop Yuan Wu's colossal sword, which was a level 70 awakening-type spiritual beast. They were perched on a creature with at least king-level potential. Calm down. Your cat is a quasi-mythical being. The languid voice of Wei Du Cat echoed in his mind. Qin Ye paused momentarily, a smile creeping onto his lips. It was true. His cat was indeed a legendary quasi-mythical creature. Once he regained his composure, he looked at the others, observing their expressions were similar to his own, then turned to Yuan Wu at the front and asked, Wen Wu Go? When will you be able to fly with your sword? After a long wait, Yuan Wu instantly replied to Qin Ye, isn't it cool? Yes. Qin Ye nodded vigorously. It's cool. Indeed, Yuan Wu said with a smile. Would you like to contract a similar spiritual beast like mine? Hearing this, Qin Ye fell silent. After a few moments, he jokingly responded, I used to have one, but not anymore. I have too many weapon-type spiritual beasts. If I contract another, I might steal your title. Haha, you little rascal, Yuan Wu laughed. Well, it's probably best you don't. I genuinely fear you might usurp my title. The title of Sword King was not originally his, as many summoners specialized in sword-type spiritual beasts. The title was earned through his own accomplishments. He defeated the previous Sword King, thus rightfully claiming it. As for the former Sword King, she was now known as the Sound King. The other 5, drawn into the conversation between Qin Ye and Yuan Wu, began to listen intently. Upon hearing Yuan Wu's words, they turned to Qin Ye and asked, who is he? Does anyone know? I don't know. None of you know? If he doesn't say, how would I know? Well, I'll go say hello later. After a brief discussion, they continued to listen. Qin Ye, unconcerned by their chatter, smiled and said, Wen Wu Go, you still haven't answered my question. Haha. What is the rush? Yuan Wu laughed again. To fly with a sword, reaching level 40 is sufficient. If you can sit on a larger bird-type beast, you can fly. Only level 40? Qin Ye was taken aback. If his Luo Yo was like El Junyat's sword, then he could indeed fly with the sword. Exactly, Yuan Wu continued. In fact, level 30 plus is enough. It just won't last long. Understood, Qin Ye nodded slightly and quickly took out his phone to inquire about El Junyan. He then learned that El Junyan had attempted this when his Patsong reached level 30, and at that time, Patsong could indeed carry him for a short flight. Noticing the suddenly quiet atmosphere, Yuanwu clapped his hands and said, "Come, come, introduce yourselves. When we enter the ruins, take care of each other." Qin Ye and the others turned to look at him. Who will go first? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that no one spoke, Yuanwu winked at Qin Ye. Qin Ye sighed internally and smiled at them, saying, "I am Qin Ye, from the Summoner University. I just became a senior summoner a few days ago, and my strength is quite average, so please don't think poorly of me." After exchanging glances, one of the young men spoke up, "I am Sun Wu, a sophomore at the Summoner University." Sun Wu, surprised, looked at Qin Ye and exclaimed, "So you are Qin Ye. I have heard much about your reputation." This was the first time he had met the legendary figure in person. "Hello, senior." Qin Ye smiled slightly. "You flatter me." Sun Wu quickly shook his head. He was genuinely humble, as the talent displayed by the young man before him was far beyond his own. A year ago, he was still quite distant from becoming a senior summoner. Even now, he was still a ways off from becoming a super summoner. After Qin Ye and Sun Wu introduced themselves, the other four shared their names and backgrounds, along with a brief overview of their current strength.